Chapter 1 Activating the System. June 2021, Wulin City.
Jiang Xing woke up from his deep sleep, his dizzy and swollen brain aching slightly. He subconsciously touched his forehead, and memories came flooding back. After working the late shift for a week, he was hit by an overloaded dump truck on his way home.
The last thing I was aware of was the glaring headlights and the piercing sound of brakes. Is this the dormitory of Wuda University?
Jiang Xing sat up suddenly and grabbed the phone beside the pillow tremblingly.
The date was clearly shown, June 21, 2021. I'm reborn? Snap. Snap. Snap.
After slapping himself 3 times in a row, the burning pain made Jiang Xing sure that this was not a dream. He rushed to the balcony, and the June heat wave, carrying the fragrance of sycamore leaves, hit him in the face. In the distance, the glass curtain wall of the library was shining in the sun, and several figures dragging suitcases were walking towards the school gate.
Today is the last day of my junior year.
Jiang Xing muttered to himself, and his memory gradually became clearer. According to the trajectory of his previous life, he would take the bus back to Pujin in the afternoon, and then...
Ring. A shrill cell phone ringtone suddenly rang.
The 3 words Huang Yunsha on the screen were like a sharp knife, stabbing into Jiang Xing's heart.
He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Jiang Xing, I don't think it's appropriate for us to continue. Let's break up.
The voice on the other end of the phone was cold and ruthless, turning the summer day in June into ice cold in an instant. The young man smiled bitterly in his heart.
As expected, rebirth cannot change the historical trajectory of being a bootlicker and being dumped. Sasha, why?
I bought you the bag you wanted, and I changed all the bad habits you mentioned.
Why do you still want to break up with me?
Jiang Xing was still the same as he had been 3 years ago, excitedly begging Huang Yunsha not to abandon him.
Huang Yunsha was the first girl Jiang Xian fell in love with after he entered Wulin University.
Jiang Xing, who came from an ordinary family in a rural town, couldn't help feeling inferior when faced with the fact that she was born into a middle-class family in a big city and had a wealthy life since childhood. To this end, he worked hard to earn money for his studies and spent all his spare time pursuing her, and finally succeeded in getting her hand in his sophomore year. Even though he succeeded in getting her, Jiang Xing still didn't dare to relax for a moment. He continued to work part-time after school and tried his best to be good to her. The reason why he booked the bus ticket home so late today was because he stayed at school to work part-time in the cafeteria to earn money.
Don't say anything, Jiang Xing, I'm just going to ask you a question. Huang Yunsha remained unmoved and her voice remained cold. Can your family afford a 1 million yuan dowry? Can your family afford a standard 100 square meter school district house in Wulin City?
If you don't even have these 2, then please don't talk to me about the future, or your shitty relationship. Also, I have to inform you that I am already with brother Chu Lang, so don't call me Sasha anymore.
Let's part ways in peace and save each other's dignity.
Jiang Xing closed his eyes. It was only after they broke up in their previous life that he found out that Huang Yunsha had already been hooking up with the rich second-generation Lu Chulang. That playboy who was famous for playing with girls had more than a dozen girlfriends exposed on the school forum alone.
Sasha, you must not be with that man, he is a scumbag. Baby, are you not done talking yet?
A lazy male voice suddenly interrupted, accompanied by the ambiguous sound of water.
Didn't we just agree to try a new position?
Huang Yunsha's coquettish gasps came from the other end of the phone. Brother Chu Lang, stop making trouble.
I'm hanging up now. Beep, beep. The busy tone was like a slap in Jiang Xing's face.
He stared at his phone blankly, and suddenly burst into laughter.
The laughter echoed in the empty dormitory, with a hint of madness. Is this why you let me live again? Jiang Xing roared into the void. Let me be a bootlicker again? Experience heartbreak again? A gentle mechanical sound came from Jiang Xing's brain.
A blue virtual screen appeared before my eyes, and the hourglass-shaped progress bar kept changing the data.
3%, 35%, 62%. Fuck the system.
I knew that God wouldn't let me be reborn for no reason.
I knew it. Reborn with a system, the world is mine. Ding, the Shanhao rebate system has been bound successfully. Host, Jiang Xing. Age, 22. Height, 175 centimeters. System level, LV.1.
Appearance, 80 good-looking, well-proportioned figure. Physical fitness, 72 sub-healthy state, it is recommended to strengthen exercise.
Charm, 75 average college student level. God of wealth points, 0. Personal assets, 869.5 yuan Alipay balance. Newbie gift package detected, worth 5 billion Chinese currency.
Please choose the collection method, physical collection cash exchange.
Is there such an operation? Zhang Xing smiled. Get the real thing.
Zhang Xing made his choice without hesitation. Having read countless online articles in his previous life, he knew very well that the physical objects given by the system were often more valuable than cash.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of Zhongxia Century Hotel, market value 1 billion, annual net profit 30 million plus. Pineapple 1000 concept phone, military grade protection, 1080T storage. A level succubus potion permanently improves appearance and charm, and can slightly adjust height.
300 million Chinese yuan in cash. The source of funds is legal and safe.
Zhongxia Century Hotel is a well-run 5-star hotel in Wulin City, with total assets of 1 billion yuan and annual profit of 30 million yuan, which is increasing year by year.
However, he didn't understand what Pineapple 1000 and Grade A succubus potion were.
Ding! The gentle voice of the system sounded again from deep in the brain, answering Zhang Xing's questions.
Zhang Xing felt his trouser pocket sink.
When he took it out, there was a glittering mobile phone and a blood-red potion in his palm. When you turn on the new phone, all apps, stored information, and various accounts from the old phone will be automatically transferred.
The lock screen displays a dizzying array of banking notifications. Amount received, 300 million yuan. The interface slides open extremely smoothly during the operation process. There is also an app called Xinhao Store in the operation interface. After clicking it, the various types of goods are dazzling. Fully equipped Porsche 918 price, 15 Xinhao points. Fully equipped Ferrari Poison price, 25 Xinhao points. Price of a set of Thompson's first class in Magic City, 30 Xinhao points. Let the top 100 school beauties in the country wear Balenciaga and Valentino. Home massage service. Price, 25 Xinhao points. Chapter 2, triggering passive tasks.
System, your super rich store has something.
Zhang Xing stroked his chin. But how do you get these super rich points? Ding! The host can get 1 point for every 10 million Chinese currency spent. Completing system tasks and upgrading levels can also earn extra points. Task?
Zhang Xing suddenly became alert.
It won't be a very perverted one, right?
Host, please rest assured that the tasks of this system are simple and easy to understand, and are designed to help the host enjoy a life of luxury. As soon as he finished speaking, the system upgrade page appeared.
System upgrade task, endless love.
Mission description: the host needs to gain 80 points of favorability from 2 goddesses with a beauty score of 85 or above. Mission rewards: system upgrade plus upgrade package.
Tips: the higher the system level, the more amazing the rewards. My goodness, are you asking me to be a scumbag? But it doesn't matter.
In my previous life, I lived a frustrating and hard life just to earn a few dollars. Working hard to save money to lick a woman who cheated on you was really an act of indifference to your parents' upbringing and your own hard work.
It's not worth it. It's really not worth it.
Thinking about it now, maybe it was wrong from the beginning.
I will never be looked down upon again in this life.
I want to live freely and unrestrainedly, leaving behind all the restrictions.
No one, not even the Lord, can control me.
After placing an order on his mobile phone, Zhang Xing got on a car bound for Zhongxia Century Hotel. First, take a look at what the newly acquired hotel looks like, and fill your hungry stomach at the same time. On the way, Zhang Xing couldn't wait to drink the A-level succubus potion. He felt a tingling sensation on his face and body like an electric shock, and time seemed to stop all of a sudden.
Oh my god, this is so sour. The moment the medicine entered his throat, Zhang Xing's whole body trembled violently. It was as if millions of ants were crawling in the blood vessels, and the bones made a slight cracking sound. In the rearview mirror, his facial features were becoming clearer and clearer at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Young man, are you okay? The driver cast a concerned look through the rearview mirror. Zhang Xing gritted his teeth, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead.
I'm fine, master, you drive.
When the pain subsided, he couldn't wait to open his phone to take a selfie. The person in the camera has completely changed. Eyebrows are as sharp as swords, eyes are as bright as stars, and even the skin has become as smooth as jade. Ding, a set of blue interfaces pop up, indicating that personal data has been updated.
Ding. Attribute update completed. Appearance, 8692 school idol level. Charm, 8995 walking hormone. Ding! Goddess scanning system activated successfully. You can scan real people pictures videos to get detailed data. Jiang Xing somehow found the photo he took with Huang Yunsha. The system immediately popped up the analysis results. Hearing this, Jiang Xing became excited. Oh? Can you scan pictures too? He opened his phone, found the selfie he took with Huang Yunsha and started scanning it. Name, Huang Yunsha. Age, 22. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Appearance, 80. Overall score of upper body, 82. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 79. Charm, 81. Favorability towards the host, 20. Number of romances, 3. Note, unrequited love and relationships for improper purposes are not counted as romances. Number of developments, 19. Note, development includes active development and passive development. 19 times? Jiang Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Huang Yunsha took it herself for the first time. She was allowed in only after she offered a bottle of Bulgari perfume worth 10,000 yuan that day. There were only 8 in-depth exchanges and development after that, so the extra 11 times must have been started long ago between her and Lu Chulang. Oh, this bitch! He sneered and locked his phone. Outside the car window, the golden dome of the Zhongxia Century Hotel sparkled in the sun. Now he is no longer the dog who would do anything for a woman. With a net worth of billions and a face value of 92, what kind of beauty can he get? Hey young man, we're here, the driver reminded. Stepping into the hotel lobby, Jiang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly at the light reflected by the crystal chandelier. A receptionist in Cheongsam walked towards us, her beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings faintly visible. Sir, are you checking in or dining? I'm here to eat, please open a seat. Seeing that the waitress had a delicate face and slender and sexy legs in flesh-colored stockings, Jiang Xing couldn't help but feel attracted to her and started scanning her. Unfortunately, the scan showed, appearance 84, charm 84, 1 point short of the requirement. Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation? The waiter asked with a smile. Appointment? No, why don't we do it now? Jiang Xing shook his head and did not tell the waiter his true identity. Yes sir, please wait a moment. The waiter guided Jiang Xing to the lobby lounge area and then took out a tablet to operate it. I'm sorry sir, today's seat is fully booked. Can you please have tomorrow? Jiang Xing frowned slightly in displeasure. I don't believe that such a big hotel doesn't even have a place for me to eat. Call your manager. The waiter explained repeatedly with an embarrassed expression. Sir, I'm really sorry, we really... Xiaozhu, don't waste your time talking to this poor guy. Look at the way he's dressed. Does he think he can afford to eat in our hotel? A middle-aged man with a slicked back hair and powdered face strode over. His name tag read Wang Rong Lobby Manager. Who are you? Jiang Xing tried his best to suppress the anger burning in his heart. Manager of the reception service department of Zhongxia Century Hotel, you can tell me if you have any opinions. He looked up and down at Jiang Xing's cheap t-shirt and jeans, and sneered, our cheapest meal is 8,888, can you afford it? Then, he turned and gave instructions to the waiter. Xiaozhu, go call the gatekeeper over. If this guy doesn't leave, kick him out. Ding, the system detected that the host was provoked by its own employees, triggering the passive task, Chairman's Choice. When faced with unreasonable insults from their own employees, the host can get different rewards by making different choices. Option 1, as the saying goes, one step back opens up a new world. The host laughs and leaves the hotel. He will receive 300,000 Chinese currency and the title, Tolerant Chairman. Option 2, fire the offending employee on the spot and receive a B-level lucky draw reward. Please make a choice. What else to choose? Just remove it decisively. Jiang Xing stood up and took a look at the work badge on the man's chest. Wang Rong, I'm giving you a chance to take back what you just said, otherwise you'd better be prepared to be laid off. Jiang Xing's face was terribly gloomy. The waiter nearby saw the tense situation and wanted to persuade them but didn't dare to step forward, so he could only run away and call for help. Fuck, you poor bastard are threatening me, how dare you? Do you think you are the chairman of our hotel? My pair of leather shoes is worth all your belongings. Wang Rong curled his lips in disdain, his face full of ridicule and contempt. As he spoke, he lifted his foot and deliberately shook his shiny leather shoes, as if to prove that what he said was true. However, Jiang Xing was not angered by Wang Rong's arrogant attitude.
He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said coldly,
"You are courting death. Believe it or not, I will make you regret it in a minute." Chapter 3 School Beauty Lin Mening.
Wang Rong laughed loudly, his attitude of contempt beyond words.
"Boy, you really think you are the chairman. I am too lazy to waste time with you. I will give you one chance.
If you don't leave after I count to 3, I will call the security guard."
1, 2. Wang Rong, what are you doing?
A roar of anger sounded like thunder. General Manager Li Gang rushed over in 2 steps, with veins bulging on his forehead. He was followed by 7 or 8 executives in suits, each with a frighteningly ugly look on their faces. Seeing that it was the general manager, Wang Rong immediately changed his expression.
"Mr. Li, why are you here? This guy is obviously broke, but he still wants to pretend to be a rich man and eat at our hotel. I was just planning to get someone to kick him out."
Li Gang didn't even look at him, he walked straight to Jiang Xing and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle.
"I'm really sorry, Director Jiang. It's my fault for not managing the company well.
I was blind to let such a person become the manager of the reception department. You have suffered so much injustice."
He is the new Director Jiang? The people around couldn't help but gasp when they heard the explosive news.
I heard that he bought the Zhongxia Century Hotel in full. You can imagine how terrifying the cash flow of this young man must be. Several hot waitresses gathered together and whispered,
"Oh my god, this is the legendary Director Jiang. He looks so young and handsome. Well, he seems to be about the same age as my brother, but he has become the chairman. I can't imagine his family background. Plus, Director Jiang is so handsome, he looks like a TV star. If he could take advantage of me, I would definitely be willing." Director Jiang?
Wang Rong, who had been so arrogant just now, suddenly looked as pale as death, his eyes were dull and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Jiang Xing slowly straightened his collar and looked at him with a half-smile.
"Now, who should be forked out?" Thump!
Wang Rong fell to his knees, his forehead hitting the marble floor heavily.
"Director Jiang, I am blind. Please consider that I have worked for the company for 20 years. 20 years? Jiang Xing sneered, 20 years have taught you to look down on others?
Ding, the host's mission is completed and a B-level lottery is awarded. The host can draw at any time. Jiang Xing received the award with ease, and his mood instantly improved a lot. Jiang Xing snapped his fingers happily, Manager Li will give him N+2 labor compensation, and then. He leaned over and whispered in the ear of Wang Rong, who looked as pale as death, "Never let me see you in the hotel industry again." Li Gang winked at the people around him, and 2 tall and strong male waiters immediately picked up his former boss and dragged him out of the hotel.
Only Wang Rong's wailing was left. Li Gang said flatteringly, slightly arching his back, "Director Jiang, you came without even telling me in advance so I could have someone pick you up. The office upstairs has been tidied up. How about?" Jiang Xing waved his hand, "No hurry, let me solve my lunch problem first. The Guanhai Hall will make arrangements immediately." Li Gang turned around and shouted at the waiter who was standing there in a daze, "What are you still standing there for?" However, the waiter Xiao Zhu looked embarrassed. "But Mr. Li, the sea viewing hall has been reserved by other guests, and they will be arriving soon." Hearing this, Mr. Li frowned, obviously unhappy. He glared at Xiao Zhu and scolded him. "So what if you've made a reservation? Can't you think of a reasonable reason to cancel it? Do I need to personally teach you how to do such a simple thing? No matter what kind of losses you cause, they will all be charged to my account." After a series of intense and orderly preparations, Jiang Xing finally sat down at the gorgeous dining table carefully carved from solid wood. The European-style crystal palace chandelier above my head, which is 2 meters in diameter, is emitting a soft and warm light. From the exquisite decoration to the sophisticated layout, from the rare furnishings to the delicate craftsmanship, all of them demonstrate the dignity and extraordinariness of this place as the premier first hall of the Zhongxia Century Hotel. This time, Jiang Xing specially selected some delicacies that he could only see through pictures on the internet, just because he wanted to taste the unique flavors of these legendary delicacies himself. A waitress with a graceful figure like a flight attendant pushed an exquisite dining cart carefully to the side of the table and spoke softly. "Mr. Jiang, the dishes you ordered are ready. Please enjoy." Royal delicacy Buddha jumps over the wall, French foie gras with pearl ice cream,
baked prawns with black truffle and vanilla, Jiangnan braised puffer fish, steamed yellow croaker with lilies and double pepper sauce, original cut 5 wagyu beef with matsutake mushrooms, guyu longshan roasted meat, and a bottle of 1996 red wine from Caesar Private Estate in southern Italy. These dishes alone cost 500,000, and when they were served on the table, the actual portions were so small that Zhang Xing could finish them all by himself.
But the taste is amazing.
It is endless aftertaste when you savor it carefully. Coupled with the extremely beautiful presentation of the dish, Zhang Xingyuan would call it the best meal he has had in 20 years. As the meal was coming to an end, a light and hurried sound of footsteps came from afar, and a girl in an indigo-colored cheongsam with a classical style was seen walking towards the side in a hurry.
The cheongsam was well tailored, with exquisite dark patterns embroidered on the indigo background, outlining the girl's graceful figure perfectly.
The girl held a pipa tightly in her arms, as if she was protecting her most precious treasure. Because of running all the way, beads of sweat had already appeared on her round forehead. A few strands of hair were stuck to her cheeks due to the sweat, but this did not affect her beauty at all. Instead, it added a bit of charming charm. The girl came to the dining table, gently put down the pipa, and then bowed deeply to Zhang Xing in a panic.
Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry.
I just received a notice that the mealtime has been moved up, so I'm a little late.
Please forgive me. I'm really sorry.
After saying this, she unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes with her hands. At this moment, the girl slowly raised her head, and her gaze happened to meet Zhang Xing's.
In an instant, time seemed to freeze.
Zhang Xing stared at the slightly embarrassed but charming girl in front of him.
Lin Mening?
He was surprised.
He didn't expect to meet this sophomore girl majoring in music performance at Wulin University at this time and place. Chapter 4: Can you make money by spending money on your goddess? Mr. Jiang, do you know me?
Lin Mening tightened her fingers around the pipa slightly, and her almond-shaped eyes opened wide. The light shone on her, and the indigo cheongsam had a silky luster, making her skin look white as snow.
Come, let's get to know each other formally.
Zhang Xing put down the red wine glass and smiled gently. I'm Zhang Xing, an undergraduate student majoring in tourism management at the History and Tourism College, Level 2, Wulin University.
Ah!
Lin Mening screamed in surprise, and the pipa in her arms almost slipped out.
Wait! Are you still studying now?
Faced with this series of extremely contrasting information, Lin Mening was a little overwhelmed for a moment.
Graduation next year. But I'm a low-key person, and not many people in school know about me.
Zhang Xing's tone when speaking was very relaxed and casual, making people feel no pressure at all. But logically speaking, if you have such a special identity, you should have been well known in our school a long time ago, but why have I never heard of you? As Lin Mening spoke, she unconsciously sat on a chair closer to Zhang Xing.
Ding! Lin Mening's favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 56 initial favorability.
Zhang Xing shrugged slightly. Actually, I personally don't like too many people knowing my details, and I particularly hate the behavior of showing off wealth everywhere.
Well, you probably know that some rich people like to keep a low profile, and I happen to be one of them. Zhang Xing didn't tell her about getting this system.
First, he was afraid that Lin Mening wouldn't believe the system and would think he was crazy. Second, he was afraid that if he exposed the system, it might trigger certain settings of the system and cause it to be taken back.
Then I am really lucky to meet Mr. Zhang today.
I often come here to work part-time. I play the pipa for 400 yuan per session, and usually I play 2 songs. While speaking, Lin Mening's big watery eyes twinkled, and her soft red lips slightly raised, looking as cute and juicy as a cherry. Her black hair spread out like a waterfall, her nose was small and tall, and her eyes were bright and clear. An oval face with a little baby fat, a sweet smile on it, and a warm voice echoing in the ears. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Xing suddenly started coughing violently. He had been staring at someone for too long and was choked by his saliva.
Director Jiang.
Lin Mening stood up hurriedly, revealing a section of her delicate legs wrapped in milky white stockings at the slit of her cheongsam.
Director Jiang, I'll find you a hot towel. No, no.
Zhang Xing waved his hand with a red face. Hey, don't, I can wipe it myself, you should perform first, junior sister. Lin Mening smiled, adjusted her sitting position and began to perform. The slender white hands danced up and down the strings, and melodious and graceful music followed. Zhang Xing was immediately moved by the sound of the pipa and was intoxicated by it. Unfortunately, his artistic talent was limited and he lost his concentration after just a few minutes. His eyes unconsciously shifted from Lin Menjing's playing hands to her fair face, then to the rolling peaks, and finally to her slender and well-proportioned legs wrapped in milky white stockings under her cheongsam. It is easy to get a woman, but hard to find a beautiful woman. Jiang Xing sighed inwardly and turned on the appearance scan.
Name, Lin Mening. Age, 20. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Overall score of upper body, 86. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 91. Charm, 95. Favorability towards the host, 56. Number of relationships, 1. First love broke up after being together for half a year due to personality differences. Development times, 0. Perfect body. Jiang Xing saw Lin Shuang entering and leaving the school gates several times in various luxury cars. He thought she had already been taken, but he didn't expect that she was still innocent. Senior? I don't know when the sound of the pipa stopped. Lin Mening was looking at him shyly, her ears turning red and transparent. Only then did Jiang Xing realize how explicit his gaze was. Ding, it was detected that Lin Menjing's favorability towards the host has changed. Lin Menjing's favorability towards the host +1. Oh my god, this can also increase favorability. It turns out that people with money and good looks can always do anything right. If it were yesterday, Jiang Xing would have been scolded by the girls for being so blatantly masculine. In extreme cases, people will film them and post the video online, subjecting them to cyberbullying and human flesh destroying. Jiang Xing clapped his hands with a smile on his face. You play the piano well, junior sister. It's rare to find a girl as beautiful and talented as you in this world. Lin Mening smiled slightly and nodded gently. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your compliment. Her voice was as sweet as a yellow oriole singing in a valley. Jiang Xing waved his hands quickly. Don't call me Mr. Jiang anymore. Just call me brother or senior. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone, opened the WeChat interface, and signaled to Lin Mening to add a friend. As soon as the two of them added each other as friends, Jiang Xing sent a red envelope without hesitation. Lin Mening clicked on it curiously and was instantly stunned by the number in front of her. It turned out to be a full 50,000 yuan. Jiang Xing looked at Lin Menjing's surprised expression and explained gently. This is not only a small tip for your wonderful performance, but also a gift from the senior to the junior. By the way, are you free this afternoon? Go shopping with me. Lin Mening was a little conflicted, because she knew what would happen if she was alone with a tall, rich and handsome man. Just the two of us? Yes, if you want to ask your bestie to come along. Lin Mening took a look at the balance after it was received and made up her mind. Okay then, where shall we go? Let's go to the Wulin shopping mall next door. It's also close. Okay, senior, wait for me for a moment while I go change my clothes. Nice, it's good to be rich. It's so easy to ask the school beauty out. Jiang Xing suppressed the smile on his face and pretended to be calm as he watched Lin Mening leave. I refunded the bus ticket to go back to my hometown this afternoon, and sent a message to my mother that I would stay in Wulin City to work this summer vacation. 20 minutes later, Jiang Xing and Lin Mening arrived at the shopping mall. Lin Mening wore a white t-shirt with khaki hot pants, and replaced the milky white stockings on her legs with short JK white cotton socks. This outfit is simple and pure, coupled with her celebrity-like appearance and temperament, it attracts passers-by to look back frequently. Let's go buy a cup of milk tea first and drink it while we go shopping. Jiang Xing suggested that he had been reluctant to take his eyes off Lin Mening on the road, and even more so now. I saw him gently resting his right hand on Lin Menjing's shoulders. Seeing that the girl did not resist, he quietly hugged her in his arms. The girl's black hair gently brushed his cheek. After paying in front of Guming, the system prompt sound suddenly appeared. Ding, it is detected that the host has spent the first sum of money for the goddess, achieving the achievement, starting from scratch. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, double consumption rebate card limited to 300,000. Effective use, for every purchase made with this card for goddesses with a beauty score of 85 or above, you can get a triple refund. Restrictions, the card can only be used by one person, there is no time limit for use, and the spending limit is 300,000 yuan. No refunds will be given if the limit is exceeded. Nice, triple your spending refund. So this means that the work of this rich man is about to begin. Jiang Xing picked a seat and sat down. He inadvertently saw Lin Mening sighing softly after looking at her phone. What? Are you so unhappy about coming out with me? You're even sighing.
Jiang Xing asked directly, his eyes fixed on Lin Mening. Hearing Jiang Xing's question, Lin Mening lowered her head slightly, her hands unconsciously fiddling with the corners of her clothes, and she hesitated for a moment before explaining softly.
No, Senior, it's not because of you. It's just my mom has leukemia and will be transferred to the Magic City for treatment tomorrow. My grandpa will go with her, and I will also go with her tomorrow. Chapter 5: The Power of the Super Rich.
When she said this, Lin Mening's voice trembled slightly. Her family conditions have always been quite good, otherwise her parents would not have been able to fully support her in studying art and eventually get admitted to her ideal university.
However, how great it would be if her father had not developed the bad habit of gambling.
The originally happy family was gradually broken up and the family lost its stable source of income. The once pampered little princess had to learn to be independent early on and rely on part-time jobs to make a living and supplement the family income.
So your family now?
Jiang Xing asked softly. The house was sold and my dad disappeared.
Lin Mening gave a bitter laugh, her voice as light as a falling leaf. Grandpa doesn't even have money for retirement.
She suddenly turned her face away, and a tear fell on the lid of the milk teacup. Jiang Xing silently handed her the tissue and took her into his arms. The girl's thin shoulders trembled slightly under his palms, and the faint scent of gardenia in her hair mixed with the salty smell of tears.
Jiang Xing pondered for a moment. So this is why you're working part-time at our hotel?
Lin Mening felt a sour feeling swirling in her nasal cavity.
Yes, Senior, I really can't do anything about it. My high school classmate gave me a business card from a local real estate developer. My classmate said she had talked to the developer and he said that since it was my first time, I could get 100,000 yuan if I went to accompany him once. Jiang Xing couldn't bear to see Lin Mening feeling uncomfortable while she was talking.
At this moment he was also touched by the changes that happened to the girl.
Okay, stop talking. Since it has already happened, we must face it bravely. We must try every possible way to defeat the difficulties, rather than being defeated by them.
If your aunt encounters difficulties in Shanghai, I am willing to give money to help her. Lin Mening nodded gratefully and was even willing to marry him. But in the end, these words were still not said. She thought to herself that the Jiang Xing family must be a powerful and prestigious family. Regardless of whether their family's situation can catch the eye of the other party's parents, just in terms of aristocratic family background, the people they marry into are usually children of other aristocratic families. In this way, even if she was lucky enough to be with Jiang Xing, she would probably be just a concubine, or she might not even be qualified to be a concubine, and at most she could be a maid. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel her heart tighten. If I rashly say something like I'll pledge my love to you now, wouldn't that be a disguised form of blackmail and coercion? Just as her thoughts were in a mess, Jiang Xing's magnetic voice suddenly came to her ears. There's a new Chanel store upstairs. Go take a look and see if there's anything you like. I'll pay for it for you. Okay. This sudden surprise made Lin Mening a little dazed, and her body followed Jiang Xing as if possessed by a ghost. The lights in the store are bright and dazzling, making the cosmetics and bags sparkle. Hello, welcome. Seeing that it was a young, handsome man and beautiful woman, the salesperson guessed that they were a couple, and bet that they would buy a lipstick no matter what, so he introduced them enthusiastically. Jiang Xing looked around. These are too ordinary, are there any more expensive ones? Let it go, Jiang Xing doesn't even dare to enter this store. A lipstick set costs 8,700 yuan, and a face cream with various elements costs 9,800 yuan. There were also some beauty and skin care gift boxes that he couldn't even understand. A small box weighing half a pound cost 11,000 yuan. Just looking at them made him want to call 110. Industrial assembly line products are sold at such high prices, it's simply a robbery. However, these prices are only a difference of 2 or 3 cents for Jiang Xing now. Yes. Please look this way. The shopping guide led the two to the next booth, where the prices were even more jaw-dropping. Even a small tube of lipstick cost 6,880. Senior, can you take a look at this? Lin Mening tentatively picked up a foundation gift box priced at 58,000 yuan. While holding the gift box, she also secretly observed Jiang Xing's expression changes from the corner of her eyes. Jiang Xing smiled slightly, his tone was relaxed and generous. As for these things, as long as you like them, just take them. His eyes fell gently on Lin Mening, as if telling her not to worry at all. Don't even mention 1 or 2 boxes.
Even if you want to get 3 or 4 boxes, that's fine. This speech instantly caused an uproar in the store, and everyone present was stunned. Even the shopping guide standing nearby couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow, I really bumped into the god of wealth when I went out today." At this time, Lin Mening was even more excited and said in a tender voice, "1 box is enough, thank you, senior." The voice was soft and sticky, like a gentle spring breeze blowing through Jiang Xing's heart. After a shopping spree, I checked out at the counter. "Hello, your total consumption this time is 323,578 yuan. Excuse me, handsome, would you like to pay by card or?" It was the first time for the saleslady who collected the money to see someone spend 320,000 yuan in one go, and her hands were shaking as she typed on the keyboard. "Swipe the card," Jiang Xing said lightly. "Bite." The moment the POS machine spits out the receipt, a text message indicating a successful transfer popped up on Jiang Xing's Hongfeng mobile banking app. 900,000 Huaxia currency has been transferred in successfully. What else can I say? Just one word. Cool. 4 or 5 shopping guides nearby were packing the bags and cosmetics purchased this time, carefully packing them into gift boxes. Lin Mening had already put her arm around Jiang Xing's arm, putting her softest part close to him, with her happy little face resting on his shoulder. Ding, the system detected that Lin Mening's favorability towards the host was rapidly rising. Lin Mening's favorability towards the host +1. Lin Mening's favorability towards the host +3. Lin Mening's favorability towards the host +9. Lin Mening's favorability towards the host has increased to 72 points. Please keep up the good work, senior. Lin Mening pressed herself against him, her soft curves fitting perfectly into Jiang Xing's arms. "Isn't it too expensive?" Jiang Xing smiled and pinched the tip of her nose. "This is just the beginning." "But we bought too much stuff, senior brother, do we have to carry it all the way there?" "It's okay. I called Li Gang before I came here. He will send someone to help us carry it." As he was speaking, a dark-faced man about 40 years old suddenly appeared at the door of the store, followed closely by 2 young men wearing the uniform of the Zhongxia Century Hotel. This dark-faced man is over 1.8 meters tall, standing out like a crane among chickens. His broad face was covered with thick and hard stubble, giving him a rough and bold look. However, when his eyes fell on Jiang Xing, his originally majestic expression instantly became respectful. "Master Jiang." The big man bowed slightly and shouted in a humbly tone, "My name is Liao Lei, and I'm the security captain of Zhongxia Century. The car has arrived. The 3 of us are ready to obey your orders at any time to ensure that the mission is completed." Jiang Xing just glanced at them indifferently and asked the 3 people in front of him to carry the things they bought. On the way, Jiang Xing's hands were very dishonest, moving from Lin Mening's waist to a more undulating place. Lin Mening's face, as white as mutton fat jade, turned red. She lowered her head shyly and twisted her body slightly, half welcoming and half giving in. "Senior, you are so annoying. So many people are watching us." At this time, the boys passing by saw the scene and their eyes widened, filled with jealousy and anger. If looks could kill, Jiang Xing would have been cut into pieces long ago. However, Jiang Xing didn't care at all. He just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, appearing extremely calm and composed. "This is just the beginning, I haven't started the official operation yet." Chapter 6, Jinqiu Wanli Mansion. When I got to the Dior store, I went on a shopping spree again and spent more money than I had just spent at Hermes. Jiang Xing didn't care. After all, the double cashback card had been used up and he had 600,000 yuan in his hands. In the end, he still made a profit on this trip. Ding, report to the host. It is detected that the goddess Lin Mening's favorability towards the host has risen to 77 points, which is only 1 step away from the 80 points required for the upgrade task. If Lin Mening's favorability towards the host can reach 80 points today, she will receive a special system reward. Special rewards? Jiang Xing became curious. Looks like we have to speed up and win tonight. Jinqiu Wanli Mansion. Located in the southern part of Wulin City, it is a newly emerged high-end residential area, with the main design concept of sky gardens. The average price per square meter is a staggering 100,000 yuan. The overall architecture of the mansion combines modern minimalism with traditional Chinese garden style. It not only demonstrates fashion and innovation, but also contains profound cultural heritage and oriental charm. Most of the people living here are dignitaries from all walks of life.
Luxury cars worth more than 1 million yuan can be seen everywhere in the mansion parking lot, silently telling others about the nobility and luxury here. For a girl like Lin Mening, owning a house like this in Wulin City is her lifelong dream.
Senior, what are we doing here? Lin Mening asked in a coquettish voice while gently shaking Jiang Xing's arm. You guess?
Jiang Xing smiled mysteriously and walked in, taking the girl's hand. As you step into the sales hall, you are struck by a feeling of spaciousness and grandness. The entire space is extremely open. In the center of the hall, a mansion model of about 15 square meters stands quietly. However, there were almost no people in the huge sales hall. There were only 4 or 5 sales staff sitting lazily at their workstations, too lazy to even raise their heads. The ordinary houses here have long been sold out, and now all that remain are large flats with staggeringly high prices. Such a house is undoubtedly an unattainable luxury for most ordinary people who come to view houses offline, and is simply beyond their purchasing power. Jiang Xing stood there feeling somewhat embarrassed and angry.
Oh my god, is this how you treat your financial sponsor? I'm not buying it. Just as I was about to leave, a girl in the corner noticed someone coming and ran over enthusiastically. Hello sir and madam, how can I help you?
Seeing the girl's childish smile, Jiang Xing moved his gaze to the work badge on her chest.
Wang Yanran, intern sales consultant. I want the best. Jiang Xing said nonchalantly, the kind with a swimming pool. Okay, both of you please follow me. Wang Yanran excitedly invited Jiang Xing and the others into the reception room.
The experienced salesman next to him looked up and showed a playful smile, and he was sure in his heart that Xiao Wang would hit a wall soon.
This is the hot-selling house in our Jinqiu Wanli mansion. Which house type do you like? Wang Yanran introduced herself in a rapid succession, and her enthusiasm was unstoppable.
Ms. Wang, please take us to see the best house here.
That must be our Jinqiu Wanli's top building, room 106, building 8. Wang Yanran's eyes lit up and she spoke incessantly. It's a large 850 square meter apartment designed by Chinese and foreign artists.
It's equipped with high-end appliances, has 5 parking spaces, and a 100 square meter swimming pool.
But the price is very high, now at 70 million, and we VE offered discounts 5 times in a row but still Haven Tea sold it. Oh? Then I'll go check it out.
Wang Yanran spoke carefully, fearing to offend Jiang Xing.
Well, you can go and see it, but we need to check your bank account. This is the company's policy. Please understand. No problem.
Jiang Xing showed the balance, which scared Wang Yanran so much that her legs went weak.
There are 7 zeros after 2. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll go get the keys.
A car will pick us up later.
Wang Yanran ran out like the wind. Senior, the housing prices here are so high, are you going to buy it for your uncle and aunt? Jiang Xing's continuous spending shattered Lin Menjing's 3 views. It was the first time she saw a person who was rich, young, handsome, and kind to her. No, this is for the 2 of us. We will live here from now on. We don't have to live in school next semester.
Jiang Xing said this gently, then hugged Lin Menjing's delicate body with a little force. The girl fell into his arms, with her elastic and upright breasts pressed against his chest.
Ying, are you willing to be my woman?
Lin Mening lowered her head shyly, her little face instantly flushed, and she spoke softly.
Senior, I do. Oh my god, my first confession after my rebirth was successful. This life is so easy. Jiang Xing felt secretly happy. Now that the confession has been successful, what are you waiting for?
He gently put his arms around Lin Menjing's neck and kissed her tender little mouth. This kiss was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth and made the gods and ghosts weep. Jiang Xing hadn't kissed anyone for a long time. In his previous life, Huang Yunsha disliked his bad breath and usually wouldn't let him kiss her. Jiang Xing had consulted many people, including dentists, but no one said that he had bad breath. Later, Jiang Xing realized that Huang Yunsha deliberately disliked and suppressed him so that he would follow her like a dog. For bitches like this, go fuck yourself. Similarly, Lin Mening has never had a romantic relationship since breaking up with her first boyfriend, let alone kissing. The 2 of them were burning each other like dry firewood in raging fire, and Jiang Xing soon went from sitting to pressing down.
Wang Yanran came back skipping after getting the keys.
She saw the beautiful scene inside through the glass window above the door and covered her mouth in shock. She originally wanted to wait until they had passed their excitement before going in. But I didn't expect them to get more and more excited, and it seemed they wouldn't stop. During this time, Jiang Xing's hands never stopped, and Lin Menjing's humming sounds came one after another. Seeing that the vest was about to be pulled out, Wang Yanran was really afraid that something big would happen here, so she deliberately coughed loudly outside the door.
The reception room became quiet in an instant.
Wang Yanran waited quietly outside for a full minute before she pushed the door and walked in. Jiang Xing sat aside calmly, while Lin Menjing lowered her head to tidy up her clothes. The blush on her face had not yet faded.
For some reason, Wang Yanran suddenly envied Lin Menjing for being favored by a handsome, rich and successful man like Jiang Xing.
She even began to imagine that the heroine was herself.
Arrive at room 108, building 1.
Pushing open the armored door imported from Italy worth 350,000 renminbi and entering the room, the luxurious entrance hall in front of you will be eye-catching, with colorful marble floor tiles that are spotless. Walking inside, the 100 square meter large living room has a wide view, and the 3 meter high and 20 meter wide three-dimensional glass windows allow for plenty of light. Within this kilometer, there are tertiary hospitals, large supermarkets, city parks, public and private kindergartens and schools. Outside the window is a 150 square meter large terrace, surrounded by flower pots and green shade. The green plants here are maintained and cared for by the mansion, and the homeowner can open the door to let them in at any time. Further in, there are 3 master and secondary bedrooms with an average area of 50 square meters, 3 dry and wet separated bathrooms with an average area of 10 square meters, 2 study rooms with an average area of 20 square meters, and a chess and card room with an average area of 10 square meters. The indoor pool was spotless and looked like it was cleaned regularly. What made Jiang Xing most unbearable was that the cloakroom here was as big as his school dormitory.
Chapter 7 Hidden World. Wang Yanran. Menjing, what do you think?
He turned his head slightly, looked at Lin Menjing beside him and asked softly. Lin Menjing stood in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. The sunset cast a golden edge on her profile, and her eyelashes trembled slightly in the light and shadow.
I feel very good.
Her voice trembled, and her fingertips lightly touched the marble wall imported from Italy, as if to confirm that this was not a dream. If she could live here, even for just one day, she would feel that her life was worth it. Jiang Xing showed a satisfied smile on his face. Since Menjing has spoken, I want this house, Miss Wang, I will pay the full amount.
Ah? Wang Yanran was shocked by Jiang Xing's decisive decision and couldn't help but scream out.
After all, this is not a small amount of money, a full 70 million. And it is used to buy a large flat. She had never seen such boldness and decisiveness before.
Mr. Jiang, won't you go back and think about it again? Wang Yanran asked stutteringly, trying to get Jiang Xing to think about it more.
However, Jiang Xing waved his hand.
There's nothing to think about. I've bought it, but if there are any quality issues later, I'll have to come to you. Okay, Mr. Jiang, you can come to see me anytime. It's okay to call me at 3 a.m.
Today is the last day of her internship. If she doesn't sell a house, she will have to pack up and move back to her rural hometown in Anhui province. This order was undoubtedly a timely help for her, and Wang Yanran was so excited that she almost knelt down. Looking at Wang Yanran dizzying around and sweating profusely, Jiang Xing thought this little girl was quite cute and unconsciously turned on the goddess scanning system.
Name, Wang Yanran. Age, 25. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Upper bust comprehensive score, 92. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 88. Charm, 85. Favorability towards the host, 59. Number of romances, 2. Development times, 5. Wow, Wang Yanran's appearance score of 86 is already high enough to be a goddess, but why can't I see it? System, are you deliberately messing with me?
Ding, the system's comprehensive scoring of girls' looks is based on scientific calculations of the proportions of girls' facial features, their overall image and figure, and is based on the mainstream aesthetics of the past 30 years.
Please trust the system. After listening to the introduction, Jiang Xing looked at Wang Yanran again with a critical eye.
At first glance, Xiao Wang's curved eyebrows and bright eyes actually revealed a fresh and refined elegance. Especially at her neckline, the charming curves that were slightly revealed were like 2 mountains towering into the clouds. Not only did the scale seem to be more spectacular than Lin Menjing's, but the color also appeared whiter and more delicate. Maybe it was because Xiao Wang's bangs were too long and almost covered her eyes. In addition, the women's suit trousers and long-sleeved shirt she was wearing looked quite old-fashioned and conservative in style, and the colors were too dark and monotonous. The overall feeling given by this outfit is that it is too dull and rustic, so much so that it completely conceals her original good looks.
Seeing Jiang Xing's lustful eyes wandering over Wang Yanran's upper and lower breasts, Lin Mening became jealous and twisted Jiang Xing's arm coquettishly, reminding him not to peek.
Jiang Xing smiled and looked away, then put his arms around her slender waist and whispered in her ear.
If you don't let me see her, then I'll have to deal with you tonight.
Ding, Lin Mening's favorability +2.
Current favorability, 82 hot love stage. Return to the sales hall.
The employees of Jinqiu Wanli, who received the news that the building was for sale, lined up neatly to welcome Jiang Xing's arrival. These people were all very humble, with their backs bent and their faces full of respect. A bald, greasy-faced middle-aged man suddenly emerged from the crowd. He just said it in a flattering manner with a smile on his face.
Mr. Jiang, my name is Song Rong, and I'm the manager here. You can just call me Xiao Song.
Mr. Jiang is really as promising and handsome as the rumors say. Jiang Xing felt nothing but disgust for those people who disappeared before something happened but rushed out to show their presence afterwards. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
Ding, trigger a random task, rebuke Song Rong's snobbish behavior.
Mission reward, 30 million Chinese yuan.
Wow, whatever you think comes true.
Jiang Xing looked at Song Rong coldly and questioned him with his voice raised octaves.
You are the one who usually instigates your employees to treat customers with snobbish eyes, right? Song Rong was startled by Jiang Xing's sudden questioning and waved his hands in panic. Oh my! Master Jiang, you really misunderstood.
However, Jiang Xing was not moved at all and snorted coldly. If Miss Wang hadn't been here today, I wouldn't have bought this house. Just like that, Jiang Xing pointed at Song Rong's nose and scolded him for more than a minute. It didn't stop until the system prompt sounded that the reward had arrived. Then, he turned around and left without looking back to go through the procedures for buying a house. Song Rong was left standing there alone, his face turning extremely ugly. He didn't expect Jiang Xing to be so disrespectful, but due to the other party's status, he couldn't get angry and could only endure the scolding.
All formalities completed. Dusk enveloped the earth. Wang Yanran stood there, staring at Jiang Xing affectionately hugging Lin Mening as they walked away.
His eyes were full of envy, but more of it was unspeakable melancholy. She also wanted to be hugged by Jiang Xing like this. On the way, Lin Mening suggested eating at the super popular seafood hotpot restaurant nearby, and Jiang Xing agreed without hesitation. After parking the car, Jiang Xing asked Liao Lei to tell him his bank account number.
The next second, 1,000 yuan was deposited into his account. Come out with me tonight and I'll give you double your salary. Ask the finance department to reimburse all necessary expenses. This money will be considered as my additional subsidy to you. I'm going to have dinner with Miss Lin now. I'll call you after dinner. Liao Lei thanked him repeatedly with a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. You and Miss can enjoy your meal. We will be waiting downstairs. Call me if you need anything. There were quite a few people sitting in the lobby. Jiang Xing asked for a quiet box and asked Lin Mening to order the other dishes and tea.
Before long, various exquisite dishes were served on the table. The boiling soup in the hot pot exudes an enticing aroma, and the steaming mist rises up, reflecting the bright yellow light above into a hazy and dreamy light and shadow.
Wow, it's so rich.
Lin Mening cheered excitedly and couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks to devour the food. They had been out walking all day, and Lin Mening's stomach was already growling with hunger. She quickly picked up a round and plump fishball and put it into her mouth, but because she was too impatient, she was burned by the scalding hot fishball and her tongue stuck out. Jiang Xing, who was standing by, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw her cute look. Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry, no one will snatch it from you.
Chapter 8. You are so bad. The meal took about an hour.
When checking out, Lin Mening wanted to pay with her own money, but Jiang Xing flatly refused. It doesn't make sense for a girl to pay when dining with boys, and besides, she has enough money. When he got out, Liao Lei had already turned on the air conditioner in the car. Two young men from the security team were standing at the front and rear of the car, ready to welcome Jiang Xing into the car at any time. This high-end car pickup instantly attracted countless eyes, and all the passers-by envied the heroine Lin Mening. Lin Mening got into the car with a slightly red face, and the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous.
Old Liao, go back to Zhongxia.
Liao Lei didn't pause at all, he turned the steering wheel and drove straight to the hotel.
Aren't you going to ask me if I want to go back with you?
Lin Mening held Jiang Xing's hand, her voice sweet and soft. I have to catch the high-speed train to Shanghai tomorrow morning, so don't be too busy tonight. Jiang Xing kissed her forehead.
It's okay.
The hotel has a chartered car.
If you can't catch the high-speed train, I'll ask Lao Liao to take you to the Magic City.
After arriving at the hotel, Jiang Xing, who was walking in front, said to the waiter at the front desk, "Open the presidential suite for me for 15 days, and the money spent will be deducted from my equity dividend."
Director Jiang, Mr. Li just issued a notice that your hotel expenses will be free from now on.
The clerk at the front desk took the ID card handed over by Jiang Xing with a smile, and saw Lin Mening behind him, instantly feeling envious and jealous. I didn't expect that in just half a day, this little girl hooked up with Director Jiang. The few waiters who were assisting with the process were also feeling very disappointed. A tall, rich and handsome man like Jiang Xiao was the object of their inner fantasies. Half an hour ago, they asked Liao Lei and learned that young Master Jiang was going back to the hotel to spend the night, so they put on beautiful makeup and changed their flesh-colored stockings to black ones, just to win young Master Jiang's favor.
Unfortunately, Lin Mening got there first.
After getting the room card, the exclusive butler for the presidential suite was already in place.
He was a capable old man in a black and white suit. His temples were slightly gray, and he looked to be in his 60s, but his back was as straight as that of a young man, and his hair, beard, and clothes were immaculately groomed. "Hello, Mr. Jiang.
I am the exclusive butler of your presidential suite and the butler consultant of Zhongxia Hotel.
My last name is Zhang and you can call me Lao Zhang. If you have any questions during your stay, you can come to me. My butler team and I will serve you 24 hours a day.
I hope you will be satisfied with your stay. Now I will lead you and the lady upstairs."
Jiang Xing nodded and took Lin Mening's hand. During this time, the butler was responsible for pressing the elevator button and opening the door.
When they arrived at the room, Lao Zhang briefly introduced the room, left his exclusive service number for the butler, then bowed tactfully, closed the door and left, leaving Jiang Xing and the other person their private space.
The entire presidential suite is very large, with an area of 350 square meters.
It is designed with a chess room, a multiplayer esports room, an oxygen book bar, a spacious bathing and sauna room.
Outside the three-dimensional glass window is the brightly lit Wulin city.
Jiang Xing had no mood to appreciate such a beautiful scene full of urban luxury. His eyes fell on Lin Mening's pretty body. In this quiet world of solitude, her charm is unmatched.
Lin Mening didn't dare to look Jiang Xing in the eye. She walked to the window and wanted to draw down the curtains. The next second, Jiang Xing pounced on her like a hungry wolf and hugged her tightly. "Be gentler, you're holding me too tight."
Before she could finish her words, Jiang Xing sealed her cherry lips with his. For a moment, it seemed as if the whole world had stopped turning, leaving only the sound of each other's rapid breathing and frantic heartbeats intertwined. The two of them just leaned against each other quietly by the window, as if time had stood still. An unknown amount of time had passed before Lin Mening finally couldn't help gasping for breath due to lack of oxygen. She lowered her head shyly, her cheeks as red as the sunset. After calming her breathing a little, Lin Mening gently raised her hand and punched Jiang Xing on the broad and solid chest, while complaining coquettishly.
"Oh my, you are so mean. How can you be so overbearing right from the start without even giving me any time to prepare?"
As she spoke, she pouted her lips slightly, but her eyes were full of tenderness and affection.
Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a wicked smile. "Who made you so charming?" "I couldn't help it." He leaned forward again to continue.
Lin Mening covered Jiang Xing's impatient mouth with her hand.
"Brother, wait for me, I'm going to take a shower," she begged. Jiang Xing agreed.
Lying on the large leather sofa in the living room, listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Jiang Xing was so restless that he wanted to rush in right now.
But men need to be patient. Since you have promised her, you should stick to it.
Suddenly, Jiang Xing remembered that he still had a lottery ticket that he hadn't used yet, so he quickly called the system to start the lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Island Country Emotional Action Movie Experience Card. This experience card summarizes the action skills and experience summaries of various in-depth exchanges and discussions among male and female stars from the island country. After using this card, you can understand various bedroom action skills from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. The host can use the mental cursor to select himself or anyone in front of him to use the card. The card is colorless and invisible in reality, and the object will not have any adverse reactions after using it. Oh my god, this is so awesome. Jiang Xing was tempted to use it immediately, but then he thought, what would it be like if this card was used on Lin Mening? If she used it, wouldn't I be instantly delighted? After drying her hair, Lin Mening walked into the living room wrapped in a bath towel. Her fair and smooth skin gleamed with a soft luster under the light. She looked around but couldn't find Jiang Xing. "Miss, who are you looking for?" Jiang Xing suddenly appeared behind Lin Mening, scaring her. "The towel on my body almost fell apart. Damn it, you almost scared the hell out of me." Lin Mening was still in shock. What she didn't know was that Jiang Xing had just chosen her to use the Island Country Emotional Action Experience card. Suddenly, a series of blushing and embarrassing action scenes flashed before Lin Mening's eyes as if a movie was being played. The images were so clear and vivid, as if they were actually happening right in front of her. Almost at the same time, various emotional action techniques and experience summaries of bedroom wrestling techniques poured into her brain like snowflakes. "Senior, please go take a shower. I feel a little dizzy." Lin Mening covered her burning cheeks tightly with both hands and fled to the bedroom quickly. Jiang Xing originally had no patience to take a bath, but he was also shocked when he saw Lin Mening like this. "What's wrong with the system? Didn't you say there would be no other adverse reactions?" Ding, reporting that the host will indeed have no adverse reactions when using this card. However, considering that the host used the experience card on Miss Lin, it is most likely Miss Lin's own fault, and the system will not give too much explanation for this. "Your own reasons?" Jiang Xing was having a headache, but he was too lazy to think about it. "Take a shower first and calm down." Chapter 9: Effects of Experience Cards. After taking a shower, Jiang Xing wrapped his lower body with a towel to cover it. He just walked into the living room with such arrogance. But I saw Lin Mening leaning on the sofa, her legs crossed, her eyes seductive. At some point, she put on the Chong salmon white silk stockings that she wore when she played the pipa for Jiang Xing at noon, and her little leather shoes on the tiptoes gently tapped Jiang Xing. This posture. This action. The temptation is overwhelming. How do you wear that suit? Jiang Xing walked to Lin Mening, held her ankle with his right hand, and his eyes uncontrollably moved towards the mysterious triangle area. "Don't you like this dress of senior brother very much?" In fact, Lin Mening herself was also very puzzled. She suddenly understood everything about that aspect and knew that Jiang Xing would definitely like it if she wore this outfit to exercise. "I do." Jiang Xing stood up suddenly, his action showing full of dominance and decisiveness. He held Lin Mening's delicate body, which was as soft as cotton, firmly and walked towards the big round bed in the bedroom with big strides. At the same time, he decisively gave the order to the intelligence system in the room to rest. As the command sounded, the heavy curtains closed silently, leaving only silence and darkness. In the early morning, the golden sunlight shone obliquely onto Jiang Xing's face through the narrow gap of the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows, making him feel itchy in his drowsiness. Subconsciously, Jiang Xing wanted to turn around. However, the moment he raised his hand, his palm landed squarely on a very elastic spot. It turned out to be Lin Mening's towering mountain. Jiang Xing opened his eyes slightly, and what came into view was Lin Mening's peaceful sleeping face. At this moment, her breathing was steady and long, and she was obviously still immersed in a sweet dream. Recalling the passionate battle last night, Jiang Xing couldn't help but feel a little amazed. The two of them competed with each other and wrestled fiercely until late at night. From the comfortable big bed to the bright window, to the soft sofa and the small bathroom, every corner was left with traces of their sweat and joy. What surprised Jiang Xing even more was that the petite Lin Mening could actually burst out such tremendous energy, making this passionate lovemaking so enjoyable. At this time, it was 8:20, and there was still an hour and a half before the high-speed train that Lin Mening was taking departed. Knowing that there was still plenty of time, Jiang Xing was not in a hurry to wake up Lin Mening, who was still sleeping. He first finished washing up leisurely, then picked up his mobile phone and dialed the number of Butler Zhang, asking for breakfast to be delivered. Received. A Zhuo car will be coming up in 15 minutes. Please wait patiently, Mr. Jiang. Butler Zhang on the other end of the phone remained respectful as always. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xing caught a glimpse of a new friend request in his WeChat notification bar. It was from Wang Yanran. Without much hesitation, Jiang Xing nodded in agreement. After 2 or 3 seconds, the other party seemed to have been unable to contain his anxiety and sent a series of messages impatiently. Mr. Jiang, our cleaners have started cleaning your new home. When will you come to pick up the room key? Jiang Xing replied that he would come to pick it up today. At this moment, a pair of hands hugged him from behind. Jiang Xing felt the softness on his back and turned around to hug Lin Mening in his arms. When I woke up you were gone, I thought you were gone.
Jiang Xing saw Lin Mening with sleepy eyes. She looked a little silly, but also very cute and charming. He couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Sleep a little longer, breakfast will be served soon. After a night of passion, Lin Mening found herself a little dependent on Jiang Xing, and as soon as she woke up she just wanted to stick to him.
Now that you are my boyfriend, will you look for another woman in the future?
She raised her little face and looked at Jiang Xing seriously.
Possessiveness is a normal emotion between lovers.
Although Lin Mening had done enough psychological preparation before, she still couldn't avoid raising this issue.
What do you think? Jiang Xing smiled and didn't answer. I have finally been reborn and I don't want to be bound by worldly rules and regulations. And if I don't date the goddess, how can the system be upgraded and how can I get rewards? I think so, and you'll find a lot more.
Lin Mening bit her lip, looking a little lost.
But, I did that last night, you have to give me a better reputation.
Jiang Xing looked at her, his voice magnetic and gentle.
That's for sure. Ying, you are my second girlfriend. I can give you any car and money you want. I have enough money to cure your aunt's illness. But the premise of all this is that you can clearly distinguish the boundaries between love and life. I am indeed very fickle, but there is always a piece of my heart that belongs to you. If you can't accept my life, I can give you some money and a house to keep you well fed for half your life. Let's part ways in peace. Lin Mening was overwhelmed with emotion and hugged Jiang Xing's neck. Don't talk nonsense. I understand you. We want to be together forever and never separate. Okay, we'll never be apart. Jiang Xing said in an extremely gentle voice while gently patting Lin Mening's delicate back. Just then, a clear and pleasant doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. It was Butler Zhang, slowly approaching with an exquisite dining cart.
Jiang Xing quickly signaled Lin Mening to put on her clothes first, and then went to prepare to open the door to greet them. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had not yet claimed the mysterious reward given by the system last night. So he hurried back to the bedroom and quickly gave the order to collect the reward. System to receive rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 80 million Chinese yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of super rich points. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of Taihan Plaza.
Taihan Plaza is located in the core area of Wulin City and is a well-known high-end office building.
It is closely adjacent to many main roads in the city center, and is surrounded by not only subway lines but also many high-quality schools and parks. Its total construction area is approximately 190,000 square meters, of which the underground garage occupies 2 floors, and the 2 towering office buildings have a total construction area of approximately 118,000 square meters. Building A, with a total height of 86 meters, brings together well-known companies from all walks of life in Wulin City and focuses on high-end business. Although the total floor height of Building B is slightly lower at 67 meters, its functions are very diverse. The first 4 floors are designed as a large shopping mall. Starting from the 5th floor, there are various restaurants, luxury hotels, private clubs, cinemas, training schools, and other business formats. The total assets of such a comprehensive commercial plaza have reached an astonishing 5 billion. Ding, the reward has arrived, please check it. On the table next to it, which was originally empty, a thick stack of documents suddenly appeared. Jiang Xing walked forward, picked up the top one and opened it to take a look. It turned out to be the equity transfer document of Taihan Plaza. Below are various procedural certificates, and his name is neatly signed on each document. Fuck, system, I love you so much. Jiang Xing was so excited that he wanted to kiss the system a few times. A cold prompt sound from the system came into my mind. Please remain dignified, host, and don't forget that you already have a girlfriend. Chapter 10 Taihan Plaza. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly, interrupting Jiang Xing's thoughts. He took out his cell phone and saw a completely unfamiliar phone number on the screen. After pressing the answer button, a flattering middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the general manager of Taihan Plaza. My last name is Guo Mingcheng. You can just call me Ah Chang. After learning that you bought our Taihan Plaza with full capital, all of our employees here have been looking forward to seeing you. The middle-aged man's tone was extremely flattering, and Jiang Xing felt a little embarrassed. But if you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to understand. After all, for someone as young as him to be able to fully acquire such a large-scale commercial plaza, everyone would treat him with respect. After calming down a little, Jiang Xing responded to the other end of the phone.
I'll go over there this afternoon and call you then.
Jiang Xing casually said a few words and hung up the phone. He looked up and saw Lin Mening pushing the door open with breakfast in her hands. In the morning light, the girl was wearing his white shirt, the hem of which just covered her thighs, and her long legs were dazzling.
Senior, come and have breakfast. Butler Zhang brought a lot of delicious food.
As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the stack of documents on the table with her sharp eyes. She came closer with curiosity on her face and asked, blinking her big watery eyes.
What is this?
Facing Lin Menjing's questioning, Jiang Xing pretended to be calm and made up an excuse.
Oh, this. I just bought Taihong Plaza 2 days ago. These are the relevant procedures and documents they sent over.
Hearing these extremely precise words, Lin Mening couldn't help but widen her eyes filled with surprise and admiration.
Wow, brother, you are awesome. You can actually buy the entire Taihong Plaza.
As she said that, she threw herself into Jiang Xing's arms like a happy little bird and kissed him hard on the cheek.
Then, Lin Mening broke free from Jiang Xing's arms and blinked expectantly. Then next time I go to Taihong Plaza to buy new clothes, can you give me a discount?
Jiang Xing looked at her with a face full of doting.
How can I just give you a discount? Why not just give it away for free?
After saying that, he returned a kiss, and the two of them stayed in love for a long time. After breakfast, Jiang Xing asked Liao Lei to drive them to the high-speed rail. Along the way, Liao Lei held the steering wheel steadily with both hands and stared intently at the road conditions ahead. Every gear shift, acceleration and deceleration seemed so natural and smooth, without any delay. Although this Volkswagen car used for business receptions is a bit old, Liao Lei controls it with great efficiency. Jiang Xing was curious about why Liao Lei had such skilled driving skills.
Lao Liao, you drive really fast and steadily. Did you specialize in this before? When he heard the question, Liao Lei answered while driving seriously.
Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I was a car soldier in the army for 6 years. I came to work in Zhongsha after I was discharged.
A hint of admiration flashed in Jiang Xing's eyes. Not bad, not bad.
So you're a retired soldier.
How about this?
From today on, you'll be my full-time driver and security guard. I'll give you an annual salary of 500,000 yuan.
How about that? Liao Lei was delighted when he heard this and responded quickly. Thank you, Master Jiang, for your appreciation. It is my honor to work with you.
The car stopped at the high-speed rail station. Before leaving, Jiang Xing held Lin Menjing's hand tightly.
Menjing, tell me your bank card number.
Lin Mening was slightly stunned, but still obediently gave out the card number. Soon, a full 1 million was transferred to Lin Menjing's account.
He patted Lin Menjing's shoulder gently and gave her gentle instructions.
After arriving in Shanghai, don't let yourself down, and don't let your family down.
Don't worry about anything. Spend the money you need to spend, eat and drink well, and take good care of yourself and your family. I believe Auntie's illness will get better.
Lin Mening bit her lips tightly, trying hard to control her emotions. But her slightly trembling shoulders still betrayed her extreme reluctance at the moment.
Brother, I really can't bear to leave you. When I come back, I will move in with you right away. Jiang Xing smiled and said, it's not a life and death separation. We will meet again soon.
The car started and stopped in front of Taihong Plaza. Jiang Xing got out of the car and looked up at the magnificent square in front of him. His mood was as difficult to calm down as the surging waves. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the sunlight shines on the glass curtain walls, creating a dazzling glow.
It was almost noon and the place was bustling with people coming and going.
Jiang Xing took a deep breath, his heart filled with emotion.
This is a commercial plaza that belongs entirely to him. Every rent collected here will eventually flow into his pocket.
At this moment, a sharp and piercing sound suddenly came into Jiang Xing's ears.
Jiang Xing, why are you here?
Following the sound, I saw Huang Yunsha and Lu Chulang standing side by side. His originally calm face instantly frowned and he cursed in his heart.
What a narrow road for enemies.
I didn't expect this couple to end up here.
It's okay, I just came out for a stroll. Jiang Xing replied expressionlessly.
Hearing this, Huang Yunsha sneered contemptuously, her slender eyes narrowed into slits, and she did not hide the contempt in her eyes.
Shopping? Don't be ridiculous. Are you sure you're not here to apply for a security job to make a living during the summer vacation? That was in the past. Now I have parted ways with you. Why do you have to do this?
Although he was very angry, Jiang Xing still wanted to speak nicely.
Baby, this is your ex-boyfriend? Lu Chulang, with his shiny middle-parted hair, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and sneered contemptuously.
On his thin horse face, 2 long eyebrows were raised high, revealing an expression of extreme disdain in the same way.
Tisk, TSK, 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 I never thought you had such bad taste before. How on earth did you end up with a guy like that?
Lu Chulang shook his head and looked up and down at Jiang Xing in front of him with contempt. Hearing this, Huang Yunsha on the side immediately pouted.
Oh, Brother Chulang, that's because I haven't met a man as outstanding as you before.
Since I met you, I realized how blind I was in the past. After saying that, she immediately put on a flattering face and pretended to be close to Lu Chulang's broad chest.
Jiang Xing didn't want to endure the sarcasm and ridicule from these two dogs any longer. Just as I was about to introduce myself, I heard the system prompt sound.
Ding! The system detected that the host was provoked by the ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend, triggering the passive task, slap the couple in the face.
The system will provide the host with options for the next action.
Different choices will result in different rewards.
Choice 1, reveal yourself as the owner of Taihang Plaza and immediately slap the couple in the face.
Mission reward, 80 million Chinese currency. Choice 2, forbear for now, and slap those bastards hard in the face the next time you get the chance. The mission rewards available are, 1. The host's physique, appearance, and charm will be greatly improved.
2. 200 million Chinese currency can be obtained. Chapter 11, Liquidating the Worms. Jiang Xing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and chose the second option.
If you endure for a while, you will have peace. If you take a step back, you will have a broader horizon. What's more, taking a step back can bring you a huge sum of 200 million yuan and property improvements?
Whatever you think.
He glanced at Huang Yunsha indifferently, turned and walked towards the elevator in Building A. Liao Lei followed closely, his arms taut with muscles and veins bulging. Obviously he was trying hard to suppress his anger.
But unexpectedly, these two people also followed me into the elevator hall. Ha, Jiang Xing, you are lying. Who would go shopping and end up in someone else's office building? You are just here to apply for the security guard position.
Facing Huang Yunsha's sarcasm, Jiang Xing remained expressionless, as if the two people in front of him were just air.
Oh? He responded calmly.
Then he raised his head and looked at Huang Yunsha calmly.
Since you said I was here to apply for a security guard position, then may I ask what you are doing here?
When Huang Yunsha heard Jiang Xing bring up this topic, she became obviously excited and couldn't wait to show off.
That's because our brother Chu Lang's trading company is located right above. Jiang Xing, guess how strong Chu Lang's family is to be able to open a company in such a prime location like Taihang Plaza?
As Huang Yunsha spoke, she did not forget to cast a flattering look at Lu Chulang. However, after listening to this, Jiang Xing curled his lips and felt speechless.
Is it necessary to be so happy about just opening a company in an office building? It's really inexplicable. Lu Chulang's face darkened and he shouted, "What do you know? Look at how poor you are. Do you know how high the rent for this floor is? 700,000 a month. Can your family afford it?"
Then, his face was full of disdain again. Let me tell you again, my uncle is the deputy general manager of Taihang in charge of finance.
My family's company here can reduce the rent by 30% and the water and electricity costs by half. If other families want to reduce the rent, they have to kneel down and beg my uncle. What do you think? Are you scared? Ding. Second chance to slap someone in the face is triggered.
Must be completed within 2 hours.
Oh my god, is this the second chance to slap myself in the face? This happened too quickly. Wait, the money is being embezzled from me?
Jiang Xing was slightly startled, then he took out his cell phone and called Guo Chang. Hey, Guo Chang, call all the leaders over for a meeting immediately. I'll be downstairs. Also, arrest the deputy general manager in charge of finance and check the accounts he's in charge of.
I'm telling you clearly that there's a big problem with the rent account. If I get the evidence, I'm going to send him to the sewing machine. Do you understand?
Guo Chang on the other end of the phone heard Jiang Xing's extremely serious voice and realized that something was wrong.
Understood. I'll check it out right away and give you an answer right away, young Master Jiang.
Oh my, Jiang Xing is dressed up and knows how to cosplay.
Who are you trying to scare? Huang Yunsha laughed without taking it seriously. Jiang Xing was too lazy to pay attention to her. Once we check the accounts and get the evidence, you will cry.
He reached out and patted Liao Lei, who couldn't help but want to reveal his identity to Jiang Xing, signaling him not to get involved.
This time I will let Lu Chulang's father slap you in the face.
At this time, the elevator came and they went up at the same time. In the middle, Jiang Xing and Liao Lei are on the floor below the property office.
Yunsha and Lu Chulang obviously didn't take it seriously.
They really thought Jiang Xing was applying for a security guard position. In the conference room, all the senior executives of the property company were present. Jiang Xing was sitting in the main seat, not saying a word, looking at everyone with a cold face. He is so young yet has such intimidating power that all the senior executives dared not say a word.
In the office next door, dozens of accountants hired from outside the company were frantically checking the accounts.
After an unknown amount of time, General Manager Guo Chang stumbled into the conference room.
Mr. Jiang, you are right. Fang Yu is indeed not a clean man.
He secretly embezzled a lot of money from the company.
Now the evidence is irrefutable.
I have called the police. With a plop. A middle-aged bald man next to him knelt on the ground trembling with sweat pouring down.
Jiang. Young Master Jiang, I'm so sorry. Please be merciful and let me go.
I was blinded by shit and did such a dirty thing.
I have an 80-year-old mother and a sick son. Several people at home are waiting for me to support them.
His nose felt sore and he burst into tears in public. Jiang Xing looked coldly at Fang Yu, who was crying, and spoke slowly.
If apologies are useful, then what is the use of laws?
Manager Fang, you should just tell the police what you are saying.
Master Jiang, please don't.
Fang Yu twisted his body and crawled over. Guo Chang, who was quick-witted and agile, kicked him away, and people nearby immediately carried him out, leaving only his cries echoing in the corridor.
Manager Guo, how much money was stolen in total?
Jiang Xing's sharp eyes like an eagle shot straight at Guo Chang. A chill went up his spine and cold sweat broke out instantly.
Guo Chang answered tremblingly.
According to conservative estimates, about 8 million yuan in rent and utility bills have not been collected in the past 10 years.
Master Jiang, we are doing our best to check the accounts. The detailed audit report should be available this afternoon.
He was well aware of the private rent reduction, but for the sake of personal relationships, he turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it.
When Jiang Xing heard this number, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy.
MD, you stole so much money from me. As the saying goes, a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. Jiang Xing decided to take this opportunity to establish his authority and let these old foxes in the workplace know who is the boss. He snorted coldly, then raised his fist and slammed it hard on the table in front of him. There was a loud bang, and the whole room seemed to tremble slightly. A 1,000-mile dam can be breached by a single ant hole.
Taihang Plaza may appear prosperous and bustling on the surface, but as long as these greedy parasites exist, it will collapse sooner or later.
Guo Chang was so frightened by Jiang Xing's menacing words that he trembled all over and was secretly amazed in his heart. He never expected that the young Mr. Jiang in front of him would be so decisive, experienced, and ruthless in handling matters.
Master Jiang's teaching is absolutely correct. This matter is indeed my fault. I am willing to accept the punishment and ask for a deduction of 3 months' salary as punishment.
Guo Chang said with fear and trepidation.
Jiang Xing nodded with a little satisfaction, his eyes still sharp.
I know the social etiquette involved in rent collection, and I am well aware of it.
After all, some of you here may be related to the merchants there.
Jiang Xing said slowly, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness and emotion. However, he changed the subject. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. I want to ask you, what is the surname of Taihang Plaza today? At this point, Jiang Xing's voice suddenly rose 3 degrees, shocking everyone present. The senior executives present looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then shouted in unison.
Surname Jiang.
Jiang Xing showed a satisfied smile on his face and nodded slightly.
That's right. Since this Taihang Plaza belongs to me, I have the final say here. What I say goes.
Merchants can reduce rents and water and electricity charges, but the condition is that they must first report the facts to me and obtain my consent. Then, Jiang Xing glanced at everyone with a sharp gaze and added coldly. If anyone dares to secretly reduce the rent or water and electricity bills for those merchants behind my back, then Fang Yu's fate today will be that person's fate. This warning exploded in the conference room like a thunder.
For a moment, the whole room was silent. The senior executives were all silent, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 12, once again looked down upon by dog eyes. Guo Cheng cautiously glanced around with the corner of his eye and saw that no one reacted.
Then, he stood up first, clapped and praised loudly.
Master Jiang said it very well.
He is truly a role model for us. Following Guo Cheng's lead in applauding, other senior executives seemed to have just woken up from a dream and began to applaud vigorously. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the conference room. Jiang Xing gently pressed his hands down, signaling them to stop clapping. Manager Guo just said that the audit report will be ready this afternoon, so you guys go ahead and do your work.
I'll wait for your news.
It was already late, and Jiang Xing was hungry. After dinner, I'll come back to find these old hands. Guo Cheng and other senior executives did not dare to neglect him and accompanied him to the elevator before returning.
After leaving the building, Jiang Xing pulled Liao Lei up to Building B. After wandering around the 5th floor, I picked a famous beef buffet restaurant in Wulin City and walked in. The boss guarding the store door is Guo Cheng's friend of many years. Just this morning, he learned the breaking news that Taihong Plaza had changed its owner. The moment Jiang Xing stepped into the store, he felt that the man looked familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen him. He took out his cell phone and looked through the photos that Guo Cheng had sent him before. I was shocked when I saw that the young man in front of me was actually the new owner of Taihong Plaza. The boss was excited and immediately stepped forward to greet the guest personally with a big smile on his face. Not only did he waive the meal expenses for both of them with a wave of his hand, he even went into the kitchen himself, carefully selected the freshest and most tender Angus beef in the store, fried and grilled it to the best taste, and then personally served it to Jiang Xing and Liao Lei. Boss, is this how you always eat your beef? Jiang Xing asked curiously while eating.
He ate so much that his stomach was bloated, while Liao Lei, who was sitting next to him, ate so much that his mouth was full of oil.
Hearing Jiang Xing's question, the boss answered with a smile.
Our beef is high quality and expensive, so we have always been selling at a low profit margin. Jiang Xing stopped what he was doing, picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes.
Boss, do you know me? Why do I feel like you're always staring at us?
The boss smiled awkwardly.
Mr. Jiang, you are so kind to come. We will of course give you a good reception. If you feel uncomfortable, I will leave immediately.
Jiang Xing grabbed the boss. In front of him, I paid 10,000 yuan for the meal.
No matter what, I shouldn't eat for free. The extra money is my tip. Seeing Jiang Xing's serious look, the boss didn't dare to refuse, so he thanked him repeatedly. After leaving the restaurant, I guess the audit report hasn't come out yet.
Jiang Xing went to the British Gentleman Custom Suit Shop on the 3rd floor. The 3-piece suit on the model in the window had a matte sheen of high-quality fabric under the spotlight, and the price tag clearly read, 38,888. I touched the material on the plastic model and it was smooth and had a very textured feel. Jiang Xing was a little tempted and wanted to buy a suit to try.
Now that I have money, I should dress better.
They asked the store clerk to measure the size, but no one paid any attention to them. I called out again, but still no one responded.
Liao Lei couldn't help it. Damn it, our Master Jiang has called you twice, are you deaf or blind?
Behind the cashier, a middle-aged woman with curly hair said without even looking up, look for yourself, don't touch anything.
Liao Lei became anxious. Our young Master Jiang wants to buy a suit. What's your attitude? What's my attitude?
The middle-aged woman's name was Guoli, and she was Guo Cheng's cousin.
Relying on this relationship, she usually didn't treat anyone well in Taihong. Half of the business of the suit shop was brought in by my cousin Guo Cheng.
Therefore, when she encounters some customers she dislikes, she is not afraid to confront them.
For the two of you to dress like this, it would cost about 300 or 400 inside and out.
Our family makes custom-made suits, and the pants alone cost 3,000.
Can you afford it? Oh my god, another one who looks down on others.
You looked at me, Jiang Xing, like this 2 days ago.
I have nothing to say. How dare you do this now? I can only say that you have messed with the wrong person.
You have offended someone you can't afford to offend.
Hey, what's your attitude?
Let me tell you, our Master Jiang is. Jiang Xing held Liao Lei back and stopped him from continuing.
Call your boss. That's me. Just tell me what you want to say.
Guo Li's expression remained indifferent.
Very good.
Jiang Xing suppressed his inner anger and guessed that for a clothes seller to be so arrogant, there must be someone behind him.
So he asked, you do business like this, aren't you afraid that I will complain to you?
When Guoli heard the word complaint, she laughed for no apparent reason. Go and find out that Guo Chang, the general manager of Taihang Property, is my cousin.
Do you think it will be useful to complain to me?
I advise you to save yourself the trouble and leave as soon as possible, so that I won't scold you again.
Suddenly, the system prompt sounded.
Ding, a random task is triggered. The host lets Guo Chang slap the female store manager in person to complete the task.
Mission reward, get 30 points of super rich points. Guo Chang?
When Jiang Xing heard the name, he was so angry that he laughed.
Good boy, you fell into my hands twice today.
Although 10 points of super rich points may not sound as real as having no money, it is better to have it than nothing.
He opened his mouth and said coldly, Your cousin Guo Chang is just my subordinate, and I have already acquired Taihan Plaza in full.
With just one word from me, you and your suit shop can get out of here immediately.
Just you?
The middle-aged woman looked Jiang Xing up and down with suspicion, her eyes full of disdain and doubt.
Humph, you said you are the boss of Taihang Plaza? You are kidding me. If you are, I will go out and run naked right now. The woman's voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of the few remaining employees and customers in the store.
Yes, this is what you said, don't regret it. Guo Li's tone became increasingly impatient. So what if I said that? You two should get out of here as soon as possible, or I'll call security.
Jiang Xing was not angry at all about the woman's unreasonable provocation.
Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He took out his cell phone and, under everyone's suspicious gaze, dialed Guo Chang's number.
Chapter 13. Guo Chang was sweating profusely.
At this time, in the general manager's office,
Guo Chang looked at the audit report spread out on the table with a frown on his face.
The audit report has come out, and it is now clear which merchants owe how much money. However, when Guo Chang made several phone calls, the other parties all used the excuse that they knew a certain leader in Wulin City or that they had insufficient funds, and actually delayed paying back the money.
MD, this is clearly an attempt to shirk debt.
If Jiang Xing knew about this, he would be criticized for being incompetent and would be forced to pack up and leave. Just when I was getting extremely anxious, the cell phone rang.
It's so annoying. Who is calling again? Guo Chang, who was in an irritable mood, couldn't help but curse under his breath.
But when he caught a glimpse of the number on the caller ID, he jumped as if he had been electrocuted.
Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I have basically checked the accounts. I promise you that I will recover every penny of Tai Heng's money for you.
The face that was full of anger just now was instantly replaced with a flattering expression, and the tone of voice became extremely humble and polite.
Don't make any promises yet. Your cousin opened a suit store in Building B. Come over first.
I'll wait here. Guo Chang's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling.
What day is today? Why do I always have trouble with you?
Guo Chang wiped his face. Finally, I gritted my teeth and rushed to the scene.
Ah Chang, why are you here?
Guo Li was about to ask the security guard to kick them out when she was surprised to see Guo Chang appear. Guo Chang ignored her and turned to Jiang Xing, who was sitting beside him, and bowed respectfully. I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Jiang.
May I ask what you can do for me? Jiang Xing didn't even raise his head, concentrating on the game.
Your cousin made a bet with me that if I were the boss of Taihang she would run around naked. Now you go and supervise her running.
Ah?
Guo Chang was sweating profusely. His jaw almost dropped and he stood there for 2 full seconds. Guo Li was also frightened and her face turned as pale as paper in an instant. She really didn't expect that the young man in ordinary clothes in front of her was the owner of Taihang Plaza. Guo Li stretched out her slightly trembling hand and gently pulled the corner of Guo Chang's clothes. Her lips trembled and her voice was filled with fear and trembling.
Ah Chang, why didn't you tell me that Tai Heng's boss has been replaced?
What should I do? At this time, Guo Chengkai came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream, and roared in a low voice with an angry face.
Didn't I send you a message early in the morning? I also specifically told you to pay more attention, but what happened?
All you did was play with your broken phone all day.
Now look what you did. You've gotten yourself into big trouble.
Hearing this, Guo Li hurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag and quickly flipped through the chat history.
Sure enough, detailed information and clear photos of Jiang Xing were found in it.
She was filled with regret and kept muttering to herself.
Oh, Ah Chang, it's all my fault. I really didn't see the message at that time. Then what should we do now?
As she spoke, her voice gradually became tearful. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he obviously regretted his previous rude behavior.
So? Aren't you going to run?
Although Jiang Xing's reminder was slow, it was extremely oppressive. Guo Chang lowered his head with helplessness on his face. After thinking for 2 seconds, he finally made up his mind, raised his hand and slapped his cousin in front of him hard. All I heard was a crisp pop sound, accompanied by wailing.
A loud slap landed hard on Guo Li's face.
However, Guo Chang did not give up. He completely ignored the surprised looks of the people around him, and then he attacked the woman with both hands, and with 2 papa sounds, he hit her twice in rapid succession.
Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to Master Jiang and admit your mistake?
Guo Chang's eyes were wide open as he shouted at the woman who had been beaten into a daze. It seemed that he was really stunned by these sudden slaps. Guo Li's body shook and she collapsed to the ground. Just as her cousin Guo Chang had said, she kowtowed and kept muttering to herself.
I'm sorry, Master Jiang. It's all my fault. I kowtow to you.
Please forgive me. Her forehead began to turn dark blue and purple, and even slowly bled. But even so, she still didn't dare to stop. Guo Chang gritted his teeth and knelt down, begging in a pleading tone. Master Jiang, my cousin was indeed wrong this time, but she still has a husband and children. If she were to do something like running naked, her life would be over. I beg you to spare her this time. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of super rich points.
Jiang Xing finally spoke.
Tell her to stop knocking, don't let anyone get killed. Guo Chang hurriedly pulled up his cousin who was about to faint, and helped her to the corner nearby, letting her lean against it to rest.
Let's just leave it at that. Manager Guo, you said the accounts have been reviewed. I'll go back and take a look.
Jiang Xing stood up, patted his butt and walked out. Guo Chang told the clerk to take good care of his cousin, and then followed Jiang Xing back to the property office. After reading the audit report, Jiang Xing's originally relaxed brows instantly frowned tightly, and he stared at the shocking number on the report. The total shortfall of rent, water and electricity is as high as 8.3167 million. Since Fan Yu has always been in charge of the accounts, naturally the missing money is all related to him. After putting down the report, a system page suddenly popped up in front of me. Ding, reporting host passive task, enterprise problem management, has been triggered. Faced with part of the rent and utility bills being hacked, the host has the following options. Option 1, forgive the merchants involved, let bygones be bygones, and create an image of a magnanimous and generous person.
Rewards available: 1. 30 million Chinese currency, 2. System title, Honest Good Boss.
Option 2, take a tough stance against the merchants involved and force them to pay the shortfall within 3 days, otherwise the company's supplies will be auctioned off.
Rewards available: B-level double draw.
Jiang Xing was slightly startled. Although 8 million is a small amount of money for him who owns the system, he still feels a little uncomfortable after losing it for no reason. What's more important is that he held a meeting with senior property management executives in the morning and emphasized his absolute control over Taihong Plaza.
This is the critical moment to establish prestige.
If he fails to take a firm stance, all his words in the meeting room this morning will be in vain. Those cunning old hands in the property management company will certainly not be convinced by him wholeheartedly. Thinking of this, Jiang Xing gave the order without hesitation. Manager Guo, you must immediately collect all the evidence and hand it over to the police. Also, notify the merchants who have not paid their rent in full to come to the meeting room.
Chapter 14. You should ask your son this question. Taihong Plaza Property Conference Room.
A number of merchants gathered here. Some of them were standing, some were sitting, some were chatting and laughing, some were frowning, but most of them had calm expressions. Obviously, they didn't know that the property's deputy general manager Fan Yu had been taken away by the police. At this moment, a merchant with a panicked look on his face rushed into the conference room and shouted at everyone present. Oh no, I saw Mr. Fan was taken away by the police downstairs.
In an instant, the chattering sounds suddenly disappeared without a trace.
The entire conference room fell into deathly silence, as if time had stood still. A thin middle-aged man suddenly stood up and questioned loudly.
How is this possible? I ran into him in the elevator this morning. If they want to arrest someone, there will always be rumors. How can they just arrest him like that?
The man who was speaking was none other than Lu Chulong's father, Lu Shang. All along, he relied on his close relationship with his brother-in-law Fan Yu to not only waive a large amount of rent, water and electricity bills, but also acted as a middleman to help other merchants obtain various conveniences through his brother-in-law's relationship.
It's absolutely true.
I saw it with my own eyes. A large group of people from their property management company were standing downstairs at the time. The man who rushed in to report the news said anxiously,
"This is really strange.
Given Mr. Fong's status and connections, if there was any disturbance, he should have received the news and made preparations in advance.
How could this happen?"
Someone murmured to himself in confusion.
"Could it be that he betrayed all of us? I don't know who whispered this."
Bullshit. Why would he betray us for no reason?
"It's not like we haven't given him bribes before," another person retorted angrily.
For a moment, the conference room was in chaos, filled with all kinds of speculation and discussions.
The originally harmonious atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point.
Mr. Lu still had confidence in his brother-in-law and he encouraged everyone.
"Don't panic, everyone. As long as the 21 merchants present here are united, what does it matter if the police come? Everyone must trust me and Mr. Fong."
Having said this, Lu Sheng paused, glanced at the audience, and then raised his voice to add, what if the situation develops to an extremely unfavorable point? Lu, will never back down and will face it together with all of you. As long as you all grit your teeth and refuse to admit it, this matter will be over sooner or later." As soon as the words fell, a sparse response rang out in the conference room. Mr. Lu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to strike while the iron was hot to encourage everyone again when the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. I saw a young man with a tall figure, sharp eyes, and starry brows striding in. Behind him followed Guo Chang and several other leaders of the property company. This young man was Jiang Xing. He walked straight to the center of the front and stopped.
"Are you guys done yet?"
If it were any other day, a young boy who dared to talk to a group of business owners like this would simply be living a foolish life. But at this moment, they were all silent and no one dared to speak easily.
Guo Chang walked quickly to the side. "Let me introduce you to everyone.
This is Master Jiang.
He acquired all of Taihong Plaza this morning. From now on, Master Jiang will have the final say on all matters concerning Taihong Plaza."
Then he cleared his throat and his voice rose a few pitches. "At noon, we found out that the former Deputy General Manager Fong Yu secretly reduced the rent, utilities and electricity bills for you on behalf of the company. Now he has been taken away and all the evidence has been handed over to the police.
We asked you to come here today to discuss when the unpaid rent, utilities and electricity bills should be repaid."
After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Jiang Xing spoke first.
"Manager Guo, you are wrong. This is not a discussion, this is a notification. I have everyone's bills. I'll give you 3 days to pay. If you don't pay within 3 days, the company will lock the doors, auction off the supplies, and you can leave." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. A fat, bald man stood up from his seat with an angry face, stretched out a thick finger and pointed it straight at Jiang Xing's nose, roaring in frustration. "What right do you have to do this? You should go to Fong Yu to find out about this matter.
He also took money from us." Facing the accusations from the bald fat man, Jiang Xing just snorted coldly with a look of disdain.
"I'll make the decision based on the current Taihong.
To tell you the truth, I have ordered the security guards to seal off your company.
Employees inside are only allowed to leave, not to go in.
If you are not satisfied, you can find a lawyer to sue me at any time." Having said that, Jiang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at everyone present.
"There is one more thing I need to make clear to you.
In Wulin City, I own 2 wholly owned companies, the Zhongxia Century Hotel and the Taihong Plaza. Even if all of you here add up your wealth, you still can't compete with me. I have plenty of time and money to slowly tangle with you.
As for the final decision, it's up to you."
After hearing these words, the bald fat man who was so aggressive just now instantly became like a deflated ball, and his whole body wilted. He slowly lowered his head and sat back in his chair listlessly, no longer having the arrogance and domineering attitude he had before. Guo Chang quickly stepped out and laughed it off, hoping to save some face for both parties. As he spoke, he sent out the merchants' IOUs. All the merchants suddenly became scared and obediently notified their financial departments to repay the money. They are businessmen and they simply don't have the money or energy to waste time with Jiang Xing. Even if they file a lawsuit, they will most likely lose. If you lose the case, you will have to bear the other party's lawyer fees, which is really not worth it. People in the conference room gradually dispersed, and Jiang Xing stopped Lu Sheng, who was about to leave.
You are Lu Shang, and Lu Chulang is your son, right?
Lu Shang's heart sank suddenly, and he vaguely felt that something bad was going to happen. But he tried to remain calm, put on a forced smile, and answered in a relaxed manner.
Mr. Jiang is right. I am Lu Shang. Lu Chulang is my son. What's wrong? However, his slightly trembling voice betrayed his true emotions.
Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a fake smile, and said coldly, "You must pay the money you owe today, no negotiation." Hearing this, Lu Shang's eyes widened immediately, his face full of astonishment and confusion, and he raised his voice to ask back.
Master Jiang, are you kidding me? Why am I the only one who returns today?
At this moment, he felt as if he was being treated unfairly, and a feeling of being targeted came over him. Jiang Xing sneered and looked at Lu Shang with sharp eyes.
You should ask your son this question. Chapter 15 B-Level Double Draw. Brother Chulang, what does uncle want us to do? Huang Yunsha asked curiously, holding Lu Chulang's hand.
In the morning, she met Mr. Lu, who had a good impression of her. They had originally agreed to go shopping together in the afternoon, but unexpectedly Mr. Lu called and asked them to go to the property meeting room immediately. As for the specific reason, he gritted his teeth and refused to reveal even a little bit.
Who knows? Lu Chulang responded casually with an indifferent look on his face.
When the two finally arrived at the meeting room, Huang Yunsha was surprised to find that Jiang Xing was also here, and she suddenly felt inexplicably unhappy.
It's really weird, why do I keep running into him today? If we meet, we meet. What are you afraid of? He's just a lousy security guard. At best, he's just a watchdog of Taihong Plaza.
The corners of Lu Chulang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a malicious smile. After saying that, he swaggered towards Jiang Xing and was about to mock him. However, when his eyes inadvertently swept to his father Lu Shang standing beside him, that arrogant and domineering attitude disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by a well-behaved and honest look.
Dad, why did you ask Yunsha and I to come here? Lu Chulang came forward and asked cautiously.
At this moment, Lu Shang's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were as sharp as knives, making people dare not look directly at him. Even the tone of his voice exuded a chilling seriousness.
Let me ask you, do you recognize this young Master Jiang? Lu Chulang didn't notice anything unusual at all. He glanced at Jiang Xing with an extremely contemptuous look and said nonchalantly. Isn't he just a stinky security guard?
Yunsha used to date him, but they broke up a long time ago. At this moment, Lu Shang suddenly became like a lit barrel of explosives, his eyes widened with anger and veins bulging on his forehead. He suddenly stretched out his strong and powerful right hand, as if to slap Lu Chulang hard. However, just as the palm was about to fall on Lu Chulang's face, Lu Shang still hesitated and ultimately couldn't do it. Lu Chulang was obviously frightened by his father's sudden rage. His eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment.
Dad, what's wrong with you? Why do you call him young Master Jiang?
I clearly saw him come to our place this morning to apply for the security guard position. Hearing his son's words, Lu was so angry that he trembled all over and shouted loudly.
Shut up!
You debt collector, all you do is make trouble for me all day long. As he said that, Lu Shang kicked Lu Chulang. In fact, Lu Shang didn't originally want to use violence against his own son. But unfortunately, Jiang Xing was standing aside and watching coldly. If he didn't say anything, it would be difficult to end the situation.
All I heard was a scream of ouch. Although Lu Shang specifically aimed at the position and controlled the strength. However, the defenseless Lu Chulang could not withstand such an impact.
He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground.
Brother Chulang, are you okay? Huang Yunsha walked up with heartache and helped Lu Chulang up. Seeing Huang Yunsha, Lu Shang became even angrier.
Due to his relationship with her, he was too embarrassed to take action and could only point at her nose and curse. You slut, this is the cause of everything. Don't even think about marrying into our Lu family. Stay away from Chulang in the future, or I will be rude. Huang Yunsha, who thought she was innocent, felt a lump in her throat after being scolded. She felt aggrieved and her nose was sore.
Are you sick? First you kicked your son and then you scolded me. What's wrong with you today? I'm sick? Lu Shang was still angry. You cheated on me behind Master John's back and led my Chulang astray, and you still have the nerve to blame me? If it weren't for you, Chulang wouldn't have offended Master Jiang. Huang Yunsha suddenly realized that everything was related to Jiang Xing. Full of doubts, she couldn't help but speak. Mr. Jiang? That poor fellow Jiang Xing, why do you call him that?
Seeing this, Guo Chang, who was standing nearby, hurried forward to provide additional explanations. Young Master Jiang has already paid the full amount to buy our Taihong Plaza this morning. From now on, he is the sole owner here. Hearing this, Wang Yunsha felt her head buzzing.
What? Jiang Xing actually acquired Taihong in full? This is simply unbelievable.
She murmured to herself in disbelief, staring intently at Guo Chang in front of her, as if trying to find any trace of a joke on his face. However, Guo Chang had a serious look on his face, without any intention of joking at all.
Lu Chulang was also stunned.
They looked at each other, all of them disbelieving. However, the facts before them did not allow them to have any doubts.
Hey! What are you still standing there for, you little brat? Hurry up and apologize to Master Jiang. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you up.
Lu Sheng took a step forward aggressively and shouted at Lu Chulang. Lu Chulang, who was frightened, suddenly came to his senses, but he still stiffened his neck, looking as if he would rather die than surrender. With his arrogant character, it would be harder than climbing to heaven for him to bow his head and admit his mistakes to someone he has always looked down upon. Jiang Xing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke.
Mr. Lu, your son's condition makes it very difficult for me to handle.
I want to give you 2 days grace period, but your son won't cooperate.
You rebellious son, you are really going to kill me.
Seeing that the situation was about to become a stalemate, Lu Sheng no longer cared about family ties and dignity. He pushed Huang Yunsha away with red eyes and grabbed Lu Chulang by the collar, shaking him up and down.
Hurry up and apologize to Master Jiang. Do you still want pocket money in the future? Did you know that our family is almost finished?
At this time, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Xing's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the "Slap the Bastards" mission. 200 million Chinese yuan have been deposited into the host's bank account, and the host's physique, appearance, and charm are improving. I just felt my whole body go numb, and the improved data appeared in front of me.
Host, Jiang Xing. Age, 23. Height, 178 centimeters. System level, 1. Appearance, 93. Constitution, 85. Charm, 95. God of Wealth Points, 20. Net worth level, 6 billion.
Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, Enterprise Problem Management.
Please use the B-level double draw in time. System, draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Bugatti Veyron. The host can receive it after selecting the configuration.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the prank prop card, Curse of the Quick Shooter. The host needs to select an object with his mind within the field of vision to use it. Then, the system interface in front of him popped up an explanation of the prank prop card. Quickshooter's Curse, use this prank card to greatly shrink the selected target's little brother, reducing the battle time to 1/10 of the original. Note for use, the validity period of this curse card is limited to 10 times, which means that the little brother will return to normal only after being selected 10 times.
Wow, this card is so damaged.
Jiang Xing accepted it excitedly, and had an idea of who he would use it for. At this time, Lu Chulang was tormented by Lu Shang and finally gave in. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang.
I was wrong. I was a bad mouth. I won't dare to do it again next time. What are you talking about? I can't hear you. I said I was wrong, Master Jiang, I was just a bad mouth, I'm sorry. Lu Chulang was almost crying, his face full of regret.
Finally, Jiang Xing accepted the apology. When Lu Chulang stood up, he used the Curse of the Quickshooter on him.
Lu Chulang shuddered all over, but he didn't notice any changes in himself. Chapter 16 Bugatti Veyron. Brother Chulang. Get out of here, you bitch.
If it weren't for you, how could our Lu family have offended young Master Jiang? Lu Shang pushed Huang Yunsha away roughly.
Although Lu Chulang didn't say anything, his eyes were extremely cold and scary.
At this moment, Huang Yunsha was extremely embarrassed. She knew that her relationship with Lu Chulang was completely over.
Mr. Lu, I'm not a petty person.
I can forget about what happened between you and your son today, but Xiao Taiheng's money must be paid in full within 3 days. Jiang Xing said this expressionlessly, his words revealing an unquestionable determination.
Thank you for your generosity, young Master Jiang.
I will pay you back within 3 days.
I won't bother you anymore.
Mr. Liu thanked the man repeatedly as if he had been pardoned, then hurriedly pulled up his beloved son and fled the scene. Only Huang Yunsha was left standing there in a daze. Jiang Xing's words kept echoing in my mind. Jiang Xing is actually the owner of Taihong Plaza. Could it be that he had been hiding his identity before? Is going out to work just to hone yourself? In fact, Jiang Xing came from a wealthy and aristocratic family and had billions of funds, so buying real estate was like a piece of cake for him. Huang Yunsha, who had already hit rock bottom, still retained a glimmer of hope in her heart. After all, we have been talking for so long, so I will give you my first time. As long as you are shameless, you can always save some relationship. Jiang Xing, I was really wrong. It was Lu Chulang who shamelessly begged me to be with him that made me break up with you. He knows gangsters. If I don't stay with him, he will find a group of gangsters to come to my house in the middle of the night and beat up my parents. I have no choice but to do it. She spoke with tears in her voice, and Jiang Xing thought they were crocodile tears. With the super-rich system in hand, the world is mine. If I come back to you, a cheating slut, I must be sick. Guo Chang, who had been observing quietly at the side, roughly guessed what Jiang Xing was thinking. He signaled with his eyes to the two men at the door. When they saw Guo Chang secretly pointing at Huang Yunsha, they immediately understood what he meant. One of them quickly turned around and ran to the monitoring room to check the surveillance. The other person stepped forward without hesitation, grabbed Huang Yunsha's arm, and forcibly dragged her out the door. Let me go. Do you know who I am to Jiang Xing? I still have something to say to him. In an instant, the conference room became quiet. Jiang Xing patted Guo Chang on the shoulder. Mr. Gui is able to sit in this position today, so he must have some ability. Your salary for the next 3 months will be paid as usual. I will consider it as making up for your mistakes. Guo Chang hurriedly thanked Jiang Xing profusely. It is my honor to work for Mr. Jiang. Finally, all the work was done. At this moment, the only important thing is to choose the configuration for your beloved Bugatti Veyron. The system starts matching. With a slight ding sound, a clear and detailed Bugatti Veyron basic configuration selection table instantly appeared in front of him. The common configurations in this table are actually provided free of charge, but if you want to upgrade certain parts, you will need to pay additional fees. Is it equipped with a 10.0-liter 18-cylinder 4-turbocharged engine? Jiang Xing chose yes without hesitation. As for whether to use an entire carbon fiber body, he also made a positive decision without any hesitation. Carbon fiber material can not only significantly reduce the weight of the vehicle body, but also improve the overall strength and handling performance of the vehicle. Then there are the options for wheels, calipers, and other parts. Jiang Xing also checked yes all the way, striving to make every detail of this super sports car perfect. In this way, he carefully selected various advanced configurations one by one. Before I knew it, I had pulled the entire configuration list to the top. Finally, when he selected the classic black and red color scheme, the system popped up the final additional price. A full 27 million renminbi. However, for Jiang Xing, the expense was totally worth it. After all, owning a perfect Bugatti Veyron is the dream of countless people. As he confirmed the order, another crisp prompt sound rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for submitting successfully. Your Bugatti Veyron is now parked at number 56, Area A, parking lot on the first underground floor of Taihong Plaza. The license plate and vehicle ownership certificate have been processed properly, and the relevant materials and procedures have been placed on the right driver's seat. Please check them in time. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Xing subconsciously reached into his pocket and found an exquisite car key inside. Arrive at the underground parking lot. Among all the cars, the black and red Bugatti Veyron is extremely dazzling, and its exterior design perfectly combines elegance, power, and speed. The unique, smooth, and dynamic body lines, the low-lying body shape, and the adjustable rear wing all make people's blood boil. Jiang Xing couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a classic supercar. Then he happily sat in the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and couldn't wait to go for a ride. Lightly step on the accelerator, the engine roars instantly, and the unique sound waves of top supercars are like a passionate symphony, resounding throughout the entire parking lot. The push on his back brought by the powerful force made Jiang Xing's heart beat faster, as if he was about to fly. However, how can such a cool luxury car be without a beautiful woman? Driving a luxury car with the left hand and touching beautiful legs with the right hand. Life is perfect. Thinking of this, Jiang Xing's mouth curled up slightly.
He opened WeChat, found Wang Yanran's name, and sent a message without hesitation. Are you free after get off work? I'll treat you to dinner.
On the other side, Wang Yanran was lying on the bed, browsing her phone, feeling extremely bored. Suddenly, a message popped up at the top of the screen. She looked carefully and found that it was an invitation from Jiang Xing. Suddenly, she was so excited that she almost jumped out of the bed, and her fingers were typing quickly.
I am free right now. My manager gave me a day off. Can I come out now? Almost an instant reply. Jiang Xing, okay, send me your location and I'll drive to pick you up. After receiving the location, Jiang Xing drove out of the parking lot. Try to accelerate, and the car will rush out like an arrow. In 5 seconds, the car speed soared from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. The pushing feeling brought by the powerful force that burst out in an instant was completely beyond Jiang Xing's expectations, and he almost ran out of the lane. When other vehicles on the surrounding road saw that it was a Bugatti Veyron, they subconsciously avoided it. After all, for a top luxury supercar like this, even if it is just slightly scratched, the repair cost may be as high as an ordinary person's 10 years' salary. Jiang Xing was enjoying the thrill brought by speed and passion, driving on the road at lightning speed. Chapter 17. Determine the target and take it tonight. The car stopped at the gate of an old residential area, and Jiang Xing waved to Wang Yanran, who was looking around. Miss Wang, this way. Hearing the shouting, Wang Yanran looked in the direction of the voice. I saw an extremely cool supercar, and the person sitting in the driver's seat was Jiang Xing. Wow! Mr. Jiang, your car is so cool. Today, Wang Yanran is wearing a cream yellow floral dress. The thin skirt sways gently in the breeze, making her look as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. Her slender legs were wrapped in a thin layer of flesh-colored silk, and the black flat shoes on her feet were simple yet fashionable. She looked elegant, playful, and cute. Look at that delicate and small face again, her fair skin is as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade. Under the 2 curved dark eyebrows are a pair of watery almond eyes, as bright and charming as the twinkling stars in the night sky. The light pink makeup carefully applied at the corners of her eyes just accentuates her gentle and graceful beauty. Compared with yesterday, Wang Yanran's image and temperament have greatly improved today. She walked quickly to the front of the car, reached out and carefully opened the door, then sat lightly in the passenger seat. As soon as I sat down, my eyes were attracted by the luxurious decoration inside the car. Carbon fiber material is used in a large area in the car, which not only has a full texture, but also is full of a sense of technology. Some corners are even coated with bright silver chrome, reflecting dazzling light under the sunlight. Wang Yanran couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What's the name of Mr. John's car? I've never seen one before. It must be very expensive, right? The basic model of the Bugatti Veyron, including the added features, is probably around 50 million. It's not very expensive for me, just a small amount of money. Oh my god, is this what a human being would say? 50 million is a small amount of money. Wang Yanran was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Wow, it's so expensive. Maybe your uncle or aunt bought it for you. No, I bought it myself. It's more convenient and fun for young people to buy a car to drive themselves. Is this the world of the super rich? Life is so simple and plain. Look at Jiang Xing again, he is wearing the white short-sleeved shirt that was given free of charge in the hotel room, and inconspicuous brown shorts. Full of contrast. Does it mean that in the realm of the super rich, what you wear doesn't matter? Return to Tai Hong Plaza. Before the car came to a complete stop, a security guard on patrol walked up quickly. Sir, I'm sorry. According to the management regulations of Tai Hong Plaza, you cannot park at this location. The car door slowly opened and a figure stepped out of the car. Jiang. Young Master Jiang. Why are you here? When the security guard saw Jiang Xing, his face changed instantly and he screamed in panic. Jiang Xing didn't care about the security guard's misconduct. Instead, he walked slowly to the other side of the car and gently opened the door. Come on, be careful. Wang Yanran was flattered. She took his hand and walked out of the car slowly. Ding, Wang Yanran's favorability towards the host +1. I'm bringing my friend in to play for a while. Should it be okay to park the car here temporarily? Jiang Xing asked with a smile on his face and in a casual tone. It's okay, it's okay. Master Jiang, you're joking. How could your parked car be damaged? The security guard quickly replied with a smile,
and at the same time quickly stepped aside to make a passage for Jiang Xing and Wang Yanran. Jiang Xing said solemnly, "Then please keep an eye on the car for me.
If there are any scratches, I will come to you. I will complete the task.
With me here, I guarantee that not even a fly can get close to your car, Mr. Jiang." The security guard immediately straightened his back and saluted. Wang Yanran lowered her voice and said, "Young Master Jiang, why do I feel like they are all afraid of you?" Jiang Xing smiled slightly when he heard that.
I just bought Taihong Plaza this morning. Can you guess why?
When Wang Yanran heard this, her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief.
This is Taihong Plaza. It has top-notch high-end business office buildings and a comprehensive commercial shopping center that are among the best in the entire Wulin city.
Who could have thought that such a grand place could be easily taken into Jiang Xing's possession? She was secretly amazed in her heart, and felt that Jiang Xing's background and financial resources were as mysterious as the deep sea, making it difficult to understand. Climbing up Building B, Wang Yanran saw employees from every store gathered at the door and gave her a kind smile.
After a series of events that happened in the morning, all the merchants in Taihong Plaza knew Jiang Xing's identity.
Naturally, no one dared to neglect it.
Wang Yanran asked curiously, "Mr. Jiang, where are we going?"
Jiang Xing smiled mysteriously.
"You'll know in a moment."
After getting on the elevator and passing several turns, the two arrived at the top 1 private image customization club in Wulin City Maya Customization Service Center.
This club has been very popular in Wulin City and even in the entire Zhejiang province for nearly 5 years.
The main feature is high-end private customization service, where designers customize the design based on the different body features and unique temperament and style of each customer. We will tailor a unique beauty correction plan for you and provide matching clothing suggestions.
Its technical level and service attitude are excellent in the industry. The biggest disadvantage is that it is expensive.
Before I walked in, I saw a group of employees from the Maya Customization Service Center greeting me at the door.
"Welcome Mr. Jiang to visit us. All the employees of our store would like to welcome Mr. Jiang." The leader was a middle-aged fat woman.
Although she is fat, she has an excellent image and temperament, and the clothes she wears fit her body well.
"Mr. Jiang, I'm the person in charge of Maya. My name is Zhao Jing. I see you brought a friend with you. Do you want to experience it in our store? This is Miss Wang, Sister Zhao. Please do whatever you think is appropriate." Jiang Xing explained.
After understanding that she was here to consume, Zhao Jing heaved a sigh of relief and arranged for Wang Yanran to work with the store's most skilled stylist. The designer looked at Wang Yanran and thought for a few seconds before starting to work. "Do your hair, get a facial, get a massage." When everything was over, Wang Yanran slowly stood up.
She looked completely new at this moment.
The newly cut French hair bangs perfectly modify her face shape, and the slightly curly hair casually scattered on both sides of her cheeks, adding a bit of playfulness and cuteness. Her face is neat and radiant, her body is relaxed and stretched, and her overall image and temperament are no less than that of a young star. This made Jiang Xing's eyes widen.
"Mr. Jiang, what do you think?" Wang Yanran asked Jiang Xing a little nervously. Jiang Xing calmed himself down and stared at Wang Yanran's pretty face. "You are very beautiful now, completely different from yesterday. I like it very much. As long as young Master Jiang likes it, it means Yanran's trip was worth it."
Wang Yanran pretended to be calm on the surface, but her heart was already filled with joy, and her affection for Jiang Xing increased rapidly. Ding, Wang Yanran's favorability towards the host increases by +1. Ding, Wang Yanran's favorability towards the host increases by +1.
Jiang Xing was secretly surprised. "Oh my god, it's so easy to gain favor. If we don't get this done tonight, it's a waste of time." Chapter 18, Kato's Teacher's Blessing. "Ms. Wang, how about we try on some clothes?
We have cooperation with Taihong's women's clothing store, and the designer will pick out the most suitable combination for you.
How about we try it on first?"
As soon as Zhao Jing finished speaking, she saw 7 or 8 mobile hangers full of clothes being slowly pushed in by the store clerk. Wang Yanran turned her head and glanced at Jiang Xing beside her, seeking his advice. Seeing him smile and nod in agreement, I picked out several styles that I liked and walked into the fitting room. Not long after, when he walked out again, Jiang Xing's eyes lit up again. She was wearing a white Korean-style casual sleeveless shirt and a gray hip-hugging miniskirt. The overall shape is elegant and generous, while also revealing a hint of pure desire. Especially the unique waist design, which perfectly outlines her S-shaped figure. Her long and beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings were crossed in front of her body, making her look not only graceful but also full of endless temptation.
Jiang Xing instantly felt that way.
Yanran, if you wear this back to the company, all the female employees will be outshined by you.
Zhao Jing next to him also echoed. Ms. Wang, you look like a fairy. This dress suits you so well.
Hearing this, a shy blush unique to girls suddenly appeared on Wang Yanran's pretty little face, making her as lovable as a ripe apple. She scolded softly.
Oh, Master Jiang, you are exaggerating a bit.
After a pause, she continued.
But I think the clothing styles here are a bit weird. Why are there so many uniforms?
As she spoke, she reached out and picked out a handful of unopened socks from the clothes hanger cart next to her. Among them are polka dot black stockings, Balenciaga leather socks, JK mid-tube socks, suspender stockings.
And there are so many stockings. I'd never seen so many stockings sold in a women's clothing store.
What Wang Yanran didn't know was that these were all Jiang Xing's intentions.
Aren't these good?
Jiang Xing stared into her eyes and said seriously.
In my eyes, the uniform really suits you. Wang Yanran was stunned at first, then asked back uncertainly. Really?
After seeing Jiang Xing nod firmly, she couldn't help feeling sweet in her heart and murmured softly.
Well, since young Master John likes it, then that's good. Pay the bill.
Wearing this OL uniform, Jiang Xing took her to the Givenchy store next door to continue shopping.
Wang Yanran was born in the countryside, and her family's economic conditions were not very good since she was a child.
Despite graduating from university, I still knew very little about fields such as beauty and luxury goods. And all this was exactly what Jiang Xing wanted. He knew very well that when a woman possessed a luxury item she had never seen before for the first time, the sense of surprise would be extremely strong, which would greatly increase his favorability in her mind.
The fact was just as he expected.
After a shopping spree on bags, skin care products, perfumes, and cosmetics, Wang Yanran's favorability towards Jiang Xing soared to 77 points. Master Jiang, you spent 750,000 yuan to buy these things for me.
Isn't that a bit bad? How about returning it? Don't say that.
Jiang Xing covered his mouth with his hands.
Don't talk to me about money. I'm not interested in money. 750,000 is just a drop in the bucket.
Money is a sinful thing, so I must spend it all, otherwise I will have nightmares and won't be able to sleep at night. These words were so coercive that Wang Yanran wanted to hit someone. But now she wants to thank her luck and thank her for meeting Jiang Xing.
Thinking of the past days, Wang Yanran felt a surge of sadness in her heart.
At this moment, this feeling became stronger and stronger, so much so that her nose couldn't help but feel sore, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. Jiang Xing, who was standing by, noticed something was wrong with Wang Yanran.
Yanran, what's wrong with you? Hearing Jiang Xing's question, Wang Yanran quickly cheered herself up and tried to force a smile. Nothing. However, her slightly trembling voice ruthlessly betrayed her pretended strong appearance. After a brief pause, Wang Yanran took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Mr. Jiang, it is a great blessing for me to meet you. I would never have imagined what I would be like today. As she spoke, her gaze fell gently on Jiang Xing, her eyes full of gratitude. Jiang Xing smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and gently hugged Wang Yanran's shoulders. You deserve this. There's no need for us to say this. At this time, Liao Lei arrived. Jiang Xing threw him the car keys and asked him to put everything he bought today in the car downstairs. He then took Wang Yanran to a nearby Western restaurant for dinner. After eating, Wang Yanran suggested taking a walk outside so that they could also take a look at the night view of the city. Jiang Xing was a little hesitant. It was rush hour after get-off work, and he was not yet able to fully control the Bugatti Veyron. If you fail to brake in time and something happens, it will be a headache. After getting in the car, Jiang Xing suddenly thought that he could give the Shanhao store a try. I tried typing driving skills in the search box, and sure enough, proficient driving skills popped up. Now he had a clear idea in mind. I spent 7 points to buy it. His body trembled, and dense data flooded into his brain. In milliseconds, Jiang Xing mastered the ultimate supercar driving skills. Yanran, fasten your seatbelts and get ready for takeoff. Jiang Xing started the car confidently, and with a low and powerful roar, the Bugatti Veyron rushed out like an arrow. The street lights on both sides of the street quickly retreated backwards, turning into blurry light and shadows. Although the car is fast, it is extremely stable. Wang Yanran didn't feel uncomfortable at all and screamed excitedly. Wow, that's fast. Jiang Xing opened his mouth to correct.
Yanran, don't say it's fast in front of boys, say it feels good.
Wang Yanran changed her words immediately without any hesitation.
Yeah, wow, it feels so good. In the night, the Bugatti Veyron flexibly shuttled through the traffic, turning into black and red lightning. Sometimes he accelerated to overtake, sometimes he turned sharply and drifted. Every move was clean and neat, attracting the attention of people in the surrounding vehicles.
Wang Yanran held the handrail tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement and surprise.
Master Jiang, your driving skills are amazing. Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth, enjoying the excitement of the moment and the pleasure of being with the beautiful woman.
Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding, Wang Yanran's favorability towards the host increases by 3, and now reaches 80.
Congratulations to the host for completing the system upgrade task.
You will automatically receive the system upgrade package.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 million Chinese currency. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of super rich points. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 2 Goddess exclusive triple transfer cashback cards limited to a limit of 3 million. Transfer cashback card instructions: as long as the host transfers money to a goddess with a beauty score of 85 or above, he can get a triple cashback, but there is a limit of 3 million, and no refund will be given if the amount exceeds 3 million. Ding, since the host completed the system upgrade task within 2 days, which exceeded the normal system plan expectations, you will receive an additional reward, Kato Teacher's Blessing. Reward description: Blessing of Teacher Kato. The host can obtain the Eagle Hand skill, inheriting the mantle of Teacher Kato Eagle, and the host's index and middle finger agility and muscle endurance increase by 30%, allowing the host to maintain high-speed movement for an hour without soreness during combat.
Chapter 19: Better with Clothes On.
The car stopped in front of Zhongxia Century Hotel.
This hotel is mine too, would you like to come in and take a look? Wang Yanran got out of the car without hesitation.
Help me park the car. Jiang Xing casually threw the car keys in his hand to the doorman who came to greet him. As she stepped into the hotel, Wang Yanran was instantly attracted by the unique and charming multi-layered luxury style of the hotel's interior. Like a child, she is curious about everything.
Wow, this hotel is so luxurious. I walked and stopped along the way and unknowingly arrived at the elevator entrance. Wang Yanran stopped hesitantly. Mr. Jiang, it's getting late. I think it's time for me to go back.
However, before she finished her words, Jiang Xing grabbed Wang Yanran's slender wrist and held it tightly, refusing to let go.
There's no one in my room.
This sudden and confusing sentence made Wang Yanran feel a little confused and totally at a loss for a moment. It took about 2 seconds before I understood what Jiang Xing meant. My heart was beating so violently, as if it would burst out of my chest at any second, and I looked around nervously. Fortunately, no one else around noticed her embarrassment at the moment.
Mr. Jiang, there's really no need to trouble you.
I can take a taxi home by myself.
Wang Yanran lowered her head and clutched the corner of her clothes tightly.
Although her heart was in a mess, she still tried to remain calm on the surface.
Don't you understand what I mean?
Jiang Xing's voice was as calm as water, but it carried an unquestionable certainty. His deep eyes stared straight at Wang Yanran, as if he wanted to see through her innermost thoughts.
Don't go back tonight, just stay here.
She bit her lips subconsciously, and her rosy face turned pale. Faced with such a direct invitation, I don't know how to respond. He neither nodded in agreement nor said he would refuse to go back.
Just then, the elevator door slowly opened. Jiang Xing took Wang Yanran's hand without hesitation and walked into the elevator. During the whole process, Wang Yanran did not resist at all. The elevator rose steadily and rapidly.
Wang Yanran raised her head with a slight tremor. Through the transparent glass curtain wall, she saw the neon lights of the city outside flashing in the dark night. It echoes the distant starry sky above our heads, forming a magnificent and dreamy picture. At this moment, Wang Yanran was immersed in the charming scene before her, temporarily forgetting the entanglement and uneasiness in her heart. However, as the elevator continued to rise and was about to reach its destination, her heart was in suspense again.
Push open the door of the room and walk into the main hall.
The cleaning lady cleaned the place during the day and there were no signs of last night's fight. At this moment, Jiang Xing finally let go of Wang Yanran's hand, and the two looked at each other. The room was silent, as if time had stopped.
Master Jiang, I want to know what our relationship is now. Wang Yanran asked timidly. You'll know in a moment.
Jiang Xing took off his clothes slowly.
1, 2, 3. Until naked.
The next second, he hugged Wang Yanran, who dared not look at him, found her lips and began to suck. His tongue began to move, and he forcefully pried open the girl's teeth. At the same time, his hands were moving around dishonestly. Wang Yanran, who was kissed to the point of suffocation, let go of her mouth and couldn't help but hum softly.
This gave Jiang Xing's hands more opportunities to explore. Gradually, Wang Yanran felt the excitement welling up and began to actively respond.
He reached out to undress, but was stopped by Jiang Xing.
It's better to be dressed.
Jiang Xing picked up Wang Yanran in a domineering manner, and at the same time ordered the room's intelligence system to turn off the lights and rest. Holding her, he walked step by step towards the big round bed in the bedroom.
An hour later, Jiang Xing came out of the room.
The battle just now was so passionate that he was sweating all over. After taking a shower, Jiang Xing looked at the time and saw that it was only 10 o'clock, so he opened Douyin and started watching short videos. As I was swiping, a dance live broadcast room appeared.
The female anchor in the video was wearing a Chinese dance costume.
She had just finished dancing blue and white porcelain and stopped to interact with Douyin users in the live broadcast room.
Jiang Xing looked familiar.
Suddenly, I remembered that this was the female anchor Xiao Taohua that I would follow in the future. If I remember correctly, she just started broadcasting today, so there were only about 50 people in the live broadcast room.
Hello, brothers in the live broadcast room. I am the new dance anchor Xiao Taohua.
If you think Xiao Taohua danced well, please move your fingers to help Xiao Taohua follow and join my fan group. At this time, Xiao Taohua's forehead was already covered with shiny beads of sweat, and her tender voice was trembling slightly because of dancing, and there was even a little panting. The way she works so hard and seriously really makes people feel pity for her. Jiang Xing followed the post without hesitation and recharged 100,000 yuan to the Douyin account.
Next, there is a carnival. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room was illuminated by colorful carnival special effects. Seeing this sudden surprise, Xiao Taohua's originally tired eyes instantly brightened up and she shouted loudly with excitement. Wow! Thank you, brother Jiang Xianyizhou, for the super luxurious carnival. Thank you so much. Brother is really generous. I wonder what kind of dance brother would like to see next.
For Xiao Taohua, who was new to the live broadcast industry, she didn't expect to meet such a generous rich man on the first day of broadcasting.
She couldn't help but secretly sigh that her luck was simply amazing.
At the same time, Xiao Taohua also secretly made up her mind to do everything she could and use all her talents to keep the sponsor firmly in her live broadcast room.
Chapter 20 Dance Anchor Xiao Taohua.
The boss of Jiang Xingye is awesome.
Oh my god, Big Brother is here. This is only the first day of Little Peach Blossom's broadcast, and it looks like it's going to take off soon. Please, boss of Jiang Xingye, please let Xiao Taohua do the train dance. I really want to see that kind of contrasting dance.
At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was rolling rapidly like the tide. In the blink of an eye, the number of online viewers soared to a full 100 people.
Jiang Xing, just dance the dance you are good at. If I am satisfied, I will give you a carnival. After reading the message, Xiao Taohua responded shyly.
Wow, I didn't expect that brother Jiang Xingye is not only generous, but also a caring and warm-hearted man.
Xiao Taohua will definitely do her best to ensure that you are satisfied. After saying that, Xiao Taohua sweetly made a lovely heart-shaped gesture towards the camera.
Then she turned around lightly, picked up the dance fan props placed beside her, and ordered an ancient-style song. As the gentle and pleasant melody slowly flowed out, the little peach blossoms began to dance. Her graceful figure was spinning and jumping nimbly in the center of the picture like a beautiful butterfly, and her beautiful eyes were always moving and looking around following the dance of the fan in her hand. Especially in some unintentional moments, she would just straighten her chest and lift her hips to the right degree, showing off her flawless and charming figure. Jiang Xing has always had only a little appreciation for the art of dance. Now, the more I read on, the more excited I become. At this time, a blue exclamation mark is jumping in the upper right corner of the field of vision. It looks like a new mission has arrived.
Ding!
The system detected that the host and the female anchor had good interactive communication, and successfully triggered the passive task, Network Godly Rich Loves to Reward. Task description: the system will recharge the host's Douyin account with 100 million Douyin coins at one time. From now on, within 1 hour, as long as the host sends gifts to the Douyin female anchor, the amount spent will be doubled and returned to your own bank account. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Xing was stunned at first, and then he showed a look of ecstasy.
I can get double the cash back for my reward? Doesn't this mission seem to be tailor-made for me? Take off, take off. Little Peach Blossom's dance is not over yet. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was once again filled with dazzling carnival special effects. Jiang Xin Yizhou, give a tip to the anchor Xiao Tao Hua Carnival X1. Jiang Xin Yizhou, rewarded the anchor Xiao Tao Hua Carnival 3. Jiang Xin Yizhou, give a tip to the anchor Xiao Tao Hua Carnival 200. This carnival reward show lasted for 5 minutes. Of course, 5 minutes is not Jiang Xing's limit, but he is afraid that Xiao Taohua will be too excited and faint. After recovering from her shock, Xiao Taohua blew kisses to the screen coquettishly and spoke in a sweet voice. Oh my, thank you, brother Jiang Xin Yezhou, thank you. Xiao Taohua really loves you so much. It is said that she has been watching other people's live broadcasts for a year. During this period, I have seen many sponsors generously donate money and give gifts to the anchors. But such a grand scene as today's has never been seen before. Before the dance was over, the carnivals were given away without mercy, and there were as many as 200 of them. You know, one carnival bullet is worth 3,000 yuan, and 200 bullets would be a full 600,000 yuan. According to the rule of splitting the profits with the platform in half, the company can earn 300,000 yuan before tax. This was only the first day of broadcasting, and it earned nearly 300,000 yuan in revenue in just one night. It was really beyond imagination. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly like a volcanic eruption. Fuck, how many carnivals are there? The boss of Jiang Xin Yizhou is using his ultimate skill as a basic attack. Brother Yezhou, I am actually quite good at dancing. I can dance any type of dance. Please have mercy on me, please. Xiao Taohua is really lucky today. In just a few minutes, she will become a wealthy woman. Jiang Xin Yezhou is so powerful. Words like these emerged one after another, pushing the atmosphere of the entire live broadcast room to a climax. What everyone didn't know was that 1.2 million Chinese yuan had already arrived in Jiang Xing's bank account. Tonight's battle has just begun. However, I can't spend money mindlessly. The prerequisite is that the goddess must be above 85 points in appearance to be worthy of my reward. Jiang Xing turned on the goddess scanning system. Xiao Taohua's personal information instantly jumped into my eyes. Name, Yao Yujie, Little Peach Blossom. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Overall score of upper body, 87. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 90. Charm, 93. Favorability towards the host, 59. Number of romances, 2. Number of developments, 7. Xiao Taohua's panel stats are quite impressive. The system upgrade task has not been released yet, and it is likely that you will need to fall in love with a girl with a beauty score of 85 or above. In this way, Xiao Taohua can be given priority. At this moment, the Douyin message interface suddenly flashed. It turned out that Xiao Taohua had sent a private message with her mobile phone number and WeChat number. Generally speaking, when faced with a generous sponsor like Jiang Xing, female anchors will often take the initiative to send private messages to add him as a friend. As for what kind of story will happen after adding friends, that depends on one's own opinion. Brother Jiang Xin Yezhou, are you here? What kind of dance do you want to see Xiao Taohua perform? No matter what dance it is, Xiao Taohua will do her best to dance for you. In the live broadcast room, Xiao Taohua asked several times in succession, but still failed to get any response from Jiang Xing. Just when she thought Jiang Xin Yezhou might have logged off and left. Suddenly, a special effect that could only be obtained by giving extremely large rewards flashed on the screen. A line of words appeared in the live broadcast room chat box. No need to dance, take a break and go to the microphone for PK. Xiao Taohua covered her mouth and tried hard to control her excitement. Holy shit, who is this, the top brother on the immortal list? He spent 600 million to reward himself, didn't ask for anything excessive, and was so considerate. I'm going to cry. Xiao Taohua started the PK live broadcast with a little nervousness and anticipation. Suddenly, a young lady appeared. She looked older than Xiao Taohua. After going through special effects such as face slimming, skin smoothing, and leg lengthening, it was difficult to accurately judge her real appearance. The young lady's online name is Lulu Loves Milk Tea. She has 70,000 fans and can be considered a small internet celebrity. Xiao Taohua was the first to speak generously. Sister, I'm a dance anchor. Are you interested in playing a PK? Lulu loves milk tea and can't help but smile. PK, that's fine, but you only have about 700 fans. Are you sure you have enough confidence to compete with me?
After saying this, a barely perceptible hint of pride flashed across his face.
However, Xiao Taohua secretly laughed in her heart. After all, with the support of the wealthy brother Jiang Xin Yazhou, what does it matter if he has 0 fans? Chapter 21 Carnival is calculated in hundreds. Xiao Taohua nodded in response without hesitation. Of course I'm confident.
Since we've decided to have a PK, let's first discuss the punishment for losing the game.
Lulu loves milk tea and thinks about it for a moment.
How about this, whoever loses will do 50 squats.
You said you're a dance host, so you must have good stamina.
After she finished speaking, she seemed very confident, as if she had already determined the outcome of the contest.
Xiao Taohua raised the corners of her mouth slightly and answered readily. Okay, that's settled, let's get started now.
When the PK started, Jiang Xing was not in a hurry to give gifts, but curiously opened the goddess scanning system to see the appearance of the female anchor on the opposite side.
You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Name, Wan Huihui. Age, 40. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 69. Overall score of upper body, 78. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 71. Charm, 76. Number of romances, 5. Development times, 58.
What the hell, a middle-aged laid-off woman comes to Douyin to find a job.
Do the number 1 and number 2 on the opposite list know about this situation? Damn it, he even gave her this name. Lulu loves to drink milk tea. Pretending to be a OTS? It's a total scam.
At this moment, Lulu's PK score for loving milk tea has reached 1387 points, while Xiao Taohua, in contrast, has only a pitiful 132 points. The fighting friends in Xiao Taohua's live broadcast room seemed to be a little afraid of snatching away the opportunity to show off from the rich man Jiang Xinyezu, so they only gave a few insignificant little gifts here and there.
More people chose to remain on the sidelines, quietly watching what Jiang Xinyezu would do next.
Seeing the gap between herself and her opponent getting bigger and bigger, Xiao Taohua was almost going crazy. She had no idea what was going on. Why didn't Jiang Xinyezu's brother react at all? Before the live broadcast, she anxiously called out Jiang Xinyezu's name again and again, hoping that a hero would come to save her. Is brother Yezhou here? Please help Xiao Taohua. I don't want to lose in my first PK, woohoo, please help the kid. Jiang Xing smiled slightly in front of the phone, and swiped 100 carnivals backhand to kill the game. Xiao Taohua shouted excitedly. Thank you brother Jiang Xinyezu for the 100 carnivals, brother is awesome. I love you so much. Ding, Xiao Taohua's favorability towards the host increases by +8. Oh my god, boss Yezhou is making another move, 300,000 for 100 carnivals. Yezhou has already spent 900,000 tonight, awesome. I am shocked. Jiang Xinyezu is so scary. He can easily win 100 carnivals. Lulu was also shocked because she loves milk tea, and then she followed the barrage to lick it. Brother Jiang Xinyezu on the opposite side is so awesome. Woo, I'm going to do some squats, I hope brother can have some pity on me. Hearing her delicate and artificial voice, Jiang Xing almost vomited his dinner. Brother, your sister. Damn, why are you, a 40-year-old aunt, pretending to be a pure girl? However, considering that it is indeed difficult for middle-aged aunts to find jobs nowadays, Jiang Xing did not expose her. After the first group of PK, Jiang Xing asked Xiao Taohua to find someone else to PK. I played 7 or 8 groups in a row. Every time when the PK started, Jiang Xing would brush the carnival in units of hundreds and win the game every time. After brushing for a while, Jiang Xing's eyelids finally couldn't hold up anymore. After sending this message, I logged off and fell into a deep sleep. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the golden sunlight fell on Jiang Xing like broken gold. He turned over lazily, and this movement almost made him fall off the soft and comfortable sofa. I slowly opened my eyes, and my sleepy eyes gradually adapted to the bright light. After his vision cleared, he was surprised to find that he was covered with a warm quilt. Master Jiang, you're awake. Wan Yanran, who had been sitting nearby, put down her phone when she heard the noise and walked towards Jiang Xing quickly with a concerned look on her face. Her eyes were full of worry and heartache as she spoke softly. You must have been busy with other important matters last night, right? Otherwise, why would you sleep on the sofa? I couldn't find you anywhere after I got up, and finally I found you lying here. I was worried that you would catch a cold, so I found a quilt to cover you. After hearing this, Jiang Xing gently rubbed his still hazy eyes, stretched his limbs comfortably, and yawned loudly. Then he sat up straight and answered slowly. Well, I did have some things to deal with last night, and I fell asleep on the sofa without realizing it. After saying that, he stretched his muscles a few more times, trying to completely dispel the remaining sleepiness. Wang Yanran smiled and continued speaking. This morning, a housekeeper named Zhang knocked on the door and told us that breakfast was ready. I saw you were sleeping soundly and didn't have the heart to wake you up. But it's time for you to fill your stomach, Mr. Jiang. Go eat something quickly. As she spoke, she walked to the sofa, picked up a few clean and tidy shirts placed there, folded them neatly and handed them to Jiang Xing. I told Butler Zhang that the clothes you usually wear are quite old, so I asked him to prepare a few more for you. You see, he brought several shirts. I touched them and the materials are all good. Young Master Jiang, you can try them. Jiang Xing was a little touched. From childhood to adulthood, Wang Yanran was one of the few people who cared about his daily life. Yanran, you are so nice. You even care about what I wear. Hee, it's because you tore the new clothes I bought yesterday that I just thought of this. As she spoke, Wang Yanran pretended to be angry and pointed at the pile of clothes on the ground in the corner. Jiang Xing touched his head embarrassedly. Hey, you can buy more if they're torn. You can choose as many sets as you want. By the way, tell me your bank card number. Wang Yanran stuck out her tongue mischievously. You want my bank account number? Is Mr. Jiang going to pay me my salary? After telling her the card number, Jiang Xing directly transferred 3 million to her. Ding, the Triple Goddess Transfer Cashback Card has taken effect. Congratulations to the host for winning 6 million Chinese yuan. Please check it carefully. The host still has one cashback card left. Please keep up the good work. Wow! Master Jiang, you transferred 3 million to me. I really love you. Wang Yanran rushed over and kissed Jiang Xing fiercely on the face. After washing up, I prepared to have breakfast. Jiang Xing was humming a little tune and turned the corner to see Wang Yanran putting on her shoes at the door and getting ready to go out. She said apologetically, Mr. Jiang, I forgot to tell you that my mother came to see me from Anhui province today. It's inconvenient for her to come all the way here, so I have to go back. Jiang Xing waved to Wang Yanran with great understanding. Oh, that's right. Just as Wang Yanran reached out to open the door and was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something important and turned around to speak to Jiang Xing, who was still sitting in the room. When you were still sleeping this morning, your phone started to ring like crazy. It seemed like a lot of messages were coming in. I was too embarrassed to check what the content was. Mr. Jiang, don't forget to check it out. Bye. After saying that, she winked at Jiang Xing playfully, then gently closed the door, leaving Jiang Xing still in a daze. Chapter 22 Secondary System Upgrade Task. Jiang Xing, who was still confused, scratched his head and picked up the phone on the sofa to unlock the screen. It was not a big deal to take a look at it, but wow, it turned out that Lin Mening sent him more than 20 unread messages on WeChat yesterday. Jiang Xing suddenly felt his head buzzing. In fact, he had already seen Lin Mening send him a message yesterday. But at that time, with the beautiful and charming Wang Yanran by his side, how could he have the time to care about news about other women? Now that there are so many unread messages in front of her, she knows without even looking that Lin Mening must be very angry. Clicked on the chat page with Lin Mening. As expected, what caught my eye were all messages sent by Lin Mening alone. Looking at the texts one after another, Jiang Xing couldn't help feeling a little guilty and uneasy, as if he could sense the other party's anxious mood of waiting for a reply. Lin Mening, senior brother, I'm in Shanghai. It's so hot here. Lin Mening, the hospital where my mother was staying was so big that it took me a long time to find her room. Lin Mening, thanks to my senioress 1 million, my mama's medical expenses were fully paid, and she was even transferred to the best ward. Lin Mening, senior, why didn't you reply to me? Are you busy? Lin Mening, it's been 8 hours. No matter how busy you are, you should have finished your work. Don't you want to pay attention to me? The more I read on, the more I could feel her sadness. Jiang Xing had been left out like this by Huang Yunsha before, and he knew how restless and anxious he felt during a long wait. It was really uncomfortable. I called back the WeChat number and it showed a busy tone. To ease the guilt and also to use the cashback card.
Jiang Xing transferred 3 million yuan into Lin Menjing's bank account as compensation for not replying to her messages.
At this time, Lin Mening called on WeChat.
As soon as I answered the phone, I heard her clear and excited voice. "Senior, you finally saw my WeChat message. You must have been very busy last night, right?"
"Hey, Senior, it seems you transferred another 3 million to me."
"Yes, last night I was talking about business. I was really busy. Sorry, I just saw your message now. Consider this 3 million as compensation." Jiang Xing didn't hear any blame in Lin Menjing's cheerful tone. "Lin Menjing, wow, senior brother, you are so generous, Moa. I love you."
While asking questions, Jiang Xing did not forget to use some unconventional tactics.
"By the way, how is Auntie doing now?
I heard that she has been transferred to the best ward."
"She should be getting better."
"And go to the bank with the money and transfer some cash. Give some red envelopes to the doctors and nurses in the ward.
This will make things easier later."
Lin Mening answered seriously, "My mother is much better now, but she still needs to rest in the hospital.
If she wants a complete cure, the doctors here recommend that my mother be transferred to Yanjing Union Hospital."
"Senior, I will definitely give her the red envelope you mentioned." Hearing that there was no problem, Jiang Xing breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lin Mening to follow the doctor's instructions and transfer to Union Hospital if necessary. He could also come to Yanjing to see her when he had time. After hearing these words, Lin Mening was naturally very happy.
She kissed him several times through the phone before ending the call.
After the call, Jiang Xing saw someone applying to add him as a WeChat friend. After clicking on it, I found out it was Huang Yunsha, and I couldn't help feeling disgusted.
This bitch blocked me a few days ago. Now that she can't be Lu's daughter-in-law, she comes back to me. She is so shameless.
Jiang Xing blocked her directly.
I opened Douyin and watched the battle last night.
Many people sent him private messages. There are also some female anchors with a large number of fans.
Some of them even sent Jiang Xing some embarrassing and sexy photos in order to attract his attention.
Some photos were even deleted by the community officials after they were successfully sent because they were too revealing. Jiang Xing didn't have the leisure to read them one by one.
Find the mobile phone number that Xiao Taohua sent the private message to, and search for the WeChat ID, which is also called Xiao Taohua.
After adding friends, Xiao Taohua was the first to send a message.
"Brother Jiang Xin Yezhou, I finally waited for you to add me.
You looked so handsome when you gave me a reward yesterday.
Does your family own a gold mine? You are so generous."
Jiang Xing wanted to tease her, so he made up a message and sent it to her. "My family doesn't run a gold mine, but a banknote printing factory." On the other side, Xiao Taohua saw the message and laughed out loud instantly.
"Brother Yezhou, although I am not well educated, you can't lie to me. How can an individual open a money printing factory? But brother rewarded me 30 million yesterday."
For a moment, I really thought that brother had a money printing machine at home. After reading it, Jiang Xing held his head inside.
It's only 30 million. His fighting power was a bit weak yesterday.
He must have been physically exhausted in the past 2 days. That's why he went to bed so early. "Brother, I will start the show at 6 o'clock tonight.
Will you come then?"
Xiao Taohua sent this message tentatively, thinking that such a rich brother must have some money in his pocket, and if he could make some more money, he would definitely be financially free. "Jiang Xing, of course I will come, but I want to see your sincerity." Then, he posted 3 dog head emoticons.
Sincerity? What sincerity? Xiao Taohua's brain was working rapidly.
Last night, this wealthy man gave her a reward of 30 million. With this money, she could support a group of college students or even a reinforced company.
Now you tell me that sincerity is important, then it must be that aspect.
Xiao Taohua thought she had guessed what Jiang Xing meant inside deeply. It turns out that men can't live without that thing.
Xiao Taohua, brother, tell me, do you want to see the top or the bottom? Jiang Xing's face was full of question marks. What do you mean by above and below? Are you speaking in jargon here? Type back to ask. I don't understand what you mean. Xiao Taohua frowned. She guessed that this internet tycoon was just pretending to be stupid.
He is definitely not satisfied with just looking at the photos above or below, and maybe hinting that he wants to watch the video. Biting her lip, Xiao Taohua was about to continue confirming.
After rereading the reply, I realized that I was overthinking it.
Her face turned red instantly, and she was so embarrassed that she quickly deleted the words.
Xiao Taohua, what this means is that I want to confirm with my brother. What is this sincerity?
Jiang Xing, you should post a selfie without any beauty filters.
I just want to see your real appearance. What are you thinking about? Xiao Taohua understood now.
I took more than 20 photos from various angles and it took me a while to pick out 3 to send over. Although Jiang Xing already knew Xiao Taohua's appearance data, he still felt excited when he saw her real-life photos.
Jiang Xing, not bad, just like during the live broadcast. See you tonight. Xiao Taohua, yes, brother, see you there.
Jiang Xing turned off his phone and thought about having breakfast. The system prompt above the field of vision suddenly jumped.
Ding, the secondary system upgrade task has been updated, please pay attention and check.
For the system upgrade task, My Love is Like Tide, the host needs to establish romantic relationships with 5 goddesses with a beauty score of 85 or above, and each goddess' favorability towards the host must not be less than 80 points. Current progress, 2-5. Please keep up the good work, host.
Note, the system detected that goddess Lin Mening had emotional fluctuations towards the host last night.
Although her favorability did not decrease, the system still reminds the host to attach importance to the romantic relationship with each goddess to avoid a decrease in favorability. If the goddess's favorability towards the host drops significantly within a short period of time, the system will impose punishment measures on the host. If the goddess favorability towards the host drops to 80 points required by the previous upgrade task, the host's previous corresponding system upgrade reward will be withdrawn.
Oh boy, there are punishment measures. But it doesn't matter.
Jiang Xing believes that with his strength and charm, this kind of thing will never happen.
Chapter 23. Sexy anchor Lu Xiaoting. In the subsequent conversation, Jiang Xing also learned that Xiao Taohua was a student majoring in preschool education at Wulin Normal University. Like him, I am currently a senior.
However, she went for an internship this summer, which was located in Fujian district, a bit far from the city. In today's environment, the salary for kindergarten teachers is pitifully low, barely enough to cover food and accommodation, let alone internship. That's why she tried to do live streaming to earn some extra money. Yesterday, Xiao Taohua did a live broadcast in the dormitory she shared with her classmates after get off work. I have been learning Chinese dance since I was a child, and I did not miss it when I was in school. Apart from this, she is not very good at other dances.
After the chat, Jiang Xing decided to be self-disciplined.
After all, there will be more and more times of wrestling with girls in the future.
If you don't exercise to keep fit, you'll make a fool of yourself when your legs become weak. He spent the entire day working out in the hotel's swimming pool and gym.
In the afternoon, Jiang Xing, who was sweating profusely in the gym, suddenly received a call from his mother Zhang Huihong.
Xiao Xing, what on earth are you busy doing in Wulin?
You haven't called home for such a long time.
Also, why did you transfer a full 200,000 yuan to your father yesterday? Where did this money come from? You'd better not do anything stupid.
The nervous and puzzled voice of the mother came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Xing understood as soon as he heard it. His mother must be worried that the money came from an unknown source.
But he was prepared and quickly made up a seemingly reasonable excuse. Mom, don't worry. I recently started a business with a friend and made a little money. I just wanted to honor my parents, so I transferred the money to you first. Don't worry, the money is absolutely clean. Jiang Xing's parents are in the paint wholesale business.
In addition to selling paint, they also take odd jobs such as painting and carpentry. The market environment has been very bad in recent years, and my family hasn't made much money in a year. Jiang Xing thought of giving the couple 200,000 yuan to help subsidize the family. If the paint shop really didn't have much business, he could also let his parents retire early. In short, he is not short of money now.
Zhang Huihong still couldn't believe it. After confirming again and again that her son had not joined any pyramid scheme, she hung up the phone and accepted the money with peace of mind.
I don't know how long it took, but night fell. Jiang Xing walked into the bathroom with slightly heavy steps, ready to wash away the fatigue of the whole day. Warm water poured down from the shower head, gently brushing over his body, as if washing away all the pressure. After taking a shower, Jiang Xing suddenly remembered that Little Peach Blossom should be on at this time. Click to enter Xiao Taohua's live broadcast room.
Sure enough, Xiao Taohua was broadcasting live. After Jiang Xing's personal lavish spending last night, Xiao Taohua's popularity has skyrocketed.
The number of her fans has soared to over 100,000, and the number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1,000. When she just entered the live broadcast room, the sharp-eyed Xiao Taohua cheered excitedly.
Welcome my brother Yezhou to the live broadcast room. I am so happy. Thank you brother Yezhou for visiting my little peach again.
I saw Xiao Taohua wearing a modified version of light gauze hanfu. The pink color was like the beautiful flowers blooming in spring, which was eye-catching. The neckline of this hanfu was slightly lower than yesterday, perfectly revealing her charming collarbone and fair skin. Looking down, a pair of long and straight beautiful legs are tightly wrapped in white stockings, adding a bit of purity and charm. This kind of dress makes Xiao Taohua look pure and fresh, and exudes a kind of fascinating charm.
She is pure and sexy.
At the same time, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to scroll wildly.
Is this the Yizhou master who gave out 30 million gifts last night? Wow, I see him in person.
Yezhou, please continue to show your strength tonight and help Xiao Taohua to be on the hourly list again.
Boss Yezhou, please let Xiao Taohua do some energetic dances.
I really want to see the contrasting female lead. The comments in the live broadcast room were scrolling wildly, and without exception, they were all welcoming Jiang Xing. There aren't enough people in the live broadcast room, so I'll give Xiao Taohua a carnival to warm up the atmosphere. Jiang Xing smiled and clicked on the reward interface, and Pa gave away 50 carnivals.
Thank you to my brother Jiang Xin Yezhou for sending me the 50 carnivals. Brother is awesome.
Brothers who came to the live broadcast room, please write brother Jiang Xin Yezhou is awesome on the public screen. In an instant, the chat box in the live broadcast room was filled with comments like Jiang Xin Yezhou is awesome, and this process lasted for more than a minute before stopping.
Another day of envying brother Yezhou.
At Jiang Xin Yezhou brother, look at me, I can dance well too, all my works are black silk skirt dance. The boss of Yezhou is not Zhang Yiming's son, I feel like you can't spend all your Douyin coins.
Xiao Taohua, tell me the truth. Did you meet Yizhou secretly?
That's why he came to your live broadcast room to watch the carnival.
Brother Yezhou, should we dance first or connect with others first?
Little Peach Blossom said in a tender voice. After all, Zhang Xinyezu, the top brother on the list, spent 30 million to support her last night, so of course she had to give priority to his thoughts.
Then let us connect first.
Okay, I'll listen to you, brother.
The screen flashed, and Xiao Taohua successfully connected to the microphone. The other anchor who appeared in the camera was a young lady in a black hip skirt.
This female anchor named Lu Xiaoting has an extremely hot body, especially the proud curves of her chest, which seemed to be about to burst out. Her delicate face was lightly rosy, just as beautiful as the peach blossoms blooming in spring. Looking down, her lower body is matched with a sexy black suspender stockings and a pair of elegant black high heels, which makes her overall image more sexy and charming.
Lu Xiaoting was the first to speak and greet everyone enthusiastically. Hello, the lady over there. Hey, aren't you the beautiful Chinese dancer who topped the hourly charts during the premiere last night? Hearing this, Xiao Taohua responded quickly. Oh my, this is all thanks to the support of the number one brother. Miss, you have more than 600,000 fans. You can make a lot of money every day by broadcasting, right?
Lu Xiaoting smiled lightly and said modestly.
Oh, it's not that exaggerated. I just want to earn some hard-earned money. Miss, why don't we play a game of PK? We can also take this opportunity to get to know each other. Xiao Taohua readily agreed. Okay, but can the punishment be lighter? For example, how about the loser just dancing? Okay.
The punishments for the two people were indeed very light, it seemed that they just wanted to get to know each other. The PK begins, and it's Jiang Xing's turn for his solo show. He watched the TikTok works of the female anchor opposite him, most of which showed her dancing edge dance in various stockings, uniform bags, hip skirts, and high heels. It makes me angry just by looking at it. I guess there must be a lot of active big brothers on hand. Then you might as well wait patiently and see how many moves the other party can make, and don't rush to end the game. If Jiang Xing didn't make a move, the PK score would instantly become disparate. Oh no, Xiao Taohua is going to fall over. Hey, is Zhang Xin Yizhou offline? Why isn't he brushing? Little Taohua, you didn't coax our big brother Yizhou well, so the big brother won't give you any more rewards. Chapter 24 Lu Xiaoting is not simple. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Brother Yezhou might just want to look at it for a while longer, and maybe give me a gift later. Although Xiao Taohua said this, her hands were very honest. He quietly took out a spare phone from his bag and hid it under the table. He opened WeChat, found Jiang Xing, and quickly typed a line of words.
Brother Yezhou, are you still in my live broadcast room? I feel like the opponents are so strong, I can't beat them. Whoa, please come and help me, okay?
At this time, Jiang Xing, who was watching the live broadcast, saw the message for help sent by Xiao Taohua, and his heart was moved. He originally wanted to observe the situation first, but seeing the pretty and lovely woman in front of him asking for help so actively, it seemed really unreasonable if he didn't take action.
Jiang Xing temporarily put aside all other messy thoughts and prepared to demonstrate his strength.
First, 10 Douyin No. 1 rockets were launched to brighten the screen.
Then, the 10-shot carnival controlled the score difference. In the end, 10 shots from Kuanpeng Wanli completely ended the game. The PK is over and Lu Xiaoting has nothing to say. She still understands the principle of accepting defeat. It's not that the eldest brother of his family is not strong enough, but the strength of the other party's number one is too strong, completely beyond the normal level. My dear brothers in the live broadcast room, I lost the PK just now. I will dance a Korean dance for everyone. Thank you for your support and love.
Xiaoting will continue to work hard in the future. I hope the brothers can continue to accompany Xiaoting.
Lu Xiaoting silently took a few steps back.
In this way, the brothers in the live broadcast room can see her long and beautiful legs more clearly.
The music that was played was the once popular Korean dance abracadabra, also known as the arrogant dance. This dance is perfectly combined with the sexy black outfit that Lu Xiaoting chose today, which can be called a winning combination. Along with the strong rhythm, Lu Xiaoting's body began to twist. Her expressions are relaxed, natural and smooth, and from time to time she throws in some very provocative glances and smiles that make people's heart beat faster. I saw her thighs and hips wrapped in seductive black stockings constantly thrust upward, and the surrounding muscles trembled rhythmically. It makes people exclaim wow.
It also made the fellow fighters in the live broadcast room unable to control themselves and they excitedly posted comments.
Oh my god, Xiaoting's dance is so awesome, I can't handle it. Xiaoting, I'm sorry the screen is a little dirty. I'll wipe it with a napkin. Brothers, I'm going to go out for a while and check the browser. I'm fine now, thanks to boss Jiang Xin Yizhou. Without you I wouldn't be able to see such a wonderful dance. Xiaoting, I'm sorry, I was a little fast today. I really didn't expect to come out so soon. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. All kinds of lewd words were heard one after another. Jiang Xing, on the other hand, was completely immersed in it, watching it with great interest and excitement. The live broadcast session is over. At this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room soared and exceeded 100,000. According to the original plan, Xiao Taohua was going to perform a Chinese dance after the first live broadcast to control the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. But the old perverts in the live broadcast room didn't buy it. Xiao Taohua, please dance a sexier dance. I just watched Lu Xiaoting and I have withdrawal symptoms. Don't do classical dance, try Korean dance, or home dance. Xiao Taohua, I'm already halfway there, please dance a sexier dance, or I'll go back. There are mixed comments below. Xiao Taohua hesitated, grabbing the corner of her clothes, and said in embarrassment. But I don't know how to dance Korean dance. I know a little bit about home dance, but I'm not very proficient. Jiang Xing posted a comment to encourage Xiao Taohua. If you don't know how to do it, you can try. I will support you. Just go ahead and do it. After reading the comments, Xiao Taohua finally made up her mind. Since Brother Yezhou has spoken, then I, Little Peach Blossom, will jump. She found a DJ rhythm song that was popular recently and watched how others danced to it several times. Then he followed suit and danced little by little in front of the live camera. As for the effect? How to say it? Anyway, the feeling of Jiang Xing coming forward was gone. Jiang Xing discovered that Xiao Taohua was telling the truth, she really couldn't dance. However, he was polite. I gave Xiao Taohua 10 Pingcheng Wanli. Little Peach Blossom, you take your time to plant the flowers. I'll go somewhere else. Xiao Taohua has earned enough tonight, and she knows she shouldn't be jealous. So, I could only say goodbye with a forced smile. Okay, Brother Yezhou, if you're tired from walking around outside, you can come back and see Xiao Taohua. After exiting Xiao Taohua's live broadcast room, Jiang Xing went to watch other female anchors. I skipped the ones that are overly beautified and smooth without even looking at them. If you are a little bit good looking, you can go in and give some small gifts to show your support. When the other party saw that it was Jiang Xinyezu, a wealthy and powerful boss at the maximum level of Douyin, he called him Big Brother on the left and Brother on the right. Wow, it's Brother Jiang Xin Yezhou, welcome, welcome. Master Yezhou, don't go. I will perform a sexy dance for you.
Brother Yezhou, I have other talents, but unfortunately they will be blocked if I broadcast them live.
How about I add you on WeChat and I'll show them to you? Zhang Xing didn't feel anything about these.
Because he scanned several, and each one's appearance score was no more than 85 points.
Even though there are more than 85 points. The number of developments is over 40 or 50. There is also a warning for potential gynecological diseases. Even though Doobie is given by the system, there is no need to waste too much time and money on them. Zhang Xing, who was tired from shopping, planned to go to Lu Xiaoting's live broadcast room. He had a hunch that Lu Xiaoting's true beauty could exceed 85 points. As soon as I entered, I saw Lu Xiaoting playing PK with another female anchor.
The opponent was coming on strong, with a PK score that was about half of hers and was still increasing. Brothers in the live broadcast room, please work harder. I don't want to be poured cold water, brothers, just tap with your little hands, and the gifts will start coming.
Are there any brothers who love fans and can help me?
At this time, she saw Zhang Xing enter the live broadcast room and instantly became alert.
Wow! Is it Brother Zhang Xin Yezhou?
Welcome, Brother Zhang Xin Yezhou to my live broadcast room.
Woohoo, Brother Zhang Xin Yezhou, I'm in trouble now, can you help me?
Zhang Xing did not reply in a hurry, but opened the goddess scanning system to scan Lu Xiaoting.
Name, Lu Xiaoting. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 91. Overall score of upper body, 90. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 87. Charm, 94. Favorability towards the host, 50. Number of romances, 3. Number of developments, 6.
Zhang Xing didn't expect that a female Douyin anchor with 600,000 fans had only been developed 6 times. This was beyond his expectation. He had heard those stories about female internet celebrities and the top guys many times, and he thought it was the norm in the circle of female internet celebrities.
Especially for people like Lu Xiaoting, most of her works on Douyin are borderline.
Counting from the 1st to the 10th on the list, they are all old perverts, and something will happen. These 6 times show that the probability of Lu Xiaoting having any affair with the big brother who gave her the reward is extremely small, and at least it shows that she is a relatively clean person.
Chapter 25. Xiao Taohua is afraid of losing Zhang Xing. Brother Yezhou, are you still there? There are only 30 seconds left.
Please help poor Xiaoting.
Xiaoting doesn't want to get wet. Lu Xiaoting's shouting in front of the screen interrupted Zhang Xing's thoughts.
Although he also wanted to see the beautiful woman get wet, Zhang Xing still chose to help her.
The screen flashed, and the reward special effect of Pengcheng Wanli appeared. Yezhou in the heart of the river sends out a long and arduous journey 1.
The night boat in the middle of the river sends out a bright future 5. The night boat in the middle of the river sends out a bright future 50. Thank you, Brother Zhang Xin Yezhou, for giving me 50 great hopes for a bright future.
Thank you so much.
Xiaoting loves you so much.
Lu Xiaoting couldn't suppress her excitement and couldn't help screaming loudly in the live broadcast room.
In fact, during the previous punishment session, Lu Xiaoting had her own plans in mind. She secretly thought that with her sexy and charming dancing moves, she might be able to successfully attract the big brothers of the opposite anchor. However, what she did not expect was that the great Zhang Xin Yezhou actually came to her live broadcast room in person.
As expected, these 50 Pengcheng Wanli players secured victory in advance.
Many fighting friends in the live broadcast room were also sighing.
Xiaoting is awesome.
She went out to play a PK and lured the super rich brother Yezhou into her live broadcast room. I have to say that Xiaoting is a great dancer. The boss of Zhang Xin Yezhou was willing to help Xiaoting, probably because of this.
Brother Yezhou will not stay in Xiaoting's live broadcast room permanently in the future, right? Xiaoting will become a rich woman this way. Fuck, Yezhou is here.
I didn't know you were in the previous match with Xiao Taohua.
Damn, I used up all my stock, which resulted in no gifts in this match.
Seeing that she was losing the game, the female anchor on the other side could only get a full basin of cold water from the toilet and pour it on her head.
The live broadcast is over.
At this time, many fighting friends in the live broadcast room began to make a noise. Lu Xiaoting, please perform a sexy Korean dance for us, and keep Brother Zhang Xing here. Lu Xiaoting herself actually had this intention a long time ago. After all, it was a rare opportunity for a wealthy internet celebrity like Jiang Xing to visit her live broadcast room. She secretly thought that if she could use all her tricks to please this big brother, maybe she could successfully pry him over to become her own big brother. By then, villas, luxury cars and the like will be within your reach. So, Lu Xiaoting asked the screen in a coquettish voice.
Brother Jiang Xin Yezhou, do you really want to see Xiaoting dance for you now?
Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xing replied with a concise and clear word.
Jump.
Then, a jaw-dropping scene took place.
The entire live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with dazzling carnival special effects. Jiang Xin Yezhou sent Kuan Pang Wanli 10. Wow, Brother Yezhou is so generous. Thank you, Brother Yezhou, for the 10 carnivals.
I wonder what kind of dance brother wants to see Xiaoting dance. Brother says 1, and Xiaoting will dance it to the end today even if she risks it. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen began to be flooded with comments.
Big pendulum. Must have a big pendulum. Wow, Boss Yezhou, please make sure Xiaoting dances the pendulum. I kneel down to you. Don't force me to beg you, Yezhou.
I can watch Xiaoting dance the pendulum tonight and I can stop doing craft work for a month. Although this is the second time, as long as Xiaoting can do the pendulum dance, I believe she can do it again. Jiang Xing hadn't decided what kind of dance he wanted Lu Xiaoting to perform yet, but when he saw his friends in the live broadcast room clearly saying they wanted to see the pendulum, he also became interested.
Then let's use a big pendulum.
When Lu Xiaoting saw the comments sent by Jiang Xing, she couldn't help but complain in her heart.
Since when did Big Brother Shenhao become the same as them?
I saw him as a warm man in Xiao Taohua's live broadcast room. The pendulum is too sexy, and some girls with mediocre figures are embarrassed to dance it.
Lu Xiaoting didn't reject this.
Using this kind of dance was the most appropriate way to keep the rich brother.
Well, since everyone is calling for the pendulum dance, I'll do it.
Lu Xiaoting first turned her face slightly and gave everyone an extremely charming smile, which made people fall for her. The music started and the body began to sway gently to the melody. When the dance reached the climax, she completely opened her body without reservation, letting her proudly erect breasts follow the law of gravity and bounce up and down happily and rhythmically. At the same time, she bit her lips just right, with a charming expression on her face that made people intoxicated. Jiang Xing felt that the visual impact of the scene before him was simply indescribable. In an instant, I felt as if my soul was about to be seduced away by this charming woman. He pondered to himself. No wonder so many people specifically asked to see the pendulum show. It's really great. Without saying anything else, Jiang Xing directly sent 20 Kunpeng Wanli over.
Thanks to my brother Yezhou. Brother Yezhou is very generous. Xiaoting, I still have many more dances.
Brother can come to see Xiaoting often.
As long as I know how to dance, I will dance for you. Lu Xiaoting was so happy that she couldn't help herself. Nice dance, here are some sexy ones. Jiang Xing sent another 10 Kunpeng rockets thousands of miles away.
Okay, as long as brother likes it, Xiaoting, I will accompany you to the end. Then, Lu Xiaoting danced several Korean girl group dances. The spiciness is no less than that of a pendulum. During this period, Jiang Xing fired no less than 100 Kunpeng Wanli rounds. I was so sleepy afterwards.
Sent a sentence, good night, I'm going to sleep. Hurry off the line.
In the morning, Jiang Xing woke up, his consciousness still a little hazy. He looked at his phone out of habit and found a striking red number in the upper right corner of the WeChat icon.
Who sent so many messages? Jiang Xing muttered to himself and opened WeChat with doubts.
When he saw that Xiao Taohua had sent him more than 10 messages, he couldn't help but frown slightly. I guess she sent these messages after I fell asleep last night. Jiang Xing sighed softly and felt a slight pain in his head. When he clicked on the avatar, a series of unread messages came into his sight, making him a little dazzled.
Xiao Taohua, brother, do you dislike Xiao Taohua? He was giving gifts to other female anchors yesterday. Xiao Taohua, I guess it's because Xiao Taohua doesn't know how to dance Korean dance. Xiao Taohua, woo woo, brother Yezhou, I'm going to end the live broadcast early tonight to catch up on Korean dance. How about I send you a video of my dance tomorrow? After seeing the latter part, Jiang Xing originally wanted to say that there was really no need to be so serious. However, when he noticed that the latest message was a dance video sent at 12 o'clock in the morning, he couldn't help but feel curious and clicked on the video. The person who appeared on the screen was Xiao Taohua. She was wearing last night's hanfu in white silk, dancing the popular Korean dance. She seemed so hardworking and focused in every movement.
Although the movements were still a bit stiff and unnatural overall, they were a clear improvement compared to last night. After all, the reason why Xiao Taohua practices dancing so hard and studies until late at night to post videos is that, in the final analysis, he didn't want to lose Jiang Xing, the top brother on the list. Chapter 26, Unexpected Blind Date for Brothers. Xiao Taohua danced well, I hope she can keep up the good work later. But just as he was about to send the message, his fingers suddenly stopped. A new idea suddenly came to his mind, and Jiang Xing couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly.
He decided to tease this cute and serious little Taohua.
So, he deleted the line of words he had just typed without hesitation, and then started to compose new words.
Your dance is too ordinary. However, I can give you another chance to perform. As for how to dance, I believe you should know it clearly.
If you still can't satisfy me, I won't go to your live broadcast room this whole week. After typing this, Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, and then gently pressed the send button.
No immediate reply. He didn't reply immediately, so he must be in class.
The other two contacts Lin Mening and Wang Yanran. Sure enough, they both sent him new messages.
Click on Lin Mening's dialog box. Senior, I have news for you.
My mother will be transferred to Yanjing Union Hospital the day after tomorrow, so I have to go with her to take care of her.
Alas, now I won't be able to see you again in the short term. I really miss you.
Seeing this message, Jiang Xing felt a warm feeling in his heart.
Don't worry too much, take good care of your aunt. When you arrive in Yanjing, I will definitely fly to Yanjing to visit you.
After breakfast, Jiang Xing habitually went to the hotel swimming pool to swim a few laps and do aerobics. Unexpectedly, my good brother Chen Ziyuan called me at this time.
Chen Ziyuan was Jiang Xing's roommate, and they became best friends since entering college. He is a native of Wulin City and his family is not wealthy. The two of them often worked and studied together, so they had a very good relationship.
What's up, Orange Juice? Orange Juice is Chen Ziyuan's nickname, and Jiang Xing got used to calling him that and was too lazy to change it.
There was some hesitation in Chen Ziyuan's tone.
My mom arranged a blind date for me. I saw that she was pretty good looking in the photo. I want to change to a better restaurant, so I want to borrow some money from my brother. He knew that his good brother's financial situation was not optimistic, but he had no choice but to try Jiang Xing.
Borrow money?
Jiang Xing frowned as he listened. He remembered that this day in his previous life did not have such a thing. Ding, after the host is reborn, the timeline will be partially modified, and what happens in the future will not be exactly the same, so please don't think too much about it.
I see. Forget about borrowing money. I can arrange a hotel for you. How about Zhongxia Century? If you agree, I will book it and send you a seat number later.
Jiang Xing said generously.
Oh my god.
Brother, you are so rich. I wonder if you have hooked up with some rich female manager in Zhongxia.
You are so arrogant.
How can you book a place like Zhongxia Century Hotel just like that? You have to book it at least 1 day in advance.
Chen Ziyuan exclaimed, what a great guy.
Jiang Xing, this is the situation.
I'm just asking you if you want it.
When Chen Ziyuan heard this, he didn't hesitate at all and nodded quickly.
Yes, of course. Brother, you are so nice. By the way, are you in Zhongxia this afternoon? If so, can you come and accompany me? And help me check it out.
After hearing this, Jiang Xing was suddenly speechless. Although he had heard of girls bringing their best friends to help with advice on blind dates, he had never heard of a man bringing his brothers to a blind date. But, after all, they are good friends. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, Jiang Xing finally agreed. On the other side, Fujian District.
In a small rental house.
Yao Yujie, also known as Xiao Taohua, is still having a headache over the message sent by Jiang Xing. Bai Yi, her college classmate and colleague, came over and patted her on the shoulder.
Yujie, what are you upset about? Everyone was eating just now, why did you go back before you even finished eating? Nothing else, I just can't eat. Yao Yujie hesitated and refused to explain clearly. But the more she did this, the more it aroused Bai Yi's curiosity. What's there to worry about?
A super rich boss has been giving you crazy rewards these past few days. It should be 1 or 2 million. I really envy you for having such a super rich boss to love you.
If I were you, I would be smiling every day.
Bai Yi became more and more excited as he spoke, and he stayed beside Yao Yujie and refused to leave.
Hey, I'm annoyed because of him. Bai Yi, you know that live streaming is a complicated business. The money you see is not something that can be easily earned.
As she spoke, little peach blossom Yao Yujie showed her the chat content that Jiang Xing had sent her in the morning.
Tell me, what exactly does Yezhou mean? What if I can't film it well and he doesn't come to my live studio anymore?
Bai Yi read it several times and said with a smile.
Yujie, don't you understand? The super rich brother must want you to send some exciting dances privately, otherwise why would he reward you with so much money?
But he wasn't like this before. Also, I felt like he wasn't watching me dance for the sake of watching the dance.
He seemed to be just appreciating it.
In order to prove what she said, little peach blossom Yao Yujie also showed Bai Yi the content of yesterday's chat.
Oh, Yujie, I thought your brain would become smarter after the live broadcast, but I didn't expect you to be still so stupid. Bai Yi was so angry that he tapped Yao Yujie on the forehead. Don't you know that rich people are very pretentious? They won't leave any evidence in the chat history.
They usually send some ambiguous words for people to speculate.
In this way, even if the content is leaked, there will be no handle for others to catch.
This sentence woke up the little peach blossom Yao Yujie, and she also believed that this was the meaning.
3:30 in the afternoon.
Jiang Xing sat at the blind date seat reserved by his good brother Chen Ziyuan, feeling bored. Wow, these two can be 10 minutes late at the same time, they really have a tacit understanding. Just when he was about to stretch and relax, a young woman with heavy makeup walked up to him and sat down with her legs crossed. She frowned slightly and looked a little impatient, which made her look hard to like.
You must be Chen Ziyuan, right? I've been sitting next to you and observing you for a while. Did you walk here today? Damn, how did it become me who was on a blind date? Jiang Xing wanted to deny it, but stopped right before he could say anything.
This woman doesn't look like someone who was easy to mess with, so I might as well help check the orange juice in advance.
Thinking of this, I feel relaxed and indifferent. Yes, I have come a long way.
Now that green travel is being promoted, I am also responding to the call of society.
The woman said disdainfully and bluntly, humph. Slippery mouth, I think you can't afford a car, so you say that on purpose. Damn, you speak so directly.
Jiang Xing's fist hardened.
But still keep your composure. Excuse me, Mississippi.
I forgot to ask your name because I was in such a hurry.
Why are you going on a blind date with me when you don't even know my name? It's a waste of time.
The woman lowered her mouth and her face became more hateful.
My name is Lin Mening. Aunt Wu introduced me here.
I'll be frank. From the beginning, I didn't have any hope for your family's conditions. When I saw that you booked the Zhongxia Century Hotel, I thought your family was just keeping a low profile.
I didn't expect that you really had no money. Chapter 27, Looking for a Taker.
Facing Li Nana's merciless sarcasm, Jiang Xing still maintained that precious calmness. He even called the waiter over with a smile and poured a cup of tea for each of them.
Jiang Xing asked slowly. Then, may I ask, Miss Li, what are your expectations for the specific conditions of our family?
Li Nana raised her chin slightly, looked at Jiang Xing with an almost critical look, and then answered slowly.
Actually, my requirements are not that high. If we really get together in the future, we must first have a school district house with an area of at least 100 square meters, and it must be located in the city. I don't like those old residential areas. In addition, you need to equip yourself with a basic family car priced at around 200,000 yuan. As for whether it is a new energy car or a traditional gasoline car, it doesn't matter. Having said this, she paused for a moment and then added. The above two items can be said to be the most basic standard configuration. In my opinion, if even these cannot be met, it is better to give up the idea of getting married as soon as possible, so as to avoid causing the next generation to suffer. After hearing this, Jiang Xing couldn't help but laugh.
My goodness, the so-called standard configuration you mentioned would cost at least close to 3 million yuan in this bustling and noisy Wulin city. Looking across China today, the number of college graduates each year reaches more than 10 million.
However, how many men's families can easily pay a full 3 million yuan to achieve the so-called standard configuration you described right after graduation? What's more, even if I really have such a huge fortune, if I want to spend the rest of my life with a mean woman like you, just imagining that kind of scenario makes people feel that it is really not worth it. Of course, what I said is the standard configuration. Besides that, I have other requirements. Lin Nana didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said and looked at Jiang Xing with a squint.
In addition, your family will have to prepare a dowry of 1 million, including gold and silver jewelry, opening fee, and wedding gift money.
Considering your family's current conditions, I am also very generous.
Just give 2/3 of these things when you get engaged. When you find a proper job, you must give me your salary card for safekeeping. Only by letting a woman help you manage your money can you avoid wasting it recklessly.
Also, if you go out after 10 o'clock at night, I'm sorry, I will lock the door. Even if you come back then, don't even think about getting in. I'm not kidding you. After all, if you go out late at night, not only will you spend money recklessly, but who knows if you'll hook up with other women. At this point, Lin Nana seemed to remember something and suddenly asked. By the way, I remember your major in college seemed to be tourism management, right?
I heard that if this major is to be applied for the civil service exam or the establishment, it seems that you can only apply for positions with no restrictions on the 3 positions. Then you have to work twice as hard to make a lot of money, otherwise how are you going to live in the future?
After hearing these words, Jiang Xing couldn't bear it anymore. MD, where did Chen Ziyuan's parents find such a weird blind date partner?
This is not about finding a marriage partner, it's clearly about recruiting black slaves. If a man has such a wife at home, it will be a joke if it gets out.
Jiang Xing opened the goddess scanning system out of curiosity and scanned Lin Nana.
The last result surprised him.
Name, Lin Nana. Age, 22. Height, 159 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 79. Overall score of upper body, 80. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 75. Charm, 74. Favorability towards the host, 10. Number of romances, 3. Number of developments, 14. Special status, pregnancy fetus 2 weeks. Holy shit. It turns out you're not here to find a husband, but to find a savior? Jiang Xing instantly understood why Lin Nana's blind date requirements were so outrageous. This is a reverse screening.
A man who can agree to such outrageous conditions will most likely endure it or pretend not to know after he finds out that he is the one taking the blame.
Damn, this plan is so vicious. Lin Nana glared at Jiang Xing impatiently and spoke bluntly. Hey! What are you thinking? Did you understand what I asked?
Jiang Xing looked into her eyes coldly.
Your child is already 2 weeks old?
This sentence was undoubtedly like a thunderclap, which frightened Lin Nana so much that she almost stood up.
How did you know I was pregnant? I haven't told Aunt Wu about this. Did my ex-boyfriend tell me? No? You don't know him at all, and he hasn't mentioned it to anyone else. Tell me now. How did you know this? Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today.
Lin Nana's face changed drastically, and she suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiang Xing's collar to stop him from leaving. This sudden action made Jiang Xing confused. However, if you think about it carefully, you will understand that if you tell others that Lin Nana is pregnant, she will not be able to stay in Wulin's blind date market.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. There was a traffic jam on the road.
At this time, good brother Chen Ziyuan rushed over with beads of sweat on his forehead.
When he saw Lin Nana grabbing Jiang Xing, he was stunned where he stood. Oh my god, what are you doing? Miss Li, why are you holding on to my good brother? Could it be that you two knew each other before? I don't know you.
Lin Nana had a ferocious look on her face and she held onto her collar without letting go.
This guy, he slandered me.
Now I want him to clarify the facts and apologize, otherwise I won't let him leave today.
Also, you two know each other, Chen Ziyuan. I heard Aunt Wu say that you are honest. May I ask if this is something an honest person would do? Looking for someone to deliberately play a blind date? Chen Ziyuan knew that this was a misunderstanding, but he hesitated and couldn't explain it clearly for a while. Lin Nana's shrewish remarks caused other diners present to turn their heads and look.
Liu Lei, who was outside, saw that something was wrong, rushed in and pointed at Lin Nana's nose and yelled.
What are you doing holding our CEO Jiang, you woman? Put your hands down. Director Jiang? Chen Ziyuan was stunned. Lin Nana didn't react and looked indifferent. I'll just hold on, so why don't you hit me?
As they were talking, 2 security guards rushed in from the door.
After getting Liu Lei's tacit consent, they grabbed Lin Nana. How could you do this to me? I'm telling you, I'm not in good health either. If anything happens, you'll just have to wait for me. Liao Lei said bluntly, "How can I do this to you? How dare you arrest our CEO Jiang? Who do you think you are?" "Jiang. Director Jiang, is he the director here?" Lin Mening was completely dumbfounded, knowing that she was in big trouble.
Liao Lei continued, "Mr. Jiang is the chairman, legal representative, and sole shareholder of our Zhongxia Century Hotel." Then he waved to the security guard who came to the door. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, 5 or 6 security guards carried Lin Mening out of the hotel.
Chapter 28 Rolls-Royce Sales Suihan.
After solving Lin Mening's problem, Jiang Xing turned around and was about to explain everything to Chen Ziyuan.
The system prompt sounded.
Ding, the system detected that the host promptly exposed Lin Mening's true identity as a gold digger, preventing his good brother Chen Ziyuan from having to take over, and won the Special System Encouragement Award. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining Constitution +2. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10-fold cashback card limit of 8 million.
It turns out that you can get an encouragement award for just a little effort. System, you are so good to me. Until now, Chen Ziyuan still couldn't believe his eyes and ears. This good brother who worked and studied with me turned out to be a wealthy man who owns a 5-star hotel. What happened to the hard days he had before in school? Could it be that his family was training him? Only by becoming a working emperor can you inherit the family's tens of billions of assets? Jiang Xing, what's going on? Are you the owner of Zhongxia Century Hotel?
Jiang Xing looked into his still surprised eyes and said slowly.
Yes, I am the owner of the hotel. I just bought it 2 days ago. I am actually the only child of a domestic consortium.
My parents are afraid that I will develop a habit of being lazy and gluttonous, so they told me this now. They also gave me a lot of money to learn how to invest, so I bought the Zhongxia Century Hotel.
It was obvious that Chen Ziyuan was frightened by Jiang Xing's improvised words.
Then, Jiang Xing proposed to buy him a car as a reward for the brotherhood over the past 3 years.
Wow, Jiang Xing, I was right about you. You are really my good brother. I am so touched.
Chen Ziyuan was naturally so happy that he was about to take off. He hugged Jiang Xing and was about to kiss her.
Hey, stop it, stop it.
If you dare to kiss me, I will ask the security guards to kick you out immediately. After the two of them played around for a while, Jiang Xing took Chen Ziyuan to see his new car.
Chen Ziyuan was shocked and said, "Fuck, Bugatti Veyron. This one is so cool, it must be worth at least 60 or 70 million. It's only 50 million. Get in the car. I'll take you for a ride and then I'll pick a car for you after that." We drove at full speed and arrived at the Wulin Rolls-Royce sales center. After getting out of the car, the beautiful saleswoman at the door saw that the two people got out of the Bugatti Veyron and hurried over to greet them enthusiastically. "Hello, gentlemen. Are you here to test drive or view the car?"
Her oval face, as white as snow, looked delicate and smooth, as if it was carefully carved. The pair of curved eyebrows hung like a crescent moon above the bright eyes, and a slight blink seemed to be able to capture people's souls. She smiled slightly, revealing a row of neat and white teeth. There was a refreshing sweetness in her smile that made people feel warm. Look at the beauty saleswoman's attire. The dark OL suit is well tailored and fits her graceful figure perfectly. The black hip skirt is matched with a pair of thin black stockings, and the slender and straight legs are faintly visible, making her look more sexy and charming. The pair of leather mid-heel shoes on her feet made her tall figure look even more graceful. Judging from her appearance, she should not be very old, but she has a perfect plump beauty. This kind of beauty is neither as immature as that of a young girl, nor as vulgar and sophisticated as that of a young woman.
Instead, it is somewhere in between the two, exuding a unique charm and appeal. The elegance revealed in her every gesture is even more captivating. Jiang Xing's eyes flickered. He felt that the saleswoman in front of him looked extremely familiar, as if he had often seen her on Douyin before his rebirth. Suihan?
Jiang Xing suddenly remembered that she was Suihan, the beautiful car saleswoman who later became famous on TikTok. With her beautiful face and perfect figure, as well as her extremely professional car explanations during live broadcasts, she quickly became an instant hit in the short video world.
The account attracted 1 million fans within 3 months of opening. The total number of views for live streaming clips alone is nearly 100 million.
However, she became famous for live streaming in the middle of 24 years. 3 years ago, she was just an ordinary Rolls-Royce salesperson.
Suihan asked politely, "Excuse me, do you two gentlemen have an appointment?" "No, I can't see it without an appointment," Chen Ziyuan answered with some confusion. No, sir.
If you don't have an appointment with your exclusive salesperson, I will introduce you to the whole process.
Suihan asked again after explaining. Excuse me, gentlemen. What are your names?
This must be your first time visiting our Wulin Rolls-Royce Center. Then I will introduce the most popular models on sale. Jiang Xing pointed at himself and then at Chen Ziyuan. My name is Jiang Xing, Jiang for Yangtze River, Xing for stars, and this is Chen Ziyuan, Erdong Chen. He's here to buy a car today, and I'm here to take a look with him.
Hearing this, Suihan bowed slightly. Hello, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Chen. My name is Suihan, and I am the sales consultant of the Rolls-Royce Center. You can call me Xiao Su.
Please follow me to the central hall, where all the cars are located.
No.
At this moment, Jiang Xing suddenly called out to Suihan, who was about to turn around and leave. This shout not only made Suihan stop, but also shocked Chen Ziyuan, who was standing beside her. Because he subconsciously thought that Jiang Xing felt that the price of Rolls-Royce was too high, so he changed his mind and didn't want to buy the car here. However, what Jiang Xing said next was beyond their expectations. Ms. Su, please help my friend pick out a car worth around 8 million yuan and let him take a look. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shocking Suihan and Chen Ziyuan so much that they stood there in shock. The two of them widened their eyes, expressions of disbelief on their faces, and their gazes fell directly on Jiang Xing. It took a long time for Suihan to come back to her senses. She said to Jiang Xing with a little apology. I'm really sorry, Mr. Jiang, we don't have any 8 million yuan cars in stock at the moment. If you really want a car at this price, you may need to make a reservation with the headquarters.
At this time, Chen Ziyuan was so shocked by Jiang Xing's actions that he was speechless. It was not until he heard Suihan's explanation that he stammered as if he had just woken up from a dream. Fuck. Bro, you are so nice. Driving a luxury car worth 8 million, I never even dreamed of it. Well, let's go and order a car. Jiang Xing turned around and asked Chen Ziyuan for his opinion. Orange juice, what do you think of the Cullinan? You can drive this car out from now on. What kind of girl can you be afraid of not being able to catch?
Chen Ziyuan, with a beaming smile on his face, was so excited that he could hardly contain himself.
Cullinan is good, I choose it. Jiang Xing, you are my big brother from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Chen Ziyuan shouted excitedly.
At the same time, Jiang Xing's decisiveness also surprised and delighted Suihan, who was standing beside him. She has just been hired as a full-time employee and currently has no stable client resources, let alone the right to choose her clients. Although, at the beginning, Jiang Xing and his friend drove a Bugatti Vita. But they were dressed in ordinary clothes, looked very young, and had not made any appointments in advance. So, at first Suihan thought that their Bugatti Veyron was rented and did not have high expectations for this deal.
However, in less than 5 minutes, the decision was made to buy Cullinan.
This sudden change was like a dream come true, which made Suihan a little confused for a moment.
Chapter 29 Cullinan Black Badge. This way please. I'll take you two to the selection room.
Suihan said with a smile, her voice soft and enthusiastic. At this moment, she felt as if she had been hit by a huge surprise. She was a little dazed, but she still forced herself to be energetic and led Jiang Xing and Chen Ziyuan to the selection room. The three of them walked through a long corridor and finally arrived at the door of the selection room. Suihan gently pushed open the door, and a luxurious atmosphere hit her in the face. When you walk in, the first thing that catches your eye is a private and quiet space of about 100 square meters.
The decoration of the whole room is exquisite and elegant.
The walls are made of high-grade wood materials, exuding a faint wood aroma. There are all kinds of small accessories on the inlaid exhibition stands around, which are dazzling. These accessories are made of different materials, including metal, carbon fiber, leather, etc., and the colors are also colorful. The long display case on the south side of the room is particularly eye-catching, with rows of custom-made Rolls-Royce wheels neatly arranged on it. Each wheel hub shines with a unique glow, and the conical chandeliers above cast soft light, making their steel textures and cut angles shine like exquisite works of art. Moving your eyes to the left, you can see a series of items that can be customized with your own name or logo: steering wheels, handlebars, rear-view mirrors, and the iconic flying man, etc.
These personalized design elements undoubtedly add more exclusivity and unique charm to the vehicle. At the end of the booth, there is an oversized twin turbocharged engine.
This behemoth stands there quietly, like a huge steel heart. Dense pipes tightly surround its core like blood vessels, making people marvel at the sophistication and complexity of modern industrial technology. It was the first time for Jiang Xing and Chen Ziyuan to step into the configuration room of such a high-end car brand. Their eyes were immediately attracted by the dazzling array of accessories in front of them.
They looked around in amazement like children.
Suihan picked up an iPad from the business desk in the center, called up the data of Cullinan and began to demonstrate and introduce it. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Chen, the most popular and sought-after Cullinan model on sale right now is the 2025-seat black badge version.
However, its price is a bit expensive.
Even if we don't take into account the purchase tax, consumption tax, and insurance premiums, the price of the basic model alone is as high as 6.65 million yuan. Of course, the prices of other relatively common models will naturally be slightly lower than this.
For example, we also have the 2018 5-seater model.
Before Suihan could finish her words, Jiang Xing interrupted her.
Don't consider any other versions. If you want to buy it, you must buy the best and most expensive one. Just order the 2020 model.
Hearing this, the beautiful saleswoman Suihan was instantly shocked.
Oh my god, this is too arrogant. Buy the best version for your friend without thinking twice. When will I have such a good friend?
Even though he was thinking this in his mind, his hands did not slow down at all.
Detailed vehicle information of the 2025-seater black badge version was retrieved quickly and skillfully.
Then, he began to introduce himself to Jiang Xing and Chen Ziyuan. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Chen, you can see that the power system of this car is equipped with a 6.7L twin-turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 420 kilowatts, an acceleration time of 0-100 km/h of 5.2 s, and a maximum speed of 250 km/h, too. The front suspension of the car is a double wishbone independent suspension, and the rear suspension is a double wishbone independent suspension. The interior design features a large area of leather and solid wood trim on the center console, a yacht-style steering wheel, and a full LCD instrument panel with a 3-circle instrument design, combining a modern sense of technology with an elegant retro style.
The car also offers a rear 3-seat and 2-seat independent seat design.
The seats are wrapped in leather and support electric adjustment. The central armrest can be customized according to needs, such as adding an ice wine cabinet, a rear table, entertainment facilities, etc.
Suihan talked endlessly about a lot of information about the car. Jiang Xing was listening in a daze and gently patted Chen Ziyuan's shoulder. Orange juice, what do you think? If there's no problem, go ahead and choose the configuration.
At this moment, Chen Ziyuan, like Jiang Xing, had a head full of confusion, but he knew in his heart that this curry product was indeed good. So he nodded subconsciously to show his agreement. At this time, Suihan, who had been explaining patiently, said to Jiang Xing with a smile, Mr. Jiang, if you are sure you want to buy this car, please show us the relevant proof of the Rolls-Royce model you previously owned. You can also see the car ownership photo. I'm sorry, but this is the rule of our center. Hearing this, Jiang Xing couldn't help but frown.
He asked in a speechless tone, do we have to have one first? Is there no other way?
This is the first time for both of us to buy a Rolls-Royce. Seeing this, Suihan quickly showed that sweet smile again and asked again carefully.
There are other ways. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to buy this 5-seat black badge version of curry? Jiang Xing answered without hesitation. Of course I am sure. Well, it's like this, Mr. Jiang.
For new users who want to buy luxury cars worth more than 6 million, our center has another rule. You need to verify your capital and it must reach a standard of more than 30 million.
Is this okay with you?
Jiang Xing smiled faintly.
Ms. Su, that's no problem. It's only 30 million.
I have cash in my card.
Chen Ziyuan knew that Jiang Xing also owned a 5-star hotel, so he naturally believed in his wealth.
Suihan widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She pondered in her heart.
In this day and age, is it possible to have a cash flow of 30 million?
Even if we look at the entire Zhejiang province, or even the whole of China, such a person can be regarded as a top rich person. However, when she looked at the young man in front of her again, she couldn't help but wonder again. With this age and the way he is dressed, he doesn't look like a super rich person at all.
You can notice Jiang Xing's confident tone and expression just now. Could it be that? A thought suddenly flashed through Suihan's mind.
Maybe Jiang Xing came from a mysterious and powerful wealthy family in the country, and his daily dress and appearance were just a means for him to conceal his identity. Thinking of this, Suihan felt her heart beating faster and she became extremely excited.
If all this is true, then I am really lucky today to have the opportunity to meet such a powerful person.
So, she bowed slightly and spoke in an almost pleading tone.
Excuse me, please wait a moment.
In this case, only our manager Wang is qualified to make the final appraisal. After saying that, he turned around and hurriedly trotted out of the selection room to find manager Wang. Chapter 30, Capital Verification Successful. Both of them were shocked.
After a while,
Suihan pushed open the door and walked in, followed closely by a tall and thin middle-aged man in a neat suit.
Suihan smiled and spoke as soon as she entered the door. Manager Wang, this is Mr. Jiang Xingjiang, and this is Mr. Chen.
It was Mr. Jiang who proposed the capital verification just now. After saying that, she naturally stepped aside and gave space to the two parties who were about to communicate. Manager Wang always had a friendly smile on his face. He strode forward and shook hands with everyone in turn.
Hello, I'm the account executive of the Rolls-Royce Center. My name is Wang Yunpeng, and I'm honored to receive you. Then, Wang Yunpeng's gaze fell intently on Jiang Xing.
I heard that Mr. Jiang intends to conduct a capital verification operation.
Before that, please allow me to say sorry. Capital verification is a clear rule of our center. I am also working for the boss. If I have offended you, I hope Mr. Jiang will understand and cooperate.
After hearing this, Jiang Xing smiled slightly to show his understanding.
I know that. It's all work.
Seeing that Jiang Xing was so reasonable, Wang Yunpeng's tone also relaxed. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Jiang to show proof of assets of more than 30 million yuan. It's also okay if you have a relevant asset report. As long as it passes smoothly, I will immediately arrange for Xiao Su to take the next step. Jiang Xing, however, looked calm and composed. It doesn't have to be so complicated. After saying this, he slowly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen and opened the Hongfeng Bank app. Then he clicked on the total assets and handed the phone to Wang Yunpeng for him to check. Wang Yunpeng took the phone carefully. After just a quick glance, he took a deep breath and froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. The hand that was holding the phone tightly turned slightly white due to excessive force. Suihan, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity when she saw that manager Wang, who was usually known for his maturity and steadiness, had become so out of control. She leaned closer and looked carefully. The moment her eyes touched the screen, her pupils suddenly dilated and her face was full of disbelief. Then, his eyes slowly swept across the densely packed numbers, and he muttered subconsciously.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000.
The further she counted, the more her voice trembled. Finally, when she finally counted how much money these numbers represented, she was completely stunned.
Oh my God! This is more than 600 million.
She never dreamed that she would be able to witness such a huge amount of wealth in her bank account during her lifetime.
Manager Wang, Miss Su, is there any problem with the capital verification now? Jiang Xing's words interrupted the two of them. Wang Yunpeng nodded frantically as if waking up from a dream and spoke loudly. No problem, absolutely no problem. We are lucky to have a customer like you at the Wulin Rolls-Royce Sales Center. With more than 600 million yuan, let alone buying a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, you can even buy 10 or 20. Moreover, this is a terrifying cash flow of 600 million. This is something that most wealthy people in China find difficult to do. Wang Yunpeng has not yet found out the identity of Mr. Jiang Xingjiang. But he knew that he could not afford to offend this young man. Mr. Jiang.
Wang Yunpeng handed the phone back to Jiang Xing, and his trembling voice revealed his respect for him.
Your asset status has been reviewed and there is no problem. As far as I know, a 2020 Cullinan that meets your requirements is being built and produced in another store. Its original owner has cancelled the order, and our store happens to have its sub-authorization. If you are in a hurry, our Rolls-Royce Center can apply to the headquarters to take over the order. Wang Yunpeng was afraid that Jiang Xing would mind the car that others didn't want, so he explained it again in detail at the end. Please rest assured that only the car shell has been built, and other personal additions and customization have not yet begun. It is no different from placing an order yourself, except that the delivery speed will be 2 months faster. Jiang Xing did not nod, but looked at Chen Ziyuan, who had been silent. Upon seeing this, Wang Yunpeng immediately understood what he meant and hurriedly explained to Chen Ziyuan in more detail what he had just said. Not only that, he also patted his chest and vowed that every word he said was true and not false at all. After listening to this, Chen Ziyuan nodded slightly to show his agreement. Seeing this scene, Wang Yunpeng's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. That's great, Mr. Chen. Next, let our Xiao Su help you choose the appropriate configuration.
As he spoke, Wang Yunpeng smiled and waved to Suihan, who was standing beside him, motioning her to come over. Suihan did not dare to delay, and walked forward quickly, turned on the iPad in her hand, and quickly called up the configuration selection program. The screen then clearly displays a variety of configuration options and corresponding price details, making it easy to see at a glance.
Zhang Xing next to him encouraged Chen Ziyuan with great enthusiasm. Orange juice, don't be polite to me.
Just pick the most expensive ones that suit your taste the most and add more.
We have no shortage of money today. Chen Ziyuan's heart was surging and he could hardly suppress his excitement.
But because there were two other people present at the scene, he could only desperately suppress the emotions that were about to burst out of his heart. At this moment, he really wanted to kneel down in front of Zhang Xing and thank him loudly. However, reason told him not to do this. So he took a deep breath and tried to look calmer. Chen Ziyuan clenched his teeth tightly, forced himself to look calm, nodded, and made a not-so-standard OK gesture.
Follow Suihan's instructions and operate on the screen.
On the other side, Zhang Xing stood there leisurely with his arms folded across his chest. His eyes never left the two people in front of the table. Especially when his eyes fell on Suihan, he couldn't look away for a long time. The more Zhang Xing looked at it, the more delighted he became. Especially the charming S-shaped figure that Suihan showed when she leaned against the table to explain.
Extremely eye-catching.
The slightly raised buttocks are perfectly outlined by the tight skirt, with smooth and natural lines, full of endless temptation. And this curve is plump and round. Just by looking at it, you can feel the elasticity contained in it. Unable to hold back, Zhang Xing turned on the goddess scanning system and scanned Suihan, who was giving the introduction.
Name, Suihan. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Overall score of upper body, 89. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 94. Charm, 90. Favorability towards the host, 52. Number of romances, 1. Number of developments, 3. After checking all of Suihan's overall data, Zhang Xing couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Good fellow. He is only 2 years older than me. You should know that Rolls-Royce has very strict working age requirements for the sales staff it recruits. Typically, applicants are required to have at least 5 years of relevant work experience. It also specifically stipulates that one must have more than 3 years of work experience in the field of high-end brand cars such as BMW and Mercedes-Benz. From this, we can imagine the hard work and effort Suihan has put in over the years to be hired by Rolls-Royce. No wonder, he's already 25 years old. Her personal development has only taken place 3 times. But this way, isn't it just what I want? Chapter 31 video sent by Xiao Taohua. After the selection was completed, Manager Wang introduced the current insurance policy to Chen Ziyuan in detail. At this time, Suihan stood quietly aside, nodding slightly and listening to their conversation. Suddenly, as if she felt something, she raised her head inadvertently, and her eyes happened to meet Zhang Xing's not far away. Zhang Xing was looking at her with a burning gaze, which seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul. Suihan instantly felt that her little face was as if it was roasted by fire, and a blush quickly appeared on her face. My little heart started beating uncontrollably. Why are you staring at me? Could it be? Suihan couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Maybe it's just my illusion? Or is Mr. Jiang really? Countless thoughts raced through her little head, making her feel a little overwhelmed for a moment. In addition, there has always been an unwritten tradition in this Rolls-Royce sales center. That is, whenever a luxury car priced at more than 6 million is successfully sold, the female salesperson in charge of the car will most likely go with the owner. As for whether to be a lover or a wife, it depends on the ability and luck of the female salesperson. So this is also a choice for myself. Thinking of this, Suihan's heart beat faster. Now she is at the most beautiful time of a woman's life, and it is also the time when she can most easily break free from her class identity and change her destiny. Time waits for no one. When you grow old and ugly, your life is set. It would be completely different if I could be with Mr. Jiang. When this idea came up, Suihan herself began to hesitate. Mr. Jiang is handsome, young, rich, and very generous. It is exactly the image of the national husband that we imagine. A man like him certainly has no shortage of women, so why would he fall for me? Xiao Su, go get Cullinan's contract and let Mr. Chen take a closer look.
Manager Wang's words interrupted Sui Han's wild thoughts.
She said oh and turned to go out.
After a while, she came back with a stack of contract documents.
Wang Yunpeng, Mr. Chen, now everything is confirmed.
I have also sent an electronic notice to the headquarters to modify the order. After the deposit is paid, I will also send a written notice to the headquarters.
Next, you will need to sign the formal contract.
After taking out the configuration list from the materials, Manager Wang turned around and handed it to Jiang Xing respectfully. Mr. Jiang, the additional configuration that Mr. Chen selected, plus tariffs, 3 years of insurance, vehicle purchase tax, and consumption tax, totals 8.95 million.
8.95 million. The amount of money spent was within Jiang Xing's expectations.
Jiang Xing took the bill, glanced at it briefly, and then took out his bank card without hesitation. Swiped the card. Next, immediately used the 10x cash back card to lock in the current transaction.
Okay.
Manager Wang carefully took the bank card and swiped it on the POS machine.
Sizzle. The receipt was spit out in about a second. Payment completed.
At this moment, the sound of successful use of the consumption card came into my mind.
Ding, the host's tenfold cashback card limit 6 million has been used successfully, and 60 million Chinese yuan has been successfully deposited into the host's bank. Please check it. At this time, Chen Ziyuan also signed the contract. Wang Yunpeng said to Chen Ziyuan with a smile on his face.
Mr. Chen, according to the normal process, the car will be delivered to you in about a month.
I wonder if you can accept this arrangement.
Hearing this, Chen Ziyuan nodded without hesitation, indicating that there was no problem at all.
All formalities completed.
When the two of them were about to leave the store, Sui Han, who had always seemed a little shy and nervous, finally plucked up the courage.
She walked quickly to Jiang Xing and asked softly, Mr. Jiang, can I add you on WeChat?
Jiang Xing was stunned at first, but then he smiled friendly and readily agreed to Sui Han's request.
Sit inside a Bugatti Veyron.
Until this moment, Chen Ziyuan still felt like he was in a dream, and everything that happened today was unbelievable to him. So he turned to look at Jiang Xing beside him and spoke anxiously. Jiang Xing, pinch me quickly, I want to make sure whether all this is true. Seeing this, Jiang Xing pinched him hard without saying a word and gave him 2 loud slaps.
Hiss ouch. Chen Ziyuan, who was caught off guard, immediately covered his cheek, feeling a pain. He finally believed completely that everything he was experiencing was real. Fuck. All of this is actually true, ha ha ha. Jiang Xing safely sent Chen Ziyuan home and returned to the Zhongxia Century Hotel. After arriving at the hotel, Jiang Xing sent tonight's menu to butler Zhang. I lay on the bed, closed my eyes and prepared to take a rest. At this moment, the phone screen suddenly lit up, indicating that a new message had been received. Jiang Xing picked up the phone and saw that it was Xiao Taohua's message that had finally come. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he clicked on the message with a hint of anticipation. However, when he saw the contents sent by Xiao Taohua, his half-closed eyes suddenly widened. In the picture, Xiao Taohua was wearing a sexy bikini swimsuit and dancing to the Korean dance she had learned in the early morning. Under the professional live broadcast lighting, Xiao Taohua's fair and delicate skin appears even smoother and more delicate, exuding an alluring luster like mutton fat white jade. Her expression while dancing was very complicated, showing both the shyness of a girl showing off her body for the first time and the urge to completely release herself. Moreover, she would bite her lips from time to time, which looked simply captivating. As the dance entered its climax, Xiao Taohua's body movements became more and more vigorous, and the peak also rose and fell, trembling. This kind of vague and shy posture made Jiang Xing's heart beat faster and his breathing became rapid. Before he knew it, he had become engrossed in the sight, completely absorbed in the charm of little peach blossom. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Taohua's message came. Mr. Yezhou, are you satisfied with Taohua's dance? This is Xiao Taohua's sincerity. Will you come to Xiao Taohua's live broadcast room tonight? Now that things have come to this, what else can Jiang Xing say? Satisfy. Very satisfied. Not only that, Jiang Xing also transferred 20,000 yuan to Xiao Taohua as a reward for her hard work. After receiving the money, Xiao Taohua replied immediately. Thank you, brother Yezhou. Xiao Taohua loves you. Also, please do not send the video I sent to you to anyone else. This was shot for you alone. After reading it, Jiang Xing felt a warm feeling in his heart. Unexpectedly, Xiao Taohua became more and more skilled. After all, what man can resist a video a girl shoots just for him? At this moment, Jiang Xing decided to seize this opportunity and strike while the iron was hot.
So, he sent a message to Xiao Taohua, suggesting that they meet tomorrow afternoon and have dinner together if possible.
As long as Xiao Taohua is willing to take this crucial step.
Jiang Xing was confident that with his charm and means, he would be able to successfully win her over within just one day. In this way, he can complete the task faster and upgrade the system level to level 3 faster.
Not long after, Xiao Taohua replied to Jiang Xing's message.
Okay, Brother Yezhou, but I'm still in the internship period, and it's not easy to ask for leave, so I may not be able to come out too early.
Otherwise, let us set it at 3 p.m. tomorrow. The location is Fuchin Chengdong Park. How about it?
After seeing this message, Jiang Xing showed a satisfied smile on his face and replied immediately.
Okay. That's settled. Chapter 32. Xiaoting listens to Brother Yezhou. 6 o'clock in the evening.
Jiang Xing leaned on the bed and opened TikTok. I didn't rush to click into Xiao Taohua's live broadcast room, but watched the major game anchors first. LOL, Teamfight Tactics, Honor of Kings, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Generally speaking, games are more important than watching beautiful women dance. When Jiang Xing sees someone with good skills, he will give them a few carnival rewards.
This watching lasted for more than an hour.
It was almost 8 o'clock when I slowly clicked into Xiao Taohua's live broadcast room. Xiao Taohua, who was chatting with her Douyin friends in the live broadcast room, suddenly saw the unique entry effects of the max-level boss.
He was stunned for a moment, then recognized it was Jiang Xin Yezhou and shouted excitedly. Welcome Brother Jiang Xinyezu to Xiaotaohua's live broadcast room, welcome brother home.
Many Douyin users in the live broadcast room also sent comments to welcome them.
Is this the rich man who made over 10 million in one night? Oh my god, I finally saw him today. Fuck, Yezhou is here, is he going to give Xiao Taohua 50 carnivals again? I haven't seen Kuanping Wanli's special effects live yet, boss Yezhou, please post more.
Jiang Xing has become a celebrity on TikTok in the past 2 days. The number of fans quickly soared from 0 to 750,000, and is still increasing every day.
There are endless topics about him.
Some people suspect that he is the illegitimate son of Douyin boss Zhang Yiming, otherwise how could he have so many Douyin coins that he can't spend? Some people also suspected that he was some domestic capital tycoon who used a guild account to give gifts in order to attract traffic and hype up the female anchor, and finally go the route of selling goods through live streaming. The most outrageous thing is that some people think Jiang Xing is a top hacker who has mastered the code to make unlimited Douyin coins. Jiang Xing first played 5 Kuanping Wanli to show off, and then typed his speech. Xiao Taohua, please dance first, or you can dance the home dance, touching the sky. Okay, since Master Yezhou has spoken, I will of course jump obediently. Xiao Taohua responded coquettishly, turned around and prepared to play music. At this moment, the Douyin friends in the live broadcast room suddenly became more excited. Wow, our Master Yezhou is really very respectable. Just one sentence from him made Xiao Taohua agree to dance so readily.
That's right.
We also wanted Xiao Taohua to try other types of dance, but she insisted that she couldn't do it.
Oh, I really hope that one day I can be as generous as Yezhou and give away 5 Kuanping Wanli casually. That would be great. Just as everyone was talking, cheerful music suddenly sounded.
Xiao Taohua has also taken off the snow-white gauze skirt tied around her waist, revealing her slender and well-proportioned white silk legs in the live broadcast room without reservation. I have to admit that when Xiao Taohua, dressed in professional dance costume, dances a vibrant home dance, the visual impact is simply unparalleled. Especially her pretty face and graceful figure, which added a lot of color to the whole performance. Such a perfect combination and the wonderful chemical reaction it triggers undoubtedly make the overall effect far beyond the simple 1 + 1 = 2. At the same time, Jiang Xing opened the reward interface without hesitation.
User Jiang Xin Yezhou gave away Carnival 1. User Jiang Xin Yezhou gave away Carnival 10. User Jiang Xin Yezhou gave Carnival 100.
Xiao Taohua had just finished a dance and was so happy when she saw the 100 carnivals sent by Jiang Xin Yezhou that she was speechless.
Thank you, Brother Yezhou. You are so kind to me. I love you so much.
After reading it, Jiang Xing smiled gently. Xiao Taohua, please stop broadcasting early, you still have to go to work tomorrow.
He left after sending it.
After watching a few more live broadcasts and feeling that they were boring, Jiang Xing suddenly thought of Lu Xiaoting. So, go to her live broadcast room.
Lu Xiaoting just finished a PK with a host.
Seeing the prompt that user Jiang Xinyezu had entered the live broadcast room, I was also happy to welcome him.
Then she asked again in confusion, "By the way, Mr. Jiang Xin Yizhou, I sent you my WeChat ID last night, why didn't you add me?"
After hearing this, Jiang Xing remembered that he forgot to add her WeChat. There are so many female anchors who send him private messages, so it's normal for him to forget.
At this time, a user in the live broadcast room named Gu Chengyan was unhappy.
Gu Chengyan, Xiaoting, I gave you 3 carnivals before, but you didn't even send me your WeChat ID. Now you are actually begging this guy to add you as a friend. Faced with brother Gu Chengyan's questioning, Lu Xiaoting hurriedly explained patiently.
"Brother Gu Chengyan, don't worry. Brother Jiang Zinyezu gave me a lot of carnivals before. It's reasonable for me to add him on WeChat first. I thought my words could calm brother Gu Chengyan's anger." However, Gu Chengyan not only did not calm down, but became even more excited. "Xiaoting, if I give you another 10 carnivals, can I add you on WeChat? We can also arrange a dinner together." Lu Xiaoting was stunned.
Although she still kept smiling, she felt uncomfortable in her heart.
What's wrong with this person? Why are you still competing with me? However, since it was a live broadcast after all, she couldn't refuse directly, so she had to answer it. "This. Of course you can. As long as you are willing to support me, we can discuss this."
Then, the subject changed. "It's just that I haven't been very free recently.
How about adding WeChat and I'll find time to treat you to a meal?" Gu Chengyan replied immediately after seeing it.
"How can I let you treat me, Xiaoting?
Of course I have to treat you." Lu Xiaoting was a little angry and speechless.
"I clearly said that I would find time to treat you, can't you see that this is a polite refusal?"
There are so many people in the live broadcast room.
However, despite thinking this in her heart, Lu Xiaoting still had to continue to be polite.
"No, brother Gu Chengyan, there's really no need to bother you. Besides, I've been too busy with work recently. Old fans in the live broadcast room know that I still have to go to work during the day."
Before Lu finished speaking, a special effect suddenly flashed on the screen.
Gu Chengyan really directly swiped 10 carnivals over.
Although Lu Xiaoting kept saying thank you, she was still very reluctant in her heart.
Just when she felt torn,
Jiang Xing fired 15 rounds of carnival.
A domineering reply.
"Xiaoting, ignore him.
If you really don't want to go, don't go. Don't add him on WeChat."
Seeing the carnival's 15 consecutive hits and thoughtful remarks, Lu Xiaoting shouted excitedly.
"Thank you brother Jiang Xin Yezhou for the 15 carnivals. Xiaoting will listen to brother Yezhou." The Douyin users in the live broadcast room were overjoyed and tagged Gu Chengyan one after another. Hey. Don't think you can be so awesome just because you have a little money. See? Jiang Xin Yizhou is here.
You only played 8 carnivals and you are already so miserable.
Can't you see that Xiaoting doesn't want to have dinner with you? Boss has already cleared 15 carnivals, do you still have any stock? Keep clearing. If you can't clear it, you will really become a clown." Chapter 33 How dare you compete with me in giving gifts?
Jiang Xing's actions and the massive taunts in the live broadcast room made Gu Chengyan so angry that smoke came out of his head.
He originally wanted to show off, but he didn't expect that a guy would jump out and fight with him. Looks like I have to make some money today. However, the lonely city is not afraid of smoke. His parents both run companies, they live in a villa, he goes to an international aristocratic school, and they drive Porsches and Ferraris when they go out. If you dare to fight against me, you are simply looking for death. So, he put all his living expenses for the next 3 months into his TikTok account and went on a spree to give out gifts. User Guchenjian gave away Carnival 1. User Guchenjian sent Carnival 8. User Guchenjian gave away Carnival 20.
As expected, after this wave of gifts were given out, he became number 1 in Lu Xiaoting's live broadcast room.
Gu Chengyan proudly tagged Jiang Xing and made some provocative remarks.
I am now number 1 on the list, if you have the ability, keep on pushing me down, if you can't push me down, then I look down on you. When seeing this sentence, Jiang Xing couldn't help but burst out laughing and whispered to himself.
Humph, this guy is really arrogant.
I have only spent 1/3 of the 100 million Douyin coins given by the system last time.
How rich is your family? How dare you compete with me in the carnival?
At this time, Lu Xiaoting remained neutral and kept persuading the 2 big brothers in the live broadcast room not to be impulsive. In fact, her heart was already filled with joy. It is like pie in the sky to be able to watch the live broadcast and meet the big brother.
In addition, Lu Xiaoting is very clear about Jiang Xing's financial resources.
Therefore, deep down in her heart, she actually hoped that Jiang Xing could give out gifts slowly and not scare away Gu Chengyan on the opposite side all at once. Otherwise, this good show will end early.
Pa. Jiang Xing sent out Carnival again. This time it was 25.
He didn't take this so-called number 1 on the list seriously at all.
The next step of sending gifts will only give 5 more carnivals than Guchenjian.
Doing so can confuse the opponent, making Gu Chengyan mistakenly believe that he still has a chance to overtake, causing him to spend all his money without realizing it. After finishing, Jiang Xing also made a provocative statement. Keep brushing. If you don't brush me off, not only will I look down on you, but my friends in the live broadcast room will also look down on you. If you can't afford it, you'd better quit as soon as possible to save some dignity for yourself.
Damn it, you ignorant bastard, how dare you mock me?
At this time, Gu Chengyan was already overwhelmed by anger, veins bulged on his forehead, and he kept cursing. He opened his TikTok account without hesitation and spent all the balance in it at once.
This is a considerable sum of money.
A full 50 carnivals were spent like this.
After spending all the money, Gu Chengyan breathed a sigh of relief.
He crossed his legs, leisurely lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then slowly exhaled a smoke ring with a smug smile on his face.
Humph, bastard, this time I want to see if you dare to continue competing with me. But something happened that he never expected.
Suddenly a message popped up on the screen. User Jiang Xin Yizhou gave away 55 carnival items.
After seeing this message, Gu Chengyan instantly became furious. He stood up in rage, raised his foot and kicked the innocent computer desk in front of him, roaring loudly as he kicked. Fuck you, Jiang Xin Yizhou, what on earth do you want to do? Why do you always have to pick on me and win 5 more carnivals than me? Not only that, he was so angry that he even grabbed the newly bought laptop next to him and smashed it to the ground. With a loud bang, the brand new laptop computer was shattered into pieces, with parts scattered all over the floor. After finishing, Gu Chengyan still felt unsatisfied.
Then he turned on the voice function of the live broadcast room and yelled hysterically into the microphone.
Jiang Xin Yizhou. Are you fucking mentally ill? Why do you always deliberately target me? Do you really like stealing my limelight? However, what surprised and embarrassed Gu Chengyan was that his angry and resentful voice did not receive any sympathy or resonance from other viewers in the live broadcast room.
On the contrary, everyone started to mock and ridicule him mercilessly, with all kinds of cold words being heard everywhere.
Oh my god, are you sick? Big brother Jiang Xin Yizhou can give as much as he wants, why are you in such a hurry? This is the first time I've seen someone break defense by giving a gift. You're really awesome. Ha ha ha. If you can't afford the gift, just tell me as soon as possible, and apologize to brother Jiang Xin Yizhou, and let it go. If you can't afford the gift and are still standing here in incompetence and rage, I'm going to scold you. It's better to give up as soon as possible and don't bankrupt yourself. Gu Chengyan held the phone tightly and clicked again to enter the Douyin recharge interface.
He also has a bank card specifically for pocket money. The money in this card is the New Year's money he receives every year and the savings from his daily living expenses.
Thinking of this, Gu Chengyan felt more confident. I don't believe I will lose to you this time. User Guchenjian gave away Carnival 65.
Jiang Xing still remained calm and composed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he swiped out 5 more carnivals without hesitation. In this way, the two of them went back and forth, neither of them giving in, and the number of gifts given continued to rise. Before they knew it, the total amount of gifts they had given out had reached a full 1 million.
The Douyin users below could no longer remain calm, and comments flooded in like a tide.
Oh my god, the carnival gift from the two of them cost 1 million, so extravagant.
After tonight, Lu Xiaoting will become a wealthy woman. I am so envious. This Guchenjian can actually produce so many huazi. Is this a loss of all the family capital? With so much money spent, there is no limit to what kind of female internet celebrities can he not play with? Brothers, don't you feel bad?
I don't know if Gu Chengyan felt bad or not, but I saw Lu Xiaoting couldn't hold back her smile. She earned what an average person would earn in 10 years in just one night.
Finally, Gu Chengyan couldn't hold on any longer. He stared blankly at his bank account with a zero balance, wanting to cry but unable to.
There are still 5 carnivals away from the top spot.
If he wants to send it again, he can only take out a loan. But the question is, even if he gets a loan, can he still beat the opponent? Just like that, Gu Qingye admitted defeat.
There were also Douyin users in the live broadcast room who advised him not to be scared and just keep on brushing.
He was so angry that he sent a direct message. Stupid people, I don't want to play anymore.
Afterwards, he exited the live broadcast room.
The battle for the top spot ended with Jiang Xing's complete victory. Jiang Xing didn't say much. Just sent one sentence.
My dear friends in the live broadcast room, I'm paying for today's live broadcast. If you want to see any dance, please let Xiaoting dance.
Bye. Lu Xiaoting was also very tactful and did not refuse. Brothers in the live broadcast room, what dance do you want to see next? Xiaoting will dance for you.
The live broadcast will end at 9:30, so hurry up. The Douyin users in the live broadcast room continued to be excited,
repeating the same sentence like crazy. Long live the night boat on the river. Chapter 34. This is my car.
The next day, Jiang Xing got up very late again. I opened TikTok and found that my number of followers increased by 300,000 overnight. I guess it was because of the live broadcast last night that they attracted so many fans.
Private messages are still full. Jiang Xing was too lazy to look at it. After adding Lu Xiaoting's WeChat, I came to the esports room in the presidential suite.
I played several games of League of Legends and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It was almost 11 o'clock before I lazily went to eat my first meal.
In the afternoon, I still swim and exercise.
In the past 2 days, due to the rapid increase in his personal physical fitness, Jiang Xing has achieved amazing results in fat burning and body shaping.
After just 1 day of exercise, my abdomen has already shown clear in sculpture like abdominal muscle contours.
This made him ecstatic. After taking a shower, Jiang Xing drove his beloved Bugatti Veyron towards the meeting place agreed with Xiaotaohua Fuchin Shenggong Park. Along the way, the lightning speed attracted the attention of passers-by. Finally arriving at the destination, Jiang Xing looked at the time and found that he still had 15 minutes of free time before the agreed time of 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When he was bored, he suddenly saw a Nike store not far away.
Well, it's time to change my outfit.
After all, the clothes and shoes I was wearing had been worn for a long time and were no longer fresh. Walking into the Nike store, Jiang Xing's eyes swept across the rows of shelves, and finally stopped on a pair of AJ11 Conco patent leather sneakers that were quite popular in the early years. I picked up the shoes and tried them on, and they felt very comfortable. Then, he picked out some new short-sleeved shirts and shorts and changed his original clothes and shoes. Picking up the shopping bags, Jiang Xing walked back to the car. Before I got close to my car, I saw 6 or 7 young people gathered around the car from a distance, apparently taking photos and checking in. Take a closer look. It seems that Xiaotaohua is also among them. Standing in the crowd, he stands out like a crane among chickens. She had her hair tied into a high ponytail, and was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a tiger pattern on it, and a gray-blue pleated skirt that fluttered gently in the wind. Her beautiful legs are neither thick nor thin, with just the right proportions, making them look particularly straight and slender. Her fair and delicate skin is warm and delicate, and paired with a pair of white lace cotton socks, she looks even more fresh and refined. She was wearing a pair of smoky gray Converse canvas shoes, which were simple yet fashionable.
This outfit makes her exude a youthful and energetic aura that is both vigorous and cute and sweet.
Jiang Xing resisted the urge to rush forward to greet her, and slowly approached her with light steps. He tried to pretend that they didn't know each other and chat with her, and then find a suitable opportunity to reveal his true identity. Just as Jiang Xing was about to reach her, a fat hand suddenly reached out without warning and grabbed the back of his collar. Then, a sharp and piercing voice rang in my ears.
Hey, what are you doing?
If you want to take photos and check in, just go to the back of the line and line up.
Don't try to cut in line just because you're a man.
I won't tolerate your uncivilized behavior. Jiang Xing looked back and saw a chubby girl glaring at him. He looks to be about 1.6 meters tall, wears black framed glasses, has 2 black moles at the corners of his mouth, speaks in a tough tone, and it's obvious that he's not someone you want to mess with.
Another tall and thin girl appeared from the side like lightning.
Her mouth was like a machine gun, and she also scolded Jiang Xing.
That's right, that's right. How can you be so ignorant as a man? Go to the back and line up quickly. Don't try to grab a seat from us.
Jiang Xing listened to their words and couldn't help but stop and look at the 2 people up and down with interest. The obese girl also followed the current popular dressing style and wore a piece of clothing that was obviously 1 size smaller.
The result is predictable.
The tight clothes tightly wrapped her already round body, making her look like a living Michelin tire man. Look at the other girl, her figure can only be described as skinny. His chest and back were flat, and there was hardly any flesh on his face and body, giving people the feeling that he would be blown away by the wind. The two girls stood together. One is as fat as a ball, the other is as thin as a bamboo pole. What a funny couple. Jiang Xing shook his head helplessly, then raised the shopping bag in his hand and said with an innocent and slightly speechless look, "Excuse me, please move aside. I'm the owner of the car and I need to put my things there." As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Xiao Taohua, who was still waiting in line to take a photo, also looked over and thought that this boy, who was about her age, must be joking. Although he looks handsome. But being handsome doesn't mean being rich. The fat girl with a bloated figure sneered with disdain on her face. "Ha, look at you, how can you afford a Bugatti Veyron? Even if you rent a car, you can't afford the rent." The skinny girl standing next to them also echoed. "That's right. Look at yourself, your hands and neck are all bare, you don't even have a decent watch or gold chain. Anyone with eyes can see that you don't have much money in your pocket." Hearing such harsh words, Jiang Xing just shook his head gently and sighed helplessly. Then, he slowly reached into his pocket and slowly took out the key to the Bugatti Veyron. In the astonished eyes of everyone, he pressed the key. DD. The Bugatti Veyron's two headlights flashed and made a sound. Then, the doors on both sides opened. There was a commotion among the crowd nearby. Wow, he really is the owner of the car. Jiang Xing glanced around calmly, and finally his eyes fell on the two girls, one fat and one thin. "Excuse me, this car is really mine. Now I ask you all to get out of the way." Having said that, he walked over and put the shopping bag into the trunk of the car. Then, he turned and looked at Xiao Taohua. "It's so hot this afternoon, how about I get in and take you for a ride? You can take pictures as you like." Suddenly, Xiao Taohua's cheeks blushed. She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. No, I have to wait for a friend, so I won't go in." Unexpectedly, Jiang Xing grabbed her wrist directly. "It's okay, it'll only take a moment. Besides, you can contact your friend in the car. Wouldn't it be more impressive for him to see you getting out of the Bugatti Veyron?" Xiao Taohua's face turned even redder. After some reluctance, I finally got on the car. Jiang Xing got on the car from the other side. The next second, the car door closed. Unexpectedly, the fat girl rushed over and knocked on the car window. The car windows were down. Jiang Xing asked with a cold face. "Why, is there something wrong? Little brother, why do you take her for a ride? We also want to come up and sit for a while, or take some photos if we don't want a ride." The fat girl raised her voice deliberately and pulled her collar down at the same time. She thought it was cute and sexy. In fact, Jiang Xing really wanted to vomit. "No, don't even think about it." Jiang Xing refused decisively. "Why, little brother, give me a reason, don't you think it's cruel and heartless to do this?" The fat girl made a disgusting clipping sound again, and at the same time twisted her body in a way that she thought was very cute. "You're not only ugly and fat, but you don't even know it. I was afraid my car would be scrapped after pulling you. Now it's okay, right?" After saying, "Just step on the accelerator to the bottom," the Bugatti Veyron sped away with a boom. "You! Ahem!" The fat girl was still standing there, her mouth full of exhaust fumes. "I want to curse someone but I can't. I can only be angry alone." Chapter 35. Xiao Taohua suddenly realized. In the car, Xiao Taohua felt a little uneasy. Sometimes she buried her head in her phone, sometimes she looked out the window, her little face was always flushed. Jiang Xing, who was driving, glanced at Xiao Taohua out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you looking at? You look so nervous. I won't eat you." Xiao Taohua quickly stopped what she was doing and held her breath for a long time before she uttered a word. "It's hard to say." Jiang Xing rolled his eyes speechlessly and said unhappily, "Damn. You really think so? Let me ask you, have you ever seen a cannibal who looks as handsome as me?" Hearing Jiang Xing's slightly teasing words, Xiao Taohua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was stunned at first, and then she burst out laughing. The laughter was as clear and sweet as a silver bell, breaking the somewhat tense atmosphere in the car. After slightly adjusting her sitting position, Xiao Taohua turned her head. She blinked her big watery eyes and asked Jiang Xing, who was concentrating on driving.
Little brother, can you tell me where this car of yours came from?
Jiang Xing stared at the road ahead without blinking, holding the steering wheel firmly with both hands, and answered casually.
Where did you get it? Of course I bought it with real money. How could someone give it to me for free?
In fact, this car was really given to him by the system. But later on, it did cost him a lot of money to add various configurations and modifications.
Xiao Taohua was obviously not satisfied with this answer and continued to ask.
But didn't those two girls just say that you don't have a famous watch or a gold chain, and you don't look like a rich person at all?
Jiang Xing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and responded indifferently. What kind of talk is that? Who says that rich people have to wear famous watches and gold chains? This is just a stereotype. Take me for example. I have never liked those things. They are so heavy and uncomfortable to wear. Even when I buy clothes, I only choose the most comfortable and fitting ones.
Before Jiang Xing finished speaking, he heard Xiao Taohua scream.
Ah!
Jiang Xing was caught off guard and was so frightened that his hands shook and the steering wheel was almost knocked off.
Where are you going? Why are you already out of the city? Didn't we agree to just wander around?
Xiao Taohua shouted with horror on her face, her voice full of anxiety and dissatisfaction. Jiang Xing calmed himself down, then patiently explained to her.
Don't get excited.
If you only drive a top-notch sports car like the Brady Veyron in narrow and crowded alleys, you won't be able to feel its charm and speed. Only on wide and straight roads can you truly feel the feeling of speeding. However, Xiao Taohua had no intention of appreciating the charm of the sports car at the moment. She was thinking about the agreement she had made with Jiang Xinyezu and was so anxious that she almost cried.
But I really can't keep running around with you like this. My friend and I made an appointment to meet at Chengdong Park at 3 o'clock this afternoon. If I'm too late, he will definitely think I broke the appointment.
Jiang Xing seemed very enthusiastic to remind him. In that case, hurry up and send the message.
It's already been over 5 minutes. Hearing this, Xiao Taohua didn't dare to delay for a moment and sent 3 messages in succession.
Never received any response.
Jiang Xing kindly reminded again. What's going on? There seems to be no response to my message. Let's call WeChat. After hearing this, Xiao Taohua nodded repeatedly and quickly dialed Jiang Xing's WeChat number.
At this moment, a WeChat call notification sound suddenly rang in the car.
Ah! What on earth is going on? Xiao Taohua was suddenly startled, and countless question marks popped up in her mind. During the search, Xiao Taohua was surprised to find that the sound actually came from the mobile phone in Jiang Xing's trouser pocket. Could it be that you?
At this point, Xiao Taohua suddenly realized. It turned out that I had met Jiang Xinyezu's brother a long time ago. She was so angry that she punched Jiang Xing on the shoulder.
Brother Yezhou, you are so annoying. Why did you keep lying to me from the beginning to the end? After throwing a punch, Xiao Taohua was still not satisfied.
He pouted angrily, but was still thinking about throwing a second punch.
Jiang Xing noticed Xiao Taohua's intention and quickly spoke out to stop her. Hey, I'm driving. If you move around and something happens, we'll both be dead. Having said that, Xiao Taohua's anger has not dissipated yet.
Only a hum was heard.
Xiao Taohua turned her head away and ignored Jiang Xing. At this time, the system has not yet prompted Xiao Taohua's favorability towards itself has decreased. That means she's just throwing a tantrum.
Jiang Xing raised the corner of his mouth and said softly.
You are still angry with me, Teacher Yao, why are you so petty? These words instantly woke Xiao Taohua up from her anger.
She turned around suddenly and asked in surprise.
How do you know my last name is Yao?
I have never revealed my real name on WeChat Moments or TikTok. Jiang Xing said slowly.
Is it possible that if you authenticate your real name on TikTok, anyone can see it?
Seeing that Xiao Taohua's face was still full of anger, Jiang Xing continued to add.
How about this, Mr. Yao, to express my apology to you, how about I buy you a bag?
Before he finished speaking, Xiao Taohua's originally slightly gloomy face suddenly broke into a bright smile. Her big eyes sparkled with excitement and she nodded in response without hesitation.
Well, since Brother Yezhou has invited me so warmly, it would be disrespectful of you if I don't agree. After that, there was a deafening roar.
Jiang Xing stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Before long, they arrived at the nearest large shopping mall at lightning speed.
Jiang Xing parked the car steadily in the underground parking lot. The two got out of the car together, walked into the elevator and went straight to the mall. However, just as he stepped out of the elevator door, Jiang Xing felt the urge to urinate. Let Xiao Taohua stand where she is and go to the bathroom. When he was released, he walked out humming a little tune. But just when she turned a corner, she saw a group of people surrounding Xiao Taohua, with no intention of letting her go. The leader of this group was a yellow-haired man with narrow eyes and a grinning mouth revealing a set of molar teeth. He was wearing a red and gray sleeveless shirt that hung loosely on his body, with earrings in each ear and a blue dragon tattooed on his right arm. This man was not tall, and his every move revealed his uncouthness. At this time, the yellow-haired man had a sly smile on his face. "Sister, please let me add you on WeChat. I'm a big shot in this area. When you go out to eat in the future, as long as you mention my name, no one will dare to charge you a penny." Xiao Taohua couldn't help but take a few steps back timidly and answered in a low voice. "No. Thank you, bro. I'm hanging out with my friend today. He should be back soon." The yellow-haired man not only did not restrain himself, but instead laughed lewdly and moved forward toward Xiao Taohua. "Hey, what's wrong with you hanging out with your friends? How does that conflict with adding WeChat? Don't be so scared, we guys are all good people." Just then, an angry shout was heard. "I've already told you not to add me on WeChat, so if you have nothing to do, get away from me right now. Why are you sticking so close to me like a piece of dog shit?" Jiang Xing walked in front of Xiao Taohua and protected her behind him. Chapter 36 Mixed Martial Arts Experience Card. The yellow-haired leader said arrogantly. "Oh, so you are the friend that the pretty girl mentioned. Boy, I advise you to be sensible and stay where you want to be. Don't meddle in other people's business." His friends around him also started to make a fuss and told Jiang Xing to get out of the way. This place is at the side corner of the shopping mall, and there are not many people at this spot. If a conflict were to occur, Huang Mao firmly believed that with the 7 brothers around him, they could cripple the ungrateful person in front of them. Xiao Taohua pulled at the corner of Jiang Xing's clothes. "Brother Yezhou, don't be impulsive. There are so many of them. Why don't we call the police?" Jiang Xing turned his head and comforted him softly. "Don't be afraid. These people are just a bunch of scum. If a fight really breaks out, I can defeat them all by myself." "What the hell are you talking about?" The yellow-haired man's face suddenly turned gloomy and his temper flared up. He pointed to the stocky, round-faced man standing on his left. "This is Ah Wei. The night before yesterday, 3 ignorant guys dared to come and provoke me in Canal Park. Ah Wei went out alone and easily knocked all 3 of them to the ground. One of the guys' teeth were knocked out." After saying this, the yellow-haired man quickly pointed his finger at another short man with a shaved head. "This is Brother Hao. He graduated from a sports school and specialized in Sanda and Muay Thai. For Brother Hao, it's easier to deal with you than to crush an ant." Then, the yellow-haired man glared at Jiang Xing in front of him fiercely and threatened him mercilessly. "Boy, I'm going to start counting now. Just count to 3. If you don't get wise and disappear from my sight before I finish, then don't blame us brothers for being rude to you." Hearing this, Jiang Xing was stunned. After all, fighting 1 against 8 people is indeed difficult for him who has never learned any fighting skills since he was a child. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. The system has detected that the host is about to face a dangerous situation and has successfully triggered the passive mission, Street Fighting King. This mission requires the host to knock down all 8 thugs in front of him to complete the mission. Mission reward, S level 3 consecutive draw. Please work hard and defeat the enemy. Jiang Xing remained calm on the surface, but secretly asked the system in his heart. "System, is there anything you can do to help me? It was my first time playing against 8 people alone." There was a crisp ding sound, and the system responded. "Dear host, in view of your current predicament, this system recommends that you go to the Xinhao store and spend 10 points to purchase a mixed martial arts experience card. Once this card is activated and used, the host can instantly awaken 21 martial arts fighting skills including Sanda, Taekwondo, Karate, Judo, and Wing Chun." Hearing this, Jiang Xing's originally tense heartstrings relaxed a little, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. "Prepare to take your phone into the Xinhao store." However, at this moment, Huang Mao's threatening voice suddenly sounded. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. This guy won't accept my toast, so I'll have to drink a forfeit. Brothers, beat him up. Following Huang Mao's roar, the group of ferocious-looking thugs rushed towards Jiang Xing like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Little Taohua, who was standing by, was so frightened that she turned pale and ran away to find someone to help. Jiang Xingzi secretly cried out that something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, a huge fist accompanied by a sharp wind whistled towards Jiang Xing's face. At the critical moment, Jiang Xing slightly tilted his body and narrowly avoided the fierce attack. Then, he kicked out like a bolt of lightning and hit one of the thugs straight in the abdomen. With a scream of ouch, the gangster flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Good boy, you actually dared to fight back. I will destroy you today. Seeing this, the other thugs became even more furious and rushed towards Jiang Xing one after another. Once again dodged. Jiang Xing chuckled. You guys are nothing but that. But as the saying goes, a vicious tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. Gradually, Jiang Xing fell into a disadvantage. First he was hit with a heavy fist on the back, and then he was kicked hard in the chest. The powerful impact caused him to stagger a few steps. The newly bought Nike t-shirt was also torn in the fierce fight. Jiang Xing fought and retreated at the same time. However, he saw that he was about to be forced into a narrow corner by this group of vicious guys. Once he was trapped in such a desperate situation, he was afraid that there would be no room for escape. At this critical moment, suddenly, a clear system prompt sounded in his mind. When the system detects that the host is being beaten, it will automatically purchase a mixed martial arts experience card for the host, which can be used immediately after the purchase is successful. Seeing Jiang Xing suddenly stop resisting, the yellow-haired man laughed triumphantly. He shouted loudly and arrogantly. Boy, I think you are scared by our beating. What do you think? As long as you kneel down obediently and call each of us dad honestly, we will show mercy and let you go today. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Jiang Xing didn't take the threat from the yellow-haired man seriously. Because from the moment the system voice sounded just now, countless pieces of information poured into his brain like a surging tide. In just a short moment, he had mastered 21 fighting techniques. Plus, he has a physique as strong as a special forces soldier. At this moment, Jiang Xing has been reborn. Ha, you're just dreaming. I think you should all kneel down and call me daddy, right? Then he scratched his head. Oh no, I don't have a bunch of useless sons like you. Forget it, you can call whoever you want dad, just don't call me dad. The yellow-haired man was so angry that his lungs exploded. Even after being beaten like this, he still keeps talking tough. Brothers, kill him. The other thugs rushed towards Jiang Xing, howling. The corners of Jiang Xing's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint smile. I saw his body move like lightning and he suddenly leaped into the air forward. In the air, he gracefully delivered a fierce sidekick, the force of which was like a violent storm, instantly knocking the thugs in the front row to the ground. For a moment, the whole scene was filled with wailing sounds. The yellow-haired man, who had been so arrogant and domineering just now had his eyes wide open, with a look of astonishment on his face. Foshan Huang Fei Hong? However, reality did not give him much time to think and react. In the blink of an eye, all his brothers fell down in twos and threes. However, Brother Hao and Wei, the people he had always relied on and been proud of, couldn't even last 2 rounds. They fell to their knees on the ground, groaning. Chapter 37's Level Triple Draw. At this time, the only person left on the field was the lonely Huang Mao. He looked at Jiang Xing in horror. I saw Jiang Xing walking towards me slowly. The yellow-haired man was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Without saying a word, he fell to his knees and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Brother, please be magnanimous, please let me go. I was so blind just now that I didn't know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was, and I offended you, brother. I sincerely apologize to you here. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pretended to slap himself hard a few times. Jiang Xing grabbed his collar tightly and said coldly, Didn't you hear what I just said? You guys are not even worthy of being my sons. Before he finished speaking, he swung his arm and threw the yellow-haired man out like throwing garbage, and he hit the wall heavily. He fell so hard that stars appeared in his eyes and his nose bled. Wait until Xiao Taohua arrives with patrolling security guards. The scene was filled with people lying all over the place, all injured. Jiang Xing took off the torn clothes on his upper body, sat aside calmly, and watched Douyin with a calm expression. His tight, muscular body looked like a carefully carved sculpture. Every muscle was so angular, exuding a sense of power and masculine charm that was difficult to ignore. After seeing this scene, Xiao Taohua's eyes widened and she couldn't help swallowing. Her gaze seemed to be attracted by a magnet and she couldn't bear to move away from Jiang Xing.
I saw Xiao Taohua leading a group of people hurriedly coming over. Jiang Xing stood up slowly and said calmly. I just called 110 and the police should be here soon. I've also called 120 and they'll send a car over soon.
Inside the Qingxi police station in Shihu district.
Director Lin Shuebing frowned and stared at the thick stack of investigation materials in his hand, feeling troubled. It was an ordinary conflict between citizens, but it resulted in a total of 8 people being injured to varying degrees. After preliminary diagnosis, 4 of them had broken ribs, 2 had mild concussion symptoms, 1 unfortunately broke his tibia, and 1 is still in a coma.
Now you tell me this was all done by one person? What?
There was a knock on the office door.
It was the criminal police captain Wang Sun who came in. Director Lin has investigated everything. We have also retrieved the surveillance footage from the mall.
It is true that those 8 people were the first to start the incident.
The young man named Jiang Xing also obeyed and cooperated. He told us everything he had to say. I know that.
Director Lin Shuebing put down the stack of materials in his hand and sighed softly. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he was struggling with a difficult problem in his mind.
The only thorny issue facing us now is how to define Jiang Xing's actions in this incident.
Lin Shuebing's voice was low and slightly worried. Hearing this, Wang Sun, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but look embarrassed. If we follow past practice, a case like this that resulted in 8 people being injured would mostly be considered a fight. Even if we take a step back, it would at least be considered excessive self-defense.
Otherwise, we won't be able to give an explanation to the families of the injured.
While listening to Wang Sun's analysis, Lin Shuebing tapped the table lightly with his fingers and emphasized his tone. Don't forget, there is a friend at the scene who witnessed the whole thing, and there is also surveillance video as evidence.
If we are convicted of mutual assault, what if the video is posted online and someone writes a short essay, causing a public opinion incident and the higher-ups blame us? Neither of us can bear the responsibility.
As he spoke, Lin Shuebing reached into his pocket and took out a cigarette. Seeing this, Wang Sun hurried forward and quickly took out a lighter to light the cigarette for the director. Then, Wang Sun took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it. Lin Shuebing took a small puff of the cigarette, and white smoke rose up. At this moment, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something important, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
By the way, how about the background check of both parties and their families? The 8 injured people are all local unemployed vagrants. 3 of them have been to the police station.
But Jiang Xing is a little strange.
What's strange? His parents are paint dealers in the town, and he himself is a senior student at Wulin University.
However, according to investigations, Jiang Xing is also the sole owner of Zhongxia Century Hotel and Taihang Plaza.
Ah?
Lin Shuebing was stunned after hearing this and almost dropped the cigarette in his mouth.
Wang Sun, are you sure you didn't make a mistake in your investigation? The son of a self-employed person is still a senior in college, and you told me that he owns a 5-star hotel and a commercial plaza? Wang Sun nodded and said, I'm sure there are no mistakes. This is what I want to report to you. Lin Shuebing slapped his forehead and couldn't help but complain. Shu, this is a joke. Why is it getting more and more complicated?
Wang Sun was silent for a while, and finally spoke out his guess.
Director, I actually think this is quite simple. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuebing became excited. Oh? Captain Wang, what do you think? Tell me now. I think the answer to your doubts should not be based on Jiang Xing's background, but on his skills. Do you think any ordinary person can be sure of injuring 8 adult men of similar size to him within 2 minutes?
As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue, and my thoughts became clear all of a sudden.
So, Captain Wang, what you mean is that Jiang Xing might be from the army or from the security bureau?
Wang Sun said with a serious face.
I think the latter is more likely.
My reason is that Jiang Xing's personal file was modified by someone, so his personal file is so contradictory.
But no matter which one it is, I think it's safest to deal with it based on the facts. Lin Shuebing nodded repeatedly to show his agreement.
That's right, when dealing with this matter, we strictly follow the laws and regulations.
Since the evidence we have so far points to Jiang Xing acting in self-defense, then it should be classified as self-defense. At this time, Jiang Xing, who was in a solitary isolation room, had complicated feelings. To say that he felt nothing was not quite accurate, but to say that he was very sad wasn't quite right either. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had set foot in such a special place. Time seems to have stopped here, and every passing second seems particularly long.
Suddenly, he remembered that he had not yet drawn the lottery.
System, draw a lottery. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a health recovery card.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 300 million Chinese currency. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level comprehensive upgrade card.
Chapter 38, Acquittal.
Zhang Xing guessed that the S-level comprehensive improvement card should be used to improve his physique, appearance, and other basic attributes.
But this health recovery card? What is this? The next second, a text explanation from the system popped up. Health recovery card.
The effect of using this card is, the host can use the health recovery card on himself or anyone else. After successful use, all diseases of the target will begin to dissipate, including but not limited to tumors, AIDS, cancer, leukemia, etc. Note for use: the use of this card is not a one-time solution, and its effectiveness depends on the severity of the disease. For example, if the target is in the late stage of cancer, then the card can only help the target's condition improve to the middle stage of cancer. If the cancer is in the middle stage, it can be restored to the early stage, and there is a certain probability of complete cure. When Zhang Xing saw the word leukemia, Lin Mening's figure immediately appeared in his mind.
In that case, this card might really be able to cure Mening's mother's illness. I wonder how Mening is doing now.
Just as Zhang Xing was immersed in his own thoughts, the door of the room that was originally closed suddenly opened without any warning. Then, Director Lin Xuebing and Captain Wang Sun were seen slowly pushing open the door and walking in with apologetic looks on their faces. Even a simple action like closing the door was done very quietly.
Lin Xuebing was the first to speak. Hello, Comrade Xiao Jiang, I am the director here. My name is Lin Xuebing, and this is Wang Sun, the captain of our criminal police detachment.
After Lin Xuebing finished his introduction, he and Wang Sun stepped forward and shook hands with Zhang Xing one by one.
This operation made Zhang Xing very confused. At first, I didn't see you two come out, and the police officers handling the case had a mediocre attitude. Why are you doing this to me now? Lin Xuebing, who was sitting down, said.
We already have all the details about your situation. In this case, it was indeed the other party who took the initiative. According to the criminal law and relevant regulations on public security management, Comrade Xiao Jiang, this time you were acting in self-defense. When Zhang Xing heard the word self-defense, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. This at least meant that he wouldn't have to spend the night in this place. So, I couldn't wait to ask.
Then may I leave here tonight? Wang Sun on the side nodded quickly in response. Yes, no problem. However, you will have to write a written statement. Once you have completed this step, you can leave. Also, that girl should be your girlfriend, right? She is very impatient and almost had an argument with our colleagues in the hall just now. Zhang Xing chuckled. Not really. We are just ordinary friends at the moment. Then the subject changed. Did that yellow-haired guy tell you the truth? Why do I feel like your attitude towards me has suddenly become much better? Lin Xuebing denied it awkwardly. No, he is still in a coma. But fortunately, the case has been determined and you are no longer considered a suspect.
After hearing this, Zhang Xing thought about it carefully and felt that this made sense.
Right now, there is only one problem left, which is the medical expenses for the 8 people injured in this incident. After all, we have to uphold the spirit of humanitarianism, so we still hope that Comrade Xiao Jiang can contribute a little bit of the money. When Zhang Xing heard this, a relaxed smile appeared on his face and he answered readily. Since the director mentioned humanitarianism, I can accept the payment. When the time comes, I will ask the director to send me the expense list issued by the hospital. As for the address, just send it to Zhongxia Century Hotel. Okay, Comrade Xiao Jiang is really straightforward. Seeing Zhang Xing being so straightforward and generous, Lin Xuebing and Wang Sun were completely relieved. It was getting dark. Zhang Xing walked out of the police station. Xiao Taohua, who had been quietly waiting at the door without moving a step, suddenly lit up her eyes. Without saying anything, she ran towards Zhang Xing and threw herself into his arms. Brother Yezhou, I thought you were going to stay in there tonight. You made me so worried. Don't be so impulsive next time. Zhang Xing patted Xiao Taohua's back gently. That's right. It was those scumbags who bullied you first, so you had to teach them a lesson. Now that everything has been resolved, the police station has determined that I acted in self-defense. You can eat and drink as usual. There's nothing to worry about. Xiao Taohua raised her head, looked into Jiang Xing's gentle eyes, and smiled happily. I'm glad that Brother Yezhou is okay. You look so handsome today. I never thought that Brother Yezhou was so good at fighting, and... As she spoke, Xiao Taohua's voice became softer and softer, and Xiao Lian turned away shyly. And what? Jiang Xing held her face and forced her to finish what she was saying. Besides, Brother Yezhou's muscles are so well developed, he looks like a model. Having said that, Xiao Taohua lowered her eyelids and suppressed the throbbing in her heart. In fact, at the beginning, Xiao Taohua thought Jiang Xan Yezhou was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. After all, he is so rich and yet he is so considerate and caring to me during the live broadcast. Later they added each other on WeChat, and after chatting for a long time she felt that he should be around 3 years old, because she felt that Brother Yezhou was not only mature and considerate, but also a little cute. Now that she had seen him in person, she felt that the person before her was so perfect, possessing so many advantages. Jiang Xing, it's getting late. Let me take you to dinner. There's a pretty good Hangzhou restaurant nearby. It seems to have been awarded 1 Michelin star. Let's go have dinner. Little Peach Blossom replied sweetly, okay. I'll listen to my brother. The Bugatti Veyron sped along the road. The roar of its engine was deafening, attracting the attention of passers-by on the road. After just 5 minutes, they arrived at the door of the Hangzhou restaurant that Jiang Xing mentioned. As soon as the car came to a steady stop, passers-by all stopped to watch. They were full of curiosity, wanting to see which rich kid drove a supercar here. Everyone was whispering to each other, guessing the identity and origin of the owner of the car. The car door opened slowly. Jiang Xing got out of the car gracefully, and naturally took Xiao Taohua's soft little hand from the other door. The two walked side by side towards the restaurant door. In this scene, luxury cars, beauties and handsome men complement each other, forming a stunning picture. Passers-by couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wow! This combination is so much like a scene from a fairy tale. After entering the restaurant, Jiang Xing asked for the most expensive private room without thinking. Then he started ordering food. All the dishes he chose were expensive and cooked by the restaurant's famous chefs. About 10 minutes later, the waiter slowly came in pushing the food cart. The delicacies were carefully placed on the table one by one, and each dish was placed in the most appropriate position to show its most beautiful side. Longjing shrimp, song-sa fish soup, beggar's chicken, dongpa pork, these classic Hangzhou dishes need no introduction. The last dish is 8 treasure tofu. As soon as this dish was served, it attracted Xiao Taohua's attention. The white tofu is like beautiful jade, emitting a faint luster. Moreover, its color and aroma are different from what Xiao Taohua had eaten before. Jiang Xing introduced it attentively from the side. This dish of 8 treasure tofu uses tender tofu made from soybeans grown in Sanjiang, Longjiang province. The ham is from the hind leg of Iberian grade black pork, the shrimp is from the golden Arctic sweet shrimp, and the other ingredients, such as mushrooms, pine nuts, and chicken, are all domestically selected high-quality products. In terms of cooking method, the ingredients are first stewed, chicken soup is used to enhance the flavor, and finally the sauce is thickened to reduce the fat content. The whole dish is lubricated with oil, making it fresh and delicious. Chapter 39 Continuous Passion. The reason why Jiang Xing knows so much about this shop's 8 treasure tofu. It was also because before he was reborn, he often watched videos of food bloggers exploring restaurants while eating. It just so happened that he had seen the dishes of this restaurant before, and he was particularly craving for the 8 treasure tofu at the time, so he was deeply impressed. Wow, Brother Yezhou knows a lot of things. Even I, a local, don't know the things you just talked about. Xiao Taohua's eyes were full of admiration and love for Jiang Xing. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly came in my mind. Ding, Xiao Taohua's favorability towards the host increases by +2. Today, the goddess Xiao Taohua has continuously increased her favorability towards the host, with a total increase of 15 points. Currently, the host's favorability has reached 79. Please keep up the good work. Wow, it's already 79. It is only 1 point away from the 80 points of favorability required for the mission. It seems that this point of favorability has to be achieved in other ways. After dinner, Jiang Xing called the waiter to pay the bill. 13,657 in all. Xiao Taohua's pupils trembled instantly. Just a dinner for these 2 people is equivalent to her 4 or 5 months' internship salary in the kindergarten. Brother Yezhou, let me pay for this meal. You've been put in jail because of me today, and I'd feel bad asking you to pay again. Xiao Taohua requested strongly.
She still has more than 3 million in tips from Jiang Xing's live broadcast.
In fact, this 10,000 yuan is a small amount of money for her.
I have received so many rewards from the rich and powerful, so I have to show my appreciation. Jiang Xinghe couldn't persuade Xiao Taohua, who insisted on paying, so he accepted it with a smile. After leaving the store, Jiang Xing seemed to suddenly think of something.
Teacher Yao, I wonder if you will have a day off tomorrow or will you be working? Xiao Taohua, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around.
Well, I've already asked for leave from school tomorrow morning, but I still have to teach a nursery class in the afternoon. Our principal has a rule that requires every intern teacher to teach a nursery class.
Oh? I've asked for leave tomorrow morning.
Jiang Xing savored the words Xiao Taohua had just said in his heart, and a barely perceptible light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Taohua looked up and saw Jiang Xing's playful eyes, and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She subconsciously avoided his gaze, a faint blush appeared on her face, and she complained coquettishly.
Hey, brother Yezhou, why are you staring at me like that?
Seeing Xiao Taohua being so shy and cute, Jiang Xing quickly put away the faint smile on his lips and replaced it with a serious expression.
It's nothing serious, but it's already very late. If I let you go back alone now, it might be inconvenient and unsafe. So, I was thinking, why don't you stay at my house for the night? Stay at your house, for one night? After hearing Jiang Xing's proposal, Xiao Taohua was stunned at first, and then a look of retreat and hesitation appeared on her face. She bit her lip and muttered softly. But, your parents should be at home, right? If they see you bringing a strange girl home to spend the night, will they have some bad thoughts?
What Xiao Taohua was worried about was that if she rashly went to spend the night without even saying hello, it would give Jiang Xing's parents a very casual first impression.
Don't worry about that.
My parents are not in Wulin. When Xiao Taohua heard that there was no one in the house, she breathed a sigh of relief. Agreed to stay at Jiang Xing's house for one night.
Arrive at destination. Xiao Taohua then discovered that Jiang Xing lived in Jinxiuanli, a famous high-end residential area in Wulin City. After getting on the elevator, Xiao Taohua felt a little excited and expectant. She had never thought of staying here for a night. This is the dream house of all martial artists. Pushing open the heavy Italian armored door, the intelligence system in the room started up instantly. The lights suddenly came on.
The air conditioner starts. The thick and long velvet curtains also slowly opened. All this seemed to welcome the arrival of the owner of the house.
Wow, it's fully intelligent. Xiao Taohua followed Jiang Xing's footsteps to the hall, where she could see the brightly lit night scene of Wulin City. In the distance, the Qiantang River, stretching for thousands of miles, can be seen. Watching the night view here gives you a feeling of looking down on the world.
If you get tired of the night view, I have an indoor swimming pool here. It's a little small, but it's enough for one person.
Xiao Taohua was shocked. What? Is there a swimming pool?
It's such a blessing to live here.
Xiao Taohua asked expectantly, Brother Yezhou, can I go swimming in your swimming pool?
Yes, please.
Jiang Xing brought Xiao Taohua to the indoor swimming pool and considerately closed the door. Xiao Taohua swam alone recklessly for nearly 30 minutes before giving up. A swimming pool for one person. There's no one else around yet. It's so cool. After coming out of the swimming pool, Xiao Taohua walked into the shower room with light steps.
The clear water washed over her delicate skin, taking away the remaining water droplets on her body and the smell of disinfectant in the swimming pool. After taking a bath, the little peach blossoms are as fresh and refined as lotus flowers emerging from water. As she dried herself and prepared to put on her clothes, she accidentally glanced at several women's swimsuits of various styles neatly hung in the closet in the shower room. With doubts, Xiao Taohua came to the living room. Jiang Xing was seen wearing a loose robe, lying on the soft sofa, watching the live broadcast on TV. The robe was slightly open, revealing his strong and broad chest, exuding an indescribable masculine charm.
Xiao Taohua couldn't help but sneak a peek at that place.
At this moment, Jiang Xing, who was originally concentrating on watching TV, seemed to notice Xiao Taohua's arrival and turned off the live broadcast.
He stood up and walked slowly towards Xiao Taohua with steady steps.
As Jiang Xing got closer, Xiao Taohua became more and more nervous. She lowered her head, her eyes flickering, and she didn't dare to look directly at the charming man in front of her. After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Taohua finally plucked up the courage to speak softly.
Brother Yezhou, you must have a lot of girlfriends, right?
I just saw a lot of swimsuits of different sizes in the shower room. After saying that, she anxiously waited for Jiang Xing's answer. Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and admitted it frankly.
Yes, is there anything you want to say? Hearing Jiang Xing's straightforward answer, Xiao Taohua couldn't help but fall into a brief silence.
Finally, she took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind, raised her head and looked bravely into Jiang Xing's eyes. I envy them for being able to be your girlfriend, because I think that if I can be with an excellent and handsome man like Brother Yezhou, I will definitely be very happy. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his strong arms and tightly hugged Xiao Taohua's slender waist.
Xiao Taohua was startled by this sudden action, but did not struggle or resist. Since you think you'll be happy with me, why don't you take the initiative and give it a try? Jiang Xing whispered as he effortlessly picked up Xiao Taohua. Then, he carried her to the bedroom. Chapter 40, The Dog Licks Until He Has Nothing Left.
In the morning, Jiang Xing gradually woke up from his sleep in the soft morning light. Xiao Taohua was still sleeping beside him, and her face seemed to be covered with a layer of golden glow under the sunlight. Her long eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows on her eyelids, and her slightly pouty lips have a hint of cuteness, making her look so sweet that people can't help but want to get closer to her.
Jiang Xing couldn't help but lean over and gently kissed her on the cheek.
This subtle movement made her slowly open her eyes, with a hint of sleepiness in them. Jiang Xing said softly, "It's only 8 o'clock now, you can continue to sleep." However, Xiao Taohua hugged his neck and put her red lips close to Jiang Xing's ear.
I'm already awake, how can I sleep again?
Her other hand reached around the side and wanted to hug Jiang Xing's waist, but accidentally touched something hard. Xiao Taohua's face instantly turned as red as a ripe red apple, and her eyes were full of shyness and embarrassment. She quickly turned her head away embarrassedly and curled up her body slightly.
Brother Yezhou, you have a reaction so early?
Jiang Xing looked at her like this, feeling both amused and full of pity.
Isn't that normal for a man?
Xiao Taohua stuck out her tongue. Brother was so powerful last night, I thought he had released all of it.
How could they all be released? Jiang Xing scratched Xiao Taohua's nose. I still have a lot. Let's do it again in the morning and do some morning exercises together.
Without giving Xiao Taohua a chance to speak, Jiang Xing pressed forward.
40 minutes later. Xiao Taohua walked to the bathroom and started washing up.
On the other side, Jiang Xing was lying lazily on the bed with his eyes slightly closed, having entered the sage mode. A cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the brief silence in the room. At the same time, 2 eye-catching transfer messages popped up on the screen. Jiang Xing opened his eyes, reached out to pick up the phone beside his pillow, and saw that the caller ID was Li Gang, the general manager of Zhongxia Century Hotel.
The phone is answered.
Only Li Gang's respectful voice was heard from the other end.
Good morning, Mr. Jiang. I have deposited all your dividends and wages for June into your bank card. The total is 5.27 million yuan. Please check it out.
Jiang Xing thanked him politely and opened his mobile banking app to check the transfer record.
Sure enough, the numbers matched exactly. There is another transfer from Taihong Plaza.
At this time, a WeChat message from Guo Chang, general manager of Taihong Plaza Property Company, popped up.
Mr. Jiang, I have good news to share with you. We have collected all the rent for June at Taihong Plaza, and all the debts owed by merchants have been recovered. After deducting the operating costs, the total amount is 28.93 million yuan, which has also been deposited into your bank account. 30 million was received in one morning. Jiang Xing's mood instantly improved.
I thought about the S-level comprehensive upgrade card I received last night that I haven't used yet. So, extract it and use it immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful use. In an instant, Jiang Xing was enveloped by a warm force. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of soreness filled the whole body, lasting for 5 or 6 seconds before disappearing.
Jiang Xing got out of bed and looked down at his body. I found that his muscles were fuller and he seemed to be taller. Host, Jiang Xing. Age, 23. Height, 181 centimeters. System level, 2. Appearance, 94. Constitution, 90. Spirit, 40. Agility, 30. Charm, 96. God of Wealth Points, 28. Personal deposits, 1 billion. System, why did my appearance and physique only improve a little? Isn't the upgrade card S level? And why are there 2 more items, agility and spirit?
Ding, report to the host, the higher the data, the harder it is to improve. Now it is the limit of S-level cards, please understand the host. When the host's constitution exceeds 90 points, the original, spirit, and agility attributes will be separated from constitution and can be upgraded separately. The higher the spirit attribute value, the more skills the host can learn through skill cards. Similarly, learning some skills requires high agility. If the agility attribute is not improved, it will also affect the host's learning of skills. The two attributes complement each other in improving the host, and I hope the host will pay attention to them in the future.
After listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Xing understood. Just let me improve the data. At noon, Zhang Xing drove a Bugatti Veyron and took Xiao Taohua to a nearby restaurant for a meal. After dinner, she was sent back to her rental house in Fuchunjiang district. Xiao Taohua got out of the car lightly and looked back at Zhang Xing with some reluctance to leave. Brother Yezhou, will you come to see me again? Little Peach Blossom lowered her head slightly, and the sound was as gentle as the breeze blowing across the strings of a piano. Of course, I will come to see you as soon as I am free. This sentence sounds very much like the words of a scumbag. However, the simple little Taohua did not think much about it. She smiled happily. Well, Brother Yezhou, you must keep your word and remember to come and see me when you are free. At this moment, Xiao Taohua was in an extremely sweet mood. With this joy in her heart, she turned around and prepared to move forward. But at this moment, a man suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. He is not very tall. He looks quite young, like a student. He is of medium build and has an average appearance. Yu Jie, who is this man? And did you go out with him tonight? The man pointed at Zhang Xing in the car and asked angrily. Wang Junjie, does this have anything to do with you? I told you a long time ago that after we broke up, we would not interfere with each other from then on. You agreed at that time, but now you have been pestering me. Have you been secretly following me these days? Wang Junjie stared at Xiao Taohua. So what? We were classmates in high school. I've been pursuing you for 3 years, and we've been together for 2 years. I didn't expect you to be such a frivolous person. You ran off to spend the night with him after only knowing him for a few days. Also, are you doing a live broadcast now? I advise you to quit it immediately. Do you know how disgusting the comments below are when you are dancing? As a girl, and a teacher at that. Don't you feel ashamed to be watched by so many men? Xiao Taohua was speechless after hearing his words. It's 2021 now. I'm not dancing naked. Why are you asking me if I'm ashamed? Besides, none of this has anything to do with you. Don't keep pestering me like a psychopath. As he said this, he was about to walk around Wang Junjie, and at the same time he looked back at Zhang Xing's expression, fearing that it would cause any misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, Wang Junjie stopped her again. Yu Jia, I didn't expect you to be so materialistic. You would degrade yourself for money. You really disappoint me. Hey! Have you finished talking? An angry shout from behind interrupted Wang Junjie's words. Zhang Xing got out of the car and stood in front of Xiao Taohua. Chapter 41, We broke up, why are you still so lenient? Brother Yezhou. Xiao Taohua saw Zhang Xing get off the car and hurried to explain. He was my high school classmate. He had been pursuing me for 3 years. When filling out his application, he deliberately chose the same school as me, but not the same major. He had been pursuing me since my freshman year, and later I softened my heart and ended up with him. After being together for a while, I felt that we were still not suitable. On the day we broke up, he swore to agree to a peaceful breakup. I didn't expect that he would still be pestering me 3 months later. Zhang Xing patted Xiao Taohua on the back. It's okay, I heard everything you said just now. Leave this guy to me. Zhang Xing said calmly. Xiao Taohua nodded obediently, but there was still a hint of worry in her big watery eyes. Brother Yezhou, you have to be careful. He has a paranoid personality and may go to extremes if he gets too aggressive. I don't want to see anything unexpected happen to you. Xiao Taohua warned softly. Wang Junjie looked at Xiao Taohua, who cared so much about Zhang Xing, and his heart seemed to be pinched by an invisible big hand. The bitter feeling spread instantly, and he almost cried out loud. Zhang Xing turned around and gave Xiao Taohua a faint smile. Don't worry, even if there is any conflict, he will definitely not be able to do anything to me. Wang Junjie, who had been suppressing his emotions, finally couldn't hold back his anger and jealousy any longer. He pointed at Zhang Xing and yelled. Hey! So you are Jiang Xin Yezhou? You are the one who kept giving rewards to Yu Jia on TikTok in the past few days, right? Jiang Xing met Wang Junjia's hostile gaze without changing his expression and answered calmly. Yes, it's me.
At this moment, Wang Junjie was so excited that his voice unconsciously raised an octave. His eyes were wide open, and there were even horrible bloodshot streaks at the corners of his eyes due to congestion.
Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a few bucks. Let me tell you, I've been with Yu Jia for 2 years. I know what she likes to eat and what she likes. I brought her breakfast, picked her up from school, and even fought with other boys for her. Where were you at that time? You think you can win a woman's heart by spending money, but I tell you that this is temporary. Only by giving your heart to a woman can you gain her true love. Jiang Xing felt speechless and helpless. How come this guy got so carried away while talking? Also, you've broken up already, why are you still so fussy about it? Are you a control freak? Never mind. Jiang Xing took Xiao Tao's hand and said, don't pay attention to him. I'll take you back.
These words instantly gave Xiao Tao a sense of security, and the two of them walked straight past Wang Junjie.
Wang Junjie, feeling humiliated, shouted at Xiao Tao.
Yu Jia, I know you are attracted by his money, but I want to tell you that this is temporary.
Rich kids like him just want to play with you, and when they get tired of you, they will just kick you away.
Only I will protect and take care of you wholeheartedly.
I was wrong about what happened in the past.
I swear to treat you twice as well.
Yeah, Yu Jia, you know how I feel about you, right? Jiang Xing stopped walking.
He let go of Xiao Tao's hand, his face darkened, and he turned and walked in front of Wang Junjie. When Wang Junjie saw Jiang Xing stop halfway to look for him, he became a little nervous and unconsciously took a step back.
What do you want to do? You want to fight? I won't hit you.
Jiang Xing glanced at him coldly.
Do you think you are very affectionate and powerful, and everyone else is targeting you?
Let me tell you that for a poor and paranoid person like you, no matter how good your other conditions are, Yu Jia will never come back to you. Also, I can give Yu Jia the high-end cosmetics, luxury cars, and villa she wants, including the cars and houses her parents want.
I can also give her a deposit.
Even if she deposits it in the bank to earn interest, it will be enough for her to have food and clothing for half her life.
May I ask Brother Deep Love, what can you give her?
Wang Junjie trembled all over, then he calmed himself down, clenched his fists and said firmly. I can give Yu Jia love, and I can promise that I will never leave her and will always love her.
As long as Yu Jia is willing to come back to me, I am willing to do anything.
Jiang Xing smiled contemptuously when he heard this.
Oh? Anything? Then why don't you make a lot of money and let the woman you love become a rich woman? Are you unwilling or unable to do it? This sentence made Wang Junjie stutter.
It is important for people to know themselves.
It is not terrible to be poor.
What is terrible is people like you who are poor but feel good about themselves. Even after breaking up, they will not reflect on themselves and interfere with others' pursuit of a happy life. However, Wang Junjie remained stubborn and refused to admit that he had problems.
Yu Jia and I have been together for so long, how can our relationship just disappear? Just because you said so much doesn't mean you are a good person.
Hearing this, Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile, and retorted mercilessly.
If I'm not a good person, then who are you?
These words instantly made JJ Lin furious. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, and his back teeth were clenched so tightly that they were almost broken.
You dare to say that to me?
Jiang Xing noticed his clenched fists and said nonchalantly.
Why, you want to do it? Why don't you try to touch me? Wang Junjie was provoked by Jiang Xing and wanted to take action, but his fist hung in the air and he didn't swing it down. Even though he was so angry, he didn't dare to do anything.
Because he knew that if Jiang Xing continued like this, he would definitely lose all his property as long as he wanted.
You don't want to fight, right? Jiang Xing flexed his wrists with a smile. Next second. Bang!
A slap hit Wang Junjie's face hard, leaving a bloody slap mark.
Wang Junjie didn't expect Jiang Xing to take action, and he was not prepared at all. At that moment, he felt dizzy, accompanied by tinnitus, his face was burning, and he almost fell to the ground. Xiao Taohua behind him almost cried out, but he just stood there and didn't dare to try to persuade her. Jiang Xing put away his smile and said coldly. I've given you enough face today. It's only because I met you that you've been entangled with me until now. If I let you push your luck further, do you think I'm easy to bully?
If it were someone else, you would have been in the hospital long ago if you pestered your girlfriend like this.
I know you're not convinced and want to continue pestering me. You must want to find someone to deal with me. I'm always welcome to do that, but.
Speaking of this, Jiang Xing's eyes became even colder.
If I meet you again next time, it won't be as easy as a slap.
After saying that, he turned around and hugged Xiao Taohua and left.
Only Wang Junjie was left standing there in a daze. Chapter 42 Stewardess Winsini. Brother Yezhou, you looked so handsome just now.
Xiao Taohua snuggled in Jiang Xing's arms, staring at his face infatuatedly. She didn't expect Jiang Xing to slap Wang Junjie for him, but seeing Wang Junjie standing there stupidly, she guessed that he would never harass her again.
Jiang Xing smiled. He originally had no intention of attacking Wang Junjie. It's because this guy is so paranoid that he is almost insane.
If we don't teach him a lesson, he will become even more daring in the future. Before his rebirth, he was also a pitiful person like Wang Junjie, so he was patient in chatting with him and was able to persuade him to go back.
But I didn't expect him to be so stubborn.
The consequences that followed were all his own fault. After sending Xiao Taohua back to the rental house, Jiang Xing looked at the old tables and chairs in the house and advised her to move in now that she had money. Xiao Taohua also nodded and said that she was already looking for a house and would move in 2 days. In the evening, Jiang Xing came to Wang Yanran's newly rented house. When she opened the door without any preparation, she saw Jiang Xing standing at the door and couldn't help but screamed in fright.
Master Jiang, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Wang Yanran was seen wearing a pink pajamas.
The soft fabric fit her graceful figure well, revealing the sweetness and cuteness of a girl, while also exuding the charming charm of a mature woman.
And at the neckline, a small patch of snow-white undulating hills was inadvertently revealed.
Jiang Xing raised his lips slightly, strode forward, hugged her, and closed the door. He leaned close to Wang Yanran's ear and whispered, "Baby, I just want to give you a surprise, and by the way, I want to make a surprise check to see if you have a gigolo behind my back." After hearing this, Wang Yanran snorted and twisted her body in pretending to be angry.
How annoying. How can you say that? I'm only interested in you, so I wouldn't do something like that. If you say something like this again, I will really ignore you. Jiang Xing didn't take it seriously. Instead, he chuckled and said provocatively, "You dare to ignore me and see?" Then he kissed Wang Yanran's lips domineeringly, his tongue entangled with hers, wantonly plundering her breath. One hand tightly embraced her waist, and the other hand lifted her hips. This upward and downward attack made Wang Yanran feel numb all over, as if she had been electrocuted. She couldn't help but stretch out her arms, hugged Jiang Xing's neck tightly, let him pick her up, and slowly walked into the bedroom. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Xing came out of Wang Yanran's house, went back to the car and changed into a set of clothes he bought yesterday afternoon, then drove to the airport, preparing to take a plane to Yanjing to see Lin Mening. In the spacious and bright airport VIP waiting hall, Jiang Xing found a leather sofa and sat down, waiting for the flight. He was wearing a simple yet fashionable casual outfit. The top was a light blue cotton shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing his delicate collarbone line. The lower body is matched with a pair of white casual trousers, with the trouser legs slightly rolled up, revealing a pair of simple black leather shoes at the ankles. The overall outfit is neither overly ostentatious nor too ostentatious, yet perfectly showcases his unique temperament and charm. Recalling the unforgettable scene of last night, the unsatisfied Wang Yanran was like a charming and enthusiastic little wild cat, clinging to him tightly and forcing him to complete 2 fierce battles. After all this, Jiang Xing's view of Wang Yanran changed drastically, and a different kind of emotion surged in his heart. Not far from the VIP waiting hall, a group of flight attendants were gathering. Among them, a flight attendant named Winsini caught Jiang Xing's attention. She is tall, with delicate features and a pair of big watery eyes that are bright and charming, as if they can speak. The pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings are simply exquisite, and the fair skin is as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade. The dark blue stewardess uniform fits her body curves perfectly, tightly wrapping her slender waist and highlighting her graceful figure. While busy, she inadvertently glanced into the waiting hall. In an instant, Jiang Xing's handsome face came into her eyes. Jiang Xing had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his lips were slightly raised under his high nose bridge, revealing a faint smile. The sunlight shone onto him through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the terminal hall, shrouding him in a layer of golden light, making him look even more radiant. At the same time, Jiang Xing seemed to be keenly aware of the burning gaze from Winsini. He raised his head slightly, and his deep eyes met hers. In this brief moment of eye contact, time seemed to stand still. Cindy looked away in panic, but her heart still couldn't calm down. Jiang Xing's charming smile kept appearing in her mind.
The corners of Jiang Xing's mouth slowly curled up into a shallow smile with a hint of profound meaning, and his eyes revealed an imperceptible amusement.
It's time to board the flight.
A young and beautiful stewardess walked up to Jiang Xing with a smile on her face and bowed slightly.
Hello, Mr. Jiang. You can board the plane now. Please follow me.
Although this stewardess is not as pretty as Cindy just now, she is also very beautiful and tall. At least she is the goddess type of internet anchor.
Okay, let's go now.
The beautiful stewardess led the way, passed through the exclusive boarding channel, and entered the business class. Jiang Xing found his place. The space is large and you can sit or lie down, and it is comfortable in any posture.
Just sat down not long ago.
Stewardess Cindy walked into the business class and began to introduce the flight schedule and precautions in a sweet voice. When she walked to Jiang Xing pretended to touch her hand lightly.
Miss, will the service in business class be extra considerate? Cindy blushed slightly and answered softly with a professional smile.
Sir, we will try our best to provide you with the best service.
Can you get me a bottle of water? Okay. Cindy nodded slightly, turned and left, and quickly handed a bottle of water to Jiang Xing.
Jiang Xing took the water, but did not rush to drink it. Instead, he looked at Cindy, with a strange light flashing in his eyes.
I'd also like your contact information, is that okay? Cindy was slightly startled and subconsciously wanted to refuse.
After all, the airline has relevant regulations that do not allow personal contact information to be disclosed to passengers at will, and there are also regular trainings to teach how to politely reject passengers' requests. However, when her eyes fell on Jiang Xing's handsome face again, a ripple appeared in her heart.
She hesitated.
Compared with the middle-aged bald man who asked for contact information, Jiang Xing was more direct but did not make her feel uncomfortable.
Cindy was secretly delighted.
Jiang Xing estimated that he was only in his early 20s. Since he was flying business class, his family must be well off. The fact that someone like him took the initiative to ask for his contact information proved how charming he was. She suddenly recalled the conversation with her senior stewardess. The career of flight attendant is a job that only requires youth.
We are busy with flights every day and the circle is very small. If you can meet the right person, don't hesitate, be bold. Once you miss it, it's gone. Cindy didn't take this to heart.
Now, she began to waver.
If it's inconvenient, forget it.
When she was hesitating, Jiang Xing spoke.
He was still so calm and didn't care at all. Please wait a moment.
Cindy picked up the note paper beside her, quickly wrote down her phone number, and put it into Jiang Xing's hand. This is my phone number, but please don't bother me during work hours. Jiang Xing took the note and felt a sense of joy in his heart.
Of course not. Are you free tonight? How about we go out for dinner together in Yanjing?
Cindy shook her head slightly.
I'm sorry, I have a flight tonight and can't keep the appointment. After saying that, he walked away shyly without looking back. Chapter 43. Why not try my method? Got off the plane.
Jiang Xing took a taxi to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Yanjing, a 5-star hotel where he booked the presidential suite yesterday.
Enter the room. The interior decoration and furnishings are somewhat different from those of Zhongxia Century, but the level is still at the same level. In the evening, Cindy finally accepted Jiang Xing's WeChat friend request. Logically speaking, once you add someone on WeChat, the next step is to chat.
But Jiang Xing didn't do that, thinking of the way Cindy looked at him during the day, and the joy on her face when she was asked for her contact information. He felt that there was no need to initiate a chat, as this would preserve a sense of mystery and the effect of defending instead of attacking might be better. Opening Cindy's circle of friends, most of the photos there are photos of her and her girlfriends eating out, and the others are either selfies or travel photos.
Open the goddess scanning system and scan the selfie. Name, Cindy. Age, 26. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Overall score of upper body, 88. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 92. Charm, 91. Favorability towards the host, 68. Number of romances, 1. Number of developments, 4.
This data is good. Jiang Xing is very satisfied, and silently lists Cindy as the next goddess-level pursuit target in his heart.
The next day.
Zhang Xing rushed to Yanjing Union Hospital according to the room number mentioned by Lin Mening. After getting on the elevator and walking around several corners, he saw Lin Mening looking at a medical record book in the corner of a corridor. Her brows were furrowed, and her originally bright eyes were now filled with sorrow.
Hey, Menjing.
Zhang Xing stood in the distance and shouted loudly. Hearing the voice, Lin Mening raised her head suddenly. When she saw clearly that the person coming was Zhang Xing, she was slightly stunned at first. Then, that beautiful face instantly blossomed like a spring flower, revealing a brilliant smile of surprise and joy.
However, in those bright eyes, sparkling tears had already flashed without knowing when.
She opened her red lips slightly and said softly with a hint of anger, "Senior, you are finally here.
Why did you take so long to come and see me?"
Although there was reproach in his words, there was more joy that was difficult to conceal. Zhang Xing hurriedly quickened his pace and walked forward, gently embracing the beauty in front of him.
Feel the warmth and softness of the person in my arms.
Zhang Xing comforted him softly. I was too busy before and couldn't spare the time to come.
From now on, I will make it up to you and make up for all the companionship I owe you.
After a long while, Lin Mening broke free from Zhang Xing's arms with a slightly red face, holding his hand and said,
Come on, senior. I'll take you to meet my mother. I pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. There was only one patient inside. All kinds of medical equipment were available and every corner of the floor was very clean. You can tell at a glance that it cost a lot of money to book a bed like this. Although Zhao Lanfen, lying on the hospital bed, looked a little pale, her mental state seemed to be pretty good. When Zhao Lanfen saw her daughter coming in, a loving smile immediately appeared on her face. When she noticed Zhang Xing beside her daughter, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. At this time, Lin Mening walked to the bedside with a red face and took her mother's hand. Mom, this is Zhang Xing whom I mentioned to you, my boyfriend.
After saying that, she secretly glanced at Zhang Xing beside her, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. Seeing this, Zhang Xing quickly took a step forward.
Hello, Auntie. I'm sorry that I didn't have the chance to visit you so late. I hope you can get well soon.
Zhao Lanfen looked at Zhang Xing carefully. Seeing that he was handsome, with kindness and concern in his eyes, her heart was full of joy and a kind smile appeared on her face.
You're a good-looking guy, and you look like a responsible man. Ying told me a lot about you, and I feel relieved that she's with you.
Zhang Xing was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that this mother and daughter could talk about anything.
Just then, the hospital's chief physician Pan Guoqiang walked into the ward.
His expression was solemn, he held the medical records tightly in his hand, and his eyes revealed seriousness. After entering the room, he did not talk to Lin Mening's family first, but looked directly at Zhao Lanfen on the bed. Ms. Zhao, your disease has reached the middle stage, and the current situation is not optimistic. It has a tendency to develop towards the late stage.
You and your family should be mentally prepared.
The air in the ward froze instantly, as if time had stopped. Zhao Lanfen lowered her head with a solemn expression and sighed deeply, as if she had already expected this result. Lin Mening's face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. Her lips trembled, and she wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to start.
At this moment, Zhang Xing's words broke the silence. Don't panic, Auntie. I have a way to cure your illness.
Pan Guoqiang was stunned at first, then he looked at the young man in the direction of the voice, then he smiled disdainfully, his eyes full of questioning and ridicule.
Young man, do you think you have a solution? Excuse me, are you a doctor? Have you studied medicine? Don't talk nonsense here. Leukemia is not so easy to cure, especially in the middle stage. Our entire professional team dare not say that we are completely sure. What makes you say that?
Zhang Xing said slowly, Dr. Pan, I know you are experienced, but I also have my own methods, which are not groundless. After hearing this, Pan Guoqiang's face became even uglier, and he raised his voice and spoke.
Young people, don't think that you can solve all problems just by being bold. Medicine is a rigorous science and you can't just talk about it. Our Union Hospital is one of the best in China.
We have the most advanced equipment for treating leukemia, and 9 out of 10 of our team members have studied abroad at prestigious medical schools.
Why are you so confident? Zhang Xing did not back down and looked at Pan Guoqiang with a firm gaze.
Dr. Pan, I understand your confidence and pride, but I think if modern medicine can't cure Auntie for the time being, why not try my method?
Pan Guoqiang's tone became more and more impolite. Your method? Are you kidding me? Young man, I'm the chief physician. What folk methods don't I know? They are just some tricks to cheat people out of money.
Zhao Lanfen, lying on the hospital bed, looked at Jiang Xing's determined eyes and a glimmer of hope surged in her heart. She said weakly, "Dr. Pan, I want to give it a try. Anyway, there is no better way now." When Pan Guoqiang heard this, he immediately felt that his authority was challenged and his face turned red. "Ms. Zhao, you have to believe in science and don't be misled by some people. Treating leukemia is no joke." After saying that, he glared at Jiang Xing fiercely and walked away.
Chapter 44, Slap the Arrogant Doctor. In the ward. Lin Mening looked at Jiang Xing with anticipation. "Senior, what is this folk remedy you mentioned? Can it really cure my mother's leukemia?"
Jiang Xing smiled mysteriously and made up a story on the spot. This folk remedy is a method of meridian massage.
It does not require acupuncture or herbal medicine.
It can cure the disease just by pressing and massaging with your hands. For someone with a physical condition like Auntie, just give me 3 minutes, and it will be cured in 3 minutes. His tone was calm and confident, as if this was a very normal thing. After hearing this, Lin Menjing's eyes were full of suspicion. She frowned and shook her head. This sounds too far-fetched.
How can leukemia be cured in 3 minutes by massage? And can you really cure diseases, senior? Why have I never heard you say that? Her eyes wandered across Jiang Xing's face, trying to find any hint of a joke. Jiang Xing is still confident. This set of massage techniques is a family secret. I never tell anyone about it. Menjing, you have to believe me. I just boasted in front of that doctor. You have to know that I am not the kind of person who jokes around.
Lin's mother Zhao Lanfen, who was lying on the hospital bed, listened quietly to the conversation between the two. She knew that her leukemia had already progressed to the middle stage and that common treatments would have limited effectiveness. In this case, we might as well give it a try and treat the dead horse as a living one.
Ying, let Xiao Jiang give it a try.
Lin Menjing stared at her mother's haggard face with heartache, and her eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red.
Mom, is this okay?
Zhao Lanfen, at this point, we can only give it a try. Lin Menjing nodded slowly and finally agreed. After getting permission, Jiang Xing took action immediately. Help Zhao Lanfen adjust her posture and let her lie flat on the hospital bed. Then slowly start the massage. Lin Menjing was still watching with suspicion.
This is just an ordinary massage. How can it be so magical?
Halfway through the massage, Jiang Xing used his health card. In an instant, Zhao Lanfen felt a sharp pain all over her body, as if there were thousands of tiny ants crawling and gnawing at her body. The unbearable pain almost made her faint on the spot. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, soaking the bedsheet beneath her. Lin Menjing cried out in pain beside her.
Mom, are you okay?
Ding, report to the host, the health card has been used successfully, the target's leukemia has been completely cured, except for weak qi and blood, everything else is normal.
Okay, it's done.
Jiang Xing got out of bed with an extremely confident smile on his face.
Aunt Xiao, your leukemia has been completely cured.
Lin Menjing was so shocked when she heard this that she couldn't believe it.
It's cured now? Jiang Xing nodded slightly. Of course, Menjing, if you don't believe it, you can go see a doctor.
At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open without any warning.
Pan Guoqiang led his medical team and walked into the room quickly.
At first glance, all the doctors looked solemn, and they were obviously preparing to start the next stage of treatment for Zhao Lanfen. When Jiang Xing saw Pan Guoqiang and others, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and he spoke slowly. Dr. Pan, Aunt Zhao's leukemia has been cured by me. You don't need to worry about her now. Hearing this, Pan Guoqiang was stunned.
Is this kid crazy?
He dares to say such things.
Does he think that mid-stage leukemia is just a minor cold? He said angrily, "Hey! Don't make trouble in the ward, kid. Are you a doctor? How dare you say such things?" As he spoke, Pan Guoqiang's doubts and sarcasm were evident in his words. The doctors standing behind him are all his close colleagues and capable assistants. At this moment, seeing their director's attitude, they naturally followed suit. Yes, that's right. Where did this kid come from? How dare he brag in front of Teacher Pan? Hey, I guess he's a liar. He sneaked into the ward and said all this bullshit just to cheat the family out of their money. Damn it! Are scammers so rampant now? How dare they cheat people about leukemia? Tell the security guards to kick him out right now.
Jiang Xing said calmly. If you don't believe me, you can check Aunt Zhao's current physical condition. As long as there is still a little bit of disease in her body, I will give you 1 million. Otherwise, if you can't find out the cause, you have to give me 1 million.
Dr. Pan, do you dare to bet?
His voice was loud and decisive, full of challenge.
Pan Guoqiang said with disdain, Little devil, do you have 1 million?
You dare to bet with me, don't default on your debt when you can't pay. Jiang Xing took out the car keys of the Bugatti Veyron from his pocket and showed them in front of everyone. This is the car I usually drive, a Bugatti Veyron, worth more than 50 million.
Do you think I can't afford 1 million? Pan Guoqiang smiled.
You are such a good boy, since you are willing to give us the money, we will take it. Then, he asked his assistant to find medical testing equipment to conduct a comprehensive and detailed examination of Zhao Lunfen. During the period of waiting for the results, Pan Guoqiang and his team members all had relaxed and confident smiles on their faces. They were sure that Jiang Xing would never be able to cure leukemia. However, when the final test results came out, everyone was shocked.
The leukemia cells in Zhao Lunfen's body have been completely eliminated.
She has completely recovered. The moment he saw the result, Pan Guoqiang's expression changed drastically like a chameleon, instantly transforming from his previous smugness into incredible astonishment and embarrassment.
He stuttered and muttered to himself, How is this possible? This is leukemia, and it's in the middle stage. How can it be cured in such a short time?
Jiang Xing on the side still maintained a calm look.
It's not that difficult, actually. I cured the disease with just a simple massage technique.
Hearing this, Pan Guoqiang's eyes widened even wider, and his heart was filled with turmoil. He could not believe his ears. Such a young person could miraculously cure a patient with mid-stage leukemia in just 3 minutes, without the help of any high-tech testing equipment or any medication, just by using a pair of hands for massage.
Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Pan Guoqiang was roaring wildly in his heart, and he stood there as if he had been struck by lightning.
Chapter 45 Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Pan Guoqiang grabbed Jiang Xing's hand in great shock, his eyes full of eagerness and desire.
How on earth did they do this? It's incredible.
In addition to being shocked, Pan Guoqiang himself was also fantasizing. If you can master this medical skill, you will be able to win many awards at home and abroad, and you can also make money and become a billionaire if you go out on your own. Jiang Xing politely withdrew his hand with a look of calmness and composure on his face. Dr. Pan, please take out the 1 million you bet on first.
1 million.
Upon hearing this, Pan Guoqiang turned pale and stood there in a daze. As the chief physician of one of the top hospitals in China and also a university professor, Pan Guoqiang can definitely come up with 1 million. But after all, money doesn't come from the wind.
This is 1 million. Is he really willing to give it? Pan Guoqiang was in extreme struggle.
If I don't give it, I will lose my credibility in front of my students and assistants, and I will be pointed at and ridiculed behind my back.
If Jiang Xing posts this matter on the internet, it will cause heated discussions among netizens and have an impact on the hospital. This is the end of my career as hospital director.
While Pan Guoqiang was still hesitating, a blue system light screen appeared in front of Jiang Xing and a mechanical sound rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, slapped the arrogant doctor, and obtaining a B-level reward package.
Would the host like to open it now? Jiang Xing opened the system without any delay.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 million Chinese yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a fully equipped Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 20 million.
The car has been parked in parking space number 61 in the west area of the hospital. Please check it.
A light blue system screen appeared in front of Jiang Xing that only he could see, with an introduction to the 8th generation of Rolls-Royce Phantom on it. The 8th generation Phantom is developed using a new architecture of luxury platform. The structure is designed with all aluminum materials, which is lighter and stronger, meeting the needs of more exquisite and extreme appearance. With a lighter body, the rigidity is 30% higher than the 7th generation Phantom, providing a better driving experience. The sound insulation and noise reduction uses 6mm double-coated sound insulation materials. The sound insulation materials used in the whole car weigh 130 kilograms, achieving 360-degree closed sound insulation. Seeing this, Jiang Xing raised his eyebrows. Well, closed sound insulation, this is something I really need. He subconsciously reached into his pocket and took out a Rolls-Royce car key. The exterior design cleverly combines the fashion sense of modern design with the elegance of classical style. The smooth lines, delicate buttons, and metallic materials are enough to make people love it just by looking at it. At this moment, Jiang Xing was in an extremely happy mood.
He looked at Pan Guoqiang. Dr. Pan, have you thought it through? When will this 1 million be transferred to my account?
Hearing this, a layer of fine beads of sweat instantly seeped out of Pan Guoqiang's forehead and his eyes became a little timid. Compared to the arrogant and disdainful look he had just 5 minutes ago, he was like two completely different people.
Pan Guoqiang stammered and responded hesitantly, I.
However, after talking for a long time, he still couldn't put together a complete sentence.
Seeing his embarrassment, Jiang Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dr. Pan, is it possible that you can't afford the money at all? Facing Jiang Xing's questioning, Pan Guoqiang didn't have the courage to refute at all. He could only lower his head and mutter in an extremely weak and slightly trembling voice, "Brother, you also know that for an ordinary working class like me who lives on a meager salary, this 1 million is really too much." At this time, Lin Mening also pulled Jiang Xing's hand and pleaded for Pan Guoqiang in a low voice.
"Senior, Dr. Pan is a nice guy.
Why don't you just let it go and let him go?"
Thinking that Lin's mother Zhao Lanfen would need to stay in the hospital for recuperation and treatment, Jiang Xing decided to give Pan Guoqiang a way out.
So he said solemnly,
"I, Jiang Xing, am not the kind of person who would kill you without mercy. Since I can't come up with the 1 million, then you, Dr. Pan, will be responsible for Aunt Zhao's subsequent hospitalization expenses."
Pan Guoqiang quickly agreed, "Okay, no problem."
If a serious illness is cured, the subsequent expenses, after deducting medical insurance, will be at most 50,000 yuan, which is much more cost-effective than 1 million yuan. Although he was the one who suffered a loss and got the money, he just ate it and Pan Guoqiang accepted it.
It's almost noon.
Jiang Xing took Lin Mening out to eat, and by the way, they could also try out the feeling of a Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Arrived at the parking lot,
Lin Mening held Jiang Xing's arm, her charming big eyes looking around constantly, full of curiosity and anticipation.
"Senior, didn't you say you bought a new car when you came to Yinjing?"
"Then where is it parked?" she asked in a soft and pleasant voice. Jiang Xing smiled slightly and without saying much, took her to a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom. The car body lines are smooth and elegant, exuding an unparalleled sense of luxury.
"This is the one,"
Jiang Xing said casually.
"Wow! It's a Rolls-Royce."
Lin Mening couldn't help but scream with excitement, her face full of surprise.
Although she didn't know much about car brands, she recognized the iconic Flying Goddess logo at a glance. "Senior, this car must be very expensive, right?"
"I've heard from my classmates before that a Rolls-Royce costs more than 10 million.
Lin Mening blinked and looked at Jiang Xing in surprise. Jiang Xing nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, that's right.
But this is the top-of-the-line version, the price is a little higher, about 20 million.
He said it lightly, as if it was just a small amount of money. Then, the two opened the car door and got in.
As soon as she entered, Lin Mening was deeply attracted by the simple and luxurious interior.
Exquisite leather seats, wooden decorative panels and gleaming metal buttons, every detail embodies dignity and elegance.
Looking up, the brilliant starry sky above your head is even more breathtaking. Lin Mening couldn't contain her excitement and reached out to open the refrigerator in the car. When she saw the 2 bottles of Lafite worth tens of thousands of dollars placed inside, she couldn't help but exclaimed again, "Oh my God! There are such expensive wines in here." At this time, Jiang Xing gently stepped on the accelerator, and the engine emitted a low and powerful roar. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot and drove steadily on the road. Along the way, this extremely luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Passers-by stopped and looked back, their eyes filled with envy and amazement, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures.
Chapter 46. My boyfriend will be here soon.
On the bustling streets of the city, Jiang Xing controlled the steering wheel of the Rolls-Royce Phantom with one hand, and the other hand rested naturally on Lin Mening's smooth and delicate thigh. Lin Mening's face was as red as a ripe cherry. She did not refuse, nor did she resist. The midday sun penetrated the car window and reflected on Jiang Xing's handsome profile. Under the reflection of the light, his high nose bridge, deep eyes and well-defined chin contour appear even more charming. Lin Mening, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stared at Jiang Xing's profile with an infatuated gaze. Jiang Xing seemed to be keenly aware of the burning gaze coming from beside him. He turned his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a faint smile. His right hand began to move slowly upwards, as if attacking some more hidden place. Lin Mening was startled and subconsciously reached out to hold Jiang Xing's dishonest hand and said coquettishly, "Hey, senior, don't put your hand there, you have to concentrate on driving."
Jiang Xing raised his eyebrows confidently and said indifferently,
"Don't worry, my driving skills are top-notch, and this little trick won't affect me at all. If we weren't in the city, I could even perform a few stunts for you with one hand." Lin Mening's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly open, her face full of admiration.
"Wow, senior brother is so amazing? How come I didn't realize it before?" Jiang Xing smiled slightly and said, "That just shows that I am very low-key." As they were talking, the car arrived at the door of a restaurant called Xianqingji. This is a 2-Michelin-star restaurant.
The main selling point of its dishes is the ingenious combination of Western seafood meals with traditional folk cuisine from the southeastern coast of China to create new seafood cuisine. It has branches in various provinces and is also well known throughout the country.
On the Douyin platform, you can also see many celebrities and internet celebrities coming to this store to check in. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked in the parking lot next to the restaurant.
The moment Lin Mening stepped out of the car, a gentle breeze blew past quietly, gently ruffling her hair and skirt. She was wearing a fresh and elegant green embroidered dress today, and her jet black hair fell down like a waterfall, soft and smooth. Although she appears without makeup today, her natural beauty cannot be denied, and her pretty face is still bright and attractive, which makes people fall in love with her.
Jiang Xing took Lin Mening's delicate hand and walked towards Xingqingji.
The appearance of this handsome man and beautiful woman unsurprisingly attracted the attention of many diners in the restaurant. A waitress in a Chinese cheongsam uniform came up to us with a smile on her face.
Jiang Xing nodded slightly. "For 2 people dining, arrange the best box for us, the price doesn't matter."
The waitress nodded respectfully.
"Okay, both of you, please follow me." Having said that, she led the way. After passing through the bustling hall, we finally arrived at a beautifully decorated box.
The lighting in the box is soft and warm, valuable paintings are hung on the walls, and the tables and chairs are made of fine mahogany. Jiang Xing took the menu and ordered the most expensive item without even blinking. Fish maw and yellow croaker soup, crab roe and fresh meat buns, Changbai mountain fresh matsutake and crab roe stewed lion head, braised Buddha jumps over the wall, fried sea cucumber with chicken head, rice and scallions, red wine foie gras, and red fin tuna sashimi. Seeing how generous Jiang Xing was, the waiter next to him became more respectful in his service. After a while, the dining car moved in. The dishes were carefully served to the table by the waiter like works of art. At the same time, a young male musician in a tuxedo also came in. He introduced himself with violin in hand.
"Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. I am your personal musician for this meal. Is there any particular piece of music you would like to hear?" Lin Mening looked at Jiang Xing, asking him to order a song.
Jiang Xing said calmly, "There's nothing special I want to hear, just do it normally."
"Yes, sir." The male musician bowed to Jiang Xing and Lin Mening, then began playing the violin.
The sound of the piano reverberates in the box, adding a touch of interest to the delicious food. Lin Mening felt a little emotional.
"I never thought that I could have a meal and listen to music played for me today. The meal is finished."
Including the 15% service charge, the meal cost a total of 40,000 yuan.
Jiang Xing paid the money without blinking. Now these 40,000 are equivalent to $4 for him.
After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Xing said to Lin Mening, "I'll drive the car over."
"Wait for me here."
Lin Mening nodded obediently and stood there waiting quietly.
Unexpectedly, her outstanding beauty brought her trouble.
Huang Yaozu, the second son of the boss of Xingqingji, a playboy who was idle and bullied others on weekdays, also walked out of the gate with his friends. When he saw Lin Mening, he stopped and was shocked for a moment. "Oh my god, such a pretty little sister, and she's alone.
She must be waiting for her bestie."
Seeing Huang Yaozu drooling, his friends nearby immediately guessed what he was thinking and started to instigate him.
"Brother Zhu, you are alone. You must seize this great opportunity. Hurry up. The brothers are rooting for you. Yes, Brother Yaozu, you are the most handsome among us brothers. You are also the second young master of Xingqingji. You are rich and handsome. There is no woman you cannot win. Brother Zhu, be brave. Maybe you are her type. The little girl might even become weak at the sight of you. I'll leave it to you tonight."
Huang Yaozu was flattered by these few words of flattery, and he really thought he could win Lin Mening over with just his mouth. He suppressed his vulgar and greasy smile, cleared his throat, and walked in front of Lin Mening.
"Beauty, you're alone?" Who are you waiting for?
Lin Mening turned around and saw a man looking at her with lustful eyes. She felt disgusted as if she saw a fly, turned away and ignored him.
Huang Yaozu didn't expect that he would be rejected, but he did not give up.
Today, I must earn back this face in front of my friends.
Beauty, do you know who I am? The boss of Xingqingji is my father.
Although I don't have many shares, I manage 1/3 of the branches across the country.
Normally, those bosses have to pay me.
As he spoke, his expression became more and more proud. Lin Mening frowned slightly, her eyes cold.
Oh? Why are you telling me this? Do I know you well?
Her tone was filled with a coldness that kept people at a distance.
Huang Yaozu did not seem to be deterred by this coldness.
He gave what he thought was a charming smile, took out a cell phone from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mening.
Hey, we're not really familiar with each other right now, but that doesn't mean we won't meet in the future. How about this, we add each other as WeChat friends and get to know each other better?
As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Lin Mening's beautiful face, trying to catch even the slightest sign of hesitation.
However, despite Huang Yaozu's enthusiastic invitation, Lin Mening remained unmoved.
She shook her head again without hesitation to refuse. Sorry, that's really not necessary, and my boyfriend is coming to pick me up soon. After saying that, he turned around and ignored Huang Yaozu.
Chapter 47 Apologize to Mr. Jiang. Things have come to this point.
But Huang Yaozu still had lustful thoughts.
He just smiled and said, Miss, don't be so heartless. It's fate that we met each other. One more friend means one more way out, right?
While he was saying these sweet words, his hand was reaching out towards Lin Mening's shoulder dishonestly. This action scared Lin Mening.
She didn't expect Huang Yaozu to do it.
She quickly tried to stop him and timidly shouted, "Don't touch me.
There are people everywhere here, and they are all watching us."
Although they said so, in reality, no one among the passers-by paid any attention to what was happening between them, let alone anyone willing to step forward and intervene. Seeing this, Huang Yaozu showed a hint of displeasure on his face and began to become aggressive.
Humph, what's there to be afraid of when there are more people? Who has the time to bother with such trivial matters? Besides, I am the second son of Xingqingji. Everyone within 100 miles knows me. Who dares to meddle in my affairs?
After saying this, he took a small step forward provocatively, and at the same time showed the QR code on his WeChat, insisting that Lin Mening add him as a friend. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came at lightning speed and finally stopped steadily not far away. Jiang Xing got out of the car, took a quick look and warned coldly.
Hey!
You little jerk, if you don't want to die, stay away from my girlfriend. This was the first time that Huang Yaozu had been treated like this since he was a child. Coupled with the fact that his request for WeChat was rejected before, how could he swallow this?
He said arrogantly, "Is your girlfriend made of gold or silver? What if I touch her?"
As he said that, he was about to reach out and grab Lin Mening forcefully.
Lin Mening was frightened by Huang Yaozu's behavior and quickly dodged away. The next second, a figure flashed by. Whoosh! Jiang Xing leaped into the air and kicked Huang Yaozu in the heart accurately and fiercely. He was kicked several meters away. Ouch, it hurt so much. Huang Yaozu is thin and has almost no flesh on his body.
After being suddenly kicked with such force, he fell heavily to the ground. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart, and pain instantly spread throughout his limbs, making it almost unbearable for him. Upon seeing this, the three cronies following Huang Yaozu rushed forward like a swarm of bees and helped him up from the ground.
One of them asked with concern, "Brother Zhu, are you okay? This kid is so arrogant that he dared to kick you so cruelly."
Another person gnashed his teeth and said, "Brother Yaozu, why don't I call all my friends right now and get them over here?
We have to teach this ignorant guy a lesson today." Another person echoed, "That's right, we must beat him up. He actually dared to mess with our grandpa. And his girlfriend must not be let off easily." Huang Yaozu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down a little.
However, when he looked down at his newly bought white Armani shirt, he found a clearly visible black footprint on it, which was obviously left by Jiang Xing when he kicked him just now.
Huang Yaozu was immediately enraged and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably.
He widened his eyes, stared at Jiang Xing fiercely, and roared angrily.
"Are you fucking tired of living? How dare you kick me?
I'm telling you, you won't be able to step out of Xingqingji's compound today."
Facing Huang Yaozu's threat, Jiang Xing remained calm and composed. He slowly crossed his arms over his chest, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealed a disdainful smile and said, "Oh? Really? Then I'll try to see if I can get out." He turned around, opened the car door, and let Lin Mening get in first. Seeing Jiang Xing turn his back to them, Huang Yaozu felt that his opportunity had come. He clenched his fists and was ready to rush over for a sneak attack. Jiang Xing had already seen through his intentions. Just as the fist was about to land on him, Jiang Xing turned around and elbowed him in the lower ribs. Huang Yaozu suddenly felt short of breath, his hands and feet became weak, and he knelt limply on the ground. When his friends saw Huang Yaozu's appearance, they were so scared that they ran away. It took a long time for Huang Yaozu to get up from the ground. The left side of his face and the bridge of his nose were scratched by the sand and stones on the ground, leaving bright red bloodstains, and there was dirt on his chin. "This person looks miserable." Jiang Xing chuckled. "How is it? Are you coming again?" Huang Yaozu wiped the blood off his face, still unconvinced. "You've gotten into big trouble today. I'm telling you, if you're brave, just wait and see. I'll get someone to kill you." An angry voice interrupted his speech. "Yaozu, don't you think you haven't caused enough trouble today?" The person who spoke was Huang Guang, the founder of Xingqingji. At this moment, he was rushing over from the inner hall. When Huang Yaozu saw that it was his father, he straightened his back instantly. He looked at Jiang Xing fiercely. "My dad is here too. You beat me up like this. If you don't pay me 200,000 or 300,000 today, you won't be able to leave." Unexpectedly, Huang Guang ignored Huang Yaozu but walked straight to Jiang Xing, held his hand and apologized sincerely. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Jiang. I usually neglect to discipline my son. Today, he offended Mr. Jiang. It's all my fault. I want to say sorry to you. I hope you can accept it." After saying that, the man, who was nearly 60 years old, bowed to Jiang Xing. Huang Yaozu stood there stupidly. "Dad, are you okay? Look at how he beat me up, and you didn't even say a word to comfort me. Instead, you apologized to him. I'm your son." Huang Guang glared at his little son who was usually spoiled by him, and kicked him on the thigh. "Mr. Jiang is our distinguished guest at Xingqingji. Do you remember what I taught you? How dare you conflict with Mr. Jiang?" Then, he pulled Huang Yaozu aside and whispered in his ear, "Look at the car he drives, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. How can we afford to offend such a person?" Hearing this, Huang Yaozu reacted. Then I could see clearly the shining statue of the goddess of celebration on the hood of the car. He was also panicked. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I took the wrong medicine today and offended you. I won't dare to do it again. Please have mercy and forgive me." Jiang Xing sneered. "Then tell me what you were thinking today. How dare you tease my girlfriend?" Huang Yaozu was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and stammered as he explained. "Mr. Jiang, your girlfriend is so beautiful. I couldn't help but wanted to add your girlfriend on WeChat. Actually, I didn't intend to do anything. It's just, young people want to get to know each other." I saw Jiang Xing's expression was still grim. He hastened to make the promise. "But don't worry, Master Jiang. Even if I have 100 more guts, I won't dare to do this again. I swear to God, if you do this again next time, I will let my dick rot." Huang Guang beside him also nodded and said, "Mr. Jiang, when I go back, I will definitely discipline my youngest son and make him behave himself." Seeing the father and son shrinking in fear, Jiang Xing felt that was enough. "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't pursue the matter. You guys can just go away now." Having said that, he turned around, got in the car and drove away. Chapter 48. Don't you think this is exciting? Senior, you looked so handsome just now. Wow, I feel like your moves are just like those of a martial arts star. Lin Mening's big eyes were full of admiration. Then, he gave Jiang Xing a kiss on the face. "Senior brother, where are we going later? Would you like me to take you to a movie?" Hearing this, Lin Mening's eyes lit up instantly and she responded excitedly. Great, great. I've never watched a movie with a boy in my life. I didn't expect that I could watch it with my senior brother today." Arrived at the cinema. Jiang Xing looked up and glanced at the film information displayed on the screen. Although it was the summer season in July, and there should have been many popular movies released, he was a little disappointed that almost none of the movies on the shelves were what he was really interested in watching.
For some reason, 20 years later, the development of China's film industry is not as prosperous as before. Especially by the 24th year, the entire film market even showed signs of slight shrinkage.
Lin Mening on the side suddenly asked, "Senior brother, how about we watch this movie?"
As she spoke, she pointed with her slender finger at a romantic movie poster on the wall.
Jiang Xing looked in the direction she pointed and saw an unfamiliar movie title printed on the poster.
Jiang Xing had no impression of this name at all, and he had no interest in it at all.
However, none of this matters.
After all, bringing Lin Mening to see a movie was not just for the sake of watching the film.
There is another more important thing waiting for me to do. Jiang Xing smiled and nodded to show his agreement. Well, let's choose this one. Hearing this, Lin Mening walked towards the front desk excitedly. Okay. Then I'll go buy the ticket right away. I'll pay for it this time. After a while, she successfully bought the movie tickets. Not only that, she also specially selected a popcorn and iced cola set for herself and Jiang Xing. The two stood aside and waited patiently for the show to begin. About 15 minutes later, the movie theater began to check tickets. Jiang Xing gently took Lin Mening's hand and walked into the theater together. They were sitting in the 9th row, which was relatively far back. After I sat down, I realized there were almost no other spectators around. Why are you sitting so far back? Ying, didn't you buy a seat in the front row?
Jiang Xing said this and placed the Coke and popcorn in his hand on the empty seat next to him. Lin Mening also looked confused and shook her head.
I'm not sure. This seat was arranged for me by the staff.
Maybe he thought it's more suitable for couples to sit in the back.
As soon as the words fell, the lights in the entire hall dimmed instantly.
Images began to flash on the huge screen, and the film officially began. At this moment, Lin Mening naturally leaned her head gently on Jiang Xing's broad shoulders, her big eyes fixed on the screen, while her hands kept stuffing popcorn into her mouth, looking very focused and cute.
For Jiang Xing, the pace of ordinary love movies is too slow.
Unless it is a classic, he really has no interest in watching it. 3 minutes into the movie, Jiang Xing moved his right hand from his own leg to Lin Mening's leg. Then I started to explore slowly. After 15 minutes, Lin Mening no longer had the heart to watch any further. She opened her big watery eyes and her face flushed. She turned to look at Jiang Xing, who looked calm, and whispered softly, "Senior brother, please watch the movie."
Don't put it there again.
You're making it impossible for me to watch the movie. If Lin Mening hadn't been concerned about the people sitting in the first 2 rows, she would have definitely screamed out.
Jiang Xing did not stop what he was doing, and said leisurely, "Don't you think it's exciting to do this? Thrilling, stimulating?"
Lin Mening nodded shyly but honestly.
"Yeah, it's really exciting, but I really can't hold it anymore." "Can't help it?"
Jiang Xing was a little surprised. Lin Mening simply grabbed Jiang Xing's hand.
"Senior brother, let's not watch the movie, let's go to the hotel."
Under the dim light, Lin Mening's eyes were full of charm, making her look even more sexy and lovely.
Good. My girlfriend has already said this on her own initiative, so there is no reason for me to refuse. Jiang Xing pulled Lin Mening out of the cinema without any hesitation. Back to the hotel booked yesterday.
Lin Mening became a little impatient and hugged Jiang Xing tightly, with her cherry-like red lips close to his neck, her breath as sweet as orchid.
"Senior brother, this is my first time in the daytime."
As he spoke, his other hand reached deeper.
At this moment, Jiang Xing was not so anxious. "Don't be impatient. Give me an instrument to play first."
Lin Mening paused for a moment. Look into Jiang Xing's eyes seriously.
After a pause of 1 second, she said coquettishly, "Yes, sir." Then he knelt down.
Lin Mening walked out slowly from the bathroom filled with heat and fragrance. She had just finished taking a shower and her body still exuded the fresh scent of shower gel. Her fair skin looked particularly delicate because of the nourishment of the hot water. After she finished brushing her teeth, the time on her phone showed it was already 4 o'clock. At this time, the sky outside the window gradually underwent subtle changes, and the originally azure sky began to be stained with a light orange-red color. Jiang Xing was lying comfortably on the bed, playing King of Glory. A thin air conditioning shirt was draped loosely over his lower body, but it could not completely cover up his muscular body that was as strong as a male model's. Every muscle was full of power, trembling slightly as his fingers moved on the screen. Lin Mening carefully dried her wet hair with a soft towel, then walked lightly to the bed and sat down. Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity and appreciation as she gazed at Jiang Xing's attractive figure, and she couldn't help but whispered.
Senior brother, why do I feel that your figure is more stylish than the last time I saw you? And it seems that your thing has become a little bigger too.
This one just finished. Hearing Lin Menjing's words, he raised a smile, stretched out his arms, and gently pulled Lin Menjing into his warm embrace. I haven't slacked off in my training since you left, so it's normal for me to have such a change. Jiang Xing's voice was deep and magnetic, causing Lin Menjing's heartbeat to speed up. Lin Menjing leaned on Jiang Xing's broad and strong chest with a happy face, feeling his strong heartbeat. After a while, she raised her head, blinked her lively eyes, turned to look at Jiang Xing shyly but expectantly, and asked cautiously.
Senior brother, can I call you husband from now on? But I guess you may already have another woman by your side, so wouldn't it be inappropriate to call you husband?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing was stunned for a moment, then a doting smile flashed in his eyes.
He gently pinched Lin Menjing's pink cheek and replied softly, how can it be inappropriate? As long as we are alone, you can call me husband. After saying that, he lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Lin Menjing's smooth forehead.
Lin Menjing lowered her head slightly, a trace of apology appeared on her face, and she said softly, well, husband, I'm so sorry, I'm afraid I have to leave you for a while tonight, my mother needs someone to take care of her at night. After saying that, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Xing gently, with a hint of expectation and uneasiness in her eyes.
After hearing Lin Menjing's words, Jiang Xing nodded without hesitation, expressing his understanding and support. That's totally fine. Taking good care of Auntie is the most important thing, so just go with peace of mind.
Then he gently held Lin Menjing's hand, giving her encouragement and comfort. Lin Menjing felt Jiang Xing's thoughtfulness and concern, and her heart was suddenly filled with warmth and touched.
She couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your understanding, husband. I'm leaving now.
As she spoke, she gently kissed Jiang Xing on the cheek. Then, he packed up his messy clothes and left the room.
Chapter 49. Going to the bar tonight.
Lin Menjing hurried back to the hospital. When she walked into the ward, she happened to see Zhao Lanfen getting out of bed and preparing to stretch her body.
Ying, why are you the only one back? Where did Xiao Jiang and the others go? Zhao Lanfen looked at Lin Menjing puzzledly and asked.
Lin Menjing quickly walked forward, gently held Zhao Lanfen's arm, and spoke softly. Mom, I rushed here just to take care of you. Jiang Xing is still staying at the hotel.
I thought it would be better for him to have some privacy. Zhao Lanfen didn't understand what Lin Menjing meant.
She asked with a frown on her face.
Ying, what do you mean by that? Why do you say it's better to give him some private space?
Facing her mother's question, Lin Menjing's eyes were somewhat evasive. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately felt too embarrassed to speak out the truth.
Mom, I just want to leave more space. That's all.
Zhao Lanfen was a woman who had experienced many ups and downs. Looking at her daughter's appearance, she immediately guessed what was going on.
Her face darkened and she continued to question in a serious tone.
Ying, tell me the truth, don't lie to your mother, does Xiao Jiang have another woman outside?
Hearing this, Lin Menjing was shocked and quickly denied it. Mom, what are you talking about? But Zhao Lanfen did not give up.
She still kept a close eye on Lin Menjing, refusing to miss any clues.
Don't lie to Mom, tell the truth, is there one?
Lin Menjing had no choice but to bite her lip and nodded slowly. In fact, she had never dared to tell her mother the news, for fear that after her mother knew about it, she would not be able to help but have a big quarrel with Jiang Xing when she saw him the next day. But what Lin Menjing never expected was that Zhao Lanfen's reaction after learning about this was unexpectedly calm. Ying, since Xiao Jiang has another woman outside, you should remember to give him more favors when you have something to do. Don't argue with him no matter what problems you encounter, and be more generous, unless Xiao Jiang does something particularly excessive. Lin Menjing's eyes widened, her face full of shock.
Mom, what are you talking about? Zhao Lanfen sighed helplessly.
Ying, this time I was sick and hospitalized, and it was Xiao Jiang who helped pay for all the expenses. If it weren't for him, Mom would have been half dead.
What else can we do now? Your father left us to escape his gambling debts. Right now we can only cling to Xiao Jiang as a lifeline.
These words were filled with endless bitterness and helplessness, and Lin Menjing was moved. She could no longer control the surging emotions in her heart, and she fell into Zhao Lanfen's arms, choking with sobs and saying, Mom, it's all my fault. I haven't made any money for such a long time, and I don't even have the ability to treat your illness. Zhao Lanfen leaned over with concern, gently stroked her daughter's hair, and comforted her softly.
Ying, be good, don't think like that.
If anyone should apologize, it should be your dad who apologized to me. He gambled away all our savings over the years, and even forced you to work and study. In fact, Mom can see that Xiao Jiang still has you in his heart and his feelings for you are quite deep.
You have to hold on to him well. Zhao Lanfen continued to counsel earnestly.
There are very few men in this world who can love only one woman wholeheartedly for their entire lives. Even if Xiao Jiang is a little unfaithful, let him be. What you need to do most is to work hard to make yourself better and more outstanding, so that he will never want to leave you. Lin Mening nodded. She took everything her mother said to heart. On the other side, the hotel. Jiang Xing lazily sank into the leather sofa, his fingertips swiping the screen of his mobile phone boredly. The lights outside the window were coming on, and the night view of Yanjing was as bright as the stars, but it could not dispel the inexplicable loneliness in his heart. Bite. The WeChat notification sound suddenly rang, and a new message popped up on the screen.
It was sent by the flight attendant Wen Sini. Hello, handsome Jiang, are you still in Yanjing? If you are, come out and walk with me in the evening. Seeing this message, Jiang Xing's mouth corners couldn't help but rise, and a sly and complacent smile appeared on his face. Shopping is so boring, why don't we go to the bar?
I'll treat you. After sending this message, he raised an eyebrow.
Inviting someone to a bar on a first date is indeed a bit bold.
But the more taboo the temptation is, the more it can arouse his inner desire for conquest. About 5 minutes later, the phone vibrated again, and Wen Sini finally sent a message back.
Just the two of us? Jiang Xing keenly caught the hesitation between the lines. He chuckled and tapped quickly with his fingertips. If you find it inconvenient, you can bring your friends along, and I will drive you. This time the response came quickly. Okay, then it's settled. I'll bring 2 of my ground staff friends with me. How about you pick us up at 9:30? Immediately afterwards, a location address was sent. No problem, see you then.
After sending this message, Jiang Xing threw his phone aside and went to take a shower.
9:30 at night sharp. A brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom parked steadily at the agreed location.
The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Jiang Xing's handsome face with sharp edges. The streetlights cast shadows of varying depths on his outline, adding a bit of mysterious charm. On the side of the road, Wen Sini was chatting and laughing with 2 fashionably dressed girls. Hearing the call, the 3 of them looked over at the same time, with surprise flashing in their eyes at the same time. Jiang Xing rolled down the car window and called out to the 3 of them. Ladies, get in the car. Wen Sini naturally opened the passenger door, and the other 2 girls sat in the back seat. The touch of the leather seats made them exclaim in amazement. Wow, Master Jiang, did you just buy this Rolls-Royce? It feels so new. Hee, I finally get to ride in a Rolls-Royce. Besides, Master Jiang is not only handsome and young, but also rich.
Sini, we are also benefiting from you today.
The 2 girls in the back row were talking excitedly, but Wen Sini seemed relatively calm and didn't say much. Jiang Xing looked at the 2 people in the back seat through the rearview mirror and quietly activated the goddess scanning system in his mind. When he saw the 2 people's appearance score of 84 points and more than 20 development records, a trace of boredom flashed in his eyes. With such data, it is impossible for Jiang Xing to develop a relationship with them.
By the way, which bar is Mr. Jiang going to today? Wen Sini asked, turning her head sideways.
She put on delicate makeup today, and her eyelashes cast a shadow under the streetlight.
Go to Tso. Jiang Xing uttered the name casually.
As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 girls in the back row exclaimed.
Wow! Young Master Jiang wants to take us to Tso.
One of my classmates has played there before, and it is said that the minimum consumption per night is 30,000.
Is Jiang Xiao really Tso?
I also heard from others that many celebrities in the Beijing circle have played there, including some second-generation officials and the Red second generation.
Ordinary people can't afford to spend money there.
Although Wen Sini didn't know much about bars, she couldn't help feeling a secret sense of pride when she saw her friend's envious eyes. She secretly glanced at Jiang Xing, who was concentrating on driving, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Neon lights were flowing outside the car windows, making everyone's expressions ambiguous. Jiang Xing held the steering wheel with one hand and placed the other hand casually on the edge of the car window, with a faint smile always on the corner of his mouth.
This was destined to be an extraordinary night. Chapter 51st 100,000. The car arrived at so soon.
Just sitting in the car, you can faintly hear the dynamic DJ in the bar.
This feeling makes people's heart surge.
Jiang Xing turned the steering wheel to the left and the car drove smoothly into the parking lot next to it. It was the prime time of the night show, and the entire parking lot had become a luxury car exhibition. Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini flashed cold light under the lights. But in this steel jungle, Jiang Xing's car is still the most dazzling one. Of course, the most expensive of these cars is Jiang Xing's Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Park your car.
Jiang Xing led the girls and walked a few steps before they saw a security guard busy directing traffic not far away. He walked up quickly and patted the security guard on the shoulder.
Master, my Rolls-Royce is parked over there. There are so many cars here today. Please keep an eye on it so that no one can scratch it.
Before he finished speaking, a stack of red banknotes was stuffed into the security guard's hands. Under the dim lights of the parking lot, the edges of the banknotes had an alluring luster. When you are away from home, you often still have to rely on money to get things done. After all, in this realistic society, nothing is more real and reliable than real money. The security guard was concentrating on directing traffic, but was startled when Jiang Xing suddenly slapped him. But when the security guard saw the stack of banknotes in his hand, his pupils suddenly contracted. His rough fingers subconsciously pinched the thickness, and the wrinkles on his face immediately smoothed out.
Oh, boss, you are too polite. Don't worry. Even if it rains knives from the sky today, I won't go anywhere.
I promise to wait next to your car and will never let anyone get close to your car. After saying that, the security guard trotted to the gate, took out a few bright yellow traffic cones, and placed them in front, behind, and on both sides of Jiang Xing's Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xing felt relieved. As we approached the main entrance of the bar, we were greeted by a sharp-eyed marketing representative. The young man was wearing a slim fit suit and his earphones were flashing blue light. The moment he saw Jiang Xing and his group, he switched to the most standard smile.
Hello sir, do you have an appointment?
Have. Jiang Xing immediately gave his cell phone number. This was the VIP number he had made an appointment for an hour and a half ago, and he had to pay 3,000 yuan just for the appointment. The marketer smiled, held the tablet in his hand, and entered Jiang Xing's mobile phone number. After confirming that it was correct, the smile on his face became even brighter. He bowed slightly and said, Mr. Jiang, please follow me this way. The booth you reserved earlier is ready.
I will take you there.
Jiang Xing followed the marketing staff and first walked through a corridor with various foreign liquors placed on both sides. Going further ahead, there was a dance floor where a group of people were dancing. Deafening music, dazzling lights, and people dancing to their heart's content are intertwined together.
Jiang Xing couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the extravagant and decadent life here.
Booth 006 is located on a semi-open platform, with mist created by dry ice flowing under your feet, as if you are walking on clouds. Although it is not the most expensive item in the market, it has a very high cost-effectiveness.
After Jiang Xing and his group took their seats, not long after, a man in a neat white shirt and navy blue trousers walked over quickly. He also wore an exquisite tie around his neck, making him look energetic, professional, and capable. He bowed slightly, his face full of respect.
Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the on-site manager of Art So Bar. I am also responsible for the marketing of drinks in the VIP area.
My last name is Li. You can just call me Xiao Li.
As he spoke, he took out an exquisite drink menu and placed it flat on the table. Then he gestured to Jiang Xing with a smile. Mr. Zhou, this is our bar's drink menu, please take a look. However, it was Jiang Xing's first time to come to such a bar, and he had no idea about the names and logos of the drinks on the menu, such as Remy Martin and XO. He simply reached out and closed the drink menu, then turned to look at Manager Li.
Why don't you help us arrange it?
There are 4 of us here, so we don't need to order too much. Just give us a set meal of 100,000 yuan worth of drinks. When I heard the number 100,000, Manager Li, who was already smiling, suddenly brightened up his eyes.
Okay, Mr. Jiang. Don't worry, I will arrange it for you right away and guarantee that you will be satisfied.
After saying that, Manager Li happily put away the drink menu and ran away happily. The way Wen Xiaoyi and the other 2 looked at Jiang Xing also changed. They have also come into contact with many rich second generations at work. Therefore, we know clearly that although many people drive luxury cars and live in luxury houses, all their money is managed by their families, and they don't have much money in their pockets at all. Jiang Xing can afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom and can easily order 100,000 worth of drinks.
This family's financial situation is already better than most rich second generations. Ding, when Cindy's favorability towards the host increases by +3. Mr. Jiang, this 100,000 yuan is too much.
In fact, we can just order some wine worth 8,000 or 9,000 yuan.
My sisters and I don't usually like to drink.
As when Cindy spoke, she turned her gaze to the two friends beside her.
The two girls nodded to confirm what Cindy said.
At this moment, they seem very calm, but in fact they are already overjoyed in their hearts. I was looking forward to the expensive wine being served so that I could take photos and then post them on WeChat Moments to show off.
At the same time, I am a little envious of Cindy.
Why is she the only one who can meet such a young, tall, rich, and handsome man? Jiang Xing smiled slightly when he heard that and spoke calmly. Just 100,000, small change.
This is my first time in a place like a bar. Having fun is the most important thing. Cindy's face was full of disbelief. No way.
Young Master Jiang is so young, so rich, and so handsome.
How come this is your first time in a bar? Jiang Xiao, is this really your first time? Cindy's almond-shaped eyes were full of suspicion.
When she came closer, a faint scent of jasmine wafted through her hair. This kind of close yet distant distance is just right, not appearing frivolous, yet enough to make one's heart beat faster. Jiang Xing lowered her eyes and smiled softly, her eyelashes casting a shadow on her face.
This angle makes him look particularly sincere. Miss Wan, I'm not lying to you.
This is really my first time here, so I may have to trouble Miss Wan to be my guide tonight. He raised the champagne glass, and the golden liquid flowed under the light, reflecting Cindy's suddenly red cheeks.
Chapter 51 Jiang Xing's Strength. Not long after, Manager Li walked hurriedly ahead.
Behind him followed two waiters carrying wine and fruit plates. They held silver trays in their hands, on which were neatly arranged crystal glasses and wine bottles of various shapes. When the light swept over, the golden bottle of Spade champagne reflected dazzling light, like flowing liquid gold.
Mr. Jiang, this is the wine you ordered.
Manager Li bowed slightly and personally handed a bottle of Louis XIII to Jiang Xing. When the bottle was opened, the cork made a soft pop sound, and the rich aroma of wine instantly spread throughout the booth.
Mr. Jiang, do you need to open all these bottles of wine?
Jiang Xing nodded slightly and responded in a calm tone.
Open them all. Okay, no problem.
Manager Li responded and opened the glass of wine quickly. All the wine bottle caps were unscrewed one by one and the wine was poured. After completing the task, Manager Li bowed slightly to Jiang Xing and left with the waiter. At this moment, a girl sitting next to Wen Xiaoyi suddenly stood up. She has a smile on her face and a graceful figure. Picking up a wine glass filled with wine, he began to introduce himself.
Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Dong Tingting.
It is my honor to meet Mr. Jiang today. I would like to offer a toast to Mr. Jiang and thank him for his hospitality. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head and drank the wine in the glass without hesitation. Seeing this, Cindy and another girl also stood up. Also holding a wine glass, he toasted Jiang Xing.
Jiang Xing has been able to drink a lot since he was a child.
The system also gave him extremely high physical attributes, which made Jiang Xing very good at drinking.
After several rounds of drinking, Jiang Xing remained calm and not drunk at all. The three girls were not so lucky.
Their faces were as red as ripe apples. His posture was twisted and his drunkenness gradually became apparent. Cindy, in particular, maintained a steady and reserved appearance at the beginning. In the end, the alcohol finally broke down her defenses. Cindy's long hair, which was originally tied up, had fallen down in a few strands and was swaying gently with the music. She suddenly leaned on Jiang Xing's shoulder, and her breath with the scent of champagne brushed past his ears. Under the ambiguous light, Cindy's delicate face looks even more charming. Her beautiful eyes are like affectionate spring water, and the slightly upturned corners of her eyes reveal a hint of alluring charm.
Cindy raised the champagne glass in her hand high. Master Jiang, I'll toast you another glass.
Before he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. After drinking, she slightly opened her red lips and licked away the few drops of champagne remaining at the corners of her mouth with the tip of her tongue, leaving behind an alluring stain of water.
Simple movements are pure and lustful.
Cindy smiled at Jiang Xing and said softly, I've already done it, Mr. Jiang, please feel free to do whatever you want. The men in other booths were angry and envious when they saw this scene. Three girls who are as pretty as internet goddesses were drinking with a man, and they were almost clinging to the man.
Just ask, why can he enjoy such treatment? Rumble.
The music suddenly stopped and colorful strips of paper floated down over everyone's heads. The DJ on the stage shouted loudly, "Thanks to booth number 1 Fong Xiao for 2 sets of 86,000 Shenlong sets."
The boss is awesome, and the whole audience screamed. The bar's large suspended screen switched to the real-time image of seat number 1.
In the middle of the booth sat a smug young man dressed in LV. On the table in front of him were bottles of Remy Martin. Then, the young man picked up a bottle of Louis XIII on the table and walked towards Jiang Xing's booth. He didn't look at Jiang Xing, but at Wen Sinny and the 2 girls next to her.
"I just ordered a few bottles of wine. I wonder if someone on my side would be honored to invite the 3 ladies to sit in my booth and play some games with me?"
The lively booth suddenly became quiet.
Wen Sinny didn't say anything, suppressing the disgust in her heart, and looked at Jiang Xing.
The same goes for the other 2 girls. Jiang Xing invited them to come out and play today, but the other side didn't even ask Jiang Xing's opinion and just invited them to play somewhere else.
This is a naked provocation to Jiang Xing.
There wasn't much expression on Jiang Xing's face, but his fists were already hard. Ding, the system detects that the host has been provoked and triggers a random task. The host can make different choices given by the system and obtain different rewards. Option 1, the host can magnanimously let the 3 female companions leave to avoid possible conflicts. Reward, a title of Mr. Good Temper. Option 2, the host orders a more expensive drink package than the other party, making all his pretense go to waste. Reward available, 15 million Chinese yuan.
Is there any need to think about this? Jiang Xing waved to Manager Li, who was not far away.
When Manager Li saw this, he quickly trotted over.
He bowed to Jiang Xing and asked respectfully, "What do you want, Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Xing said calmly, "What are the prices of your meal packages?"
Manager Li saw Mr. Fong next to him and the Louis XIII in his hand, and roughly guessed the reason.
So he hurriedly introduced it.
"Here we have the small dragon set for 38888, the Spade Ace Gold 10 sets for 78888, the Spade Ace Big Dragon for 88888, the Supreme Frozen Big Dragon for 128888, and the limited edition Spade Ace Supreme Big Dragon for 188888. Jiang Xing said it in a nonchalant tone.
"Then I want this one that costs 180,000 yuan. Give me 10 sets. Manager Li stood there in a daze. 10 sets? Are you sure, Mr. Jiang?"
He has worked in many bars and is used to seeing the rich bosses spending money lavishly. In all his years in the business, this was the first time he had seen someone be so generous. Limited edition Spade Ace Supreme Dragon, just order it.
It's really a shame to order 10 sets. This is too arrogant. The girls sitting next to Jiang Xing couldn't believe their ears and looked at him in surprise.
Limited edition Spade Ace Supreme Dragon, 188,888 per set.
Jiang Xing just clicked and got 10 sets. That's 1.88 million.
This amount of money can buy a house in an ordinary small county in Zhejiang province. In Yanjing, it is enough for the down payment of a mansion in the school district.
Jiang Xing asked back to Manager Li, who was standing there in a daze. "Why, can't you order 10 sets?
Manager Li shook his head.
"Mr. Jiang, no problem.
These 10 sets will cost a total of 1.88 million.
"No problem, then swipe the card." Jiang Xing took out his bank card.
Manager Li carefully took the bank card, and the marketing staff next to him brought the POS machine.
Bite. Card swipe successful. The POS machine spits out a receipt.
Manager Li smiled brightly and said more respectfully, "Master Jiang, please wait a moment. The drinks will be here soon."
Boom, boom, boom.
The bar music began to change. The people on the dance floor realized what was happening and slowly stopped dancing.
The next second, all the lights in the venue dimmed.
A spotlight shone on the team of more than a dozen waiters. They walked towards Jiang Xing's booth, carrying bottles of various kinds of Ace of Spades. Then, suddenly, the lights came on.
Colorful ribbons fell from the sky above.
The DJ shouted excitedly, "Master Jiang in booth 6 spent 1.88 million to buy 10 sets of limited edition Spade Ace Supreme Dragon."
The DJ's voice broke due to excitement. Let us shout. Master Jiang is awesome. The DJ's music filled the entire bar.
The 6 words "Young Master Jiang, have fun" appeared on the big screen.
Everyone at the scene also shouted "Young Master Jiang is awesome." The noise almost blew the roof off.
On the big screen, Jiang Xing's profile was frozen in a close-up shot. He was leaning lazily on the sofa, and Wen Sinny was almost sticking to Jiang Xing. She tilted her head back, her moist lips close at hand.
Master Jiang, you are so awesome. Chapter 52, Want to spend little money to show off.
When the spotlight projected Jiang Xing's figure onto the big screen, the entire bar seemed to have pressed the mute button. The well-defined profile looked particularly three-dimensional in the interweaving of light and shadow, and the slightly raised corners of the lips carried a hint of sarcasm. All the girls in the audience went crazy.
Handsome and young. This is just perfect. The next second, the scream almost blew the roof off. Many girls flocked to Jiang Xing's seat, wanting to get to know him. Manager Li quickly asked the waiters to form a human wall and barely stopped the crowd. Mr. Jiang, you are so handsome. Can you add me on WeChat? I can come to see you in the evening. Master Jiang, please let me in. I have a good temper and can play any game. I just learned to play the flute, and I play it beautifully. Young Master Jiang, I can come to your room tonight and perform for you.
Jiang Xing was surprised by the vicious words these girls said. Manager Li, please open all these drinks. Manager Li was shocked.
He kindly reminded, are they all open? Young Master Jiang, there are only 4 of you. This is too much to drink. How about getting you a Supreme Gold card here so you can store the wine? No need.
If you can't finish these 10 sets, just give them to other people in the bar.
You don't need to save them. Jiang Xing's brief words. Once again, everyone in the audience was shocked.
The young man named Fong standing next to him has become a complete clown at this moment.
Compared with Jiang Xing's heroic deeds, the Louis XIII in his hand is nothing. His name is Fong Ziyuan, a native of Yanjing and a regular customer of Tso Bar. The family runs a considerable construction business.
As the only son in the family, his parents adopted the approach of letting him do what he wanted and giving him enough money. Fong Ziyuan's usual hobby is hanging out in bars, and the total amount he has spent in various bars has exceeded 1 million. He often orders a bottle of expensive Remy Martin or Ace of Spades in the bar and invites beautiful girls to his booth. After getting them drunk, you can start. Sometimes the action takes place in a hotel, sometimes in a bar bathroom, or even in a nearby park. This method has been proven to be effective over and over again. However, he met Jiang Xing today. Hey! What on earth do you mean by this? Fong Ziyuan stared at Jiang Xing, with obvious hostility and ill will in his eyes. Jiang Xing actually spent more than 1.8 million. However, what does this matter to Fong Ziyuan? In his inherent concept, Jiang Xing is nothing more than a country bumpkin who came to the capital to show off his wealth. At this moment, a crisp prompt sound suddenly came from Jiang Xing's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. A total of 15 million Chinese yuan has now been transferred to your Hongfeng bank account. Please check it carefully. You can pretend to be cool and make money. Jiang Xing was too lazy to pay attention to Fong Ziyuan. She didn't even want to look at him, and turned her head to chat with Wen Xini beside her with her drink in her hand. Fong Ziyuan, who was left aside, couldn't believe it. He is the eldest son of the Yanjing bar circle, and he is the focus of attention wherever he goes. Even the second generation of officials and reds in Beijing were polite when they saw him. When have I ever been treated so coldly? Fong Ziyuan's face turned red and veins popped out on his forehead. Hey! You stinky outsider, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Jiang Xing turned his head, his expression unusually calm. Even with a faint smile. Can't you see I don't want to bother with you? Go wherever you want. Fong Ziyuan's lungs were about to explode, his body was shaking slightly with anger, and the muscles on his face were twitching uncontrollably. You dare to talk to me like this, do you know who my father is? He widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Xing. Seeing this, Jiang Xing's mouth corners slightly raised. Who is your father? It can't be me, right? The entire booth burst into laughter instantly. Wen Xini held Jiang Xing's arm with some worry. Mr. Jiang, calm down. Let's just forget about it. Just say something nice and let it go. Jiang Xing is usually easygoing and generous, but the girl is watching him at this time, so of course he can't let her go. He chuckled and continued to talk. You can pretend to be cool and pick up girls, but you only spent a small amount of money and you come to me to pretend and try to steal my girl. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worthy enough? You're still pretending to look down on outsiders. Don't you think your behavior just now is embarrassing for you Yanjing people? You want to spend a small amount of money to act like a big shot.
You're so stingy and so hungry. You'd better get out of here. You're dirtying the eyes of me and my friends. Fong Ziyuan's whole body turned red and warm instantly.
From childhood to adulthood, he has never been scolded like this.
Grandson. Fuck you.
He clenched the bottle in his hand and rushed towards Jiang Xing. In a flash, Jiang Xing kicked Fong Ziyuan away easily with just one kick, knocking over a whole row of champagne towers.
Ouch. Fong Ziyuan fell on the stairs, holding his stomach in pain. No one expected it. The next second, Jiang Xing picked up the wine bottle on the table. He smashed it hard on Fong Ziyuan's head while he was still lying on the ground. Bang! The wine bottle exploded. The wine spilled all over the floor. Ah! Fuck, my head. There's blood coming out.
The alcohol came into contact with the wound, causing him to writhe in pain.
Fong Ziyuan lay on the ground like a maggot, holding his injured head tightly, and bright red blood flowed out from between his fingers. That kick in the front is to tell you not to try to impress my friend. He wiped his hands slowly. This bottle is to teach you what it means to speak out of turn. The waiter next to him saw Fong Ziyuan fall to the ground and hurriedly helped him up. Mr. Fong, are you okay? Do you want me to contact the hospital? Contact the fucking hospital, get out of here. I'm going to kill this bastard. Fong Ziyuan pushed the waiter away, stood up shakily, and cursed at everyone.
Seeing this, Jiang Xing shook his head pretending to be regretful. It seems that the education just now was not enough, you still haven't changed your bad habits.
At this moment, Fong Ziyuan had lost his mind.
He pointed at Jiang Xing's nose and yelled, completely ignoring his current embarrassment.
Kid, if you have the guts, don't leave. I'll get someone to kill you.
Blood flowed down the wound on his head, and coupled with his hideous face, he looked truly terrifying. The girls behind him huddled together tightly and couldn't help but worry for Jiang Xing. Ding, the system prompt pops up at the appropriate time. 1 Cindy's favorability +5, currently 76. It seems that some girls like men with explosive male hormones. Manager Li came hurriedly. He glanced at Fong Ziyuan, who was staggering, and then asked Jiang Xing beside him with concern.
Mr. Jiang, are you okay? What happened just now?
In this situation, Manager Li can still distinguish between the big and small wangs.
No one is injured, but I think this guy is seriously injured. Why don't you call 120 for him?
Also, you guys at Stu Bar should screen your customers more carefully.
It's rare to find such fancy stuff for just a small amount of money. Don't let this kind of stuff in the future. It lowers the quality of your bar.
As a financial sponsor who just spent 1.88 million, Jiang Xing is fully qualified to say such things.
Chapter 53 Bar owner Yi Mingfan. Mr. Jiang is absolutely right.
Manager Li bent his waist even lower, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He took out his handkerchief and kept wiping, but he couldn't wipe away the cold sweat that kept coming out. The aura of the young guest in front of him was so strong that even this experienced veteran couldn't help but feel his legs go weak.
No matter what happened, we at So Bar are responsible.
Mr. Jiang, please forgive our staff for their negligence and for not letting you have a pleasant night at So. There was an obvious tremor in Manager Li's voice.
Are you F-King blind? Fong Ziyuan was so angry that his eyes seemed to be spitting fire.
It was this stinky outsider who beat me up.
Instead of helping me, you guys went to lick his ass. I've spent nearly $1 million on your So. Was it all wasted?
After saying that, he clenched his fists and rushed towards Jiang Xing. As soon as he took half a step, he was stopped by 3 waiters.
Fong Ziyuan was immersed in his own emotions and didn't realize how ridiculous his words were.
Jiang Xing watched this farce coldly, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. This idiot didn't even realize that his spending in this bar tonight was close to 2 million, more than twice the total spending of Mr. Fong. This world is very realistic.
Whoever has money is the boss.
Manager Li quietly waved to the waiter who had witnessed the whole process. After hearing the narration, his face instantly turned pale and the veins on his temples throbbed.
Fong Ziyuan was so blind.
He could have provoked anyone else, but he had to provoke such an unfathomable person. But the most important thing right now is to calm the storm as quickly as possible and not let it continue to expand and affect the normal operation of the bar. So, Manager Li suppressed his anger, walked quickly to Jiang Xing's side, and spoke carefully in a low voice.
Master Jiang, there are so many people here. If things get really noisy, it might not be good. It just so happens that I still have a few vacant VIP boxes here. Why don't you and your friends move into the boxes and take a rest? I will take care of the rest. I guarantee that I won't waste your precious time. Manager Li was thinking about separating the two groups first so that Fang Ziyuan could calm down a little. Need not. Jiang Xing stared coldly into Fang Ziyuan's eyes. He said he would find someone to kill me. I have to wait and see if he has the ability to do so. Now, Manager Li had a headache.
More and more people gathered around, and some were holding up their phones to take photos and record videos.
We can't stop our people no matter what we do.
The topic about So Hotel will definitely ferment on the internet tomorrow morning. By then, it will be difficult to explain to the boss.
Fang Ziyuan, who was being held, continued to roar. Hey! You didn't hear me, did you? You're still trying to stop me. That manager surnamed Li, you are here every time I spend money here, and you dare to take sides like this? Come here and explain yourself to me. If you keep pulling me like this, I'll take care of you too. Then you won't be able to open this bar anymore.
Suddenly, a young and steady voice sounded behind everyone.
Who threatened us that So bar would not open? The crowd automatically parted ways.
The young man walking over had a slender figure, and his strong muscles were faintly visible under his simple white t-shirt. The Buddhist beads on his left wrist shone with a warm luster under the light, and behind the black half-frame glasses were a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle. Manager Li turned around and saw the person coming, as if he had been pardoned.
Boss Yi. Fang Ziyuan, who was cursing wildly, instantly lost his arrogance when he saw the young man. Oh, Boss Yi, you came at such a coincidence. Look at your men.
I was here for no reason, but this guy hit me with a bottle for no reason. Your men keep favoring the other side.
It's fucking bullshit. However, the young man did not respond to Fang Ziyuan's complaint.
He just frowned slightly and stared at Fang Ziyuan's face up and down with eyes as sharp as a knife. A moment later, without warning, he suddenly burst into laughter.
Oh my, who is this? It turns out to be young Master Fang. Look at you, why are you so embarrassed? TSK, you were bleeding so much that I almost couldn't recognize you. Ha ha. Hearing this mocking and cheerful laughter, Fang Ziyuan's face instantly became extremely ugly.
But without waiting for him to speak, the young man turned around and asked Manager Li.
Old Li, tell me what's going on.
Manager Li immediately explained the whole story. At the end, he leaned close to her ear and emphasized that Jiang Xing had spent more than 1.9 million that night.
Hearing this, Boss Yi looked at Jiang Xing.
He was secretly surprised this young man looked to be only in his early 20s, but he had a calm aura far beyond his age. My brain quickly searched for all the rich second-generation people I knew, but found that none of them matched. So, I became curious about Jiang Xing. The young man gave instructions to Manager Li.
Evacuate all the onlookers.
For those who are holding up their phones to take pictures, check whether there are any photos in their phones. If there are any who resist, put them on the blacklist immediately and never let them come in again. Manager Li nodded in response.
Understood, boss. I'll do it right away.
Then he walked up to Jiang Xing and stretched out his hand.
Hello, my name is Yi Mingfan, and I'm the owner of So.
This bar was originally owned by my father, and later it was handed over to me to manage.
I currently own 70% of the bar's shares.
I'm about to turn 30, so I can be considered to have established a business. Since the other party took the initiative to show friendly attitude, Jiang Xing naturally had to give him some face.
My name is Jiang Xing, I'm from Zhejiang province.
Today I came to Mr. Yi's bar with my friends to hang out, but I didn't expect to encounter something like this. At this point, Yi Mingfan discovered that there were 3 beautiful girls behind Jiang Xing, one of whom was Wen Xini, who was a school beauty goddess.
Brother Jiang is so lucky. Yi Mingfan suddenly smiled ambiguously. 1 to 3, young people just of good physical strength.
His words had a deeper meaning. Jiang Xing couldn't help but smile when he heard them, and the atmosphere instantly eased a lot. These 3 are just ordinary friends, whom I just met when I came to Yanjing.
They are not like what you think, Brother Yi. I'll go. Yi Mingfan put on an exaggerated expression of shock.
We can go to the bar to drink right after we just met.
I can't even imagine what you will do after a long time.
Wen Xini, who was standing behind him, was unhappy when she heard this. She stood up and said coquettishly, Boss Yi, you are so annoying.
The 4 of us are innocent. What are you talking about?
I saw the girl looking half annoyed and half embarrassed. Jiang Xing and Yi Mingfan smiled at each other.
Ha ha ha. Chapter 54. How can you compare with Mr. Jiang?
Seeing Yi Mingfan and Jiang Xing and their group talking and laughing, the atmosphere was harmonious.
This made Feng Ziyuan very angry. He clenched his fists tightly and his teeth were chattering.
But he never dared to vent his anger. It's just because in Yanjing City, Yi Mingfan is a ruthless character that no one dares to provoke easily. After finishing the casual chat with Jiang Xing, Yi Mingfan slowly turned around, walked in front of Feng Ziyuan, and teased with a smile.
Old Feng, aren't you a little too hot-tempered? Look at yourself. You're already so injured, and you're still thinking about fighting with others? Feng Ziyuan's Adam's apple rolled, he stared at Jiang Xing's calm face, and suddenly he got angry. Yi Mingfan. Stop pretending to be a good guy. It was obviously this outsider who started it first. Did I get beaten up for nothing?
He pointed at his blood-stained shirt, his voice hoarse.
Just because he has a few bucks, this outsider can walk around Yinjing like a jerk? Yi Mingfan's eyes suddenly turned cold and he interrupted.
Hey, Lao Feng, I remember you also had an argument with someone in our bar 2 months ago.
Feng Ziyuan's face changed, his voice unconsciously lowered, and he stammered to defend himself. That bastard was so ignorant at the time.
I just wanted to invite his friends to my booth for a drink, but I didn't expect him to be so stingy.
Don't say anything petty.
Yi Mingfan interrupted harshly. There was 1 incident in March this year, plus 3 incidents last year.
I gave you face and didn't send you to the police station. I even cleaned up the mess for you. I didn't expect you to be so forgetful and never take it seriously. Feng Ziyuan lowered his head embarrassedly and swallowed.
Brother Fan, I was wrong in the previous incident, but I paid you afterwards.
But this time is different. Look at me. I was beaten like this by this grandson. I made a fool of myself. If I don't fight back, how am I going to survive in Yanjing in the future? Please, Brother Fan.
Oh no, Master Fan, please give me some face and don't interfere in the affairs between me and that grandson. If you are worried that I will smash the things in your bar, I promise to compensate you at the original price.
At this moment, Feng Ziyuan no longer had the arrogance he had before and looked at Yi Mingfan politely. Yi Mingfan sneered. Feng Ziyuan, aren't you dreaming too much?
As a boss, if I allow you two to fight in our bar, I will not be able to run my business anymore.
If this gets out, will everyone in Yanjing City come to Maizhou Bar to fight in the future? Feng Ziyuan waved his hands repeatedly. Master Fan, you misunderstood. I meant to just hit you once.
I'm a regular customer of your bar and I spend a lot of money there throughout the year.
Master Fan, you have to trust me this time. Yi Mingfan continued to sneer. You've been beaten up like this, yet you're still so stubborn. I'm protecting you, you idiot. Speaking of spending, it hasn't been over $1 million in such a long time, right? Young Master Jiang made nearly $2 million in one night. How can you compare with him?
Seeing that Feng Ziyuan still looked a little unconvinced, Yi Mingfan waved his hand and signaled the waiters who were controlling him to let go.
Feng Ziyuan, I'll give you one more chance, get out of here as soon as possible, or I'll send you to the police station.
And you really thought the money you gave me was enough to compensate for the loss of my bar? The guy you knocked unconscious last time was just discharged from the hospital this week, and I paid for his medical expenses for you.
Yi Mingfan leaned close to his ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, and you put drugs in the guest's wine, do you really think I don't know? Feng Ziyuan was struck by lightning and staggered back 2 steps. Yi Mingfan, you. Feng Ziyuan glared at Yi Mingfan, not daring to say anything harsh, and could only leave in disappointment.
Yi Mingfan hooked his finger at managerly and called him over.
Black out Feng Ziyuan's VIP card. Our bar won't welcome this kind of thing in the future.
As for his stored alcohol and the money in the card, find a time to give them to his parents. By the way, tell them about some of the bad things he did so that they can discipline their son. After giving the order, Yi Mingfan put on a smiling face and walked towards Jiang Xing.
Is this also your first time in Yanjing, Mr. Jiang?
I sense you are not very familiar with this place. Jiang Xing said casually, yes, I came to Yanjing mainly to visit my girlfriend's mother, and also to have some fun. I will be a senior in the second half of my year, and I will graduate in a year. Yi Mingfan was shocked again. Fuck, Master Jiang, you're still in college, and you said your girlfriend. He looked at the 3 girls behind Jiang Xing again. In addition to being shocked, he smiled in a way that I understood.
Mr. Jiang is very handsome and has made great achievements at a young age.
His wonderful life every day is beyond the imagination of an uncle like me who is about to turn 30.
I guess Mr. John's family is in the financial industry. With his family's financial situation, how could he, at the age of 21 or 22, casually take out nearly 2 million to drink with his female companions like Jiang Xing did? Not yet. Jiang Xingxing smiled faintly.
If he said that his family ran a paint shop, Yi Mingfan would definitely not believe it, and might even think that he was deliberately playing a trick on him.
I own a 5-star hotel and a commercial complex in Wulin City. They are just small businesses. I usually just collect rent, but I can't do anything big. Master Jiang, don't you know that the simplest and happiest thing in the world is collecting rent? You don't have to do anything every day, and the rent will be credited to your account the moment you close your eyes and open them again. This feeling is really great.
As he spoke, Lin Mingfan took out his cell phone from his pocket.
It's a rare opportunity to meet Master Jiang today. How about we add each other on WeChat and keep in touch and become friends?
Lin Mingfan smiled and enthusiastically invited Jiang Xing. After hearing this, Jiang Xing also showed a look of delight on his face.
One more friend means one more way.
Moreover, through the brief communication just now, Jiang Xing already felt in his heart that the young man in front of him who spoke frankly and sincerely was definitely not an ordinary person. Although Jiang Xing possesses great wealth today, he is relatively lacking in high-end social connections.
This is a good opportunity to further expand your social circle. Add WeChat friends. Lin Mingfan, oh, by the way. I actually also run a restaurant called Siwei Xian under my name. Currently, I have opened branches in Shanghai, Wulin, Mingzhou and other places. Business is pretty good. I am planning to have it participate in the Michelin star rating next year. If young Master Jiang has the opportunity to patronize our restaurant, please remember to come in and taste it, give us your valuable opinions and suggestions, and tell us my name, and all your consumption will be free of charge. In this way, the two of them chatted more and more happily. Lin Mingfan simply stayed in the booth drinking and didn't leave. Chapter 55 Dong Tingting's Little Thoughts. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 o'clock. The three drunk girls staggered over to grab their bags, muttering that they should go back to the hotel to rest. Jiang, Master Jiang, we have to go back. When Cindy leaned on her companion's shoulder with drunken eyes, and 2 buttons of her shirt were undone at some point. Tomorrow, hiccup, I still have an early shift. Jiang Xing rubbed his temple. The after effect of the whiskey tonight was stronger than he expected. Why should young Master Jiang worry about such a small matter? Yi Mingfan snapped his fingers and Manager Li immediately trotted over. Lao Li used to work at a racetrack, and he drives a Rolls-Royce better than a taxi. Jiang Xing couldn't refuse such a kind invitation, so he agreed. The group walked to where Jiang Xing parked his car. The parking lot security guard at the beginning is still guarding the place. When he saw Jiang Xing appear, he also breathed a sigh of relief and spoke in not very standard Mandarin. Oh, boss, you're finally here. I thought I would have to wait until tomorrow morning. Then, seeing Yi Mingfan next to him, he couldn't help but become nervous and immediately saluted. Good evening, Mr. Yi. You did a great job, even guarding the customer's car. I thought the bar's security guards were hiding in the gate room at this hour. Yi Mingfan smiled and teased the security guard, then took out $200 bills from his pocket and handed them to him. This is another reward for dedication. We need to maintain this attitude in the future. The security guard shrank his neck timidly and didn't dare to answer it. He had already taken some money from Jiang Xing, so it seemed a bit inappropriate to take some more from his boss. What? You don't want to give me face by not taking my money? Yi Mingfan stopped smiling within a second, and his eyes turned cold and fierce. No, no. The security guard didn't dare to refuse, nor did he dare to explain. Take the money and remove the roadblock. Now Yi Mingfan saw Jiang Xing's carriage clearly and couldn't help revealing an expression of envy and surprise. That's awesome, Lao Jiang. You drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It must have cost you a lot of money to buy this car. Yi Mingfan exclaimed. He recalled the time when he was 25 and he and the old man had an argument over buying a Gust and they almost broke off relations. This shows how staggering the financial resources of Jiang Xing's family are. Jiang Xing seemed calm and composed. This vehicle was sent after completing the mission system. It's expensive, but it doesn't cost him money. Today is also my first day driving a Phantom.
There are only a few things a man pursues in his life: luxury houses, luxury cars, beautiful women. Life is short, just buy what you like, why treat yourself too badly? These words sounded full of pretentiousness.
If ordinary people heard them, they would probably think that Jiang Xing was being too ostentatious.
However, to someone like Yi Mingfan who had a similar family background, it sounded more like an undisguised display of his true nature.
He liked the young man in front of him more and more.
The car started and took the girls to the hotel where they were staying.
Fortunately, we all live together, so one trip is enough.
After getting off the car, Wen Cindy and another girl staggered and their figures were erratic, and they were obviously very drunk.
Jiang Xing had no choice. Since you want to be a good person, just do it to the end.
He called over a few front desk ladies and instructed them, please make sure these two ladies are safely sent to their respective rooms. After giving the order, a pair of soft hands hugged me from behind, and I could clearly feel two fleshy lumps pressing against my back. When I turned around, it turned out to be the ground staff girl named Dong Tingting.
Mr. Jiang, I'm so tired and my head is dizzy. Can you take me upstairs?
Under the orange streetlights, she opened her big watery eyes, her eyes were rippling and her face was rosy. Among these three girls, only Dong Tingting can be considered relatively sober.
That's why she did this.
In fact, she had already made up her mind, which was to try every possible way to have some relationship with Jiang Xing.
If you're lucky enough, you might even be able to become his official girlfriend.
Even though it's a little inferior, being a kept canary isn't bad. To put it another way, even if it was just a one-night stand and the other party was willing to pay a generous sum of money, it might be an acceptable outcome for Dong Tingting. But Jiang Xing is not as simple as Dong Tingting thinks. He pushed her away, without any expression on his face.
I won't go up. If you can't walk, Miss Dong, you can ask the front desk to help you up.
Jiang Xing had no interest in Dong Tingting. He has eaten a lot of good food in the past few days, so he doesn't have much desire for a girl like Dong Tingting, who is above average in appearance and has been developed many times. In addition, I have already exercised with Lin Mening this afternoon, and I will probably exercise again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Although I am young, I still need to pay attention to my energy.
Mr. Jiang, please don't do that. I just really want to go to the room with you.
Dong Tingting, who refused to give up, acted coquettishly and came over again. Jiang Xing didn't continue to indulge her. After calling managerly, he got into the car and left. Dong Tingting was left standing there, stamping her feet in anger.
The next day.
The early morning sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains onto Jiang Xing's face. He slowly opened his eyes and checked the time.
9:30. It's getting late.
After washing up, there was a crisp knock on the door. It was Lin Mening who opened the door. She was wearing a light blue dress and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders. She was very beautiful.
Honey, good morning.
Lin Mening greeted Jiang Xing with a smile.
Jiang Xing quickly responded, Baby, why are you here? Aren't you with Auntie? I'm just about to go over there.
After listening to her mother's long talk about love last night, Lin Mening decided to spend more time with Jiang Xing so that they could better consolidate their relationship.
She winked playfully. I'd like to ask, what are some fun attractions in Yanjing that you've always wanted to visit but haven't had the chance to go to yet?
We can go there together by car. My mother's health is much better now, and she doesn't need me to stay by her side all the time to take care of her, so I want to spend more time with you. These words made Jiang Xing feel a warm current in his heart. This was the first girl who offered to play with him. In the next 5 days, Jiang Xing drove the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, taking Lin Mening through the streets and alleys and various tourist attractions in Yanjing City. They tasted all kinds of special foods, whether it was street snacks or high-end restaurants, and they would never miss it as long as they thought it was delicious. At night, the two of them will go for a massage or soak their feet to fully soothe and nourish their whole bodies.
Keep yourself clean. Then go back to the hotel room and have some intimate interactions just for the two of us.
After 5 days, Lin Mening felt like she was about to collapse from exhaustion. Seeing that Jiang Xing was still enthusiastic and enjoying it, she felt it was worth it.
In the meantime, Wang Yanran and Xiao Taohua often sent messages, asking when they could meet.
Jiang Xing always refused, saying that he needed to wait for a while and gave each of them 100,000 as compensation.
It was the 6th day.
Feeling that it was time to have some fun, Jiang Xing booked a flight to Minnesota.
He wants to go back to Pujan to see his parents. Chapter 56. Why can he? The night before boarding the plane, the night was as dark as ink and everything was silent.
Jiang Xing had just spent some time with Lin Mening, and now the girl had fallen into a deep sleep. Xing finished her shower quietly and returned to the bed. Inadvertently, I glanced at the phone screen and saw it was a message from Wen Xini.
Mr. Jiang, are you still in Yanjing today? I just got off the plane tonight, how about we go out and play together in the evening?
He frowned slightly and turned to look at Lin Mening, who was sleeping soundly.
Now we have entered the sage time. Jiang Xing thought it was better to forget it. I'm a little tired.
I have to catch a flight to Minnesota tomorrow, so I want to go out tonight. After clicking send, Jiang Xing put the phone back to its place, then gently closed his eyes and prepared to go to sleep. Time passed by, but there was no reply from the other side. Maybe Wen Xini had fallen asleep or was busy with other things, so Jiang Xing didn't take it too seriously.
The next day, Jiang Xing dragged his suitcase to the airport lobby.
His Rolls-Royce Phantom has been transferred and will arrive in Wulin City in 3 days.
Liao Lei will receive it on site. Walk to the cabin door.
Jiang Xing suddenly discovered a familiar figure among the flight attendants lined up to welcome passengers on board.
Looking closely, it turned out to be Wen Xini. She was wearing a navy blue stewardess uniform that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. The classic black stockings and black leather flat shoes make her look more elegant and generous. Her shiny black hair is piled up high, revealing her fair and slender neck, which makes her particularly eye-catching in the crowd.
Jiang Xing was very surprised.
He didn't expect to meet Wen Xini here.
He calmed himself down and walked into the cabin. Jiang Xing quickly found his seat in the first-class cabin. After Wen Xini finished explaining the pre-flight precautions, she walked over gracefully with a sweet smile on her face. She held a bottle of Baishuishan mineral water and a hot towel in her hands, and gently placed them on the small table in front of Jiang Xing.
Miss Wen, why are you here? Jiang Xing couldn't help but ask. You just want to spend more time with Master Jiang. You didn't come out last night when I asked you to.
There was a hint of coquettishness in Wen Xini's tone, and she looked like a spoiled little girl.
By the way, how long will you stay in Minnesota? I happen to have a day off, how about we go out and play after we land?
She looked at Jiang Xing expectantly.
That's no problem. I'll stay for 3 days and then go visit my parents. After a night in the bar, Wen Xini's impression of him increased dramatically.
It is now 74 points.
At this point, some intimate actions are theoretically possible. It just so happens that she is the only flight attendant in the first-class cabin.
Thinking of this, Jiang Xing reached out and held Wen Xini's soft, boneless little hand. With a slight tug, he pulled her into his broad and warm arms. His other hand seemed to naturally fall on Wen Xini's slender legs wrapped in black stockings, stroking them gently. Wen Xini, who was sitting in Jiang Xing's arms at this moment, suddenly blushed with shame, and looked as beautiful and tempting as a ripe apple. Her rosy lips pouted slightly, and she said softly and coquettishly, Mr. Jiang, you were so annoying.
There are so many people watching here, and your hand.
Before she finished speaking, she lowered her head shyly again. However, Jiang Xing seemed very generous and calm, responding with a faint smile on his face.
Who is watching? Aren't all the people next to you here?
Besides, you're the only flight attendant in this first-class cabin, so don't be afraid. After we get off the plane, I'll take you to a luxury store and you can buy something you like as a small compensation.
How about that? Hearing this, Wen Xini's bright eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She couldn't wait to ask, really? Mr. Jiang, you can't lie to me.
Of course it's true.
Don't you still believe in my ability? Jiang Xing answered confidently. After receiving such a positive answer, Wen Xini couldn't help but feel overjoyed and smiled. I almost couldn't help but move forward and kiss Jiang Xing's handsome and charming face.
But in the end she suppressed her inner impulse. She just said sweetly, then Mr. Jiang, please remember to give me a position after you land.
I can't leave work right away.
Jiang Xing smiled and said, of course. Pick up the hot towel from the table and put it in Wen Xini's hand.
Wipe my face for me. Good.
Wen Xini obediently and carefully began to wipe Jiang Xing's cheek.
After finishing, she gently and considerately fed Jiang Xing a mouthful of water to moisten his throat. Next aisle seat.
A middle-aged greasy fat man saw this scene, his mouth opened wide and his eyes were wide open. He didn't expect that there would be such service in first class. The flight attendant sat in the customer's arms and helped wipe her face.
Can also feed water.
Just at this moment, a stewardess entered the first-class cabin.
Wen Xini jumped off Jiang Xing's legs in panic like a frightened little rabbit.
He calmed down and walked away as if nothing had happened. The stewardess walked straight ahead without looking around. When she passed by the greasy middle-aged man, she suddenly heard a low call.
"Hey, beautiful lady, stop for a moment."
The flight attendant stopped and turned to look in the direction where the voice came from, only to see the middle-aged man staring at her with a flattering look on his face.
"Hello, how can I help you?"
The stewardess asked politely, but a sense of uneasiness was already rising in her heart.
This uneasiness comes from the strange look in the middle-aged man's eyes. "Hey, hello, beautiful lady, could you please bring me a hot towel?"
As the middle-aged man spoke, he touched his shiny hair with his hand, an uncomfortable smile on his lips. The stewardess nodded slightly and answered softly.
"Okay, sir, please wait a moment."
After saying that, he turned and walked towards the service desk.
Not long after, the stewardess came back with a steaming white towel. She walked over to the table and gently placed the towel on it.
However, just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by the middle-aged man again.
"Hey, wait, pretty girl."
The middle-aged man stretched out his chubby finger and hooked it at the stewardess. The flight attendant turned around puzzledly, looked at the man in front of her behaving strangely, and asked in confusion.
"What's the matter, sir? Is there anything else I can help you with?"
At this time, the middle-aged man's eyes were rolling around the stewardess, his gaze wandering around, and he kept making clicking sounds with his mouth. The stewardess felt uncomfortable when he looked at her and her brows furrowed involuntarily.
"Beauty, do you think my face is a little dirty? How about this, you come sit in my arms and help me wipe my face?"
After the middle-aged man said this shamelessly, he showed a lustful look.
"You!"
The stewardess was so angry that her face turned pale, her body trembled, and a hint of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. But her good professional ethics allowed her to suppress her inner anger and respond coldly. "Sir, please respect yourself. If you continue to harass me verbally, I will call for help." The middle-aged man was a little confused.
"Isn't this possible?" "Of course not," the flight attendant said unhappily.
The middle-aged man, feeling fooled, pointed at Jiang Xing angrily, and then pointed at Winsini, who was about to leave.
"Then why can they do it but I can't? Are you targeting me?" "That's because she is my friend. You can also find one of your friends to wipe your face for you."
Jiang Xing looked at the middle-aged man sitting next to him as if he were a fool. The man was choked and speechless.
I could only turn my head away angrily. Chapter 57, More and More Flowers. Got off the plane.
Jiang Xing took a taxi to Nanyuan Hotel and sent the hotel location to Winsini on the way.
This is the first 5-star hotel in Zhejiang province.
It is located in downtown Mingzhou, with convenient transportation. Jiang Xing was playing with his phone in the lobby, waiting for the girl to come over. I don't know how much time passed. A clear and sweet voice rang in my ears.
"Master Jiang, I'm here."
Jiang Xing raised his head and his sight gradually focused on Winsini, who was not far ahead. She changed into a brand new outfit, which was eye-catching. She wore a cream-colored short-sleeved shirt with a Tuzki pattern printed on it. The pure and soft tones complemented her fair skin. She paired it with a light blue short skirt, the hem of which swayed gently in the breeze, and she wore a pair of gray dad shoes on her feet.
Those long and slender legs are displayed to people without reservation.
Without being restrained by black stockings, they look more fresh and natural.
Dressed like this, Winsini exudes full of vitality and youthfulness. Like the girl next door from a summer commercial. "What, you don't recognize me? Why are you staring at me?"
There was a hint of playfulness in Winsini's tone.
Jiang Xing finally came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream.
He smiled a little sheepishly.
Nothing.
After a brief pause, he continued, "Miss Wan, you look really cute today." Hearing Jiang Xing's praise, Winsini's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile.
But then he deliberately tilted his head and pretended to be angry and said, "Oh? Then according to what Jiang Xiao said, does that mean I was not cute before?" Facing Winsini's slightly teasing words, Jiang Xing explained. "Of course not. Miss Wan is always pretty and cute.
But when she was wearing the stewardess uniform, she gave me a completely different feeling. She had an elegant and intellectual temperament, which I also like." Winsini did not continue the conversation, but silently took note of this sentence.
It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Xing took Winsini in a taxi and headed to Hai Avenue Shopping Center. Enter the mall.
LV, Dior, Dolce & Gabbana, Bulgari, and many other luxury stores dazzled Winsini.
Have you decided which one to go to?
Jiang Xing asked in her ear.
No, I haven't. Wen Xini shook her head honestly. Let me make the decision for you. Let's go to LV first. There is an LV store right next to it. Good. Wen Xini nodded. What girl could resist LV? Just walked into the store.
A young shopping guide came up to us with a professional smile.
Welcome to our store. Excuse me, sir or madam, what kind of products are you looking for?
Jiang Xing raised his eyebrows at Wen Xini. Miss Wen, go and pick whichever one you like.
It was Wen Xini's first time to visit such a high-end brand store.
She seemed a little reserved and a little unconfident. When she saw a handbag called Passy, her eyes lit up. The shopping guide next to her noticed Wen Xini's inner love and provided additional introduction.
This is the Passy bag that just arrived in our store.
The leather of the bag is soft but not collapsed, and can maintain a good shape for a long time. The shoulder strap design is also very layered, combining a metal chain and a leather shoulder strap, which is very comfortable to carry. Besides, I see that you have a great figure, you are so pretty and your skin is so good, so this bag from ours will definitely suit you well. Wen Xini was moved by the shopping guide's words and asked a question.
How much is this bag? This bag is new to the store, so the price is higher. It's 22,500.
The shopping guide said without changing his expression.
22,500? Just this one bag?
Wen Xini experienced the power of high-end luxury goods today.
Then, this.
She is not a greedy woman. At this stage, Wen Xini felt a little embarrassed to let Jiang Xing spend 22,500 yuan to buy a bag.
Miss Wen, do you like this bag?
Jiang Xing, who was behind her, noticed her hesitation and stepped forward to ask.
Yes, I like this one better, but the price is a bit high. I think it's a good idea for you to buy it. Nothing inappropriate. Jiang Xing followed the shopping guide. I want this bag, please pack it up.
Yes, sir. The shopping guide couldn't hide the excitement on her face and packed the Passy handbag skillfully. Jiang Xing said proudly, by the way, if you want to buy anything else, just pick and choose.
Don't be polite in front of me.
At this moment, a prompt sound rang in my head. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the goddess's exclusive consumption task. The more you spend, the more you get. Within half an hour, every amount of money the host spends for Goddess Wen Xini will be returned 5 times to the host's bank card.
Please seize the time. 5 times?
Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a satisfied smile.
It's time for me to show off and make money again. How can I buy just one bag? Do you have any other bags you like? Just pick any and take it. After receiving Jiang Xing's enthusiastic encouragement, Wen Xini, who was originally a little reserved, suddenly felt her courage doubled. So she continued shopping happily. After a short while, she carefully selected 2 eye-catching bags. One of them was priced at 38,000 yuan, and the other was priced at 45,000 yuan. Later, Wen Xini chose a women's coat with a unique design and 2 pairs of shoes that matched the overall look perfectly. I have to say that her vision is indeed unique, and everything she chooses is both fashionable and suits her temperament. When all the items were selected and ready to check out, the total price calculated by the cashier was as high as 126,500 yuan. When this number was announced, even the salesgirl who had been receiving them was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. After all, this was the first time in her career as a shopping guide that she had seen someone spend such a huge amount of money offline at one time. After the payment was completed, a clear and pleasant reminder sound was heard. Ding, 632,500 Chinese yuan has been successfully transferred into the host's Hongfeng bank account, please check it. At the same time, Jiang Xing asked the shopping guide to deliver these things directly to Wen Xini's hotel so that she didn't have to carry them. Walking out of the LV store, Wen Xini felt like she was walking on a cloud made of marshmallows.
Her whole body felt light and everything around her seemed less real.
It feels like being in a dream.
Just buying these bags and clothes cost more than 120,000 yuan. This is an astronomical figure for Wen Xini, who is usually frugal.
She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Could this be just a fleeting dream?
But no matter what, she is willing to immerse herself in this sweet happiness and enjoy this rare moment.
Chapter 58. I didn't expect to meet you. How about we go to this store again?
Jiang Xing pointed to the Bulgari next to him.
Good. Wen Xini went in holding Jiang Xing's arm.
I bought a necklace that cost more than 50,000 yuan. 2 sets of perfume sets, priced at 30,000. 3 sets of classic colored powder gift boxes are priced at just over 70,000 yuan.
A total of 160,000.
The moment the money was paid, it was returned 5 times to Jiang Xing's bank account. Similarly, let the Bulgari shopping guide deliver the items to the hotel where Winsini was staying. When I went out, the time given by the system had just arrived.
Ding, the reminder sound in my mind rang.
The system detected that the goddess Winsini's favorability towards the host has soared and now reaches 81 points. The host is still short of 80 points of favorability from a goddess to complete the system upgrade task. Please keep up the good work. Oh my god, it rose to 80 points so quickly. Jiang Xing was also a little surprised. But that's normal, his current image is almost exactly the national husband that girls fantasize about. He is 1.80 meters tall, young, handsome, and rich.
Where are we going next, Mr. Jiang?
At this moment, the lovely Winsini affectionately held Jiang Xing's arm, and her soft body pressed tightly against his warm arms without hesitation. At such a close distance, Jiang Xing could clearly smell the charming fragrance emanating from the girl. Faced with this situation, Jiang Xing simply went with the flow and gently hugged Winsini's slender waist like a real couple.
Let's go eat. How about Yi Mingfan's Saiwaixuan? Didn't he say he opened a branch in Mingzhou? It's a good opportunity to go and take a look. Hurrah!
Winsini nodded in agreement.
I took a taxi and arrived at Saiwaixuan restaurant. Walk into the restaurant.
A young waiter wearing a modified OL uniform came up to greet us with a smile.
Misters and ladies, do you have an appointment?
No.
Jiang Xing shook his head. Okay, then please choose a seat for your meal, sir. All the private rooms are currently booked.
The waiter brought a tablet menu. Above is the restaurant's seating layout and meal prices.
Winsini, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but complain after seeing this. Wow, a seat in the ordinary hall costs 500.
Yi Mingfan really knows how to do business.
Jiang Xing didn't care about these and just chose a seat by the window.
Under the guidance of the waiter, arrive at that location and sit down. Winsini casually flipped open the menu on the table and was shocked. A regular Roman salad costs 648.
Russian tomato soup 724. A single serving of sirloin steak is 1288. Winsini clicked her tongue. Boss Yi is really wicked.
The restaurant hasn't even become a Michelin star, but he's already charging the same price as Michelin.
I wonder if such an expensive meal is delicious. If it's not, I'm going to call him to complain.
Jiang Xing didn't care at all. In his eyes, 10 or 20,000 were just a few dollars.
Even if it's a little more expensive, so what? Finished ordering.
After a while, the dishes were finally served. A whole Australian lobster, deep-sea bluefin tuna sashimi platter, sea urchin dragon paste tofu, sakura charcoal grilled black throat, simmered lobster with sancho pepper, snow crab caviar broth jelly, and a bottle of Napoleon brandy. Each dish served is carefully designed and presented, not only with a rich taste, but also with a visual sense of art.
There aren't too many of these things. Plus 15% service charge and table charge. The total consumption reached 52,600. Jiang Xing is still in a good mood.
I received 150,000 in system rewards today, and this 50,000 is nothing. He also took out his cell phone to take a photo of the table, sent it to Yi Mingfan, and left a message. Boss Yi, your restaurant is great, it's already worthy of a Michelin 2-star rating.
I'll come back next time I pass by. Just when I thought today would come to an end.
Suddenly, a sharp voice suddenly sounded behind them.
Hey, isn't this Winsini? TSK, 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 this world is really small. I can actually run into you in Mingzhou.
After hearing this shrill sound, Jiang Xing subconsciously turned his head to see what was going on. I saw a tall and slender young woman standing there, wearing a snow-white mother's dress, with a smug and arrogant expression on her face. She was holding the arm of a fat middle-aged man who was about 50 years old. The man had a round belly and a face full of flesh. He wore a white shirt with gray stripes and trousers and leather shoes.
Wen Xian's face suddenly darkened and her expression became extremely ugly. Wang Yuqian, I really didn't expect to see you here. Winsini responded coldly. This Wang Yuqian is Winsini's former colleague. When they were both working as flight attendants, Wang Yuqian was jealous of Winsini. The reason is simple, it's just that Winsini is naturally beautiful and has a gentle and pleasant personality,
so she always wins the favor and love of the captain and other male leaders. All this naturally caused extreme dissatisfaction among the narrow-minded Wang Yueqian. In their daily work later on, Wang Yueqian became even more aggressive and often deliberately found fault with Wencini.
However, Wencini is not the kind of soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone.
Whenever she was treated unfairly or wronged, she would retaliate in the same degree without hesitation. As time went by, the relationship between them became increasingly tense and rigid. In the end, Wang Yueqian somehow managed to get close to the CEO of a listed company, and she quit her job as a flight attendant. "Shanxian, is this your friend?" asked the middle-aged man. "Yes, this is the one I often mention to you, the most beautiful girl in our crew, Wencini. She was very competitive back then and always wanted to be the best in everything she did." Wang Yueqian glanced at Jiang Xing and the unfinished food on the table with ill intent.
"Ha, it seems that people always change.
It seems that our Hanghua has hooked up with the second generation.
At Saiwaichuan, there's both lobster and tuna. They taste so good. I'm envious."
After saying that, he shook the middle-aged man's arm in a very pretentious way.
"Honey, what do you think?" The middle-aged man called husband is the owner of a local photovoltaic company in Minnesota. His name is Lu Chi.
Seeing that his canary was a little bit upset, he quickly expressed his opinion.
"It's just bluefin tuna, baby. How much do you want? I'll give you some for the next week."
"Oh, my husband, you are so good to me, I love you so much."
Wang Yueqian deliberately showed her affection and even kissed Lu Chi on his fat face.
Such an action instantly made Wencini feel disgusted.
She laughed contemptuously.
"Wang Yueqian, I don't know how you can have the nerve to say that I'm dating a rich second-generation guy. Even if I were to date someone, I would find someone who was tall and handsome, unlike some people who only date greasy old men."
Chapter 59. Find some time to send a copy to your wife. Wang Yueqian suddenly became angry, and her fingers with bright red nails almost poked Wencini's nose.
"Wencini, I advise you to be more careful with your words.
Do you think you are in an airline company?
If you dare to speak so disrespectfully again, no one here will tolerate you."
Lu Chi next to him also said unhappily.
"Ms. Wen, you should be careful with your words.
You flight attendants represent the image of your company when you go out. I know your supervisor."
Seeing his woman being threatened,
Jiang Xing, who was sitting aside, could no longer remain silent and indifferent.
He reached out and gently put his arm around Wencini's shoulders.
Hey!
You, as a boss, are too petty."
Women said a few harsh words to each other, and you, a man, had to jump in and say something? Lu Chi, who was standing opposite, frowned and questioned. "You little brat, where on earth did you come from? How dare you talk to me in that tone?
Where do your parents work?" Normally, Lu Chi is used to showing off in his own company. When the employees see him, they all bow and nod and are very respectful. So, when he saw the young man in front of him who was not afraid of him at all, he felt unexpectedly uncomfortable.
However, Jiang Xing didn't buy it.
I saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile, and responded coldly.
"Boss Lu is so powerful that he wants to investigate my parents' workplace? Where my parents work has nothing to do with you. You think you're so great just because you opened a crappy company, right?"
In fact, although Lu Chi is the founder and CEO of the company, the market value of the shares he holds and his personal assets are not much different from those of Jiang Xing. Hearing this, Lu Chi immediately became furious and was so angry that he couldn't even speak clearly.
"Boy, you are so arrogant. You, just wait and see."
Seeing this, Wang Yueqian, who was standing by, quickly and carefully stroked Lu Chi's back up and down and helped him sit down.
"Hubby, don't be angry. Let's not get too angry and get sick. We have plenty of ways to deal with him when we get back." Lu Chi sat on the chair next to him and glared at Jiang Xing ferociously. "Baby, you're right. I happen to have someone in the Public Security Bureau. Get this kid's information and I'll have someone go to his house and we'll never let him off."
Another naked threat. Jiang Xing didn't expect that this couple would be so vicious.
He asked the system in his mind. "System, do you have any way to punish this fat pig?" Ding, the system has received a request from the host. The current system level is low and cannot be resolved directly. Is that the end of it? Jiang Xing sighed silently.
Ding, although there is no way to answer directly, the system detects that Lu Qi and his wife have not yet divorced, and currently maintains a substantive marital relationship with Wang Yuqian. In addition, Lu Qi had the same relationship with his female secretary and also kept 2 female college students as his mistresses. The system recommends that the host start in this direction. This news was like timely help, and Jiang Xingma had an idea. He searched for prop cards such as those that could tell the truth in the system store, and he actually found the truth card. Effect of this card: the selected object will tell the truth when asked questions within 1 minute. Price, 7 points. It's you. Jiang Xing bought it without even thinking about it. Wang Yuqian saw Jiang Xing looking for something on his mobile phone and thought he was looking for someone for help, and she became distracted again.
Hey! Are you trying to get someone to come? Now you know how anxious you are. Hee, if you offend my husband, don't think you can just walk away with ease. Wen Xini looked at Jiang Xing apologetically.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Jiang. This was originally my business, but I didn't expect to drag you into this.
Why don't we just leave quickly?
It's okay. This old guy will soon know what the consequences of offending me are. Jiang Xing raised his head and locked onto Lu Qi, then used the truth card on him.
Lu Qi.
Jiang Xing called out the middle-aged man's name loudly and picked up his phone to start recording.
Lu Qi shuddered, then spoke uncontrollably. I am here.
Realizing something was wrong, Wang Yuqian looked at Lu Qi's face and found that he was unusually calm and his eyes were dull. Jiang Xing continued, Tell me about your marital status. My wife, Chen Chunhua, was born in 1975 and is 46 years old this year.
We have a son and a daughter.
Our marriage is normal and there are no disputes at the moment.
What? Wang Yuqian stood there in a daze. The next second, she grabbed Lu Qi's shoulders and shook him heartbreakingly. Husband, didn't you say you and your wife divorced a long time ago?
The noise startled the diners around and they all turned their heads.
Wen Xini took the opportunity to sneer. Wang Yuqian, stop making so much noise. You're disturbing other people's meals. Please be more polite. Wang Yuqian glared back at her. What's it to you? Jiang Xing asked the next question with a smile. Lu Qi, tell me about your extramarital affair. Lu Qi continued to speak dully. I have been keeping a flight attendant for 5 months. She approached me and I accepted. I also had sex with my secretary.
She resisted at first, but I threatened to fire her and tempted her with money.
She agreed.
We have been together for 4 months. Finally, I also kept 2 college students, one 18 years old and the other 21 years old. I gave each of them 10,000 yuan for living expenses and 30,000 yuan for maintenance. In the future, I plan to let one of them bear children for me.
Jiang Xing curiously asked, That's weird, why can't you let a flight attendant or a secretary give birth to your child?
Stewardess and secretaries are all quite old.
I prefer younger ones.
Besides, young people have better physical fitness, and most of the babies they give birth to are healthy. Wang Yuqian never imagined that she had been kept in the dark the whole time and that Lu Qi had 3 other women behind her back. As the effect of the truth card gradually wore off, Lu Qi, who had been slumped in the chair and unconscious, began to slowly come back to his senses.
When he glanced at the phone in Jiang Xing's hand that was recording,
the whole person froze in place as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide open, pupils dilated rapidly, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Lu Qi secretly cried out in his heart that something was wrong, and an unprecedented fear and panic instantly surged into his heart.
Boy, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm recording your true feelings.
Find a time to send a copy to your wife so she can listen to what her husband, the big boss of a listed company, does in his spare time. Then send a copy to your son and daughter and tell them that they will have brothers and sisters in the future. Jiang Xing smiled, turned the phone over and played the video he had just recorded.
Chapter 60, You're responsible for your own mistakes.
Lu Qi stared at the video on the phone screen and his face instantly turned pale as paper. He seemed to have seen the tigress at home raging like a raging tigress. His father-in-law was a retired provincial and ministerial level leader, and his brother-in-law worked in the municipal procuratorate.
If this video were to get out. Lu Qi gave in completely, with a fawning look on his face, nodding and bowing to Jiang Xing.
Little brother, I'm really sorry for the nonsense I said before. You are a magnanimous person, please don't take it to heart. As Lu Qi spoke, he rubbed his hands, looking as humble as possible.
I'm willing to pay a high price to buy out this video. How about 500,000? If you think it's not enough, 1 million will also be fine. However, Jiang Xing just sneered coldly. He said disdainfully, 1 million? You old man really treat me like a beggar. Hearing this, Lucci suddenly panicked and hurriedly apologized with a smile. So, brother, how much do you want? As long as it's within my ability, I will try my best to meet your requirements. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xing couldn't help but snorted and said in a cold tone. Your lover actually showed off in front of my friend, provoking and threatening him. Can this matter be let go so easily? When Lucci heard this, his heart sank suddenly and he immediately understood Jiang Xing's intention. So, he turned around without hesitation, pointed at Wang Yueqian's nose and started cursing. You bitch. You're causing trouble everywhere. I haven't had a smooth life since I met you. Husband. Wang Yueqian was about to explain, but before she could finish her words, there was a crisp paw sound and Lucci slapped her hard in the face. The slap was so powerful that Wang Yueqian's head tilted and her body shook a few times. She almost fainted on the spot and fell directly to the ground. The diners around were stunned by this sudden scene and their eyes widened. My God, it's really cruel for a man to hit a woman like this. This man is so old, could he be the girl's father? I don't think so. When they first came in, the girl was holding the guy's arm. Maybe they are a couple. Oh my God. How can a husband and wife use such harsh methods? What is going on? Maybe he was caught cheating, and the old man and young wife just happened to match. I guess the cause of the problem must be that there is something wrong with the man. Seeing people around talking about it, all of them looking like they were enjoying the show, Lucci lowered his head for fear of being recognized. Brother, I've scolded and beaten you, do you think this is okay? Lucci looked at Jiang Xing cautiously, his eyes full of flattery. Jiang Xing smiled, shook his head and held up 3 fingers. This gave Lucci a chill. He asked tentatively, let me transfer 30,000 to you? Seeing the other party shaking his head again, Lucci's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He asked again tremblingly. 300,000? Jiang Xing didn't answer. 3 million? Jiang Xing finally nodded. I'll give you 5 minutes. If I don't have your 3 million in my bank account within 5 minutes, double it. If you don't want to give it to me and I don't force you, I think your wife will be happy to see this video. After saying that, he also reported his bank card number and the bank where he opened the account. Boss Lu, make your choice. The 5-minute countdown begins now. Lucci only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart, spreading throughout his body in an instant, and his heart sank. He seemed to have lost all his strength. He slumped down in the chair, with a buzzing sound in his ears. After weighing the pros and cons, Lucci finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Give money. When Wang Yueqian saw Lucci taking out his mobile phone to transfer money, she became anxious and quickly reached out to stop him. Hubby, don't transfer the money. At worst we can live a hard life together in the future, but we must not let that guy succeed. When saying this, Wang Yueqian's face was full of heartache. After all, this is a full 3 million. Not long ago, Lucci made a solemn promise to her that he would buy her a luxurious villa and a luxury car in the future. But now, if the 3 million is transferred to the other party, doesn't it mean that the house and car that he has always dreamed of will become a bubble? However, Lucci was already furious at this time. He suddenly raised his head, glared at Wang Yueqian fiercely, and cursed. Get away from me. You're a jinx. If it weren't for the trouble you caused, why would I pay? I get so angry just seeing you. After saying that, he ignored the surprised looks of the people around him, kicked Wang Yueqian, and shouted loudly, Get out! Get out of my way! Following Lucci's ruthless kick, Wang Yueqian staggered and fell to the ground. She looked in disbelief at the man in front of her who once loved her so much, and tears burst out like a flood. But Lucci had no mercy at all, his eyes were still wide open, as if he wanted to kick him a few more times to vent his hatred. On the other hand, after receiving the transfer information, Jiang Xing kept his promise and completely deleted the video that made him unable to sleep and eat in front of Lucci. It was not until he saw the video disappear without a trace that Lucci's tense heartstrings finally relaxed a little and he breathed a long sigh of relief. At this time, he just wanted to go home quickly, have dinner and chat with his wife and children to ease the guilt and anxiety in his heart. To tell himself that he has overcome this disaster. Lucci left. He left without looking back. At the same time, it also took away Wang Yueqian's hope for a better life in the future. Cindy, let's go too.
Jiang Xing was not in the mood to stay here for long, so he walked straight out of the restaurant. Wen Xinyi picked up the bag and said something coldly as she passed by Wang Yuqian, who was still lying on the ground, unable to believe the truth.
You're responsible for the consequences. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Xing took a taxi.
After getting in the car, Wen Xinyi turned her head slightly nervously to look at Jiang Xing beside her and asked softly, "Mr. Jiang, where are we going next?"
Jiang Xing's mouth corners slightly raised as he stared at Wen Xinyi. How about we go to the hotel you're staying at? What do you think?
Hearing this, Wen Xinyi instantly felt her cheeks burning as if they were roasted by fire. Of course she knew what would happen once she brought Jiang Xing back to the hotel where she was staying. But at the same time, this moment was the scene that she had been fantasizing about and looking forward to in her mind over and over again these days.
After a brief inner struggle, Wen Xinyi finally nodded gently, her voice as small as a mosquito but full of joy. Yeah, okay. He happily told the driver the name of the hotel.
As the vehicle slowly started moving forward, Jiang Xing's right hand naturally stretched out and gently placed on Wen Xinyi's slender and strong thigh. At night, the city of Minnesota is particularly beautiful and charming.
Chapter 61. Guess why I want to go back to your hotel.
After driving for more than 10 minutes, the car stopped steadily at the entrance of the hotel.
Got off the car.
Jiang Xing took Wen Xinyi's hand without saying a word, as if this action was the most natural thing.
The girl said softly with a little hesitation, "It's not a good idea to hold hands here. After all, this is a hotel booked by the company.
Many colleagues live here.
What if they see us?"
However, Jiang Xing didn't care.
So what?
After saying that, he exerted a little force with his arms and easily pulled Wen Xinyi into his broad and warm arms. The girl obediently closed her eyes gently, looking forward to what was about to happen next. In the next second, Jiang Xing's hot lips fell gently on her delicate and tempting red lips like raindrops. Then, his flexible tongue penetrated into it without hesitation, conquering it wantonly, showing a strong and overbearing possessiveness. Wen Xinyi felt her whole body go soft and numb, and her already rapid heartbeat became even faster, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. At the same time, this wonderful feeling made her more willing to respond to Jiang Xing's passionate demands. Just like that, the two of them kissed passionately, and time passed by minute by minute.
It lasted for 2 full minutes.
Gradually, Jiang Xing's big hand that was originally on Wen Xinyi's waist began to slide down slowly, along her slender waist all the way to the hem of her skirt. Until then, Wen Xinyi suddenly opened her eyes, hurriedly reached out to push away his dishonest hand, and complained coquettishly.
"Oh, this is on the street, it's not allowed there."
Hearing this, Jiang Xing reluctantly let go of the beauty in his arms. Wen Xinyi, who was released, took a deep breath of fresh air and raised her head to meet Jiang Xing's gaze. "It's not possible on the street, so let's go back to the hotel and start slowly." These words were spoken with a masculine arrogance. Wen Xinyi was not angry after hearing this, but was too embarrassed to speak.
He took Jiang Xing's hand and walked towards the hotel gate. Passing by the front desk,
Wen Xinyi asked the front desk clerk whether the bag and clothes she bought during the day had arrived.
"We are all here. Please wait a moment."
The waitress called a colleague and pushed a mobile luggage cart from the side.
"The above are all the things I bought during the day."
The waiter said, "Please count them. If there is nothing missing, our colleagues will bring it up for you." Wen Xinyi counted them and found that nothing was missing.
Then, we took the elevator and entered the room.
After delivering the goods, the waiter left with the luggage cart without staying long. The whole room is not big, about 50 square meters. Wen Xinyi poured herself a glass of water. After taking a sip, he turned around and looked at the handsome Jiang Xing, his eyes gradually revealing a charming look.
"You take it off or me?"
she asked, biting her lip. Jiang Xing took off his shirt, revealing a body full of firm and muscular muscles. This made the girl's eyes widen.
"Guess why I'm going back to your hotel instead of taking you to mine?"
Seeing Wen Xinyi shaking her head to indicate that she didn't know, Jiang Xing chuckled and moved his eyes to the girl.
"Your stewardess uniform should still be there."
These words woke the dreamer up. At that moment, she suddenly understood what Jiang Xing was doing. She turned her delicate body slightly, walked to the closet, and gently opened the door. Among the dazzling array of clothes, I found a complete set of stewardess uniforms in matching black hip-hugging stockings and high heels. Picking up the clothes, Wen Xinyi's cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and she could hardly hide her shyness.
"Please wait a moment. I'll change it."
After saying that, he walked into the bathroom.
Time passed by minute, and every second seemed to be infinitely stretched for Jiang Xing.
Finally, after a few minutes, the bathroom door slowly opened. The first thing that catches your eye is a pair of slender black stockings, legs in high heels, with lines so graceful that one can't help but be captivated by them. Immediately afterwards, Cindy slowly walked out of the bathroom. The stewardess uniform she was wearing perfectly outlined her curvy figure. Cindy bit her lower lip lightly, her face flushed with an alluring blush, and her eyes were full of charm. She walked towards Jiang Xing, who was sitting beside the bed, lightly and gracefully. When she walked in front of Jiang Xing, she deliberately turned around lightly in order to show off her exquisite and graceful figure in all directions.
Then, she gazed at Jiang Xing lovingly and asked softly, "How is it? Mr. Jiang, do you think the stewardess Xiaowen can satisfy you?" Wearing a stewardess uniform, Cindy exudes a unique charm.
Jiang Xing slowly stood up, stretched out his arms, gently embraced Cindy in his arms, and quietly put his hand close to her pink earlobe.
"I don't know why I feel uncomfortable all over. I have to trouble Miss Wen to serve me well."
Jiang Xing's voice was low and magnetic, as if carrying a hint of subtle temptation. Hearing this, Cindy couldn't help but chuckle, and her smile was as beautiful as a blooming spring flower. She blinked her big watery eyes and responded softly, "It is our duty as flight attendants to help every passenger solve their problems."
"However, Mr. Jiang, can you first tell me what is wrong with you?"
However, Jiang Xing shook his head mysteriously, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile.
"It's not convenient to discuss this issue here.
Let's find a comfortable place to discuss it slowly.
Besides, this involves something worth over 100 million yuan.
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lifted Cindy up by the waist and gently placed her on the big bed.
40 minutes later, Cindy got off Jiang Xing, panting.
Her eyes were blurry and she felt as if her soul was being sucked out of her.
Jiang Xing was also surprised by the girl's performance just now.
"I didn't expect that she had only been developed a few times, but she was very cooperative just now and played very openly."
"I am very satisfied with your performance just now." He looked at Cindy in front of him with a smile and left a gentle kiss on her silky smooth forehead. Cindy shyly snuggled into Jiang Xing's broad and warm arms.
She tilted her head slightly, and her beautiful big eyes blinked. After a long while, she finally mustered up the courage and asked in a soft voice, somewhat embarrassedly,
"Master Jiang, do you think I'm particularly easy to get? Then, over time, they will treat me like a toy, and one day when they get tired of me, they will discard me mercilessly?" Chapter 62, Ordering a Pagani Zonda. "Why do you think so?" Jiang Xing stared into Cindy's eyes.
Cindy lowered her head slightly and spoke softly. That's right, I'm afraid you'll abandon me after all, there's such a big gap between us." As she spoke, she raised her head and her eyes met Jiang Xing's again, with a glimmer of tears in her eyes. She continued, "When I am old and no longer young and beautiful, you might marry another rich girl or the second generation of a wealthy family.
Wouldn't it be easy to throw away an ordinary little stewardess like me?"
Jiang Xing did not answer immediately, but reached out to tuck her scattered hair behind her ears.
This action made Cindy's body tremble slightly, and she subconsciously leaned into Jiang Xing's arms.
"Rest assured." Jiang Xing finally spoke, his voice low and firm. "I'm not the kind of heartless person who forgets the old when I see the new.
No matter what happens in the future, I will not abandon you easily."
After saying that, he gently kissed Cindy's forehead, feeling the faint scent of her perfume mixed with the fragrance of her shampoo. "If we really come to the point of separation, I will give you a sum of money, a building, and a luxury car of any brand worth less than 10 million yuan. Jiang Xing continued, his tone as calm as if he was discussing today's weather. "As long as you are willing to live a down-to-earth life and don't spend money recklessly or make investments, you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life." Cindy widened her eyes, obviously not expecting Jiang Xing to make such a specific promise. What surprised her even more was Jiang Xing's next words. "Besides, I will probably never get married in my lifetime."
"Not going to get married? Why?"
Cindy sat up straight abruptly, and the silk sheet slipped from her shoulders.
"Husband, do you want to be a dink?" Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "That's not the case." He paused, as if weighing his words. "Besides you, I have other girlfriends, and the number of my girlfriends will continue to increase in the future." Cindy's body visibly stiffened for a moment. But Jiang Xing continued, "If I marry one of them so easily, wouldn't it be unfair to the other girls?" There was a brief silence in the room.
Jiang Xing could feel that when Cindy was digesting this information. Her expression changed from shock to confusion, and finally to a strange relief. Her voice was choked.
Hubby, I didn't expect you to be so frank.
Hearing you say that, I don't know why, I'm a little touched. Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow, not expecting her to react like this. Most women would be furious when they heard this. When Cindy seemed to see through his doubts and whispered, "At least you didn't lie to me and didn't make me false promises." In this circle, I've seen too many sisters being deceived by those rich men and ending up losing both their money and their lives. She reached out and stroked Jiang Xing's face, "And you, at least gave me a certain future." Seeing this, Jiang Xing approached her with a wicked smile and said, "Since you were touched, why don't you accompany your husband and I for another battle?"
Honey, are you recovering so quickly?
When Cindy asked with a red face, twisting the sheets unconsciously with her fingers.
If you don't believe me, touch it. Jiang Xing was quite frank and honest.
When Cindy shyly stretched out her hand and touched it gently, only to find that the place was already as hard as steel, and was obviously fully prepared for battle. She couldn't help but look shocked and found it unbelievable that Jiang Xing could fully recover his combat effectiveness in such a short time.
What on earth did you do?"
She muttered softly, but was pulled into Jiang Xing's arms. The bedside lamp went out again, and the whole space was shrouded in darkness. With a slight gasp, another fierce battle between the two officially began.
The next day, morning. Jiang Xing got up from the bed.
When Cindy was still sleeping soundly beside him with a satisfied smile on her face. He walked to the bathroom quietly so as not to wake her up from her sweet dream. Standing in front of the mirror, Jiang Xing rubbed his sore waist. After more than 10 days of continuous aerobic exercise and excessive drinking, he clearly felt that his physical fitness was declining.
This was not a good sign. System,
he muttered to himself. A blue light curtain that only he could see unfolded before his eyes.
Host, Jiang Xing. Age, 22. Height, 181 centimeters. System level, 2. Appearance, 94. Constitution, 87.3. Spirit, 38.5. Agility, 26.2. Charm, 96. Super rich points, 32. Available cash, 1.3 billion. Jiang Xing frowned. His physique, spirit, and agility all dropped. Looks like I need to get back into fitness. Although he is young now, he still has a lot to do. The body is the capital of revolution. Without a good physique, no matter how much money you have, it will be meaningless. In particular, it will affect the fighting power of men and women when they have in-depth communication. While I was thinking about my fitness plan, the phone next to the sink suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was from Pan Hao, the high school Chinese class representative. Jiang Xing and Pan Hao have an average relationship. Not too hard, nor too cold. I wonder why he is calling now. Jiang Xing picked up the phone. "Hey, brother Xing, are you free to come to the class reunion at 8 p.m? It's in room 208 at Huyuan Restaurant, most of the classmates are here." Pan Hao's enthusiastic voice came from the receiver. When Jiang Xing heard the words class reunion, he instantly remembered it. In the previous life, it was also today. Jiang Xing accepted the invitation to the party. On his hurried way here, he was still reminiscing about his youthful days in high school. However, when he stepped into the party box, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly changed. When squad leader Yu Jianghua saw that it was Jiang Xing who came in, his smiling face suddenly turned gloomy, and then he burst into laughter for no reason. Yu Jianghua's family is quite well off and they make a lot of money from the seafood business. Perhaps it was because of this that he always felt superior to others, and often looked down upon and disdainful at classmates like Jiang Xing who came from ordinary families. The shrill laughter echoed in the quiet box. During the subsequent meal, Yu Jianghua became even more aggressive and repeatedly attacked Jiang Xing, either asking how much the internship salary was or mocking Jiang Xing for being too shabby in his attire. But what made Jiang Xing feel even more heartbroken was that none of the classmates around him stood up to speak up and stop this verbal bullying. They either choose to remain silent or watch from the sidelines. Or simply joined Yu Jianghua in laughing. Those familiar yet unfamiliar faces seemed so cold and heartless at this moment. Those words, as sharp as knives, pierced deep into Jiang Xing's heart one after another. The smug and arrogant look on Yu Jianghua's face was deeply imprinted in Jiang Xing's memory, and became a pain in his heart that could never be erased. "I'll be there tonight." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xing stared at himself in the mirror, and his eyes gradually became sharp. This time, things will be completely different.
He picked up his phone, opened the Xinhao store app, and selected the car category. Among the many luxury cars, his eyes were fixed on the Pagani Zonda F, the famous son of the wind. In terms of configuration options, a full carbon fiber body is a must. Zhang also specially added the 6.0 LV12 naturally aspirated engine from the Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR racing car. After tuning, this beast has a maximum power of 750 horsepower, can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.7 seconds, and has a top speed of 350 km/h. A total of 15 points of godly rich points were spent. Zhang clicked to pay without hesitation. As the prompt sounded to confirm the completion, he breathed a sigh of relief, his heart full of anticipation. Walking out of the bathroom, Zhang discovered that a stack of documents had suddenly appeared on the empty table. When I went forward to check, I saw the ownership certificate and related materials, and on the top line quietly a cool-looking Pagani car key. Zhang picked up the key, feeling its heavy weight and exquisite workmanship. Opening the property documents, his name was clearly printed on every page. This is the power of the Xinhao system. Any luxury item can be instantly owned by just a few clicks. Chapter 63 High School Reunion. Ding, your Pagani Zonda has been parked in parking space number 3 on the west side of the hotel. Please check it. The system prompt sounded in Zhang mind, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Nice, you're here so soon. At this moment, a pair of white and delicate hands embraced his waist from behind. When Cindy put her face on his back and asked lazily, "Husband, you got up so early, what are you watching?" The next second, when she saw the uniquely shaped car keys and property documents on the table, she suddenly came to her senses. This is? Zhang said calmly, "Oh, I bought a car yesterday, and the salesperson at the Forest store delivered the car keys and property rights documents to me this morning." When Cindy widened her eyes and said with surprise, "Wow, honey, you bought a new car again. What brand is it?" Her eyes, full of curiosity and expectation, were fixed on Zhang. Pagani Zonda. When Cindy didn't have much in-depth knowledge about luxury cars, but just by hearing the name, she could feel that this car must be very cool and extraordinary. She couldn't help but imagine herself riding in such a luxury sports car, and her heart was filled with joy. "Can I sit and watch?" Zhang suddenly changed the subject. "Cindy, can you accompany me to the class reunion for dinner tonight?" When Cindy nodded without hesitation and responded with a smile. "Of course, husband. I am already your woman now, how can this little request not be granted?" When Cindy agreed without hesitation and winked playfully. It's 11 o'clock in the morning and the sun is shining brightly. Zhang held Wen Cindy's hand and walked towards the parking lot. From a distance, the Pagani Zonda looked like a sleeping beast. Its obsidian body shone brightly in the sun, in stark contrast to the mediocre vehicles around it. Wen Cindy couldn't help but cover her mouth as she got closer, exclaiming, "Honey, is this your new car? It's so cool." She walked around the car, taking in every detail. Zhang smiled and opened the scissor door for her. The exquisite and luxurious decoration inside the car shocked Wen Cindy again. During the afternoon shopping trip, Zhang bought a full set of clothes for Wen Cindy, a Chanel suit, Cartier jewelry, and Hermes bags. 1,200,000 were spent in just a few hours. Night falls and the lights come on. Zhang drove the Pagani Zonda smoothly to the entrance of the hotel that Pan Hao mentioned. After getting off the car, they walked side by side towards the hotel lobby. Just as they were about to board the box where the party was held, Wen Cindy suddenly looked embarrassed and said softly, "Excuse me, husband, I need to go to the bathroom to touch up my makeup." "Okay, go ahead, and remember to find me in the box." Then, Zhang walked towards the box alone. The moment I opened the door, memories came flooding back. Class monitor Yu Jianghua sat in the main seat, surrounded by fawning classmates, just like in his previous life. When Zhang appeared, a sarcastic smile immediately appeared on Yu Jianghua's greasy face. "Hey, look who's here. Isn't this our famous working king Zhang? Tell me, where did you go to work and earn money this summer? Was it Wu Lin? Or Mingzhou?" Yu Jianghua's sarcastic words echoed in the air, causing everyone present to focus their attention on Zhang who had just walked in. However, faced with such provocation, Zhang acted as if he hadn't heard it and just found an empty seat and sat down. His expression was as calm as water, and he didn't take Yu Jianghua seriously at all. Seeing that he was ignored by Zhang, Yu Jianghua couldn't help but get furious. Just when he was about to continue to attack Zhang, Pan Hao came over to smooth things over.
Class monitor, calm down.
I specially invited Jiang Xing to attend this party.
Why are you so eager to confront him?
If you really piss him off, he'll blame me later.
Pan Hao said to Zhang Bo with an apologetic smile.
Hearing this, Yu Jiangbo glared at Pan Hao fiercely in annoyance.
Why invite him here? Everyone here either owns a mine or has been admitted to a top 985 university. How can a poor boy like him eat at the same table with us? Pan Hao didn't dare to refute and nodded repeatedly. What the class monitor said is true. Next time I will kick him out of our class list.
After a while, all the dishes were served. Pan Hao saw that Jiang Xing still had an empty seat and tableware, so he called the waiter to take them away. Jiang Xing reached out to stop him and explained, "This seat is for my girlfriend.
She will be here soon."
After hearing this, Pan Hao became interested. "Brother Xing, I didn't expect you, Jiang Xing, to bring your girlfriend here."
Can you tell me which school she's from? Jiang Xing said slowly. She has already graduated and is currently working for China Eastern Airlines as a flight attendant.
These words instantly sparked the curiosity of the people around. Who would have thought that Jiang Xing, who usually doesn't like to talk, actually found a flight attendant as his girlfriend?
A female classmate next to him was also curious and asked, "Is this true, Jiang Xing?
Your girlfriend is a flight attendant.
I didn't expect you to be so capable. Tell me how you met her? How else could we know each other? We just met on the plane."
Jiang Xing picked up a piece of yellow croaker meat and put it in his mouth, answering while eating.
I thought she was pretty at the time, so I asked her for her WeChat ID.
She gave it to me, and we got together afterwards.
This was said lightly, as if it was a common occurrence. Yu Jiangbo snorted coldly. Jiang Xing, you have to be honest.
You can't survive in society if you keep talking nonsense.
Jiang Xing glanced at him indifferently. Believe it or not, if you don't believe it, forget it.
Yu Jiangbo was a little angry after being rebuked, but fortunately the people around him persuaded him to stop. Squad leader, calm down.
Just let Jiang Xingliang show the photo later. Yeah, how can there be no photos of boyfriends and girlfriends together?
I have taken several photos with my girlfriend.
Unexpectedly, Jiang Xing said this at this time.
I'm sorry, I don't have any photos together, because she and I only officially confirmed our relationship yesterday.
Jiang Xing, just blow it.
Yu Jiangbo showed an expression of seeing through everything. You confirmed your relationship yesterday, and you're bringing him to the class reunion today.
How could it be such a coincidence? Are you really going to do this for your pitiful face? Chapter 64, Who owns the Pagani Zonda?
Yu Jiangbo was saying some harsh words when the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to the figure at the door, a tall, delicate-looking girl standing there, her head slightly tilted, her eyes searching for something in the crowd.
Needless to say, this girl is Lin Mening.
The boys at the party held their breath instantly, their eyes seemed to be drawn to her by a magnet and couldn't move away from her. She dressed up specially today. Her well-cut red dress outlined her perfect curves. Her black hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her makeup was delicate but not gaudy.
She exuded an elegant yet energetic temperament. This is our high school reunion. Who are you looking for, pretty girl?
Pan Hao was the first to react and went over to greet him with a smile.
Lin Mening smiled politely, revealing two shallow dimples. Hello, I'm looking for Jiang Xing. He told me that he was in this box. Looking for Jiang Xing? Pan Hao was stunned. He looked back at Jiang Xing, who was sitting in the corner in disbelief. Is this really the flight attendant girlfriend he mentioned? She is so beautiful. The next moment, Lin Mening's gaze passed through the crowd and fell accurately on Jiang Xing, who was sitting on the side. Hubby, you're sitting here. Lin Mening said coquettishly, her voice clear and pleasant.
When I came in just now, I was wondering if I walked into the wrong room.
As she spoke, she held Jiang Xing's arm affectionately. The entire box fell silent in an instant.
Everyone's eyes widened, especially the boys, whose faces were filled with shock and jealousy. Yu Jiangbo's face looked even uglier, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had just sworn that Jiang Xing was bragging, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Although the atmosphere was a bit awkward, the party continued.
About 5 minutes later, the arrogant Yu Jiangbo finally couldn't suppress his inner disappointment and resentment.
He suddenly stood up, ignoring the surprised looks of others, with a distinct sour tone in his voice.
Jiang Xing,
your flight attendant girlfriend is so beautiful. I fly so many times, but how come I have never seen a beauty like her?
Could it be that you found an actress to impersonate her? Wen Xinyi's cheeks flushed with anger, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the napkin.
But due to the occasion, she just glared at Yu Jiangbua coldly, and then looked at Jiang Xing aggrievedly. Jiang Xing squeezed her hand soothingly, slowly put down his chopsticks, and looked up at Yu Jiangbua. The reason you've never seen a stewardess as pretty as my girlfriend is because you've never flown in first class.
Got that? You country bumpkin. Yu Jiangbua was also angry. Say it again? When did it become your turn as a wage earner to mock me as a country bumpkin? I'm telling you, what's wrong?
You're the son of a fishmonger, yelling and shouting every day. If you don't know, you'd think your family is doing some big business. It's only in the past 2 years that your family has made some money. If you go out and don't catch any fish, you'll have to go away and starve. These words hit Yu Jiangbua's sore spot exactly. He slammed the table and stood up, his eyes red.
You said my family is a fishmonger? Then who do you think you are?
You're just a stinky salted fish working everywhere.
With your family's financial situation, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty?
To everyone's surprise, Jiang Xing was not annoyed but laughed out loud.
You're right. I'm really a dead fish now. I don't do any work every day. I just eat, drink and have fun. It's so boring, so tedious, so decadent.
My life is definitely not as fulfilling as yours, a second-generation fisherman. He changed the subject, his eyes suddenly sharp, but I have a 5-star hotel, a commercial plaza, and more than 1 billion in savings for me to squander.
So what do you have?
Yu Jiangbua didn't believe what he said at all and mocked him.
Jiang Xing, who are you trying to fool?
With your condition, you live in a 5-star hotel and have over 1 billion in savings.
You must be hallucinating because of working part-time.
At this tense moment, the box door was pushed open again.
Restaurant manager Lu stood respectfully at the door. Excuse me, who owns the Pagani Zonda parked at the door? What? There is a Pagani Zonda parked downstairs.
The average market price of this car is around 25 million yuan. It can be said to be a walking luxury villa, which many people cannot afford in their entire lives.
Even in a big city like Yanjing, it is extremely rare.
I didn't expect it to be parked downstairs now.
It was when everyone was stunned. Jiang Xing waved to manager Lu. That car is mine, what's wrong? It was great to see the owner of the car, he was still so young.
Manager Lu behaved more respectfully.
That's right, boss.
With so many people coming and going at the door, we're worried that your car might be scratched, so we'd like to ask you to move your car to the VIP parking space at our restaurant. There are 24-hour surveillance cameras and security guards, which can make everyone feel more at ease. There are also VIP parking spaces that don't charge the boss a penny, so please rest assured.
Jiang Xing nodded. He took out the key to the Pagani Zonda from his pocket and threw it to manager Lu. Leave the car keys here, go park it yourself, I'll be down after dinner.
Manager Lu hurriedly took the car keys.
Well. Okay, I won't disturb you guys from eating.
Everyone present was stunned by this scene, and the box fell silent again. Yu Jiangbua's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He never thought that Jiang Xing could own such an expensive luxury car.
Jiang Xing glanced at Yu Jiangbua and sneered. What's wrong? Why are you not talking now? Some people just kept shouting that I'm a wage earner and a worthless person. Why are you not talking now? Yu Jiangbua's face turned pale in an instant.
He opened his mouth but could not say anything. The rest of the party. It became a social venue for other students to curry favor with Jiang Xing.
Male and female students came up one after another to toast. Jiang Xing let bygones be bygones and accepted them all.
However, he also saw through the so-called classmate friendship and rejected any requests to continue the friendship.
Come out from the private room.
The waiter guarding the door saw that Jiang Xing was with his female companion.
I guess he wanted to go back.
He quickly stepped forward and led the way to the parking lot where the Pagani Zonda was parked. As the engine started again, Jiang Xing drove back to yesterday's hotel. Chapter 65: Luxury Cars and Beautiful Women.
The next day,
Jiang Xing woke up from his sleep. Wen Xinyi, who was originally sleeping next to him, disappeared, and the sound of washing came from the bathroom.
It seems that Wen Xinyi has gotten up.
Last night they had another in-depth and easy-to-understand communication activity, and the girl was extremely energetic. The panting sound echoed in my ears for a long time. At the beginning, Jiang Xing was a little overwhelmed. Later on, the situation completely changed from defense to offense. After all, he has a superhuman physique.
Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he was completely suppressed?
Jiang Xing stretched and got out of bed. At this moment, the golden sunlight just happened to shine on his strong and curvy muscles, emitting a charming luster, as if they were coated with a layer of crystal clear enamel.
Just then, Wen Xinyi came out of the bathroom in loose pajamas.
When he saw this heartwarming scene, he couldn't help swallowing, and a hint of greed and desire flashed in his eyes. She walked to Jiang Xing, reached out her hand and gently stroked his iron-hard chest muscles, muttering to herself. "Honey, I have to say that your muscles are really well developed. They are just like the male models you see in underwear commercials." Wen Xinyi's voice was hoarse from waking up in the morning, and her eyes were gleaming with greed. But then her expression darkened and she pouted.
"What a pity. I have to go back to work today. I have an urgent flight waiting for me at 9 a.m.
Our supervisor has issued a strict order that everyone who has a vacation must go back immediately." Seeing the girl in such a depressed mood, Jiang Xing opened his arms, hugged Wen Xinyi tightly in his arms, and comforted her softly.
"Don't be sad. Work is important. We will have plenty of time to get together in the future. I will drive you to the airport in the morning and I can spend more time with you on the way."
Hearing this, Wen Xinyi raised her head, looked at Jiang Xing's gentle face, and suddenly felt a warm feeling in her heart. She nodded, a smile returning to her face.
After everything was packed up, Jiang Xing drove his Pagani Zonda to take Wen Xinyi to the airport in Mingzhou.
The car just stopped. Passers-by were shocked by the cool appearance of Pagani Zonda.
In addition to its superior driving performance, another important point about luxury supercars is its rarity.
This multi-million-dollar supercar that can only be seen on the internet or in magazines appeared at the airport at this moment and was undoubtedly the most eye-catching focus of the entire event.
"Wow, is this the Pagani Zonda? It's so handsome." "That's right, this is the Pagani Zonda. I never thought there would be a rich man in Minnesota who can afford a Pagani Zonda." The scissor door slowly rises, and the first thing that comes into view is a pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Wen Xinyi got off the car gracefully in a stewardess uniform, immediately attracting countless eyes. Jiang Xing then got out of the car, took out her suitcase, and the two walked towards the terminal side by side, like a cover couple from a fashion magazine. Luxury cars and beautiful women. Such a combination is what countless men dream of.
And this young man, who looks to be only in his early 20s, actually achieved such a scene so easily.
For a moment, all the men present cast complex glances at Jiang Xing with either envy or jealousy.
At the same time, the girls were also attracted. They stared at Jiang Xing and Wen Xinyi infatuatedly, secretly fantasizing about becoming the heroine sitting in the passenger seat of that luxury car.
"Message me when you arrive." Jiang Xing kissed Wen Xinyi's forehead gently at the security checkpoint. "Well, you have to miss me."
Wen Xinyi reluctantly let go of his hand and walked towards the security check passage, looking back every few steps. After seeing Wen Xinyi off, Jiang Xing felt that there was no point in staying in the city anymore. So he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his parents to let them know that he would be returning home today. Then he started the car and drove quickly towards Puzhen.
After a drive, when Jiang Xing finally arrived at his home in Puzhen, it was almost noon.
As soon as she heard the slight sound of the door opening, Jiang's mother Zhang Huihong, who was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, immediately stopped her work and walked quickly towards the living room. When she saw the familiar figure she hadn't seen for many days, a happy smile instantly broke out on her face, but at the same time she couldn't help but blame him.
"Oh, son. You finally knew to go home. It's been summer vacation for a long time, why do you want to go home now? Are you having too much fun playing outside and forgetting about your parents?"
When he saw his son, his face became more profound and handsome, and he seemed to be taller. Zhang Huihong looked him up and down with suspicion.
"Mom, what are you looking at? Your son is not missing any limbs."
Jiang Xing changed into slippers and walked inside. He sat on the sofa and lay down like Guyu. Zhang Huihong stared at Jiang Xing's face.
"Xiaoxing, have you had plastic surgery? I feel like you've changed a lot since the day you left. Your dad and I don't have such straight noses. It means that I have changed on the outside, which is normal." "Mom, you must have remembered it wrongly. I have always looked like this.
Even if I had plastic surgery, I would not be able to recover so quickly."
Zhang Huihong nodded doubtfully. "That's true. It's only been 2 months since you last came back. If it were a normal cosmetic surgery, you would still be lying in bed.
Suddenly, Jiang Xing smelled a burnt smell.
He wrinkled his nose and asked, "Mom, did you burn the rice? Why does it smell burnt?"
Zhang Huihong screamed wow and ran back to the kitchen.
"I was so busy talking to you that my food is still in the pot."
When it's time for dinner, bowls of dishes are served one after another. Zhang Huihong cooks dishes that her son likes: yam, mushroom and pork rib soup, steamed small pomfret, stir-fried cauliflower, 3 braised duck legs, and a pot of charred cabbage. Just at this time, Father Jiang Zhang also came back. "Huihong, let me tell you, I saw a very cool sports car parked downstairs, and the license plate is from our Mingzhou.
When did a rich second generation appear in our neighborhood?"
Jiang Zhang was very happy when he saw his son Jiang Xing, whom he hadn't seen for 2 months, appear in front of him.
Like many traditional Chinese fathers, he did not immediately show his happiness on his face. "How come you haven't come home to visit for such a long time? What on earth have you been busy doing in the martial arts world?"
Hearing his father's question, Jiang Xing scratched his head and answered with a smile.
"Dad, don't worry.
I've just been doing a small business with a few good friends recently.
It's no big deal."
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang's father, who had originally had a serious face, suddenly smiled. His eyes were full of satisfaction, and he nodded in praise repeatedly.
"Ha, I never thought my son would be so successful.
It's only summer vacation now, and he already knows how to do business with his classmates.
That's really great." As he spoke, Jiang's father patted Jiang Xing's shoulder gently to show his recognition and encouragement.
However, Jiang's father never asked his son how much money he made from this business. Because in his opinion, it is very commendable for young people to bravely take the step of starting a business, and the amount of profit in the end is not the most important thing. After all, only after experiencing all kinds of setbacks and difficulties can one truly grow up and gain valuable life experience. At the dinner table, Jiang Xing felt a warm feeling in his heart as he watched his parents pick up food for him. No matter how successful he is outside, he will always be a child in his parents' eyes when he returns home.
This kind of pure family love cannot be bought with any amount of money.
Thinking of this, Jiang Xing put down the chopsticks in his hand and spoke to his parents.
"Mom and Dad, there's something I want to tell you. The Pagani Zonda sports car parked downstairs is actually mine." Chapter 66, Sad Lu Xiaoting. Ahem.
Jiang Zhang was choked by his son's words and started coughing.
The chopsticks in his hand fell to the table with a click. "What did you say, son? That Pagani is yours?" Zhang Huihong also stood up suddenly, her face pale. "Xiaoxing, are you a member of a fraud gang? How do you have so much money?"
Jiang Xing calmly put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at his parents' panicked expressions.
"Mom and Dad, please sit down first."
He waited until the two of them sat down again before continuing. "I have both the title certificate and the car purchase contract.
Do you want me to bring them up now and show them to you?" But.
Zhang Huihong's lips trembled as she said, "So much money. Mom, if I really commit fraud, the first person I'll cheat will be the people around me." Jiang Xing patiently explained, "Everything has been peaceful at home for the past 2 months, how could it be me who did it?"
Jiang Zheng gradually calmed down.
He knew his son he had never liked to lie since he was a child and had an introverted personality. He certainly didn't look like someone who would go astray.
He took a deep breath and said, "Then tell me, where did you get the money?
That car doesn't look cheap, at least 5 or 6 million, right? I told my mom on the phone before that I won the lottery this semester, and I also received a lot of scholarships.
I also made a lot of money by investing in a business with my classmates."
Jiang Xing did not reveal the actual price of the Pagani Zonda to Jiang Zhang because he was worried that his father would have a heart attack due to the staggering figure. After some thought, Xia Zhang and Zhang Huihong finally chose to believe and accept this seemingly absurd but reasonable statement. Jiang Zhang even patted his son's shoulder with some pride. "Good boy, you have made great progress." But then he added seriously, "But you have to spend money frugally and don't be too ostentatious." Late at night, Jiang Xing lay on his long-missed bed and turned on the Douyin live broadcast. He hadn't watched live streaming for more than a week. He randomly scrolled through a few live streaming rooms and saw that they were all filled with female anchors wearing heavy makeup and excessive beauty filters, which made Jiang Xing feel bored.
Enter the 3 words in the search bar.
Unfortunately, Xiao Taohua did not start the live broadcast today. Jiang Xing then checked her live broadcast history and found that a whole week had passed since her last broadcast. Since officially confirming her romantic relationship with Jiang Xing, Xiao Taohua has gradually reduced the frequency of her appearances in live broadcasts, and it can even be said that she has slowly faded out of the live broadcast industry. Seeing that Xiao Taohua was gone, Jiang Xing could only type another name in the search box, Lu Xiaoting. But what was surprising was that when Jiang Xing clicked into Lu Xiaoting's live broadcast room, he was surprised to find that the number of online viewers today was only 800 people, and the number of gifts received was also very few. How could the live broadcast room of a handsome blogger with 650,000 followers become like this? Lu Xiaoting on the screen was wearing black striped stockings and a skirt. Her figure was still hot, but she was obviously absent-minded. When she stood up to drink water, she suddenly saw the prompt of user Zhang Xin Yizhou entering the live broadcast room. Her eyes widened instantly and she screamed excitedly. Lu Xiaoting's eyes widened instantly and she screamed with excitement. Oh my god! It's brother Zhang Xin Yizhou. You haven't visited Xiaoting's live broadcast room for a long time, woo woo woo. I'm so lucky today. At the same time, the Douyin users who were originally relatively calm at the bottom of the screen seemed to be in an uproar. They all became no longer calm and frantically sent various barrages in the chat box. Boss Yezhou is finally back. Someone in the underworld is saying that you were in jail for embezzling public funds. I almost believed it. I haven't seen anyone brush Pengcheng Wanling in 10 for a long time. You have to show off your strength today. How many gifts do you plan to give today? Xiaoting has been blocked twice this month, can you give her some comfort? Jiang Xing saw a Douyin user saying that Lu Xiaoting was blocked and felt curious, so he sent her a WeChat message to ask her. Xiaoting, some people said your live broadcast room was blocked, is it true or false? Seeing the message Jiang Xing sent her, Lu Xiaoting was embarrassed to watch it in the live broadcast room. Guys, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. She made up an excuse to go to the bathroom, hid aside, and immediately replied to Jiang Xing. It's true. I've been blocked twice this month. Those people are so annoying. Jiang Xing, who did it? Seeing the news, Lu Xiaoting felt warm in her heart. There was too much content, so she changed to sending voice messages. During the days when you were away, a guy from my live studio who was on the leaderboard chatted with me privately on WeChat and said he wanted to have sex with me for 10,000 yuan per session. I said no, but he didn't give up. He asked me for several days, and I didn't reply to him later. Then, he paid someone to report my live broadcast room and reported every one of my works, which led to the official restriction of my traffic now. Lu Xiaoting became more and more excited as she spoke, and her voice sounded aggrieved and sad. Jiang Xing also felt sad for this girl. It's not easy to make money these days. There's no need to take revenge just because you didn't make the appointment. Go to the live broadcast room and dance. I will give you gifts and send you to the hourly rankings. Then your traffic will increase. Seeing that the financial sponsor was willing to help her, Lu Xiaoting was extremely excited. She tidied up her face and put on makeup again. When I returned to the live broadcast phone, there were less than 500 people left in the live broadcast room. Lu Xiaoting cleared her throat. I'm going to do a train shake for all the brothers in the live broadcast room. Please give small gifts and give Xiaoting more encouragement. The Douyin users in the live broadcast room were very excited. They all lamented, what happened today? Xiaoting can now jump on the train without giving any gifts. The music starts. Lu Xiaoting took a few steps back, then smiled charmingly, and her already curvaceous figure swayed to the beat of the music. During the process, she danced more vigorously than ever before. Hip thrust, waist twist, but sticking out. And from time to time she sticks out her tongue and makes very attractive expressions on her face. Jiang Xing felt that she was a little too sexy. Such a top-notch and lively girl will indeed make some men want to possess her. Soon the song ended. Jiang Xing swiped out 20 shots of Peng Changwanli to express his intention. Thank you, my brother Jiang Xin Yezhou. Lu Xiaoting covered her chest and bowed to the screen. Great dance, keep dancing, another sexy one. Jiang Xing brushed up 5 Peng Changwanli. Lu Xiaoting was so happy that she went crazy. This brother Yizhou is really rich. He is really helpful when there is something wrong. If there is a disagreement, he will give you a chance to succeed. Needless to say, Lu Xiaoting performed several extremely sexy Korean dances. She didn't finish until Jiang Xing left the live broadcast room. Chapter 67: The Other Side of Lu Xiaoting. In the morning, Jiang Xing woke up naturally after a long sleep. His parents were out and he was the only one left at home. Just open your phone. I saw a message from Lu Xiaoting. This girl usually doesn't take the initiative to chat on WeChat, but I didn't expect her to change after last night. I opened the chat box and saw that she had transferred 30,000 yuan to me. Brother Yezhou, thank you for helping me so much yesterday and giving me tips to warm up the crowd. This 30,000 is nothing to you, but I hope you can accept it to show my appreciation. I wish Brother Yezhou happy every day. I didn't expect that a girl who looks so domineering has such a cute side. Jiang Xing accepted the money. Then he sent another message to ask. Xiaoting, what do you usually do? I remember you said you are not a full-time anchor, right? I didn't expect Lu Xiaoting to reply immediately. Yes, I own a bakery. I make bread during the day and only do live broadcasts at night to supplement my family income. Then, Lu Xiaoting posted 3 photos of cream bread.
Brother Yezhou, this is the bread I made this morning. How is it? Doesn't it look delicious?
Not to mention, just looking at this photo, the bread is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Jiang Xing feels it is really good. However, Jiang Xing didn't intend to respond to this.
Because last night Lu Xiaoting's favorability towards him had risen to 70 points.
This means that she is a goddess target that can be taken down in a short period of time. Just before the system upgrade, all he needs is a goddess-level girlfriend.
Jiang Xing is eager to get Lu Xiaoting.
What's so good about just posting pictures of bread?
I want to see yours. This request is not too much, right?
Jiang Xing started teasing the girl to test her temper.
What do you mean by mine? Brother Yezhou, what are you talking about?
These are private photos, the kind that are forwarded to individuals.
Let me get ready.
Seeing that Lu Xiaoting agreed, Jiang Xing became a little impatient. After he washed up and put on his clothes, he heard a WeChat video call coming in. After connecting the video, what came into view was Lu Xiaoting without makeup. At this moment, she was wearing a simple black t-shirt with a snow-white apron on the outside, and her whole body exuded a gentle and homely atmosphere. What is amazing is that although Lu Xiaoting is not wearing any makeup, her face is still beautiful and attractive, almost the same as her appearance during her usual live broadcasts. Her exquisite facial features, delicate skin, and clear eyes make her beauty show naturally without much embellishment. Just based on her looks, she is no less beautiful than any girl Jiang Xing has ever dated. At this time, Lu Xiaoting spoke first.
Wow, Brother Jiang Xan Yezhou is so young and handsome.
I always thought you were around 35 years old. Hearing this, Jiang Xing couldn't help feeling speechless.
He asked back, around 35? Why would you feel that way? Do the messages I normally send you make you feel that I'm older?
Seeing that Jiang Xing seemed to have misunderstood what she said, Lu Xiaoting hurriedly waved her hands to explain.
No, brother, please don't misunderstand me. It's just because you are so rich that I subconsciously think that you might be a little older. Jiang Xing interrupted her. By the way, there's no one over there.
Yes.
So what about your private photos? Or do you want to broadcast it live? Forehead. Lu Xiaoting bit her lip, looking shy. I wanted to show my brother the video. It wouldn't be nice to send a photo. Okay, let's get started.
Jiang Xing gently placed the phone on the stand on the table. Lu Xiaoting on the other side of the screen looked a little embarrassed and shy, her hands unconsciously fiddling with the corners of her clothes. Despite this, when she recalled that Jiang Xing had generously rewarded her with a full 300,000 yuan last night, she couldn't help but feel an indescribable gratitude in her heart. After a fierce ideological struggle, Lu Xiaoting finally gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She slowly raised her hands, first untied the white apron tied around her waist, and then carefully took off the simple black t-shirt on her body. As the clothes fell off one by one, the graceful figure gradually appeared before Jiang Xing's eyes.
Jiang Xing's eyes were fixed on Lu Xiaoting, unwilling to look away for a moment.
Lu Xiaoting's curvy figure is simply perfect, and every ups and downs and turns make people's heart beat faster and their blood rush. Xiaoting, take 2 steps back and then slowly turn around for me. At this time, Jiang Xing was completely immersed in the beautiful scenery before him, and couldn't help but open his mouth to issue further instructions. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoting, whose face was already flushed, trembled slightly. But after hesitating for a moment, he chose to follow Jiang Xing's request. She took 2 steps backwards and then began to turn her body slowly. However, during this process, Lu Xiaoting's face became increasingly rosy, her heartbeat became as rapid as a drum, and her heart was filled with unprecedented anxiety and fear. Finally, Lu Xiaoting could no longer endure this embarrassing and awkward situation.
She took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say to Jiang Xing, "Brother Yezhou, I'm so sorry. This feeling is so strange, I really can't go on. Sorry, that's all for today's video." After saying this, without waiting for Jiang Xing to respond, Lu Xiaoting quickly grabbed the clothes scattered on the ground and hurriedly turned off the WeChat video. Jiang Xing was the only one left staring blankly at the screen, with a look of wanting more. "Wow! It's closed?" Just when I saw Jiang Xing, who was in high spirits, I felt a burst of exclamation in my heart. Now that we have seen the true face of Mao Lu, there is no point in seeing it through the internet. Jiang Xing sent a message to Lu Xiaoting, hoping that she could come to Wulin to have some fun. The other side. After Lu Xiaoting turned off the video, she quickly put on her clothes and her expression finally returned to calm. She was actually in a pretty good mood. I originally thought Jiang Xian Yezhou was an ordinary-looking man, but I didn't expect to see him so young and handsome in the video. It's much better than that middle-aged, greasy, and fat number one guy. Every girl's dream is to find a tall, rich and handsome man to be her partner, and Brother Yezhou just happens to meet all the requirements. And after Jiang Xian Yezhou gave her a lot of gifts several times, her mentality also changed. It's really hard to refuse such a generous man. At this time, Lu Xiaoting saw the offline dating invitation from Jiang Xing on WeChat. A smile appeared on her lips. In fact, this was exactly what she wanted. "Brother Yezhou, do you want me to go to Wulin to play with you? You should be free in the next week." "I'm always free, you can come anytime." "Well, I'm coming here from Fengzhou this weekend by high-speed train. This is my first time in Wulin. Brother Yezhou, you must pick me up at the high-speed train station." "That is fine, of course." The meeting date was set. Thinking about Lu Xiaoting's sexy and mature appearance, Jiang Xing was quite looking forward to it. After staying in Pu Town for a few days, Jiang Xing drove back to Wulin. Chapter 68, Airborne Face-to-Face Meeting. Wulin High-Speed Railway East Station. On the bustling platform, the tall Lu Xiaoting walked down the stairs pulling a small and exquisite suitcase. She was wearing a fresh and elegant sky blue dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps. She wore a pair of creamy white mid-heeled shoes on her feet, which perfectly highlighted her slender calf lines, making her look fashionable and elegant. Such an outstanding outfit made her stand out in the crowded crowd. At this time, the spacious and bright hall was crowded with people walking around in a hurry. Lu Xiaoting stopped and looked at the endless stream of people in front of her with a little hesitation. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to change the meeting place to a ground square? Just as she was lost in thought, suddenly, a magnetic voice broke the surrounding noise. "Xiaoting, this way." Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Xiaoting quickly turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. Soon, she saw Jiang Xing waving at her not far away. Next to Jiang Xing stood a burly middle-aged man. A smile as bright as a flower immediately bloomed on Lu Xiaoting's face, and she walked towards Jiang Xing briskly with her suitcase. When she got closer, she said apologetically, "Brother Yezhou, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." After that, she looked at Liao Lei curiously and asked softly, "Who is?" Before Liao Lei could answer, Jiang Xing smiled and began to explain. "This is my full-time driver Liao Lei." After listening to Jiang Xing's introduction, Liao Lei smiled naively, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. "Hello, miss. The car is parked in the underground parking lot. Just give me the suitcase and I'll help you pull it over." Lu Xiaoting nodded and handed over the suitcase with confidence. Lu Xiaoting was stunned when she saw the car coming to pick her up. "Is this a Rolls-Royce?" Her fingers unconsciously ran over the smooth surface of the car. "Oh my God. I never thought that I could ride in a Rolls-Royce in my lifetime." After getting in the car, Jiang Xing told Liao Lei, who was driving in front, "Old Liao, go to Balenciaga first." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." The accelerator was pressed and the car started smoothly. "Brother Yezhou, are you going to Balenciaga to buy stockings for me?" Lu Xiaoting blinked in confusion. "Yes, I think a dancing anchor like you would definitely use up a lot of stockings. I'm just thinking about you. Come to Wulin and buy some more." Having said that, Lu Xiaoting still felt something was wrong. When they arrived at the Balenciaga store, Jiang Xing walked straight to the counter and said to the salesgirl, "Bring out all the stockings in your store that are worth showing off so I can have a look. Then, let Lu Xiaoting tell us her size." When the salesgirl saw the visitor's arrogant tone, she felt that it would be a big business deal and quickly listed the things for Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing pointed to the classic black Balenciaga hip socks in the middle and said, "Put this one on first." Next, I looked at another piece of shredded meat that I liked. Wrap this one too.
Later on, there are over-the-knee socks, calf socks, horse oil socks, garter stockings.
Zhang Xing took everything and asked the salesperson to pack them up and put them away.
Lu Xiaoting was scared by the way he bought cabbage in the market.
You know, Balenciaga stockings are not cheap.
Just during this period of selection, the total amount I spent has already accumulated to 8,000.
Oh, Brother Yezhou, there are so many stockings. That's enough.
If I wear every pair, I'll have to wear them until next month. Zhang Xing stopped with a feeling of wanting more, turned to Lu Xiaoting and said, "This thing is a consumable after all, it's never too much to buy more, these are not enough."
This.
Lu Xiaoting finally understood a man's obsession with stockings.
Finally, check out. The total consumption was more than 30,000.
After Zhang Xing paid with his mobile phone, he told Liao Lei, who was following behind him, to put the purchases in the car.
The next step is to take Lu Xiaoting's brand Chongsam shop next to it.
The salesgirl at the door saw the two people coming and quickly greeted them with a smile.
"Excuse me, sir and madam, are you here to order custom-made clothes or ready-made clothes?" It is definitely too late to get custom-made clothes.
Lu Xiaoting is here to travel, so she might as well buy ready-made clothes. Zhang Xing glanced at the girl next to him and said,
"We are here to buy ready-made clothes.
You can match the clothes according to this lady's temperament and figure. You can buy whichever one looks good." Lu Xiaoting could hardly suppress the excitement in her heart. This was the first time in her life that she had stepped into such an offline Chongsam shop. The shopping guide enthusiastically led Lu Xiaoting into the clothing selection room. After a while, Lu Xiaoting changed into a retro lyocell printed Chongsam and walked lightly in front of Zhang Xing.
Zhang Xing's breath stopped. The retro lyocell printed Chongsam perfectly outlined her curves, which was both elegant and sexy. She asked shyly but happily, "How is it? Does it look good?"
As she spoke, she playfully turned around in a circle.
"Yes, this one really suits your figure, and the clothes make you even more beautiful."
After receiving Zhang Xing's praise, Lu Xiaoting's face suddenly blossomed with a smile brighter than spring flowers. Then, the enthusiastic Lu Xiaoting selected several Chongsams of different styles and patterns and tried them on one by one. Every outfit looks particularly suitable and outstanding on her, some are fresh and elegant, some are gorgeous and charming, each with its own style. Not only that, Lu Xiaoting also carefully selected several pairs of high heels that complement the Chongsam to match. Zhang Xing bought all these Chongsam shoes with a wave of his hand. This cost another 100,000. Lu Xiaoting couldn't help but widen her eyes, her face full of disbelief. I secretly admired how generous Zhang Xing was when buying things without even looking at the price. After coming out of the Chongsam shop and just turning a corner, Zhang Xing's eyes were suddenly attracted by a shop. It is a world-renowned luxury brand, Patek Philippe.
Lu Xiaoting's heart skipped a beat and she couldn't help but murmur softly, "I never thought I could see Patek Philippe here."
There was a hint of surprise and yearning in his words. When Zhang Xing heard her words, he turned and looked at Lu Xiaoting.
"What's the matter? You want to buy a watch?" Lu Xiaoting nodded gently and said a little embarrassedly,
"Actually, I've always wanted to own a nice-looking watch, but the expensive ones are beyond my reach, and the cheap ones are not well designed."
"I'm here, so just buy what you want." However, before Lu Xiaoting could respond,
Zhang Xing took her hand and walked towards the Patek Philippe store.
Chapter 69, Go to the hotel after shopping.
Seeing someone walk into the store guide girl came over immediately with a warm smile on her face.
"Welcome to Patek Philippe, sir and madam, do you have an appointment?" "No."
Zhang Xing shook his head slightly. "May I ask what your name is, sir?" the salesperson asked with a perfect smile.
"My last name is Jiang, and I mean water engineer Jiang."
Zhang Xing responded casually. The shopping guide girl still had a professional smile on her face.
"Okay, Mr. Jiang, before you came here, did you already have a watch you liked, or did you consider customizing a unique watch?" "We buy the watch."
Zhang Xing answered briefly, then turned his gaze to Lu Xiaoting beside him.
"Is there any particular watch you'd like to buy? Let me take a look first."
As Lu Xiaoting spoke, she walked to the window and was immediately attracted by the rows of exquisite watches on display. Suddenly, her eyes were fixed on a unique watch. The watch lay quietly alone in a transparent glass cabinet, with no other models around it, as if it was extraordinary and not to be associated with ordinary things.
Lu Xiaoting couldn't help but move closer and look at it carefully.
The bracelet of the watch was in rose gold, gleaming with a dreamy luster under the light. The bezel is inlaid with crystal-clear diamonds, exuding an irresistible charm. The entire appearance design perfectly combines luxury and elegance, which is both fashionable and noble, and stands out among many watches.
Lu Xiaoting pointed at the watch and asked the female salesperson next to her, "What kind of watch is this?"
The female shopping guide kept a professional smile on her face and replied softly, "Ma'am, this watch is our store's star product, the Patek Philippe Nautilus 1778 diamond set model from the Sport Elegance series.
Its overall price is as high as 590,000 yuan.
Because it is so valuable, it is placed in this cabinet for proper protection." She paused for a moment and continued, "This watch is especially suitable for working women. The mirror surface is made of blue crystal glass, and the rose gold bezel is inlaid with 56 diamonds. These diamonds are all top-grade Swarovski crystal diamonds.
Under different light, you can see that it presents completely different textures.
Also, you see, the embossed bottom plate is painted with luminous effect, and the rose gold case is designed with a combination of brushed craftsmanship and mirror polishing. The two surfaces are intertwined with each other, which is very unique."
"Can I take it out and try it on?" Lu Xiaoting was very excited by the shopping guide's introduction.
"Sure." The salesgirl took out a small and exquisite key from her pocket and gently inserted it into the keyhole. With a slight click sound, the cabinet was slowly opened and the watch was carefully taken out. Since this watch is quite expensive, the entire wearing process is performed by the shopping guide herself to ensure that everything goes well. When everything was confirmed to be correct, the salesgirl gently let go of her hands. The watch looks extremely light on her wrist, and her weight is almost imperceptible, as if it has become one with her wrist. The more Lu Xiaoting looked at it, the happier she became, and the love in her eyes became stronger. However, the high price of 59 yuan for this watch made her hesitate again. After all, it seemed a little inappropriate to ask Brother Yezhou to buy such a priceless watch for herself.
"But if I buy it with my own money, it means I need to use most of my savings."
Jiang Xing said, "If you like it, buy it. Don't worry, this amount of money is nothing.
I will pay for you."
As he said this, he calmly took out his bank card and handed it to the shopping guide. The salesgirl took the card respectfully and said, "Please wait a moment.
I'll go and process it right away."
She led Jiang Xing and the other person to the lounge next door and poured them 2 cups of steaming hot fragrant tea.
"Miss, let me help you take off your watch.
I will carefully pack it up for you after I print out the list."
After taking the watch, the salesperson turned and walked out.
Lu Xiaoting said with a little guilt, "Brother Yezhou, I'm sorry to have cost you money again.
You spent almost 700,000 yuan on me today. I don't know how to thank you."
At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Xing's mind. Ding, Lu Xiaoting's favorability towards the host increased by +9.
The goddess's favorability towards the host has now reached 79.
Please keep up the good work, host.
Jiang Xing's face remained calm as he said, "It's not easy to come all the way here. I'm just doing my part as a host.
You don't need to worry about these things, and you don't need to thank me." He paused, then continued, "After we settle the bill, we'll go to the hotel next." Lu Xiaoting obviously failed to immediately understand the profound meaning of Jiang Xing's words. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, and asked, "It's only 4 o'clock now, it's not time for dinner yet, Brother Yezhou, are you hungry?" Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "What do you think a man and a woman can do in a hotel besides eating?"
Lu Xiaoting instantly understood what Jiang Xing meant and fell silent.
Although she had made some preparations in that regard before coming here, she still felt that the progress seemed a little too fast.
Lu Xiaoting spoke carefully, "Brother Yezhou, is tomorrow okay?" I'm actually ready, but I'm a little too anxious today."
Facing Lu Xiaoting's refusal, Jiang Xing simply asked back lightly, "But I feel it now, what do you say?"
This simple sentence made Lu Xiaoting keenly aware of the subtle changes in Jiang Xing's emotions.
Lu Xiaoting quickly changed her words and agreed, expressing her willingness to follow Jiang Xing's arrangement. "Well, okay, today is the day." Just then, the shopping guide came in holding a POS machine and a beautifully packaged watch gift box and said, "Sir, please enter the password." After Jiang Xing entered the password, the POS machine spit out the debit slip indicating the transaction was completed.
The salesperson smiled and said, "Thank you for your support of Patek Philippe.
If you have any questions about the product in the future, you can call or come to the store for consultation at any time.
We also provide a 2-year warranty for the product."
When I came out of the Patek Philippe store, Liao Lei had been waiting at the door for a long time. Jiang Xing and his group got in the car, and Jiang Xing ordered without hesitation, "Old Liao, go back to Zhongxia Century."
Chapter 70 Level 3 System Upgrade Rewards.
The car arrived in front of Zhongxia Century Hotel. It was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I thought it was a VIP staying at the hotel.
A uniformed gatekeeper walked up quickly and politely opened the car door.
When he caught a glimpse of Jiang Xing sitting in the back row, his originally dull expression instantly became extremely respectful. He immediately straightened his back and shouted in a loud voice,
"Hello, Director Jiang."
This greeting attracted the attention of passers-by.
Jiang Xing nodded slightly and walked towards the lobby with Lu Xiaoting.
Along the way, every employee I met stopped and bowed to greet me.
"Hello, Director Jiang."
Lu Xiaoting, who was following nearby, witnessed this scene and was full of confusion. She couldn't help but turn her head and asked Jiang Xing,
"Strange, why do they all call you Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Xing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and answered lightly, "Why else?
I'm the chairman of this hotel."
If they don't call me Mr. Jiang, who else can they call me?
Lu Xiaoting was stunned at first, but then she thought it was natural for someone who could easily buy a Patek Philippe. What was the big deal about owning a 5-star hotel? The two soon arrived at the presidential suite that had been booked in advance. Jiang Xing handed her the room card.
"Here is your presidential suite room card. Keep it. You can stay here as long as you want." "How can this be so embarrassing? I'm here to travel. When I'm tired, I'll go back." Lu Xiaoting happily took the room card.
He opened the door with a beep and pushed his suitcase into a corner of the room. Then she began to look around the room with interest. The room was decorated in the utmost luxury, with high-end furniture everywhere, and every detail showed nobility and taste. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook the bustling city scene outside. The modern scenery with tall buildings and busy traffic is refreshing.
"Brother Yezhou, this is my first time staying in such a luxurious presidential suite. It's so beautiful here."
Lu Xiaoting was as excited as a child and cheered. At this moment, Jiang Xing suddenly opened his arms and hugged the girl in front of him tightly. He lowered his head, leaned close to Lu Xiaoting's ear and whispered softly,
"Don't be in a hurry to appreciate it, we have more important things to do."
Hearing this, Lu Xiaoting turned her head hesitantly and nervously, avoiding his eyes.
"Do we have to start now? How about we start after dinner?" "No." At this time, Jiang Xing's attitude immediately became firm.
"I want to watch you dance first, the Korean dance you danced on TikTok, and then we can start after you finish."
You are asking for too much."
Lu Xiaoting muttered to herself in her heart, but she didn't dare to blurt out such straightforward words easily. So, Lu Xiaoting decided to adopt a roundabout tactic and show weakness on her own initiative. She said in a coquettish voice, "But Brother Yezhou, I'm really tired now. Today I first took the high-speed train to come here, and then went shopping without stopping.
I didn't even stop for a rest. Brother Yezhou wants to see me do the Korean dance right now. Is that too cruel to Xiaoting?"
Ever since the last candid video between the two of them, Jiang Xing has been lusting after Lu Xiaoting's body. After waiting so long for the moment to meet, who would have thought that this girl would delay the time with excuses here and there, and was reluctant to get to the point? This made Jiang Xing feel that every minute and every second was a real torture. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little angry.
"Okay, then just take your time to get ready. When you're ready, remember to call me and let me know."
After saying this, Jiang Xing pretended to be angry and pretended to turn around and walk out the door. This time, Lu Xiaoting was really panicked. She secretly thought that something was wrong and thought that she must have pissed off this old man. So she quickly reached out and tightly grabbed Jiang Xing, who was about to go out. She cried out like a spoiled child, "Hey, Brother Yezhou, don't be angry, don't go, can't I just jump now?" Hearing this, Jiang Xing couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Hee, it seems that my tactic of playing hard to get is quite effective. He immediately stopped and responded leisurely, "Okay, if that's the case, let's get started right now." Then, Lu Xiaoting searched for the Korean dance song she often danced on her mobile phone. When the prelude of Up Down sounded, Lu Xiaoting seemed like a different person. She twisted her waist, and each thrust of her hips was just right, the muscles on the inside of her thighs faintly visible during the movements. Jiang Xing's gaze was as hot as fire, lingering on every curve of her body. The music hasn't stopped yet, but Jiang Xing can't hold back anymore. He strode forward, hugged Lu Xiaoting in his arms, and kissed her tempting red lips. Lu Xiaoting was stiff at first, but soon melted into this domineering kiss, and her hands unconsciously wrapped around his neck. Jiang Xing picked her up by the waist and walked towards the bedroom. 50 minutes later, Jiang Xing got out of bed, walked slowly to the table, and poured himself a glass of cool water. At this time, Lu Xiaoting seemed to still be immersed in the aftermath of the passion just now and had not yet fully recovered. Her eyes were closed and her cherry-like tender lips were slightly opened, revealing an alluring gap. Her originally fair cheeks were now flushed with an intoxicating blush, and even her small and delicate earlobes were red. She looked like a blooming peach blossom, delicate and charming.
Her expression looks more moisturized and charming than before.
Just as Jiang Xing picked up the cup and was about to drink water, suddenly, a light blue light curtain appeared in front of his eyes without any warning. Then, a clear and pleasant reminder sound rang through his mind. Bite. The mechanical voice of the system came. Lu Xiaoting's favorability towards the host increased by 5 points, and the current favorability is 84 points.
Congratulations to the host.
5 goddesses with looks above 85 have already had their favorability ratings for you exceed 80 points.
The system's level 3 upgrade mission has been successfully completed. Excuse me, host, would you like to claim the level 3 system upgrade reward now? Jiang Xing answered without even thinking. Get it now.
All I heard was a series of ding-ding sounds one after another. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 300 million Chinese currency. Congratulations to the host for receiving 15 points as a reward.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring 40% of Qianjiang Pharmaceutical shares.
Qianjiang Pharmaceutical is a large pharmaceutical company in Wulin with a market value of 80 billion yuan.
These 40% of shares would be worth 32 billion.
In this way, Jiang Xing is very likely to become the company's de facto largest shareholder and chairman. Thinking of this, Jiang Xing was so excited that he could hardly control himself.
This is simply a huge profit. Chapter 71 Heading to Qianjiang Pharmaceutical.
Jiang Xing happily received the system upgrade reward. The system light screen in front of his eyes that was originally flashing with light changed again, and then a new prompt message popped up. The 4th level system upgrade task has been officially released. The host can check it at any time according to his own needs. Seeing this message, Jiang Xing clicked on the details without hesitation. With a ding sound, the mission details were clearly displayed in front of him. Completion Condition 1, the host needs to successfully establish romantic relationships with 7 goddesses whose appearance scores are 85 points or above, and ensure that each goddess's favorability towards you reaches more than 80 points.
The current progress is 5-7.
Seeing this, Jiang Xing's mouth corners slightly raised.
I'm dating a goddess again.
I'm still 2 goddesses away from completing the task.
All I need is my hands. Continue reading below.
Completion Condition 2, from this moment on, the host will need to spend a total of 5 billion Chinese currency.
Jiang Xing couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this new consumption link. Spending money comes easy to him.
Just then, the cell phone rang.
A completely unfamiliar local phone number was clearly displayed on the screen.
Jiang Xing hesitated slightly, but quickly pressed the answer button. A deep, mature and steady male voice immediately came from the receiver. Judging from the voice, the man is probably in his 30s.
Hello, sorry to bother you.
Are you Mr. Jiang Xing? The other party asked politely.
Jiang Xing replied calmly, yes, I am Jiang Xing. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the assistant to the chairman of Qianjiang Pharmaceutical. My name is Zhou Rui. You are now the largest shareholder of our company.
The company's share transfer agreement has been drafted, and the appointment letter of the company's board of directors has also been received.
Mr. Jiang, do you need me to deliver it to you immediately? Oh, so soon? Jiang Xing was somewhat surprised at the company's efficiency. No need, just leave it in my office. I'll come to the company to take a look later. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll wait for you at the company.
The phone was hung up. Jiang Xing felt relieved.
It's exactly what I thought. The largest shareholder and chairman of Qianjiang Pharmaceutical.
If he can hold a controlling stake of more than 51% in the future, he will have complete control over this company with a market value of 80 billion yuan.
Brother Yezhou, who are you talking to on the phone?
Lu Xiaoting got down from the bed shyly. Her rosy face was delicate and charming. Her beautiful eyes were full of affection and tenderness.
Jiang Xing responded calmly. With my company assistant, I have to go to Qianjiang Pharmaceutical later. Xiaoting, why don't you come with me?
Lu Xiaoting nodded when she heard this.
Hurrah!
Then he walked towards Jiang Xing, opened his arms and hugged him tightly. As their bodies got closer, the towering peaks of her chest pressed against Jiang Xing unreservedly.
Brother Yezhou, I have another question for you. You must answer me honestly. Can.
So, Lu Xiaoting blinked her bright eyes and asked softly.
That is, Brother Yezhou, how many girlfriends do you have?
A rich man like him must be dating multiple girls at the same time. Lu Xiaoting wants to know which one she is.
When Jiang Xing heard this question, he did not hide anything and answered very frankly. Including you, there are 5 of us. No wonder, my brother is so experienced in that area and is very good at it.
It turns out that he has learned it through repeated practice. However, having said that, the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Xing did not reveal any dissatisfaction or anger, but instead a bit more curiosity.
By the way, we have known each other for so long, but I still don't know how old you are, Brother Yezhou? Lu Xiaoting asked in a tender voice.
Jiang Xing smiled slightly and said slowly, I am 22 years old this year, and I will start my senior year in the second half of the year. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoting was stunned and her mouth opened wide.
She exclaimed in disbelief, What? So you are still studying?
Her eyes, which were originally full of expectation, instantly turned into extreme astonishment. Before this, Lu Xiaoting always thought that Jiang Xing should be about the same age as her, just looking a little younger. But no one would have expected that he was only 22 years old and still a college student who had not yet graduated. What made Lu Xiaoting even more embarrassed was that she was 4 years older than Jiang Xing, but she was still foolish enough to call him brother. At this time, Jiang Xing obviously noticed the change in Lu Xiaoting's expression, and couldn't help but laugh secretly in his heart. But on the surface he pretended nothing happened and asked deliberately.
What's the matter? Isn't it normal to study at the age of 22? Is it possible that in your country, you can graduate from university at the age of 22?
Lu Xiaoting lowered her head slightly and spoke somewhat embarrassedly. Really not, it's just that I used to call you brother, and now when I think about it, it feels weird. She bit her lip lightly, her eyes flickering.
Jiang Xing behaved very generously and responded without hesitation. What does it matter? From now on, you can call me husband. It's just the 2 of us here anyway.
After saying that, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Xiaoting was stunned at first, then a shy and sweet smile appeared on her face and she nodded gently, indicating that she agreed to Jiang Xing's proposal. The 2 walked out of the hotel together, and saw an extremely cool super sports car parked at the door Pagani Zonda.
The smooth lines, sharp shape and dazzling body color instantly attracted Lu Xiaoting's attention. Come on, this is my car, let's drive over there. Honey, this car is so cool.
Her eyes widened, her excitement was beyond words, she couldn't wait to open the car door and got in happily like a child. As soon as she entered the car, she touched and looked around curiously as if she had discovered a new world.
It was exactly the same reaction as when Cindy's first time sitting in this car. Not long after, Jiang Xing arrived at Shenzhen Pharmaceutical headquarters driving a Pagani Zonda.
After stopping the car steadily, Jiang Xing originally planned to take out his mobile phone to call his assistant Zhou Rui and ask him to come and pick him up. However, when he looked up at the magnificent headquarters campus in front of him, he suddenly felt a strong desire to explore. I want to go shopping in person. So, he changed his mind and decided not to contact Zhou Rui first, but instead took Lu Xiaoting's hand and wandered around.
People on the road are hurrying.
No one noticed the leisurely couple.
Lu Xiaoting held Jiang Xing's arm tightly and asked curiously. Hubby, you've always told me that you're the chairman of this place, but why do I always feel like the people here don't seem to recognize you?
Jiang Xing chuckled, I bought some stocks before, and accidentally bought too much, and became the largest shareholder.
It's normal that they don't know me.
He spoke lightly, as if he was just talking about today's lunch.
There was a gleam of admiration in Lu Xiaoting's eyes.
This boy, who was 4 years younger than her, could easily buy a listed company. This contrast made her heart beat faster.
Chapter 72. No need to reason with him. Honey, then, does that mean I am the boss lady here? Lu Xiaoting held Jiang Xing's arm and winked playfully.
Jiang Xing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pinched her cheek.
You are my woman.
If they don't call you the boss lady, who else can they call her? As the 2 were chatting and laughing, a short and fat young man walking towards them glanced at Lu Xiaoting, stopped suddenly, and looked incredulous.
Are you the Lu Xiaoting who dances on TikTok? Lu Xiaoting stopped and tilted her head in confusion. I am, but do we know each other? The next second, the short and fat man's face suddenly became gloomy, and even a little angry. He pointed directly at Jiang Xing, who was standing side by side with Lu Xiaoting, and asked loudly, "Who is this guy? Didn't you say in the fan group that you don't have a boyfriend?" Lu Xiaoting was a little confused by this sudden question. She frowned and took a half step back. "Hey, whether I have a boyfriend or not is my personal business. What does it have to do with you?" The man gnashed his teeth and said, "My name is Qiu Buyu, so you should remember me now, right? Are you Qiu Buyu?" Lu Xiaoting's pupils shrank. "This is the number one brother on the list who wants to have a relationship with me. Ever since I rejected him last time, he has been harassing me frequently and reporting my TikTok works and live broadcasts. The live broadcast room has been blocked several times, resulting in a recent decline in live broadcast popularity. I didn't expect to meet him here." Jiang Xing on the side spoke with a puzzled look on his face. "Xiaoting, who is this person? From what he just said, he seems to be a fan of your Douyin live broadcast room." Lu Xiaoting's expression suddenly became extremely complicated. She nodded gently, leaned close to Jiang Xing's ear, and lowered her voice. "This person is the one who wanted to ask me out before but failed, and ended up getting angry and reporting my live broadcast. I really didn't expect to run into him here today." Jiang Xing couldn't help but feel very surprised when he heard this. What a coincidence! Jiang Xing's eyes were cold and he protected Lu Xiaoting behind him. "From today on, Xiaoting and I are together. Please stop pestering her, either online or offline." When Wu Yi heard the warning, he laughed coldly in an arrogant tone. "Humph! Why are you pretending to be so noble? I'm rich, I'm the section chief here, and my dad is the deputy general manager. I asked you to meet offline, but you refused again and again. I thought you were so pure and noble, but it turns out you're no different from those internet celebrities who rely on flirting to attract attention. Aren't you still meeting up with netizens offline now?" Lu Xiaoting was so angry that she was shaking all over. "You are slandering me by saying this. Okay, then let me ask you, you've been living in Fengzhou, haven't you? Why did you suddenly come to Wulin City now? Aren't you just going to meet up with your online friends offline?" Wu Yi turned his gaze to Jiang Xing standing beside him. "Boy, judging from your appearance, you should be a new employee recruited this year, right? Tell me, how much does it cost to date this female internet celebrity? Is the hotel ready? Have you bought condoms?" Jiang Xing's fist hardened. There is no need to reason with such people. The next moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed by. Jiang Xing swung a punch and hit the man in the face. Even though only 20% of his strength was used, the power contained in this punch was still astonishing. Wu Yi didn't even have time to scream before he fell backwards. After falling heavily to the ground, he felt dizzy and saw stars. "Ah! My nose!" A stream of warm liquid instantly gushed out of the nasal cavity. Wu Yi tightly covered his nose, which was bleeding, wailing with a voice so miserable that it could be heard throughout the entire floor, while uttering cruel words. "You ignorant bastard! My father is the vice president of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. You beat me up like this today, I will never let you go." At this time, several employees who happened to be passing by recognized him. Everyone was shocked to see that Section Chief Wu Yi, who is usually so arrogant, was in such a miserable state. "Isn't that Section Chief Wu from the Human Resources Department? Oh my god, who beat him like this? It seems to be a new employee. This is the end. Chapter 73. Who beat my son like this?" One of the employees who reacted faster rushed forward and asked with concern. "Chief Wu Yi, what's wrong with you?" Then he saw Jiang Xing standing next to him with an indifferent look on his face. "Who beat you up like this? Was it that man over there?" As he shouted, more and more employees gathered around him. Although these employees did not have a very close relationship with the son of the company's deputy general manager, some of them had even suffered from his unwarranted bullying. But at this moment, everyone still pretended to be concerned and asked about the situation. Jiang Xing rubbed his wrist calmly, with a sarcastic smile on his face. "Just go and call your father. I'll be waiting here." Wu Yi's body seemed to be falling apart, and every movement was accompanied by piercing pain. He struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood off his face with trembling hands, and looked hideous. "Boy, if I don't beat you to a cripple today, I'll take your last name." After saying that, he rushed over like a bull. Jiang Xing lightly moved to the side and easily avoided Wu Yi's fierce punch.
Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xing quickly turned his body and landed steadily on his left foot. At the same time, his left fist exerted force suddenly, hitting Wu Yi's ribs like lightning. The moment the fist touched his ribs, Wu Yi felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body, as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. He suddenly found it difficult to breathe, his vision went blank, and he fell to his knees groaning in pain. Some of the employees watching nearby began to worry that the situation might get out of hand and someone might be killed. He quickly took out his cell phone and called the company's deputy general manager Wu Guowei.
Hello, Manager Wu. Your son was beaten downstairs in the company.
When Wu Guowei, who was busy in the office, heard the news, he jumped up from his chair.
Who is so bold? Who dares to hit my son on my territory?
I don't quite know that man, but judging from his appearance, he should be our new employee recruited this year, otherwise he would not appear in the company.
The employee who made the call guessed tremblingly on the phone. Go and take control of the scene. I'll bring the security people down with me.
With a furious look on his face, Wu Guowei slammed the phone onto the table and was about to rush out the door, but was stopped by his secretary. Boss Wu, the new chairman of the company, will be here soon.
Boss Qian asked all the company leaders to go to the conference room and wait.
Wu Guowei reached out and grabbed the secretary's collar, spitting all over the secretary's face.
My son was beaten downstairs. Go tell Mr. Qian right now that I have something urgent to deal with. Do you understand?
Wu Guowei widened his eyes and stared at the secretary.
Understand. The
secretary turned pale. After Wu Guowei let go of his hand, he ran straight to the elevator, took out his cell phone and called the security duty room while running.
Hey! Find me some security guards who know how to fight and come to meet me downstairs of the company.
After going downstairs, Wu Guowei saw a large group of people gathered not far away.
From time to time, noisy discussions and exclamations were heard from the crowd.
Wu Guowei's heart tightened and he quickened his pace and rushed over.
Boss Wu is here, everyone, get out of the way.
Someone in the crowd was sharp-eyed and saw Wu Guowei coming towards him aggressively, so he quickly shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone moved aside and made way for a passage. Looking along the passage, I saw a man lying on the ground.
It was Wu Guowei's son Wu Yi.
At this moment, Wu Yi closed his eyes, his face was as pale as paper, and he seemed to have lost consciousness.
Son, what happened to you? Who beat you up like this?
Wu Guowei quickly ran over and helped his son up from the ground.
Where is the beast who beat people?
Quickly arrest him and send him to the police station later.
Don't look for me, I'm right here.
Jiang Xing took a step forward as if nothing had happened. It was your son who harassed my girlfriend first.
I see you are almost 60 years old, your hair is all white, how come you can't even educate your own son properly? I can't do anything about it. Since you can't educate him well, I have to educate him. Of course, I will pay for the medical expenses, so you don't have to worry about that. Chapter 74 Revealing Your Identity.
Wu Guowei yelled at the security guard who rushed over.
What are you standing there for? Arrest him immediately, lock him up in the security room, and beat him up before the police arrive. After receiving the order, the three security guards approached Jiang Xing as if they were facing a great enemy.
Although Lu Xiaoting was a little scared, she still mustered up the courage to shout loudly.
Hey, what are you doing? He is the chairman of your company. If you dare to do anything to him, aren't you afraid of losing your job?
However, her words did not have much effect. The three security guards and the employees who were watching the excitement did not believe what she said at all. There was a burst of sneers all around.
Chairman? Him? Don't brag without thinking. These days, scammers are really bold.
Jiang Xing calmly took out his cell phone and pressed the hands-free button to dial the number.
Hello Zhou Rui, I'm Jiang Xing.
He also pressed the speakerphone button so that everyone present could hear the conversation that followed.
The crowd became agitated. What? He actually said he was going to call his assistant Zhou Rui? Does he really know Zhou Rui? Another person retorted, that's impossible. How can he be the chairman? Besides, how can there be such a young chairman?
In my opinion, this guy is just trying to scare people.
Some other employees also echoed, that's right, I think this guy is probably a liar. He actually dared to pretend to be the chairman in public. He is too arrogant. Let's wait and see how he ends up. Wu Guowei also didn't believe that Jiang Xing was the new chairman. He raised his hand to signal his security guards not to arrest him for the time being.
He wanted to see what tricks this young man could play.
Zhou Rui's respectful voice came from the phone. Director Jiang, have you arrived at the company?
All the company leaders have gathered in the conference room and are waiting for your arrival. Hearing this, Zhang Xing glanced at Wu Guowei meaningfully.
Oh? Are all the leaders really here? Can you count and see if there is someone missing?
Zhou Rui on the other end of the phone suddenly became a little uneasy after hearing this. He paused for a moment, then whispered, "You are right.
Not everyone is here yet."
Zhang Xing seemed to have expected this result, and then asked, "Are we still short of a deputy general manager?"
"I think his last name is Wu, right?"
Zhou Rui screamed in shock.
"Indeed. Vice President Wu is missing."
Zhang Xing chuckled and answered calmly.
"He is with me now."
"Zhou Rui, please bring the general manager downstairs first. Mr. Wu and I are downstairs, and there is something we need to deal with together."
"Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment." Zhou Rui responded quickly.
Then the call was hung up.
Just now, most of the employees who had doubts about Zhang Xing's identity began to waver.
Especially Wu Guowei, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead unknowingly.
Could it be that this young man is really the newly appointed chairman? If that's the case, then we've made a feud today.
Wu Guowei was frightened.
After a while, Zhou Rui hurried over with Qian Zixin, the general manager of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. Zhou Rui searched for Zhang Xing among the crowd.
Finally, his eyes fell on the handsome young man in front of him who was about 20 years old.
"You must be Director Jiang Xingjiang, right?" Zhou Rui stepped forward and asked uncertainly. "Yes, I'm Jiang Xing." Jiang Xing admitted it generously. Zhou Rui breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Wu Guowei in confusion. "Why is Director Jiang and President Wu?" "I just happened to come across a trivial matter that I need to deal with Mr. Wu, don't you think so, Mr. Wu?"
Jiang Xing turned around with a smile and looked at Wu Guowei, who looked as ugly as if he had just swallowed a piece of shit. Wu Guowei clenched his teeth and squeezed out a word. "Yes, it is indeed just a trivial matter that is not worth mentioning." Shen Zixin, who had been observing the conversation from the side, had already noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere of the conversation between the two. He asked out of concern, not knowing the whole story.
"Old Wu, what's wrong with you today? I see that you don't look quite right."
Wu Guowei lowered his head, looking discouraged.
He was still mumbling, "It's nothing, I'm fine."
At this time, Wu Yi, who was gradually regaining consciousness, refused to do it.
"Dad, what are you talking about? He beat me so badly, are you just going to let it go?" Qian Zixin and Zhou Rui then noticed Wu Yi's miserable condition, and both of them trembled involuntarily with fear. Zhou Rui's eyes widened as he asked, "Chief Wu. Chief Wu, why is there blood all over your face?" Wu Yi pointed at Zhang Xing and roared. "I was beaten like this by this little bastard. Since none of you are willing to give me justice, I will fight this little bastard to the death even if it means sacrificing my life."
As soon as he finished speaking, several security guards rushed forward and stopped him firmly.
"Oh, you can.
You dare to threaten the chairman of the company in public." Zhang Xing said coldly. "Zhou Rui, notify the Human Resources Department, immediately fire Wu Yi, compensate him according to the system, and permanently ban him from entering Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. Anyone who dares to bring him in will be punished."
Zhou Rui nodded quickly in response. "Okay, Mr. Jiang. I'll take care of this matter right away."
Chapter 75, Successful Rectification, Obtain C-Level Super Rich Gift Package. When Wu Guowei heard that his son was going to be expelled, he panicked.
"Mr. Jiang, my good-for-nothing son was ignorant and offended you today. It's all my fault. Please be magnanimous and let him go."
"I have worked diligently in our company for more than 30 years. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard."
"You can even let him manage the company's toilet. As long as you can keep his job, I will kneel down here for you."
The onlookers gasped. The deputy general manager had to kneel down in public.
He said indifferently, "Boss Wu, let's keep things separate. It's better not to mix these things up."
Then, Jiang Xing uttered a more destructive remark. "Also, your son looks only in his 20s, but he can actually become a section chief.
Can you pat your chest and assure me that there is no problem at all?"
Wu Guowei was like being struck by lightning, his face pale and he froze in place.
A system prompt sounded in Jiang Xing's mind. "Bite."
The system detected that the host successfully disciplined the domineering manager and beat up his bastard son, and obtained a C-level super rich gift package.
Host, would you like to open this gift package right now? Jiang Xing chose to open it now without hesitation. Congratulations to the host, spirit value +3.
Congratulations to the host for winning 30 million Chinese currency.
It has been deposited into the host's bank account.
Please check it carefully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super rich points +5.
Nice, the reward was obtained just like that.
If there were a few more of them, he wouldn't mind stretching his muscles.
Manager Qian.
Jiang Xing suddenly shouted. Chen Zixin was startled by the sudden shout, his body trembled involuntarily, and he secretly groaned in his heart.
It's over, it's over. Is it my turn to be unlucky now?
Yes, yes. The voice was so soft that almost only he could hear it. Jiang Xing stared at him expressionlessly. Go and investigate this matter immediately, focusing on checking Wu Yi's promotion materials and whether there are any problems with the entire promotion process.
I want to see the results as soon as possible.
After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Chen Zixin, turned around and strode towards the company's headquarters building.
Zhou Rui trotted after him and led Jiang Xing to the chairman's office. When they walked into the chairman's office, Lu Xiaoting couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before her. This office is roughly estimated to be around 100 square meters.
Opposite the door is a wooden desk about 7 meters long, which looks solemn and grand. Behind the desk is a row of giant bookshelves about 15 meters long, with a pair of exquisite blue and white porcelain vases 1 meter high standing on both sides.
Director Jiang, I'm so sorry. This is entirely my fault.
It was my mistakes at work that led to this situation today. As Zhou Rui spoke, he quickly closed the heavy door of the office and stood respectfully in front of Jiang Xing. Although Zhou Rui's position is slightly lower than that of the company's deputy general manager Wu Guowei, his position as assistant to the chairman is unique and important. So in fact, in terms of power, he and Wu Guowei can be said to be on par with each other.
Hearing Zhou Rui's sincere apology, Jiang Xing seemed quite magnanimous. Don't be so nervous. Which company doesn't have a few termites?
He sat down in the leather chair.
Tell me about the company. Zhou Rui couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief when he received Jiang Xing's tolerant response. Then, Zhou Rui began to report to Jiang Xing in detail on the current overall operation of the company.
He talked for nearly an hour, focusing on the key points.
Lu Xiaoting almost fell asleep while listening.
With the increase of the previous 3 points of mental value, Jiang Xing did not feel tired at all while listening, and he understood some proprietary business terms and knowledge on the spot. These are things you can't learn in a college classroom. At this moment, the setting sun outside the window was red, and the girl was drowsy from listening.
It was time to go back.
Jiang Xing, who had almost heard what was said, signaled Zhou Rui to stop.
Zhou Rui, you said it very well.
In the future, this company will still need you, Manager Qian, and many colleagues to take good care of it.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Just keep working hard. If you do a good job, I'll give you a raise. Zhou Rui sent Jiang Xing and Lu Xiaoting to the elevator and left, still with many questions in his mind.
This young man is actually the largest shareholder of the company.
Are you sure? Why did you transfer all the shares to him? He is so young, so he must have a complicated background. Which second-generation family is he from, and is he here to gain experience?
Damn it, among the second-generation Zhangs I know, I can't find him.
What is his origin that is so mysterious? Zhou Rui was constantly guessing Jiang Xing's identity in his mind. After walking out of the company building, the employees I met along the way seemed to have changed their appearance in an instant.
When they saw Jiang Xing, they all greeted him respectfully. Hello, Chairman. Some of the sharp-eyed and courageous employees, after catching a glimpse of Lu Xiaoting standing next to Jiang Xing, said enthusiastically, Hello, Madam Jiang.
Puff. Lu Xiaoting laughed out loud. I never thought I could be a wife. Jiang Xing raised his eyebrows. So you admit it? Admit what? Admit that you are my wife.
Jiang Xing whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoting blushed and said coquettishly, Oh, you, when we slept together this afternoon, it was already considered. Her voice became quieter and quieter, her fingers twisting the corners of her clothes unconsciously. Jiang Xing laughed, put his arms around her slender waist and walked towards the elevator. Through the glass curtain wall, the setting sun stretched the two people's cuddling figures very long.
Chapter 76, Alley Attack. The next day,
Jiang Xing took Lu Xiaoting for a walk around the area. After playing for a while at noon, I took my girlfriend to a famous seafood restaurant nearby for dinner. We found a relatively quiet spot with a good view and sat down. While ordering food, Jiang Xing always had a strange feeling that he was being watched, which made him feel a little uneasy. And this feeling becomes stronger as time goes by. Jiang Xing subconsciously looked out the window. Sure enough, he saw 2 or 3 people hiding stealthily at the entrance of the alley, looking in his direction from time to time.
Damn, is this a thief's target? Honey, what are you looking at?
Lu Xiaoting pouted and waved her fingers in front of Jiang Xing.
Is there a pretty girl across the street?
Jiang Xing withdrew his gaze from the window. Nothing.
He lowered his voice. Don't you think someone has been following us this morning? Lu Xiaoting didn't take it seriously at first. No way, we're not big stars, who would have nothing better to do than to follow us?
But when she thought about it carefully, her smile gradually froze.
Those recurring faces, those figures flashing around the corner. Don't worry.
Jiang Xing patted the back of her hand gently.
We'll soon find out who it is. When leaving the restaurant, Jiang Xing deliberately took Lu Xiaoting into a secluded alley.
After walking a few steps, he suddenly pulled her into a side alley.
The group of people who had been following Jiang Xing stealthily from behind were now dumbfounded. They rushed into the alley and searched everywhere anxiously. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find any trace of Jiang Xing and Lu Xiaoting. At this moment, a sneer was heard. Don't waste your energy looking for it, your father is here.
Jiang Xing crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes as sharp as knives, staring coldly at the 4 followers in front of him.
Tell me. Who sent you to follow me?
The leader among them was a dark and strong man with a fierce light flashing in his copper bell-like eyes.
Ha! Boy, I didn't expect you to find out. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, we originally planned to give you a good beating tonight after dark. Since you have jumped out without knowing whether to live or die, I will take the initiative today and get rid of you completely. At this time, a younger brother next to him asked. Brother, he saw our faces, what should we do? The middle-aged man laughed. What to do? Just blind him. Hearing the harsh words from the other side, Jiang Xing looked indifferent. Hey! Who is the mastermind behind you? Tell me now and you may get a lighter sentence. If it's too late, everyone will have to go and so one by one.
At this moment, 7 people slowly walked up behind Jiang Xing. Each of them is tall and strong with a hideous look, which makes people shudder. Looking closely, 3 of them were holding gleaming batons in their hands and waving them vigorously.
There was another person holding a 3-edged military bayonet.
The sharp edge of the blade flashed a terrifying light. In order to prevent it from slipping out of his hand when stabbing people, he wrapped his hand and the handle tightly together with a cloth strip. These 7 people are the same as the 4 people opposite, and it is obvious from their appearance that they are in the same group.
Wow, there are 11 people in total. It seems that the man has really put a lot of effort into dealing with me.
The dark and sturdy man in the lead slowly reached into his pocket and took out a small and exquisite electric shotgun. I took the money to deal with you, but besides that, I also want to avenge my brother. Jiang Xing frowned slightly, and just as he was about to ask what kind of grudges and hatreds were going on, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from both the front and back directions.
2 groups of people attacked at the same time. In a flash, Jiang Xing flashed, pushed the ground hard with his feet, flipped over, and leaped into the air like an arrow, easily avoiding the attack from the front and back. After he landed steadily, he attacked with lightning speed. He first swung out his fists, hitting the chests of the 2 people in front of him respectively, and then kicked 3 people behind him in the abdomen. After a few screams, the row of people flew backwards like kites with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground. The middle-aged man saw that Jiang Xing was quite skilled, so he became alert and gripped the stun gun tightly, ready to shoot at Jiang Xing's chest. Jiang Xing would never let him get away with it. He dodged sideways and thrust forward with a knee, striking him directly in the waist, then clenched his fist and hit him in the temple. Only a slight clicking sound was heard. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes instantly, his body became limp, and he fell to the ground unconsciously. If the commander is killed, the fighting spirit of the remaining people will quickly collapse. Not long after, one of them punched and kicked. Jiang Xing completely defeated these 11 people. He leaned against the wall, panting, breathing in the post-war tranquility. I wasn't injured in this battle, but the group of people in front of me weren't having such a good time. At this time, the sound of sirens came from far away. Lu Xiaoting hurried over with several policemen. Seeing the battlefield full of people, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and exclaim, "Husband, did you do all this?" Jiang Xing didn't say anything, just nodded. Then he looked at the police. "Do you want me to go to the station?" Chapter 77. Wu Yi opened champagne in advance. "What did you say? Is it that young man named Jiang Xing again?"
Lin Shuebing, director of the Qingxi police station, stared at the thick case files on the table, his temples throbbing. The cigarette burned slowly between his fingers, and his brows furrowed more and more in the smoke. This is the second time he's been in the police station this month. I don't know why he has so many problems.
Criminal Police Captain Wang Sun stood solemnly in front of the table. "Director Lin, the situation this time is a little different. After my preliminary investigation, I found that the person who was beaten this time seemed to be instructed by someone." He opened the transcript.
"At present, the parties involved have confessed to us that a man named Wu Yi paid them to act as thugs and specifically beat up Jiang Xing. And according to what I understand, it was Jiang Xing's side that reported the case this time."
Wang Sun explained in detail. 11 people were fighting one person.
I saw in the materials that the other party also brought knives and batons. Lin Shuebing slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, turned his gaze to Wang Sun and asked,
"Captain Wang, do you think these people's confessions are credible?"
Wang Sun folded his hands across his chest, lowered his head in thought for a moment, then shook his head gently.
"To be honest, Chief Lin, I still have reservations about this confession.
After all, there were so many people dispatched at once, and they were carrying weapons. The reason behind this may not be that simple. So, I think we need to conduct further in-depth verification. The most urgent thing is to quickly summon Wu Yi so that he can cooperate with our investigation." Lin Shuebing slowly put down the cigarette in his hand, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly.
"Well, that's good. This is the way our police should handle cases."
After saying this, he paused for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject.
"By the way, how is Jiang Xing doing? I don't see any information about his injuries in the materials. Could it be that he is unharmed like last time?" Wang Sun nodded and replied, "Yes, Chief Lin.
11 of us were armed to deal with him, but we couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, according to my men, when they arrived at the scene, all 11 people were lying on the ground groaning and could not stand up at all." Lin Shuebing glanced at the baton and the triangular bayonet in the physical evidence photo, then put out his cigarette, as if thinking about something. "He took care of 11 armed criminals by himself. What is he doing here with such skills?" At the same time, the office of the Deputy General Manager of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. Wu Guowei ended the meeting with a heavy face, and walked back to his office slowly with a heavy heart. Wu Guowei slammed the door, and his tie was pulled askew. At the board meeting just now, Shen Zixin had already begun investigating his son's illegal promotion. Thinking of those meaningful looks, his throat tightened. He was afraid there was no way to escape this time.
"If he really gets the evidence, I will definitely lose my position as Deputy General Manager."
The door was suddenly pushed open.
Wu Yi, with his face covered in bandages, poked his head out with a smile. "Hey, Dad, are you done with the meeting? Looking at your impetuous appearance, you must be giving instructions at the meeting again." When Wu Guowei saw this unlucky son with a playful face, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart and grabbed a pen to throw at him. "You little brat, you still have the nerve to joke around. You're going to pack up and leave tomorrow, and you still have the nerve to laugh?" Wu Yi, however, sat down with a swagger and crossed his legs. "Dad, what are you talking about? Why should I leave tomorrow?
Xinjiang Pharmaceutical has a lot of your hard work.
I will take over your business in the future."
Wu Guowei glared at his son hatefully and sighed helplessly. At the same time, his hatred towards Jiang Xing grew stronger. If the old chairman were still alive, he would never have ended up in this situation.
"Asshole. If you hadn't provoked Director Jiang."
Wu Yi looked indifferent and curled his lips in disdain.
"Dad, you're still calling me Director Jiang. Is that interesting?"
From today on, he can no longer be the chairman and will have to lie in the hospital for the rest of his life.
"What does it mean to lie in the hospital for the rest of your life?" Wu Guowei didn't understand what his son said.
"I paid 1.3 million to hire a gang leader to do the job."
Wu Yi looked at his watch proudly. He should have succeeded by now. "You will see it on the news tomorrow. The chairman of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical was attacked and disabled." He became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already seen Jiang Xing being plugged with tubes.
By then, he will be so disabled, and he is still a shitty chairman. If we say a few good words to Mr. Qian, he will let us go. Just put your mind at ease and wait and see what happens. Chapter 78 Want to negotiate terms. Wu Guowei just stared blankly at his son, who seemed a little strange to him, with mixed feelings in his heart. Son, this is not legal. If your secret is ever exposed, you'll end up in jail. Wu Yi responded with a nonchalant look on his face. Dad, don't worry. I have arranged everything perfectly from beginning to end. There will be no mistakes. Once Brother Ma succeeds, I will immediately send him and his men abroad to hide from the limelight. As for the subsequent expenses, I will be responsible for them all. You, just sit back and enjoy the success. Bang bang bang. The rapid knock on the door sounded like thunder. Wu Guowei's heart was pounding and an ominous premonition came over him like a tide. Wu Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, was even more displeased. He frowned and shouted angrily at the door. Who is this? Don't you know this is the Deputy General Manager's office? However, before he could finish his words, there was a loud bang and the office door was pushed open. Qian Zishan walked in solemnly, followed by 3 policemen. The atmosphere in the whole room suddenly became solemn and depressing. Wu Yi, go with the police, comrade. Wu Yi's face turned pale instantly and his eyes began to dodge around. You, what are you doing here? I'm a good citizen. I've never broken any law. The leading policeman showed the handcuffs. Just cooperating with the investigation. If you really have a clear conscience, then you don't have to be afraid, right? After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling other police officers to come forward and take Wu Yi away. Why am I going to the police station for no reason? When the cold handcuffs clicked around Wu Yi's wrists, an unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Ma Gu and his team failed? Moreover, in order to reduce his sentence, he even gave himself up? Wu Guowei walked quickly to the crowd in a panic and held the police officer's hands tightly. Comrade police officer, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Look, my son is still injured and has difficulty moving. How about this? I'll go to the police station with you on behalf of my son. I know everything he knows and can tell you the truth. However, the policeman just glanced at him coldly with an expressionless face, then pulled his hand back ruthlessly. He is he, and you are you. Comrade, please do not hinder us from performing our duties. The police officer's voice was cold and there was no room for negotiation. 2 police officers lifted up Wu Yi, whose legs were weak. When he was dragged out of the door, he broke down and cried, Dad! Save me! I don't want to go to jail. But Wu Guowei was helpless and could only watch his son being taken away by the police. As the saying goes, he who commits evil shall not live. Who told you to provoke Jiang Xing? Wu Guowei has no way to deal with this mess now. At this moment, Jiang Xing, who was sitting in the police station office playing with his mobile phone, suddenly received a prompt in his mind. Ding, the system detected that Wu Yi was arrested. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, hard fight to the end. As a reward, the host can get 10% of the shares of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% of the shares of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. Your shareholding in Xinjiang Pharmaceutical now reaches 50%. Nice, Jiang Xing felt comfortable again. It seems that all this was done by Wu Yi, that bastard. It's a good opportunity for him to work on the sewing machine now, so let him work on it for a few more years to vent his anger for himself and Xiaoting. Evening. Jiang Xing came out of the police station with a leisurely look on his face. Lu Xiaoting, who had been waiting at the door, saw him come out and rushed over to him excitedly. Honey, how was your stay in there? Did they interrogate you? Jiang Xing looked calm and composed. No, I'm playing with my phone in Captain Wang's office. We're almost acquainted now, so there's no way they'll interrogate me. At this moment, he noticed a figure flashing beside him. Looking more closely, the man turned out to be Wu Guowei. I saw him walking towards me with a wry smile, a flattering look on his face. After a day, his attitude towards Jiang Xing had changed 180 degrees. Hey, isn't this Mr. Wu? Why aren't you in the office? What are you doing at the police station? Wu Guowei smiled shyly. Mr. Jiang, you are joking. You should know why I am here. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Jiang Xing pretended not to understand and pulled Lu Xiaoting out. It's getting late. I'm going back now.
Mr. Wu, you should also go back early. There are a lot of mosquitoes here at night. Wu Guowei looked embarrassed and wanted to call Jiang Xing. But unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Hubby, isn't this too good? After all, I only have one son and he's in jail now. Jiang Xing stopped and looked at Lu Xiaoting in surprise. Xiaoting, what's wrong with you? Why are you speaking up for that old bastard? Have you forgotten how arrogant he and his son were yesterday?
Lu Xiaoting shook her head seriously.
Of course I haven't forgotten.
When you were away, Wu Guowei came to me and wanted to negotiate with us to give his son leniency.
Jiang Xing smiled indifferently. The people hired by this guy want to kill me, how can I be lenient? Will you let go of someone who wants to kill you? It's not letting go, it's a deal.
Lu Xiaoting said seriously. Wu Guowei said that he can resign immediately and unconditionally, pay 2 million in compensation, and transfer his 5% of Zhenjiang Pharmaceutical shares to you.
Jiang Xing's heart was shocked. 55% absolute controlling stake.
This means that he can fully control this pharmaceutical giant with a market value of 80 billion yuan without being afraid of any interference from anyone.
Chapter 79 Lonely Ending. The night was as dark as ink, but the office of the chairman of Zhenjiang Pharmaceutical was brightly lit.
The pen in Wu Guowei's hand was suspended above the equity transfer agreement, trembling slightly. Every stroke of the pen was like cutting a piece of flesh from his heart. The position of deputy general manager, 5% of the shares, and 2 million in compensation. This is the price for saving his son from prison.
He murmured. Xiaoyi, your father has done his best. From now on, our family is so poor that we have nothing left. You can only blame yourself for all this. When the last bright red seal is stamped on the document, it means that the equity transfer agreement officially comes into effect.
Wu Guowei stood up and left with a hunched back. There was no farewell, no handshake.
The once glorious vice president disappeared alone into the night like a stray dog.
At this time, Zhou Ruwei stepped forward respectfully. Mr. Jiang, the Zhejiang Province Drug Dealer Circle will hold a communication dinner at Zhongxia Century Hotel at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening.
I wonder if it is convenient for you to attend. Zhongxia Century Hotel? Not right on your own territory. Then you must go. Jiang Xing nodded without hesitation to show his agreement. Of course it's convenient.
After saying that, he turned and looked at Lu Xiaoting, who was sitting next to him.
Xiaoting, why don't you come along and join in the fun at this dinner party?
A look of joy appeared on Lu Xiaoting's face and she nodded slightly.
Well, I've never attended a party like this before, so I'll take this opportunity to go with my husband to broaden my horizons.
The next day, Jiang Xing continued to take Lu Xiaoting to visit surrounding attractions.
Lu Xiaoting is wearing a classic college-style JK uniform today.
The upper body is a white shirt with a tie and a pink bow at the collar, and the lower body is matched with a navy blue plaid skirt.
The whole person looks youthful, cute and playful, attracting countless glances from passers-by.
In comparison, Jiang Xing seemed much more casual. He was only wearing a solid colored short-sleeved shirt and shorts, but even such a simple outfit couldn't hide his handsomeness and elegance.
Of course, what is more eye-catching is the extremely cool Bugatti Veyron sports car he is driving. No matter where you drive it, this car will instantly become the focus of everyone's attention.
Almost everyone who passes by can't help but stop to watch and take out their mobile phones to take pictures when they see it. After playing for an unknown amount of time, both of them felt a little thirsty. Back in the car, Lu Xiaoting offered to go to Gu Ming in front to get 2 cups of milk tea, and Jiang Xing agreed with a smile. While waiting for the milk tea to be made, Lu Xiaoting stood alone at the door, with her 2 white and beautiful legs crossed, which was particularly eye-catching. After getting the milk tea, she suddenly felt a pair of lustful eyes staring at her. Lu Xiaoting became alert and looked up, only to see a young man with a tinfoil curled hairstyle looking at her with ill intentions.
Hey, are you alone, young lady? Where are you going after buying milk tea? I just happened to drive here, how about I give you a ride?
Chen Haitao's frivolous words reached Lu Xiaoting's ears, making her feel disgusted.
She frowned, glared at the other person, and said unhappily, no need. Please stay away from me. However, Chen Haitao was not repelled by Lu Xiaoting's rejection.
Instead, he took a step closer with a smile. His eyes wandered over Lu Xiaoting unscrupulously. Starting from the legs, it slowly moved upwards to the slender waist and finally stopped at the chest. Such a direct and explicit look made Lu Xiaoting feel indescribable discomfort and anger of being offended.
Miss, don't be so serious. I really want to learn how to be a good person and do good things. Give me a chance to show it.
Lu Xiaoting rolled her eyes and responded unhappily. I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend, and he's nearby. Please stay away from me to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. After saying that, Lu Xiaoting raised her hand and pointed in the direction of Jiang Xing.
Oh, so what if you have a boyfriend?
I, Chen Haitao, always like to challenge difficult things. There is no girl in this world that I can't pry open. Before he finished speaking, he took out an exquisite business card from the lining of his expensive-looking coat and handed it to Lu Xiaoting without saying a word.
I am incompetent. I am just a small manager of a pharmaceutical company.
I still have a few shares in my hands. The total market value is just over 50 million.
Miss, you won't look down on me, right?
Lu Xiaoting almost laughed out loud since she met Jiang Xing. She finally understood what a true rich man was. In her eyes, this upstart was just a clown.
Lu Xiaoting didn't even bother to look at him. The hand holding the business card just hung awkwardly in the air.
At this moment, Chen Haitao felt as if he had been slapped hard in public, and his face instantly became ugly. A surge of anger rose in his heart and was about to explode. Suddenly, a bony hand took the business card. Jiang Xing tore it into pieces without even looking at it, and threw the paper pieces away like snow.
Chapter 80. I am her boyfriend. 50 million is enough to flirt with my woman?
Jiang Xing hugged Lu Xiaoting's waist and glanced at Chen Haitao as if he were looking at an ant. I'm her boyfriend. Then he took Lu Xiaoting's hand and said in a gentle but unquestionable voice, let's go after we buy it.
The sun is so strong, what if we get sunburned? Well, I'll listen to my husband. Lu Xiaoting leaned close to Jiang Xing like a kitten.
The system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding.
Lu Xiaoting's favorability +1.
Chen Haitao stood there, his face turning from red to blue. His fists were clenched white, and just as he was about to explode, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the word mom, he felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water and instantly wilted.
Answer the phone. Mom, what's the matter?
His voice sounded so docile that it sounded like two different people.
Xiaotao, it's time to come back. Your uncle will take you to the Zhejiang province drug dealers gala tonight. You should be more sweet tonight and get to know more big bosses. It will be good for you and our family in the future. Chen Haitao nodded repeatedly and agreed faster than anything else.
When they hung up the phone, Jiang Xing and the other person had disappeared. Chen Haitao kicked the trash can viciously. Next time I see you, I will kill you.
Then, she glared at the milk tea shop clerk who was eating melons next to her and angrily yelled, What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy making a phone call?
The milk tea shop girls were so scared that they lowered their heads and pretended nothing happened. In the Bugatti Veyron, Lu Xiaoting stole a glance at Jiang Xing's profile. Husband, now we
go back to the hotel. Jiang Xing's tone left no room for rebuttal.
Lu Xiaoting guessed why they were going back to the hotel at this time and did not object, with a sense of anticipation rising in her heart. After a few days of offline contact, she found that Jiang Xing brought more and more surprises. The girl had never thought that there would be a handsome and rich man who would be so generous to her, and who also had outstanding athletic ability in that aspect, simply the best in the world. Thinking of this, her thighs unconsciously came together.
In the presidential suite, Lu Xiaoting pretended to be innocent. You come back so early, what are you going to do next?
Jiang Xing smiled lightly upon hearing this and slowly uttered a word.
You.
Jiang Xing responded with a single word. Lu Xiaoting bit her lip and said coquettishly, but it's broad daylight, there's a party tonight. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes moved, and she used the internet goddess's coquettish skills to the extreme. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been taken aback by this gesture, but Jiang Xing just raised his eyebrows.
No.
Especially at times like this, Jiang Xing would more want to demonstrate his strength and majesty as a wealthy man. After all, if even a little girl like this could easily control him, how would he be able to control other people in the future? Jiang Xing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took a step forward and hugged Lu Xiaoting's slender waist. Lu Xiaoting obviously did not expect Jiang Xing to be so proactive. Her body trembled violently and a shy blush appeared on her face. Jiang Xing pinched Lu Xiaoting's chin tightly with his right hand, and with a little force, forced her to raise her head and meet his gaze. His eyes were so deep and fiery that Lu Xiaoting's heart beat faster involuntarily.
It's up to me.
Jiang Xing's voice was deep and contained a hint of unquestionable authority.
Do you want to take it off yourself or do you want me to do it? Lu Xiaoting's cheeks turned red instantly.
She turned her head away shyly, not daring to look Jiang Xing in the eye. At the same time, she gently pushed away Jiang Xing's body that was pressing on her.
"Oh husband, you are so annoying."
She said it coquettishly, with a hint of anger and shyness in her voice.
Although Lu Xiaoting showed some resistance, she did not completely reject Jiang Xing's proposal.
She knew very well that in this emotional game, she needed to strike a good balance between being too indulgent and too restrained. After all, Jiang Xing is the dominant player in this game, and whether she can become a rich woman in the future and drive a luxury car to collect rent leisurely every day depends entirely on Jiang Xing's attitude. "Then, I'll take a shower first." She turned and walked towards the bathroom, but suddenly stopped and gently unbuttoned her JK uniform with her fingers. The clothes slipped off like petals, revealing the snow-white skin. When she took off her stockings, she turned around and gave me a wink. "Wait for me to wash and smell good."
Jiang Xing's Adam's apple rolled.
This enchanting temptation made his blood boil. But the rich man's upbringing made him just lean lazily against the head of the bed.
"Don't keep me waiting too long." Chapter 81, inviting Wang Yanran.
As time passed, the sound of water splashing in the bathroom continued to irritate Jiang Xing's nerves, making him unbearable. Finally, with a click, the bathroom door slowly opened. Lu Xiaoting walked out lightly, her long hair falling on her shoulders like a waterfall, the slightly wet hair emitting a faint luster under the light. She was not wrapped in a bath towel as usual, but was naked, like a fine work of art displayed in front of Jiang Xing. When Jiang Xing heard the door open, he just raised his eyes casually. However, when his eyes met Lu Xiaoting's body, his eyes whitened instantly. His eyes fell straight on Lu Xiaoting's snow-white car lights, motionless, as if time had frozen at this moment.
"Sexy, sexy, and damn sexy."
This word kept echoing in Jiang Xing's mind, and he could no longer think of anything else.
Even though they had been honest with each other yesterday.
But at this moment, Lu Xiaoting's unreserved body still brought him a huge impact.
Perhaps, this is the true strength of Lu Xiaoting, with a comprehensive score of 90 for bust and 87 for hips and legs.
No words can describe her charm at this moment.
Lu Xiaoting noticed something strange about Jiang Xing, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. She fiddled with her hair and said in an annoyed tone, "Honey, do you think I've gained some weight these past 2 days? I feel like the waistline I worked so hard to build up last month is almost gone." As she spoke, she lowered her head and pinched the flesh on her belly, pretending to be concerned, while secretly observing Jiang Xing's expression out of the corner of her eye. However, Lu Xiaoting's little actions naturally did not escape Jiang Xing's eyes. He knew very well that the girl was just being coquettish and cute on purpose. Seeing that Lu Xiaoting was still pretending to be shy, Jiang Xing really didn't feel like playing these roundabout tricks with her. With a single hand, he hooked Lu Xiaoting to come to the bed. When the girl came close, he hugged her waist and pressed her down on the bed, unable to wait. The whole event lasted 50 minutes. With Jiang Xing's extraordinary physique, he could last longer, but seeing that the girl was on the verge of collapse. So, I ended the fight early and moved to another bed with the girl. After taking a shower, I saw Lu Xiaoting still sleeping soundly with a blushing face. He looked so tired that he probably needed to rest for a long time, so Jiang Xing didn't feel comfortable waking him up. I glanced at the time and there was only half an hour left before the Zhejiang Province Pharmaceutical Dealers Gala began. Do I have to go to the party alone tonight? Isn't that too pitiful? 2 days ago, Lin Mening had already returned to Wulin City, but her home was in the suburbs, so it would definitely be too late to pick her up now. Similarly, the little peach blossom Yao Yujie couldn't make it either.
She lived a little closer to Lin Mening, and was also too late.
Then all that's left is.
Thinking of this, Jiang Xing opened WeChat and sent a message to Wang Yanran.
"Yanran, where are you now? I'll pick you up in 10 minutes. Are you free tonight? How about going to a party with me?"
On the other side, Wang Yanran, who was getting ready to get off work, was packing her things. When she saw that it was a message from Jiang Xing, she quickly replied happily.
"Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'm at the company right now.
I'm wearing my work clothes and I don't have anything else to change into."
"You don't mind, do you?"
"Jiang Xing, don't mind, go to the door of the sales hall."
"I'll come out now." Wang Yanran, "Okay."
After sending the message, Wang Yanran turned around and looked at her colleague Sister Chen beside her with a hint of apology.
"Sister Chen, I'm so sorry.
I wanted to go shopping with you after get off work, but I suddenly had something urgent to do in the evening, so I'm afraid I can't go." There was a hint of helplessness in Wang Yanran's voice, but her pretty face was filled with joy that could not be concealed.
Seeing this, Sister Chen asked tentatively, "Xiao Wang, is it because of Mr. Jiang that you suddenly have problems?" Wang Yanran couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard this.
She didn't expect that her thoughts would be seen through by Sister Chen so quickly.
However, in response to Sister Chen's question, she nodded shyly. Yes, it's because of him.
Seeing this, Sister Chen smiled slightly, and then said in a tone of someone who has experienced it, "You young people, when you have your own time, you should go out and play more, so that you can live up to this beautiful youth time." However, Sister Chen changed the subject and lowered her voice again, saying to Wang Yanran earnestly, "Xiao Wang, please don't think I'm too talkative.
I think Mr. Jiang doesn't seem to be a loyal person.
Of course, I can't say much about you being friends with him, but I just want to advise you that as a woman, you should make more money while you are still young. Love and affection will all become fake when you are old and your beauty is gone. Now, while Mr. Jiang still has feelings for you, save up some money for your retirement."
A woman with money will not be afraid to go anywhere. Don't be like Sister Chen and me. When we were young, we just played around and didn't make any money.
Now we are old and have to work hard every day to make money and save money for our son's betrothal gift.
We are getting older faster every day.
After saying that, Sister Chen sighed to herself, completely immersed in the atmosphere she created, unable to extricate herself.
However, Wang Yanran's mind was as clear as a mirror. She knew exactly what to do next.
She walked out of the office quietly, stood at the door of the sales hall, and waited patiently. Not long after, a low and powerful engine roar came from the distance. From afar, you can see an extremely cool Pagani Zonda speeding towards you like a black lightning.
This car is extremely fast, it weaves in and out of traffic with ease and yet is incredibly smooth.
In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Wang Yanran and stopped steadily. There are only a handful of people in the entire Wulin city who can afford such a luxury car. Among these people, the only one who has such superb driving skills, especially in such congested traffic conditions during rush hour, can drive a luxury car worth tens of millions so calmly and freely, as if he is taking a walk in his own yard, is Jiang Xing. After the car stopped in front of Wang Yanran, the door on the side closest to her opened with a click, making a crisp sound.
Jiang Xing, who was sitting in the driver's seat, smiled slightly, raised his head, and met Wang Yanran's eyes. "Yanran, get in the car." Chapter 82 Trigger Selection.
The car starts. Jiang Xing placed his left hand lightly on the steering wheel, and his right hand naturally rested on Wang Yanran's black silk thigh, as if this was the most normal action.
It has to be said that Jiang Xing was very satisfied with Wang Yanran's professional attire today.
A white women's shirt paired with a gray hip skirt. The length of the skirt is just right, not appearing too conservative, but also showing off her long and beautiful legs just right. The thin black tights add a sense of mystery to her leg lines.
Wang Yanran's entire professional attire fully displays her unique charm as a woman, sexy and charming. Wang Yanran turned around and asked, "By the way, Mr. Jiang, which party are we going to attend tonight?" Jiang Xing's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. "It's the Zhejiang Province Drug Dealers Gala, and the venue is right in my hotel. I'll just take you there to see it." "Wow, I am so lucky today to be able to attend such a party with Master Jiang." The next second, Wang Yanran seemed a little worried again. "This party should be of high standard. I won't embarrass you if I go there dressed like this. How about I go home and change clothes?" "Need not." Jiang Xing interrupted Wang Yanran's speech. "Yanran, you don't have to think too much. I think this kind of dress is very suitable for you. Besides, I have become the chairman of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. I don't believe that anyone here would dare to find fault with you. Xinjiang Pharmaceutical is a large pharmaceutical company in Zhejiang Province, and Wang Yanran has heard of it." At this moment, she realized that she knew too little about Jiang Xing. He had such strong financial resources and was involved in all walks of life. This is really beyond imagination. We soon arrived at the Zhongxia Century Hotel. After getting out of the car, Jiang Xing threw the keys to the doorman and asked him to park the car in his own exclusive parking space. With his other hand, he took Wang Yanran's hand and walked inside. Along the way, waitresses and security guards kept nodding and greeting them, which made the girl feel flattered. This was the first time she had encountered such etiquette treatment. When we entered the party, other drug dealers had already arrived. At first glance, most of them are middle-aged men with big bellies or gray hair. Jiang Xing and Wang Yanran's appearance hand in hand was undoubtedly the most beautiful scenery of the entire evening. After sitting down, many people talked about the young man's background. When they learned that Jiang Xing was the new chairman of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical and had already controlled the entire company, everyone couldn't believe their ears. "What? This guy is actually the chairman of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. Who is he? He was able to parachute into Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals in just a few days and complete the control of the company. He must be the son of a wealthy family in Magic City or Yanjing. Yes, that's what I guessed. Otherwise, how could they have so much money to buy shares in Xinjiang Pharmaceutical? This kid looks the same age as my son. He should not be underestimated.
Sitting in the front, Jiang Xing couldn't help but find it funny when he heard the pharmaceutical tycoons talking about him behind him.
Wouldn't they be even more shocked if they knew that he had activated the godly rich system?
The evening party started with a speech by the senior leader in charge of the entire Zhejiang province's pharmaceutical industry, followed by the formal exchange activities. Jiang Xing felt a little bored listening to the official tone reading the script. He had heard these high-sounding words so many times in his life that his ears were almost calloused. Then, he said to Wang Yanran, I'm going to the toilet. If you feel bored, come out early. Okay.
Wang Yanran agreed obediently.
Afterwards, Jiang Xing left the scene, went to his chairman's office to play 2 games of King of Glory, and then returned again. The whole scene was bustling with activity. The dishes and tea breaks had been served, and everyone was chatting and talking in pairs while holding up champagne glasses.
What as strange is that I couldn't find Wang Yanran at first glance. Where did this girl go? She didn't even tell me she was leaving.
At this moment, Jiang Xing actually found Wang Yanran sitting in a corner. At the same time, Chen Haitao, who she met in the afternoon, was actually next to the girl, chattering about something and trying to toast her with wine.
Damn it!
Jiang Xing strode over, grabbed Chen Haitao's collar from behind, and threw him to the ground.
Oh my god, who forced my son to hit me?
The wine in Chen Haitao's cup spilled all over him and he stood up from the ground in a panic. When he saw that it was Jiang Xing, he was stunned.
Hubby, you're finally here.
Wang Yanran hid behind Jiang Xing as if she had seen a savior, her voice sounding aggrieved. After you left, this man kept harassing me and wanted my contact information.
He refused to leave unless I gave it to him. I even wanted to call security.
At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came from my mind.
Ding, the system detected that Wang Yanran was being harassed, triggering a random selection task. Choice 1, make a big deal out of a small matter.
The host shakes hands with Chen Haitao and says that everything is a misunderstanding, and apologizes to him in public.
Rewards available, achieve the achievement, open-minded, and receive 5 million Chinese currency.
Choice 2, the host beats Chen Haitao up so badly that he apologizes to Wang Yanran.
Available reward, B-level comprehensive improvement potion.
Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and moved his hand joints without hesitation, making a crisp sound.
System, do I even need to choose? There was a hint of excitement in Jiang Xing's voice.
If there are such missions in the future, assign more of them to me. I'm just worried about having no place to vent my anger. Before he finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded suddenly, ding, Master Su likes this kind of task, the system can be adjusted in this direction. When Jiang Xing heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter.
Thank you very much.
In a flash, Jiang Xing quickly raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and smashed it towards Chen Haitao's face like lightning. There was a muffled bang sound, and Chen Haitao screamed instantly. He was hit by the sudden punch and fell backwards suddenly, staggering a few steps. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell heavily to the ground with a thump. Chen Haitao's nosebleed gushed out like a fountain. He covered his nose in pain, groaning and rolling on the ground. However, due to the loud noise at the scene, no one noticed Chen Haitao's miserable condition for the time being. Chen Haitao, lying on the ground, wiped his nose with his sleeve, and saw bright red blood.
The high-end suit he was wearing was also stained with blood. Chapter 83, I am the chairman of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. You dared to hit me? Do you know who I am?
Chen Haitao's brain was buzzing and he felt a little dazed.
Jiang Xing sneered, no matter who you are, I, your father, am the one who beats you. What's the matter? If you are not convinced, come on and continue. Stand up. You think you can flirt with my woman? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Fuck you.
Chen Haitao's eyes were fierce, and the flesh on his cheeks kept twitching. He clenched his fists tightly, and his joints made crackling sounds due to excessive force. Just as he stood up, Jiang Xing slapped him in the face. There was a crisp pop sound, and Chen Haitao's body seemed to be hit by a huge force. He fell backwards suddenly and then fell heavily to the ground. The power of this slap was so great that Chen Haitao's brain went blank in an instant and the world in front of him began to spin. He only felt a buzzing sound in his ears, and the sound became louder and louder, as if it would burst his eardrums. Chen Haitao struggled to get up from the ground, shaking his body.
Are you really not afraid of death? Have you ever thought about the consequences of offending me before you take action? Fear death?
When Jiang Xing heard this, he burst into laughter, and his laughter was full of sarcasm and disdain.
If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't be standing here. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't do it.
Then, he showed a disdainful smile.
I'm going to give you two choices now.
Either apologize to my girlfriend immediately, or don't even think about leaving this hotel tonight. Although the voice was not loud, it carried an irresistible majesty that made people feel fearful.
Fuck, how many girlfriends do you have? Although Chen Haitao's momentum was completely suppressed by Jiang Xing, he could not swallow the resentment in his heart.
He uttered harsh words.
Go ahead if you can. My uncle is the director of Jinhu Pharmaceuticals, and he's here right now. I want to see who can't leave this hotel tonight. Seeing this, Wang Yanran couldn't help but feel worried. She stepped forward, took Jiang Xing's arm, and said softly, "Hubby, let's just forget it. Don't get yourself into unnecessary trouble because of me. This guy has been beaten up badly by you. Let's just leave now."
Jiang Xing turned around and comforted her.
It's okay, Yanran. We live by our breath and trees live by their skin. Tonight I must seek justice for you and make him apologize to you. After hearing Jiang Xing's words, Wang Yanran felt a warm feeling in her heart. Okay. Wang Yanran responded shyly.
Jiang Xing's words made her happy and touched. It was not until this time that Chen Wei discovered that his nephew Chen Haitao had been knocked to the ground with blood all over his nose. He rushed over, helped his nephew up, and asked with concern.
Haitao, what happened? Who beat you up like this?
Seeing that the person coming was his uncle, Chen Haitao straightened his back as if he had seen a savior, covered his face, pointed at Jiang Xing's nose and began to accuse him.
Uncle, it was this guy who beat me up. He said I flirted with his girlfriend and started to attack me. You have to seek justice for me. He is clearly bullying our Chen family because we have no one.
Chen Wei looked at the young man in front of him with a gloomy look and a slight frown. He felt that he had seen Jiang Xing somewhere. But he was so angry about his own nephew being beaten like this in public that he had no time to think about anything else.
Has my Hai-Tu ever offended you? You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation, otherwise I will send you to jail. Chen Wei's voice was cold.
Jiang Xing glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him, ignored his emotions, shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent.
Excuse me for being like this.
Your nephew insisted on hitting on my girlfriend, so I had to teach him a lesson on your behalf and help you as the elders to discipline him.
Chen Wei narrowed his eyes slightly and clenched his fists. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. Humph, who are you, kid? You dare to say this, aren't you afraid of being beaten? Being beaten? Jiang Xing chuckled. In the entire Wulin city, I am the only one who beats others. No one dares to beat me.
Then, Jiang Xing looked into Chen Wei's eyes and spoke word by word. Listen carefully, I am the chairman of Qianjian Pharmaceuticals and also the owner of this hotel. I have shown my greatest mercy to your nephew by not letting our employees take action.
Hearing this, Chen Wei and his nephew were shocked and could hardly believe their ears. How is this possible? The young man in front of me is actually the new chairman of Qianjian Pharmaceutical?
Chen Wei's face turned pale in an instant, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away, and he became completely wilted. He knew very well that there was a business contract worth tens of billions of dollars between his Jinhu Pharmaceutical and Qianjian Pharmaceutical.
This is undoubtedly a vital business for their company.
If the contract falls through because of offending Jiang Xing, it will be a catastrophic blow to the pharmaceutical company, and it may even be unable to recover. Thinking of this, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Chen Wei's forehead. Chen Haitao on the side also felt a little scared. Although he was a bit of a slacker, he was a middle-level manager in a pharmaceutical company after all. He had a certain idea of the consequences of offending the chairman of Qianjian Pharmaceutical.
Uncle, what should we do now? There was a hint of anxiety and helplessness in Chen Haitao's voice.
He was completely at a loss as to what to do at this moment. Chen Wei gritted his teeth and decided to try to save the situation. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile that was uglier than crying.
Director Jiang, look, is there any misunderstanding here?
Let me take my nephew back now and discipline him properly. I'll treat you to a meal on Sunday, and I'll make sure Haitao apologizes to you. At this moment, it no longer mattered who was right or wrong, because the most urgent task was to calm Jiang Xing's anger.
Don't you think it's too late to apologize on Sunday? Do you really think you're so great that you think I'd go to that dinner with you on Sunday? There was obvious dissatisfaction and sarcasm in Jiang Xing's voice.
When Chen Wei heard Jiang Xing's words, his heart tightened and he secretly said not good. He quickly waved his hands and explained, No, Mr. Jiang, you completely misunderstood.
I definitely didn't mean that.
Chen Wei could never have imagined that things would develop to this point.
If Chen Haitao wasn't his nephew, Chen Wei would have wanted to abandon him. Chapter 84, Do you understand why I told you to get lost? Director Jiang, my nephew is still a child. Look, you've already beaten and scolded him. Could you please spare Haitao for my sake? It will be considered as a good deed. Chen Wei said earnestly. When these words came out, Jiang Xing almost laughed out loud. Child? Lao Deng, are you kidding me? This guy is still a fucking kid? Seeing that Jiang Xing still had no intention of letting him go, Chen Wei was sweating profusely. He quickly pushed Chen Haitao again and asked him to apologize quickly. Haitao, quickly apologize to Director Jiang. Did the kid hear you? Chen Haitao looked at Chen Wei, gritting his teeth and still looking reluctant and unwilling to move. Uncle, At this time, you are still throwing a tantrum at me. Chen Wei was filled with anger and only hated himself for having such a useless nephew. He glared at Chen Haitao and scolded him, It's already this hour, why are you giving me back? Apologize to Director Jiang right now. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. Chen Haitao looked at the ground and spoke so softly that only he could hear it. Jiang Xing didn't say anything, but turned his head to the side and said to Wang Yanran, Yanran, did you hear what this guy said? Wang Yanran held back her laughter. No, did anyone speak just now? You little bastard. Chen Hai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You are still acting like a child at this time. If you continue to be stubborn, my company will be gone. He raised his hand and gave Chen Haitao a big nose slap and then a kick. Apologize to Mr. Jiang and this lady. Do you hear me? Don't call me uncle anymore. You are my uncle. Director Jiang. Ms. Wang. I'm sorry, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again next time. This time, Chen Haitao's voice was louder and his attitude was more sincere. Jiang Xing took a step forward and looked at him with a smile. What should I do if I meet my woman on the street next time? Chen Haitao looked at Chen Wei, who had a livid face beside him, with cold sweat on his forehead. I promise I won't look at you again. If I do, I will be struck by lightning. Jiang Xing looked at him expressionlessly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. That's it? Chen Haitao's heart skipped a beat and he quickly added. Then I will turn around and leave right now. I will never let your woman see me, Director Jiang. Jiang Xing nodded in satisfaction and said calmly, Well, okay, you can go now. Chen Haitao nodded and bowed as if he had been pardoned. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. As he spoke, he turned around and prepared to leave, secretly congratulating himself that he had finally managed to get through this hurdle. However, just as he turned around, Jiang Xing suddenly called him again. Hey, I told you to get out, not to leave. Do you understand? When Chen Haitao heard this, his body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned around with a look of astonishment on his face. Let me go? The smile on Jiang Xing's lips became more and more obvious. That's right, I told you to get out. Why, don't you understand? Chen Haitao finally understood that the word get out did not simply mean asking him to leave, but really wanted him to roll away like a ball. But there is no way, it's my fault for offending someone I can't afford to offend. Chen Haitao gritted his teeth, curled up into a ball and rolled forward in public. As soon as it rolled, it attracted a crowd of onlookers. All the people present were wealthy drug dealers, and none of them had ever seen such a scene performed at a party. Everyone was talking or taking pictures with their phones. Chen Wei felt that he had lost all face and he didn't want to acknowledge this nephew anymore. But there is no way, because Chen Haixing offended Jiang Xing. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your magnanimity in sparing my nephew. If we meet again someday, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Chen Wei said with his head down. Jiang Xing didn't bother to pay attention to Chen Wei,
and left the party with his arm around Wang Yanran. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The B-level comprehensive improvement potion has been stored in the system space. The host can withdraw it at any time.
Nice, system, you are really awesome.
Zhang Xing brought Wang Yanran to his Pagani Zonda in the underground garage.
It's still early, do you want to go for a ride together?
Zhang Xing suggested.
Okay.
Wang Yanran nodded excitedly, with anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Fastening his seatbelt, Zhang Xing started the engine, and the Pagani Zonda made a low and powerful roar, like an awakened beast. He stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out like an arrow. The city is brightly lit at night, the streets are crowded with cars, and the neon lights interweave into a colorful ocean. Zhang Xing drove the Pagani Zonda skillfully, weaving in and out of traffic with ease, attracting the attention of passers-by. The girl opened the car window and enjoyed the feeling of speed. Half an hour later, Wang Yanran suggested with a charming look in her eyes, "Should we find a place to rest?" A barely perceptible smile appeared on Zhang Xing's lips. "Ha, are you hinting at something? Okay, how about going to the hotel now? How about Zhongxia Century?" Wang Yanran bit her red lips and said shyly, "What's the point of always going to the hotel? Why don't you come to my house? I just rented a new apartment and you haven't been here yet." Since the girl said so, Zhang Xing naturally had no other opinion. 10 minutes later, we arrived at our destination. Wang Yanran's new apartment is located in a newly developed building with a unique architectural style, which is of high-end luxury type. Most of the tenants around are middle-class white-collar workers. The environment of the entire community is quiet and pleasant, spotless, giving people a feeling of tranquility and comfort. Stepping into the room, Zhang Xing looked around and found that the space of the whole house was not very large, only about 70 square meters. However, despite the limited area, the decoration inside the house is unique. The overall decoration style is postmodern and simple, concise yet fashionable. All kinds of furniture are available and arranged in an orderly manner. Zhang Xing found a sofa and sat down. A fragrance belonging to a woman living alone wafted into her nose, vague but impossible to ignore. Turning to look at Wang Yanran, who was pouring water, he said, "By the way, you should have received a lot of commission last time, why don't you rent a bigger house?" Wang Yanran came over with a cup of water, gently placed it on the coffee table in front of Zhang Xing, and then sat down on the sofa next to him. "Oh, why should I live in such a big house by myself? Wouldn't it be too lonely? A smaller house is better. It's cozy and safe." After listening to this, Zhang Xing felt that what Wang Yanran said made some sense. He smiled and nodded to show his understanding.
Chapter 85, Find Lu Xiaoting after a quick battle.
The water cup tilted slightly in Zhang Xing's hand, and the cool water flowed through his throat, bringing a strange trance. This feeling is very strange, it is like being tipsy and also like being covered by a layer of gauze.
Could it be because of the intoxicating feeling brought about by the atmosphere of a single man and a single woman being in the same room? Just as Zhang Xing was daydreaming, Wang Yanran's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "Please sit down for a while.
I'll go take a shower first."
Zhang Xing's eyes unconsciously fell on her slim back. The tailoring of the professional suit perfectly outlined her slender waist, which made people excited. His heart moved and he grabbed Wang Yanran's wrist. "No need to shower, I like the way you look in professional attire." Wang Yanran was obviously a little hesitant and didn't know how to respond for a moment.
Seeing the girl so hesitant, Zhang Xing picked up the phone and quickly operated a few times on the screen.
Bite.
A crisp reminder sound was heard, and Wang Yanran's mobile phone received a transfer message. She looked down and the numbers on the screen made her eyes widen.
300,000 yuan.
Zhang Xing looked at Wang Yanran's surprised expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
"Is 300,000 enough for you to wear a professional suit?" Zhang Xing asked. "Enough. That's enough." Sure enough, Wang Yanran's attitude changed immediately. Her body seemed to have lost support and she fell limply into Zhang Xing's arms.
Zhang Xing put his arms around her waist, feeling her soft body and faint fragrance.
Wang Yanran's red lips were as tempting as ripe cherries. Zhang Xing could no longer suppress his inner impulse.
He lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. This kiss seemed to ignite the fire of passion between the two, making them both a little confused. Wang Yanran's eyes gradually became blurred and her breathing became rapid. A dense layer of sweat beads appeared on his fair and round forehead, his hands and feet relaxed involuntarily, and his whole body trembled slightly. The buttons of the business suit were undone at some point, revealing her snow-white skin. Gradually, Wang Yanran could no longer withstand Jiang Xing's attack and completely opened her defenses, allowing him to have sex with her to his heart's content. Jiang Xing kissed her while not stopping his other hand. Later on, the girl was completely immersed in it, and couldn't help humming when she was deeply moved. Like a winner, Jiang Xing turned around, turned off the lights, picked up Wang Yanran, and put her on the bed. They are discussing a multi-billion-dollar project.
At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Xing ended the battle.
The overall battle intensity was not high, and Jiang Xing had not yet used Kato-sensei's finger technique. It can't be said that he is very compassionate to women, but Jiang Xing felt his cell phone vibrate several times during the battle.
It was probably because Lu Xiaoting woke up and couldn't find her and was anxious.
When I got out of bed, Wang Yanran was already asleep with a satisfied smile on her face. After Jiang Xing left a kiss on her forehead, he put on his clothes and turned on his phone. He saw 4 missed calls and more than a dozen unread WeChat messages, all from Lu Xiaoting.
Lu Xiaoting, honey, I'm awake. Where are you? Lu Xiaoting, husband, you are not here, I am so scared. Lu Xiaoting, husband, why didn't you answer the phone? Are you busy? Lu Xiaoting, did Xiaoting do something wrong? Please don't abandon Xiaoting.
Through the lines, it seems as if I can see a resentful girl. Without saying anything more, Jiang Xing left a note to Wang Yanran saying I'm leaving and quickly drove the Pagani Zonda back to the hotel. When I opened the door of the hotel room, the tearful eyes I had imagined were not there. Lu Xiaoting was sitting cross-legged on the bed, yelling into the phone, come on, Sagittarius, don't be scared, I have a big one, I can nurse you anytime.
Oh, everyone told you not to be timid. To play Hoi, you have to stand and fight with him. If you are timid, you will be caught and killed. What do I, a nurse, have to be afraid of beside you?
Seeing this scene, Jiang Xing almost laughed out of anger.
What? You told me you were scared, do you mean you were playing against the King of Glory alone?
At this time, Lu Xiaoting realized that Jiang Xing had returned, and she was so happy that she almost flew up.
He dropped his phone and jumped into Jiang Xing's arms from the bed. Ah, husband, you are finally back. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you tonight. Woohoo, I am so happy.
Jiang Xing held Lu Xiaoting in one hand and pretended to be jealous and said, my husband is not as fun as King of Glory.
Which little kid brother are you playing duo with? Husband, you are slandering me. How could I play duo with my little brother? Lu Xiaoting grumbled coquettishly, I'm so bored being alone. I called you but you didn't answer.
So I'll just have to find my best friend to play King of Glory together. In this world, there is only one man as good as you, my husband. Other men are nothing but clouds in my eyes. I don't even look down on those little puppies or wild dogs. At this moment, Lu Xiaoting's expression suddenly changed. His hand stopped at Jiang Xing's collar and carefully picked up a long brown hair from it. The girl stared at the hair closely.
That's not right, husband, why do you have another woman's hair on your body? Where on earth have you been? Jiang Xing's expression remained calm. Of course, I'm going to attend the Zhejiang Provincial Pharmaceutical Merchants Conference. Where else can I go?
This hair might have been accidentally stained when entertaining people. After all, there were many people with female secretaries at the scene.
Lu Xiaoting's eyes became extremely serious. She sniffed carefully and continued to ask questions. No. You still smell like another woman's perfume.
Jiang Xing continued to explain lightly.
That must have been left by the female secretary.
You know, those women use a lot of perfume, so it's inevitable that some of it would be stained. Lu Xiaoting looked at him deeply and suddenly smiled. Okay, I'll trust my husband this time. Although she didn't quite believe what Jiang Xing said, Lu Xiaoting didn't want to pursue it to the end, so as to avoid making things too awkward. After all, it would do her no good to offend a big shot on the list.
As a human being, you should always know your own worth.
Then, she remembered that she had not finished playing King of Glory yet, and hurried back to check her phone.
But I saw that the game was over.
On WeChat, my best friend sent several voice messages that were highly sentimental. Lu Xiaoting didn't know what to say, so she stuck out her tongue and threw the phone aside.
Hubby, you're so tired, how about I give you a back massage?
I gave my dad a back massage before at home, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. She pulled Jiang Xing to the bedside and pressed her fingers skillfully on his shoulders and neck.
Since the girl took the initiative to propose it, there is no reason to refuse.
Jiang Xing closed his eyes and felt the strength of those skillful hands.
He secretly admired Lu Xiaoting's intelligence. She knew when to pretend to be confused and when to show gentleness. Such a woman is worth his extra attention. Chapter 86, Must Abstain from Sex. Just when Jiang Xing was about to fall asleep, Lu Xiaoting suddenly stopped moving. "Hubby, wake up, don't fall asleep." Jiang Xing opened his eyes reluctantly, looked at Lu Xiaoting dazedly, and muttered, "Well, why don't you beat me anymore?" Lu Xiaoting smiled and replied, "It's only 10 o'clock, honey, don't go to sleep. I still have other things to do with you tonight." Looking at the girl's expectant yet a little embarrassed smile, Jiang Xing immediately understood what the other things she was referring to were. Jiang Xing stared at Lu Xiaoting and said, "Is it that the experience this afternoon was not enough to satisfy you, or are you particularly eager for this thing?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaoting snorted coquettishly and said angrily, "You're so annoying, husband. How could you say that to me?" "It's because you're so good at that, I think so." Her voice became smaller and smaller, until it was almost inaudible, but a shy blush climbed up her cheeks like a sunset glow. "You are so annoying that you won't even help me realize such a small wish. I will never talk to you again." Lu Xiaoting became angrier and angrier as she spoke, so she simply turned her head away and pouted her lips high. Seeing that Lu Xiaoting was really angry, Jiang Xing couldn't help but smile helplessly. After all, she had just given him a back massage and had been very well behaved. It would seem a little unreasonable if he really did not meet her small request. Okay, don't be angry. I was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously?" Jiang Xing hugged Lu Xiaoting tightly in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and said softly. He leaned forward slightly and looked down at Lu Xiaoting's pretty and delicate face. Under the soft light, Lu Xiaoting's skin looks exceptionally white and tender, like white jade, exuding a faint luster. Her beautiful eyes are as clear as autumn water, and her lips are red without any makeup. The slightly upturned corners of the mouth carry a faint smile, like a delicate, delicious and mouth-watering little cake, making people want to take a bite. "Can my husband's body bear it?" Lu Xiaoting asked. She calmed down for a short while just now, and thought, what should she do if Jiang Xing's body really can't withstand such hard work? The decline in combat effectiveness is secondary. The worst result is that it is damaged, which would be a loss. "Don't worry, I can handle it." Jiang Xing stared into Lu Xiaoting's eyes. "I still have a lot of bullets. I'll give them to you." As he spoke, Jiang Xing's lips slowly approached Lu Xiaoting's cherry-like tempting lips. Lu Xiaoting seemed to have anticipated this moment. She closed her eyes slightly, with a faint smile on her lips, and looked very expectant. This kiss was like dry wood in raging fire, instantly igniting the desires deep in each other's hearts. Jiang Xing's hands began to wander unconsciously on Lu Xiaoting's body, feeling her soft skin and graceful curves. Lu Xiaoting was also infected by the warm atmosphere. Her heart beat faster and faster, almost jumping out of her throat. My mind was blank and I was completely immersed in this passionate moment. As time went on, their kiss became more and more intense, as if it would never stop. They enjoyed this wonderful feeling to the fullest and forgot everything around them. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window onto Jiang Xing's face, he slowly woke up from his deep sleep. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt sore all over, as if he had been beaten up. Not only that, his spirit was also extremely weak, as if his body had been hollowed out. Recalling the madness of last night, Jiang Xing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Last night, he and Lu Xiaoting left traces of fierce fighting on the sofa, table, windowsill, and even on the floor. Those passionate scenes are still vivid in my mind. Finally, he was exhausted and Lu Xiaoting announced the end of the battle when he was lying on the bed. In the past, there were people on the internet bragging about having sex 7 times a night, but in reality, being able to do it 3 times a day with full quality and quantity is close to the limit for ordinary people. After all, I still have to go out to work all day, and the remaining energy and physical strength are only enough for these 3 times. If you are middle-aged, over 45 years old, you will either have a bald head or a beer belly, and your physical strength and energy will both decline. It is difficult to complete the task twice with guaranteed quality and quantity while working. What's more, Jiang Xing completed it 3 times within 7 hours. There is no need to say more about the value of this superhuman physique. The girl beside the bed was nowhere to be seen. There was a sound of water coming from the bathroom not far away. It seemed that Lu Xiaoting went to wash up. Jiang Xing opened his numerical panel to check. Host, Jiang Xing. Age, 22. Height, 181 centimeters. System level, 3. Appearance, 94. Constitution, 85. Spirit, 39. Agility, 29. Charm, 96. God of Wealth Points, 35. Available cash, 1.5 billion. Hateful. The three values of physique, spirit, and agility have all decreased. This must be caused by excessive indulgence. No, I must quit masturbating. I can't go on like this. Jiang Xing thought about the reward, the level comprehensive improvement potion he got for completing the task yesterday, which had already arrived in his account. Maybe this potion can help me recover some stats? System, help me extract the B-level comprehensive improvement potion. Ding, the potion has been extracted and the host can drink it at any time. The system prompt sounded. At this moment, a tube of blue medicine appeared in the palm of Jiang Xing's right hand. Well, this is probably what the system calls the B-level comprehensive improvement potion. Jiang Xing opened the bottle cap without any hesitation and drank the potion in one gulp. Chapter 87 Give you a chance to make money. The medicine flowed down the throat, bringing a refreshing coolness. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xing felt a powerful energy injected into his body. The original fatigue and sleepiness disappeared in an instant, replaced by a feeling of refreshed and energetic. A translucent blue attribute panel unfolds before your eyes, and the sound of the jumping values is like nature's music. Ding, congratulations to the host for having a +5 physique. Ding, congratulations to the host for having a spirit level of +5. Ding, congratulations to the host for agility +3. Jiang Xing looked at the numbers constantly jumping on the attribute panel, and a feeling of ecstasy surged in his heart. It's all been restored, and better than before. Oh, honey, you're awake. I thought you were going to sleep for a long time. A sound like a clear spring came from the direction of the bathroom. Lu Xiaoting walked out, wiping her wet hair. The water drops dripping from the ends of her hair reflected a colorful halo in the morning light. Her cheeks were flushed like peach blossoms, and her eyes were full of charm. In just a few days, this young girl who was still a bit immature when she first arrived has transformed into a beauty who exudes fatal charm in every move. Ding, after last night's lovemaking, Goddess Lu Xiaoting's favorability towards the host increased by 3. She walked barefoot towards the minibar, and the moment the refrigerator door opened, cold mist swirled around like fairy air. She took out a can of still cold Red Bull and handed it to Jiang Xing. You must be exhausted last night. Come drink a can of Red Bull to replenish yourself. Jiang Xing looked at the Red Bull in Lu Xiaoting's hand, feeling a little amused. He said unhappily, is there anything else? Have you ever seen a man with kidney deficiency taking Red Bull to replenish it? Lu Xiaoting couldn't help laughing after hearing what Jiang Xing said. That. Lu Xiaoting tilted her head and her hair fell on her shoulders. How about roasted kidneys? Oxen and goat penises? There's nowhere to buy them now. She suddenly leaned closer, and the jasmine scent of shower gel hit her face. Or, husband wants to eat something else for breakfast? No, I'm not hungry now. After drinking the potion, Jiang Xing is now full of strength and energy, and does not feel any hunger at all. Okay then. Lu Xiaoting sat down beside Jiang Xing's bed. Honey, I'm going back tomorrow. I've already bought the train ticket. Oh, I really don't want to leave you. So soon? What Jiang Xing didn't notice was that Lu Xiaoting had been in Wulin City for almost a week, and she had originally planned to stay here for only 3 days. Yes, I've been out for almost a week. My parents are worried about me and told me to stop playing and come back early. It's not good for the bakery to be without an owner, so I think it's better for me to go back tomorrow. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoting also looked reluctant to leave. Jiang Xing, it's okay. Take more videos and photos and send them to me on WeChat. This will make up for the regret of not being able to meet. What? Husband, you're still thinking about watching that at this time. You're really annoying. Lu Xiaoting said coquettishly. Jiang Xing suddenly curled the corners of his mouth. Okay, enough nonsense. Since you are leaving tomorrow, I will give you a chance to make money and let you go home with a pocket full of money. How about that? Husband, what do you want me to do? Lu Xiaoting didn't understand what Jiang Xing meant. Seeing her confused look, Jiang Xing took out his cell phone and opened King of Glory. Play one-on-one with me. If you win the first round, I'll transfer 10,000 yuan to you. How about that? Really? Lu Xiaoting's eyes suddenly lit up like stars, but she suddenly became alert. Then if I lose, should I transfer 10,000 yuan to you? Yes.
This. Lu Xiaoting hesitated a little, for she was afraid that she would lose everything.
Jiang Xing smiled harmlessly. What? You don't have confidence in your skills? You have to believe that you are the best. Well then. In the first game, Lu Xiaoting chose Daji to fight. She chose this hero not because she likes him so much, but because he is the best hero she has ever played, no doubt about it. Jiang Xing chose Cheng Yaojin, and the damage of the second skill will increase as the health bar decreases. Combined with the kill or weaken, the chances of winning against Daji targeting the mage in the early stage can be said to be extremely high. However, Jiang Xing chose to rush in at the beginning, and gave away the first kill under the tower, and then a few more, until he had enough money to support Daji. By the mid-game, it was completely impossible to win. Naturally, Lu Xiaoting won the first game. Yeah, I won. Husband, transfer the money to me quickly. Lu Xiaoting cheered excitedly with a proud smile on her face. Jiang Xing looked at Lu Xiaoting's happy expression and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Okay, I'll transfer it to you right away. When the bank's deposit notification sounded, Lu Xiaoting happily counted the zeros after the 1, and her mood became more and more cheerful. After transferring the money, Jiang Xing continued to make suggestions. How about we raise the stakes to 100,000? Do you dare to come? When Lu Xiaoting heard this number, her eyes lit up. She had just won a game and was full of confidence. Come on, if I'm afraid of you, I'm not Lu Xiaoting. The second game began. Lu Xiaoting still chose Daji, her favorite hero, as the fighting hero, while Jiang Xing randomly chose a hero. Because his mind was not on the game at all, his goal was to lose to Lu Xiaoting and let her fall into the trap he set step by step. In this round, Lu Xiaoting performed exceptionally well, and Jiang Xing deliberately let her win, allowing her to easily win. Having tasted the sweetness, Lu Xiaoting became even more complacent. She was completely unaware of Jiang Xing's intention and thought it was because of her good skills. In the next few solo games, Jiang Xing did the same thing and deliberately lost to Lu Xiaoting every time. However, Lu Xiaoting became more and more courageous and confident in her own strength. She didn't notice at all that the timing of Jiang Xing's each mistake was just right, nor did she realize that the stakes were increasing exponentially. Chapter 88 Who is the boss between us? By the 7th round, Jiang Xing set the stakes to 3 million. This is the last round. After this round we'll go have lunch. Jiang Xing spoke while secretly observing Lu Xiaoting's expression. Okay. Hee, honey, I'm a little embarrassed that I won so much money from you. Lu Xiaoting couldn't stop smiling. In this morning, she almost earned enough money for the rest of her life. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just a small amount of money. Being happy is the most important thing. Jiang Xing sat up straight and said. Now he's going to start playing seriously. When the game started, Lu Xiaoting controlled Diao Chan and thought Jiang Xing was a weakling. He swaggered towards the opposite tower and faced off against his son Shangxiang. But this time is different. When the first wave of soldiers met, Lu Xiaoting found that Jiang Xing's movement became strange. He rolled forward in the gap between the defense tower's attacks, and the red lotus shells accurately passed through the gaps between the soldiers, completing the harvest at the moment Diao Chan opened the lotus formation. First blood. Fuck, what's going on? Lu Xiaoting couldn't help but swear. It's okay, you have such good skills. It's just one kill for me. We can win it back soon. Jiang Xing suppressed his smile and deliberately comforted me. The economic gap is widening at an alarming rate. Relying on the large range of her skills, Jiang Xing's son Shangxiang kept fighting with Diao Chan behind the line of soldiers. As expected, 5 minutes later, Jiang Xing took another kill. Lu Xiaoting didn't believe it. She played the first 6 games so smoothly, so there was no reason to fail in the 7th. Something is wrong, this must be an illusion, it must be. However, things did not always go as planned. Later in the landing phase, Chun Chun was alone against Jiang Xing who beat Lu Xiaoting. When Sun Shangxiang, wearing the Dawnbreaker gear, went over the tower and killed the enemy, Lu Xiaoting's Diao Chan didn't even have time to trigger the moonlight. Jiang Xing even used purification to relieve her dizziness in seconds. Lu Xiaoting was completely dumbfounded by his smooth operation. Defeat. The moment the crystal exploded, Lu Xiaoting's cell phone slammed onto the carpet beside the bed. She pouted and threw herself barefoot onto Jiang Xing. Hubby, tell me the truth. Were you pretending in the first 6 games? Did you let me win on purpose? You guess? Jiang Xing smiled with a look of success.
Seeing the smile, Lu Xiaoting understood everything. She sat down on the bed and started to act coquettishly in an angry manner.
Husband, you are so annoying. You are trying to trick me like this. I can't afford so much money. Who asked you to pay?
I don't need 3 million. Jiang Xing raised his lips slightly and took Lu Xiaoting into his arms, then asked deliberately with a smile, "Who will be the boss between us from now on?"
Lu Xiaoting answered without hesitation, "Of course it's you, husband."
Jiang Xing nodded with satisfaction and continued asking,
"Well, then, will you listen to me from now on? Will you do what I ask you to do?"
Lu Xiaoting bit her lip, looking embarrassed. Jiang Xing seemed to see through her thoughts. "Don't worry, I will definitely not let you do anything illegal or not so good." After a brief pause, he continued,
"But I also have some small requests that you must meet."
Hearing this, Lu Xiaoting roughly guessed what Jiang Xing's so-called request was. She couldn't help but curl her lips and muttered, "My husband designed such a big plan just for this." Jiang Xing smiled slightly, reached out and pinched Lu Xiaoting's chin, lifted her face up, and looked straight into her beautiful eyes like autumn water.
"Why, you're not convinced?" Lu Xiaoting was startled by his actions and immediately pouted. I obey. I will listen to my husband from now on, okay?"
Seeing this, Jiang Xing let go of her hand with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Okay, stop making trouble, let's get ready to go eat."
After packing up a bit, Jiang Xing took Lu Xiaoting's hand and walked out of the hotel together.
After receiving the notice, Liao Lei parked the newly purchased Toyota Alpha at the door early. When he saw Jiang Xiao and Lu Xiaoting walking out of the hotel, he immediately went forward and opened the car door attentively. His eyes involuntarily fell on Lu Xiaoting, and he was instantly attracted by the girl's beauty.
Lu Xiaoting's skin is as white as snow and as delicate as silk.
Her facial features are delicate and three-dimensional, her figure is tall and slender, and her curves are exquisite. The white dress makes her temperament look elegant and generous. Liao Lei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such appearance and figure are simply the perfect combination of an internet celebrity goddess and a young school beauty. Young Master Jiang is so lucky to be able to date such a beautiful woman. After Lu Xiaoting got in the car, she took the initiative to say, "Brother, how about we go have a barbecue at noon? I saw a good barbecue restaurant in northeast China on Ziahanshu, I want to try it." Her voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of coquettishness. Jiang Xing hugged Lu Xiaoting's waist and asked gently, "Why did you suddenly want to go for a barbecue?"
Lu Xiaoting said coquettishly, "Oh, I just want to eat." There was a lovely willfulness in his tone. "Okay, go eat." After saying that, Jiang Xing gently touched Lu Xiaoting's head. This small action made Lu Xiaoting feel extremely happy. When Lu Xiaoting announced the name of the barbecue restaurant, Liao Lei couldn't help laughing out loud. "Isn't this the barbecue restaurant famous for its whip and eggs?" He was very familiar with this restaurant. In addition to beef and mutton, the main dishes were the whips and eggs of various animals. Moreover, the customer base of this store is also very distinctive. Many young men and women as well as middle-aged men are regular customers there. As for the reason, it is self-evident. "Lao Liao, what are you laughing at?" Liao Lei hurriedly explained, "It's nothing, Mr. Jiang, I just suddenly thought of something happy." He swallowed and tried hard to suppress the smile on his face. Soon, they arrived at the barbecue restaurant. After entering the store, Jiang Xing chose a seat by the window and sat down. He casually glanced at the menu and instantly became like Liao Lei, feeling both amused and helpless. "Wow, what kind of dishes are these?" "Such as donkey whip, bull whip, sheep balls, and pig balls. It's like a complete set of guns and bullets. Look at the other dishes, they are either kidneys, oysters, and leeks. What kind of spicy dishes are these?" Chapter 89, let you check the effect of food supplements at night. "Honey, you order the food." Lu Xiaoting held her chin with one hand, her chestnut curly hair fell beside her porcelain-like cheek, and her almond-shaped eyes under her long eyelashes sparkled with a cunning light. She deliberately lowered her voice, but made sure every word had a sweet ending. Jiang Xing's eyes swept over the menu, and his expression suddenly became exciting: deer penis stewed with snow clam, stir-fried kidney slices, clear-boiled beef egg soup, dragon, and phoenix suspicious dishes. He lowered his voice and said, "You Lu Xiaoting, do you think I'm weak? You actually brought me to a restaurant like this to eat?" "No way." Lu Xiaoting dragged out the last line of her voice softly, and suddenly leaned closer, her fragrant hair brushing across the back of Jiang Xing's hand. "My husband is so good to me, how could I do this?" After saying that, she opened her watery innocent eyes and looked at Jiang Xing with an innocent look.
Seeing Lu Xiaoting acting cute and silly, Jiang Xing really wanted to hit her. But there were so many people here, so I decided to give up. Since all the dishes were ordered by Lu Xiaoting, Jiang Xing was stunned as soon as the waiter brought them. My goodness, this table is almost entirely filled with animal bullets, there is not even a single vegetarian dish.
Are you sure? Aren't you embarrassed to light so many whips and balls? Jiang Xing couldn't help but ask.
However, Lu Xiaoting replied proudly, "You don't understand this, I come to this restaurant just to eat these."
Husband, you should take this opportunity to make up for it. Jiang Xing was speechless. Hubby, haven't you eaten this before? These things are delicious. I'll feed you.
As she spoke, she picked up a piece of shiny deer penis, with crystal clear soup dripping from the tip of her chopsticks, and then handed it to Jiang Xing's mouth.
Ah, husband, open your mouth.
Lu Xiaoting's gentle voice seemed to melt people's bones. She smiled, and her eyes revealed a hint of mischief and tenderness. The boy at the next table stared with his eyes wide open, and his girlfriend finally couldn't stand it anymore and threw her chopsticks.
Lu Zihao, your eyes are about to fall into someone's soup bowl. If you are so envious of others, why don't you go and have a sex change and become someone's little wife? Jiang Xing felt a little embarrassed. He felt a little uncomfortable being fed like this in public. Reach out to take the chopsticks from Lu Xiaoting's hand. I can do it myself. You don't need to clamp it.
But Lu Xiaoting dodged it deftly, with a gleam of success in her eyes.
I'm going to feed my husband.
As if she was deliberately going against Jiang Xing, her sweet voice attracted more diners' attention.
Don't be afraid, I've looked up information. This should be taken with rice wine. The effect will be better at night.
Seeing that the girl did this on purpose, Jiang Xing decided to teach her a lesson. He licked the soup from the corner of his mouth and leaned close to her earlobe amid the sound of gasps in the room.
I'll let you check the effect of the food supplements tonight?
Lu Xiaoting's fair cheeks turned red instantly, and for a moment she didn't know whether she should be excited or happy.
You come here at night. Isn't your husband worried about your health?
What she didn't know was that Jiang Xing had drunk a B-level comprehensive improvement potion and his physical condition had already recovered to its original state.
Jiang Xing, don't ask now, you'll know when you try it tonight.
In the afternoon, Jiang Nan took Lu Xiaoting on a final tour of the surrounding scenic spots, and after dinner they watched a movie. When she returned to the hotel at night, Lu Xiaoting was surprised to find an unopened maid suit on the bed, with matching white silk stockings and Mary Jane shoes next to it.
I asked the hotel front desk to buy this. Didn't you say you would listen to me?
Wear this tonight and be prepared to be obedient. Jiang Xing hugged the girl from behind.
Lu Xiaoting's eyes were evasive, she was excited and a little nervous. I haven't worn this yet. I wonder what my husband wants to do as a maid.
Jiang Xing stared into Lu Xiaoting's eyes with a smile on his face.
Give me a bath first, then give me a back massage, so I can relax.
After filling the bathtub with water, Jiang Xing held Lu Xiaoting and sat in the bathtub. The girl pressed her body tightly against his broad chest and nibbled on his neck. Although she sees this body every day, Lu Xiaoting's heart beats fast and her face turns red every time. The strong and smooth muscle lines and handsome face always made her heart beat faster.
Jiang Xing reminded softly, why are you still clinging to me? Have you forgotten what you are doing?
Lu Xiaoting reluctantly loosened her arms, squeezed a ball of shower gel into her hands, and gently rubbed it on Jiang Xing's body. The mist condensed into a winding stream on the bathroom mirror, and the foam of the sandalwood shower gel accumulated along the hollow of her collarbone, and then melted into a milky white river with a sudden leaning forward.
Is the water temperature enough? She deliberately pressed her foamy fingertips on Jiang Xing's chest and drew circles. Would you like something hot? This wash takes half an hour.
Coming out of the bathroom, Lu Xiaoting obediently put on the maid uniform, along with long white silk stockings and Mary Jane high-heeled shoes. Jiang Xing poured himself a glass of champagne and shook the glass gently. The ice cubes made a crisp sound when they collided with the wall of the glass, as if cheering for his pride.
Do you want to check your apron pockets?
Jiang Xing's voice was tinged with teasing. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoting reached into her apron pocket and fumbled around.
After a while, she took out a collar with a bell. This is.
Lu Xiaoting looked at the object in her hand in surprise, a leather collar inlaid with bells, and the gold-plated words "Master's Pet" inside sparkled under the light.
The ladies at the front desk have good taste, right? I asked them to buy it.
Jiang Xing hugged her from behind and rested his chin on the top of her head.
Be good and put it on now.
Lu Xiaoting obeyed and did as she was told.
A hint of admiration flashed in Jiang Xing's eyes. He looked Lu Xiaoting up and down and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Dressed like this, it really has that flavor. Lu Xiaoting blinked her eyes and asked innocently, "What's that smell?" The smile on Jiang Xing's face became more and more obvious. He looked at Lu Xiaoting with a half smile and asked, "Guess what?" Lu Xiaoting pouted and said angrily, "Humph. I never thought you rich people are so good at having fun. You made me, a girl, dress like this and do this and that." Jiang Xing didn't care. He took a sip of champagne leisurely, then put down the glass and urged, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and give me a back massage." Lu Xiaoting nodded. Wearing a maid outfit, she knelt obediently beside Jiang Xing and began to slowly massage his back. The bell on her collar made a tiny sound as she massaged his back. I have to say, this maid outfit seems to add some different feeling to the back massage experience. Jiang Xing feels that this back massage is more comfortable than last night. Chapter 90. I can't reply to all my girlfriend's messages. The moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows like silver gauze, outlining the outline of the window frames on the Persian carpet in the presidential suite. Lu Xiaoting curled up in the velvet quilt, her flushed cheeks pressed against the champagne-colored pillowcase, and her eyelashes cast butterfly-like shadows on her eyelids. The lace headband of her maid outfit was still wrapped around the bedpost, swaying gently in the night breeze. Jiang Xing leaned against the Baroque-style carved bedpost, his fingertips brushing across the girl's exposed snow-white shoulders. He bent down and lifted up the thin blanket that had slipped down. The feeling of silk sliding across his fingertips reminded him of the white stockings wrapped around his waist an hour ago. The moment the phone screen lit up in the dark, Jiang Xing subconsciously squinted his eyes. There are 7 unread messages. Jiang Xing walked barefoot on the soft Persian carpet, walked to the bar, picked up a glass of champagne and took a sip. Click to enter WeChat. The first thing that caught my eye was the news about Lin Mening. "Senior, I have been back to Wulin for a long time. When are you free? Let us go to the movies together." Next came the news about Wang Yanran. "Honey, are you still busy these days? When can you go shopping with me?" Little Peach Blossom Yao Yujie sent a selfie, in which she was making a V sign to the cinema poster. "I'm free tomorrow, do you want to hang out? I want to go to the movies with you." She deliberately pulled her collar down an inch, and her faintly visible collarbone still bore the light pink mark left by Jiang Xing the day before. At the bottom is a screenshot of one Cine's flight. "Mr. Jiang, I think you've been thinking so much about the stewardess that you've almost worn your uniform backwards. But the next flight to Wulin will have to wait 2 weeks." Looking at the messages sent by these 4 girls, Jiang Xing felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment in his heart. If this kind of scene had happened a month ago, he probably wouldn't even have dared to imagine it. It's great to be a super rich man. The good thing is that I can't reply to all the messages from my girlfriend. Jiang Xing chuckled as he shook his champagne glass, but suddenly stopped while scrolling the screen, his eyes stopping on a person's name, Yi Mingfan. He hasn't sent me any message since we last met in Yanjing. And now, the 2 unread message pages showed a location he sent to himself. What is this for? Jiang Xing took a sip of champagne and opened the glass directly. "Yi Mingfan, hello, young Master Jiang, I have come to Zhejiang province. There will be a grand auction held at the Earl's mansion the day after tomorrow. If you are interested, you can come and have a look." Clicking on the location of the Earl's mansion was displayed, located in the northwest of Wulin City, right at the border with Huqing City. This place is not simple. The surrounding area is a famous tourist attraction in Zhejiang province. Many star-rated hotels and holiday villas are built here. Jiang Xing didn't know what the origin of this auction was, but since it was recommended by Yi Mingfan, it shouldn't be too bad. He still believed in Yi Mingfan. After parting in Yanjing, Jiang Xing went out of his way to check Yi Mingfan's background. His father is a senior executive of the State Energy Group, and his mother is the founder of a large law firm in Yanjing. Relatives in the family are either local officials or heads of central state-owned enterprises. It can be said that the Yi family has deep connections and resources in all fields. However, all these glories of the Yi family seem to have nothing to do with Yi Mingfan, the youngest son. Relying on the love of his parents and the huge assets of his family, he was free to do what he liked all day, such as investing in bars, and lived a carefree life. Jiang Xing knew very well that what he needed most now was connections like Yi Mingfan. Although Yi Mingfan himself is not involved in the family business, the friends he makes are all second generation or elites from various circles. These connections are what Jiang Xing needs right now.
Thinking of this, Jiang Xing decided to go to the Earl's Hall tomorrow to witness the auction. Just when Jiang Xing was about to quit WeChat, he saw that he had received an invitation from a new friend. I clicked on the avatar out of curiosity, and it was a cute cartoon rabbit wearing a pink t-shirt, which made people feel very friendly.
The application message read, "Hello Mr. Jiang, I am Suihan, the Mercedes-Benz salesperson that day. Do you remember me?"
When Jiang Xing saw this sentence, the image of the female salesperson who met with them when he took Chen Ziyuan to buy a Maybach immediately appeared in his mind. He recalled that young lady, who had a pretty face and a good figure, and seemed to have a certain liking for him. He thought that a girl like this might be the target of his next mission. So, I clicked the pass button without hesitation. After accepting the friend request, Jiang Xing began to look through Suihan's past circle of friends.
At first, all he saw were various Mercedes-Benz sales advertisements, one after another, which was a bit dazzling. Jiang Xing couldn't help but complain, "This is too dedicated." Keep sliding the screen, and there will be more and more live photos. One of the swimsuit photos of her checking in at the swimming pool was eye-catching, and Jiang Xing adjusted his sitting position. In the photo, she is wearing a sexy swimsuit. The snow-white car lights are faintly visible under the swimsuit, and her graceful figure is displayed to the fullest. The sunlight shining on her casual pose seemed to cover her with a layer of golden glow, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Unable to resist, Jiang Xing turned on the goddess scanning system. Name, Suihan. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Overall score of upper body, 89. Comprehensive score of hip and leg, 94. Charm, 90. Favorability towards the host, 52. Number of romances, 1. Number of developments, 3.
This data seems to be unchanged from the last scan. Especially since the girl has only been in love once and developed relationships 3 times, this shows that she is not a casual person. The next day, at the high-speed railway station, Jiang Xing prepared to see Lu shouting off for the last time.
Suddenly the phone vibrated. Caller ID, Yi Mingfan. Jiang Xing pressed the answer button and a hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. "Ah, brother Jiang, have you been very busy these days? Did you see the message I sent you last night?"
Jiang Xing suddenly remembered that he forgot to reply to Yi Mingfan last night.
"Ah, I see. I'll be there this afternoon."
Yi Mingfan smiled and said on the other end of the phone, "Okay, remember to call me when you are almost there, I'll be waiting for you at the door. I know you have a lot of girlfriends, but please don't bring any of them here tonight."
Yi Mingfan's words made Jiang Xing curious, and he couldn't help but ask, "Why?"
Yi Mingfan chuckled and said in a low voice, "I have to welcome you tonight and take you out for a good time. It would be so inconvenient if I bring a woman with me. When you're done with the fun, there's a friend who can take you to meet him." After Jiang Xing heard what he said, he felt it was even more mysterious. But he was not in a hurry to ask, thinking that he would find out when he got there.
"Okay, then I got it. I will definitely call you when the time comes," Jiang Xing replied.
Yi Mingfan said enthusiastically on the phone, "Okay, don't worry, I will definitely treat you comfortably when you arrive."
Chapter 91. This is the Earl's Mansion.
After ending the call, Jiang Xing saw Lu Xiaoting looking at him curiously, obviously very interested in the content of the long phone call.
"Who is it?" Jiang Xing smiled slightly and said, "An ordinary friend. Send Lu Xiaoting away."
Jiang Xing placed his fingertips on the carbon fiber steering wheel of the Bugatti Veyron, started the car and lightly stepped on the accelerator. With a roar, it rushed towards the Earl's mansion. It was almost dusk when we arrived at our destination. The cast-iron carved gate of the Earl's mansion slowly opened, and after driving about 800 meters inside, it stopped in front of a European-style building complex. Yi Mingfan leaned against the gilded enamel pillar of the mansion, cigar smoke lingering around the Patek Philippe on his wrist.
"Master Jiang is finally here."
He flicked off the ash from his cigarette and said leisurely, "The room has been opened for you.
The auction will start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Dinner is also ready. Do you want to go eat now?"
As soon as he finished speaking, a young waiter in white walked out from the side and respectfully handed over the room card with both hands. Jiang Xing took the room card and threw the car keys to him.
"I've already had dinner on the way. Are there any other activities?" "Yes, don't worry, brother Jiang. Brother Yi will arrange it for you tonight." Yi Mingfan smiled and pulled Jiang Xing into the BMW concierge car on the side. "Brother will take you to take a bath to welcome you back home." There will also be exciting activities later. It is definitely something you have never experienced before. On the way, Yi Mingfan introduced the architectural layout here in detail. This is the shooting range, with a construction area of 2,000 square meters. That's a swimming pool. It can accommodate 100 people swimming at the same time. This large bungalow is an indoor gym. There are more than 100 pieces of equipment. Everything you can imagine is here. Zhang Xing looked at the Baroque fountain passing by the window, secretly marveling at the large area and rich functional areas of this earl's mansion. After driving another 500 meters, we stopped in front of a large neo-Chinese style mansion. We're here, come get off. Yi Mingfan patted Zhang Xing on the shoulder and got out of the car. There were two graceful beauties in OL uniforms at the door. They saw someone coming and pushed the door open with a smile. Welcome to the Duke's Thermotherapy Center. Passing through the star dome corridor made up of 2,000 pieces of Swarovski crystals, the sound of gurgling water can be heard from behind the agarwood relief door. Maids on both sides of the door pulled open the rosewood bead curtain. Above the warm pool, 7 cascading waterfalls cascaded down from the obsidian rockery, flowing like galaxy rays under the spotlight. The entire piece of Haitian jade seed material at the bottom of the pool glowed with a warm luster. Only premium members are eligible to make reservations here. How about it? Is it beautiful enough? The two entered, and 4 technicians wearing Suzhou embroidered cheongsams stood by the pool. They bowed deeply and shouted in unison, "Welcome Mr. Yi and Mr. Jiang to the pool. All technicians of the Earl Thermotherapy Center are dedicated to serving you. How is it? Not bad, right?" Yi Mingfan took off his glasses, feeling somewhat proud. The entire Earl's Thermotherapy Center is reserved by me today. Don't worry, there are no male employees here, only women. Also, here, except for going to the toilet, you don't need to do anything. The ladies here will do everything for you. This is the service of the Earl's public clinic. After she took off her clothes, 2 technicians wearing cheongsams quickly took over, carefully folded the clothes, hung them up, and placed them in a locker in the corner. Seeing that Zhang Xing was still not taking off his clothes, Yi Mingfan said jokingly, "Fuck, you are not shy, are you? What is there for a grown man to be afraid of?" Then, he took off all his clothes and dived into the pool. The water temperature here is controlled at 39.8 degrees Celsius, and the water used is natural metasilicic acid spring water with a pH value of 7.2. Yi Mingfan slapped the water surface, and the splashing water droplets formed colorful halos under the spotlight. After playing for a while, Yi Mingfan leaned against the pool wall with his eyes closed and a look of enjoyment. 2 pretty young female technicians in cheongsam knelt beside him and gently massaged his shoulders. Zhang Xing in the pool began to undress. This strip shocked all the female technicians present. Their eyes were all focused on Zhang Xing's supermodel-like figure. His hard and smooth muscle lines were simply at the level of a bodybuilding champion. Yi Mingfan felt the technician's strength decrease, opened his eyes, and saw Zhang Xing's naked body at first sight. Fuck. Yi Mingfan laughed and scolded while soaking in the hot spring, "It's a waste if you don't become a male model with your figure." His sight moved downwards, finally stopping at Zhang Xing's big treasure. "Damn it, brother Zhang Xing, what did you eat to grow so big?" Yi Mingfan was surprised and a little jealous. Got into the water. The water temperature feels very comfortable, and the overall feeling is completely different from a large bathhouse. 2 technicians have come out with trays in their hands and are kneeling by the pools respectively. The trays contain chilled Japanese honeydew melons and champagne, and the flesh is oozing amber honey. "Mr. Jiang, I really envy you. You are younger than me, richer than me, more handsome than me, and have a better figure than me. I am a middle-aged man in my 30s and I am useless." Suddenly, Yi Mingfan joked with a sour tone. No, brother, you said too much." Zhang Xing said modestly. Afterwards, neither of them spoke a word. They just soaked in the water, closed their eyes and enjoyed the service provided by the beautiful technicians. If you are hungry or thirsty, just tell the beautiful technician next to you. Melon and champagne will be at your lips in the next second. When Zhang Xing walked out of the pool after taking a bath, 4 technicians simultaneously unfolded the cloud crepe bath towel made in Switzerland. This long staple cotton fabric absorbs all water droplets the moment it touches the skin. I don't know if it was intentional, but the 4 female technicians wiped very carefully, going back and forth several times for each step. No gully was left untouched. Master Zhang's muscle lines are truly a work of art. The leading technician lowered his eyes to hide his amazement,
but his fingers deliberately rubbed along the mermaid line twice more. Plus, at such a close distance, the refreshing and soothing perfume they spray smells refreshing and pleasant. After this happened several times, Jiang Xing felt a surge of blood and he actually had a reaction. Among them, a female technician saw the changes, covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. The remaining 3 also tried to hold back their laughter, which made Jiang Xing very embarrassed for a moment. After taking a bath and changing into a silk robe, Jiang Xing followed Yi Mingfan through the moon door carved from a whole piece of Afghan lapis lazuli and entered the therapy room. In the treatment room, the walls decorated with Hermes scarves exude the unique luster of silk under the warm light, and the scented candles in the Lalique crystal cups burn Omani frankincense.
Mr. Jiang, please lie down prone.
The 2 beautiful technicians made a gesture of invitation and spoke in unison, their voices like silk soaked in honey. Their palms coated with rose essential oil were stroked on Jiang Xing's back, their movements as gentle as the spring breeze blowing on willows, until a pair of soft hands touched his abdominal muscles. Jiang Xing suddenly said, "Brother Yi, this service." Yi Mingfan was enjoying a foot massage using hot spring mud from the Blue Lagoon in Iceland, with a satisfied look on his face. The rule of the Earl's mansion is to ensure that guests have a good time.
Don't be polite, Mr. Jiang. Chapter 92, All Good Families Part-Time. Finally, Jiang Xing couldn't help but speak. Brother Yi, you said you would take me to meet a friend tomorrow. Can you please tell me who it is now? Yi Mingfan was silent for a moment. Brother Jiang Xing, I wonder if you have heard of Du Jinlian, Master Du? This name is indeed very unfamiliar to Jiang Xing, who was just an ordinary person in his previous life. I'm afraid this Mr. Du is not a simple person.
Seeing that Jiang Xing did not answer, Yi Mingfan chuckled and said, "It's normal that you don't know him.
Master Du is usually very low-key.
Most people only know that he is the former chief accountant of the Magic City Construction Group and the current vice president of the Magic City Construction Business Association. But in fact, he secretly controls more than a dozen building materials and construction companies, which are spread all over China. Mr. Du also contributed to the construction of the Earl's mansion."
Oh? Brother Yi is willing to introduce Master Du to me because...
Jiang Xing was a little confused about his intentions.
Don't worry.
Yi Mingfan slowly opened his eyes.
First of all, Master Du is very interested in you and has been looking for an opportunity to get to know you. Secondly, I think young people like you are quite interesting, so I wanted to introduce you to Master Du so that we can become friends.
At this time, after massaging the feet, Yi Mingfan hooked his finger at the beautiful Cheongsam technician. The technician immediately understood what he meant, took out a custom microphone from the cabinet next to him and handed it to Yi Mingfan. The lights in the room suddenly turned up, and the whole room became bright. Jiang Xing turned over and found that the wall opposite him had turned into a huge projection screen. The screen had been switched to karaoke mode and a list of various songs was scrolling on the screen.
After taking a bath, you have to sing a song.
Yi Mingfan said with a smile, as if he was prepared for all this.
Then he requested a song called Fukua by Eason Chan and sang it hysterically.
If someone asks me, I will talk about it, but no one comes.
I am looking forward to it, but I am helpless. I have something to say, but it cannot be reprinted. My mood is like a bottle lid, waiting to be opened.
Yi Mingfan's poor and tacky Cantonese, coupled with his emotional singing, made the whole song sound just like the title, extremely exaggerated. It was like listening to the braying of a wild donkey. Unexpectedly, the female technicians around showed great appreciation for this. They gathered on both sides of Yi Mingfan, clapping and cheering, and praising him non-stop.
Mr. Ye's singing is so great.
Mr. Ye's singing skills are definitely good enough for him to be a singer. This singing skill is not inferior to that of Eason Chan himself.
Jiang Xing was listening at the side and couldn't help feeling speechless.
I secretly sighed that these female technicians not only have superb massage skills, but also excellent acting skills.
After the song Fukua was finally finished, Yi Mingfan handed the microphone to Jiang Xing with a reluctant look on his face and enthusiastically invited him, "Brother Jiang, why don't you sing a song to liven up the atmosphere?" Jiang Xing looked at the other party's face full of enjoyment and anticipation, and couldn't bear to spoil his fun, so he took the microphone. After a little thought, he picked a song Chengdu and began to sing softly. This is a slow-tempo folk song that Jiang Xing loved very much in his previous life. It carries his nostalgia and memories of his youth. When singing this song again, surging emotions naturally surged into Jiang Xing's heart, making his singing particularly beautiful. The song ends, but the lingering sound lingers in the air. Yi Mingfan couldn't help but pat Jiang Xing's shoulder. Brother Jiangxing, you sing so well.
If I didn't know you, I would have thought you were still an innocent high school virgin. Jiangxing immediately punched him back and cursed with a smile, "Go to hell.
Just because you can sing well means you're a high school virgin?
You're clearly jealous of me."
Isn't it because your singing is too sultry, Brother Jiang? It sounds nice, but it's really sultry, huh?
In this way, the two of them sang 4 or 5 songs in a laughing atmosphere.
Yi Mingfan didn't stop until he felt a little tired. It's so boring just singing without a woman to accompany you.
He said to the leading female technician, "You go down first and call those 8 young ladies over."
Jiangxing jokingly said to Yi Mingfan, "Brother Yi, you are so polite.
You even prepared 8 young ladies.
Do you want us to play mahjong together?"
Yi Mingfan burst into laughter when he heard this.
He waved his hand generously. It's so boring just playing mahjong.
Brother Jiang, pick one of these 8 beauties and bring her home to play with you tonight. Before he finished speaking, 8 beauties came in one after another, like a beautiful landscape.
They lined up and stood neatly in front of Jiangxing and Yi Mingfan. They were dressed differently, representing 8 different styles. Looking from left to right, the first beauty is wearing a JK uniform and is full of youth. The second one is dressed as an OL secretary, capable and elegant. The third one was wearing a nurse's uniform and was gentle and lovely. The fourth one is a Thai student outfit, pure and cute. The fifth teacher was dressed in black stockings, dignified yet sexy. The sixth one is sportswear, full of vitality. The seventh swimsuit, sexy and hot.
The last one is the cheongsam with flesh-colored stockings, which is classic and graceful. Yi Mingfan introduced proudly, "Brother, don't worry, these 8 are all part-time workers from good families, absolutely clean and pure, and the OL sister is an office clerk." As he spoke, he raised his chin towards the girl in the gray suit. The other party immediately gave a professional smile.
"We have their regular medical examination reports. There will definitely be no problems. You can take whichever one you like tonight." Chapter 93. How long have you been in this business? Still feeling uneasy, Jiangxing turned on the goddess scanning system.
A light blue data stream flows across the retina, and information about 8 young women in different uniforms emerges clearly in the pupils. After a scan, the number of times these 8 people have fallen in love and developed relationships is clearly revealed. On average, there were 3 romances and 12 developments.
The highest number of developments was only 25. This is considered normal in today's society.
There are also college students who have just entered society and are on par with them.
Brother Jiang, take your time to choose. I won't wait for you.
Yi Mingfan waved to the young lady in the middle who was dressed as a teacher and was wearing black stockings.
Sorry, I have to pick one first. The remaining 7 are enough for you to choose from.
The teacher in black stockings bit her lip and smiled charmingly, her fingertips gently circling the ends of her hair, her high heels tapping out a crisp rhythm on the marble floor, and she walked gracefully to sit next to Yi Mingfan.
Mr. Yi has chosen me again. What do you want to learn this time?
Her voice was soft and coquettish, and ordinary men would tremble when they heard it. Learn some knowledge about physiology and physics, such as the friction problem of a stick-like object moving at high speed in a pipe, and practical teaching of the sensitive points of human body.
Teacher Ruan taught me so well last time. I kept thinking about you after I went back and couldn't sleep at night. So I came to see you again.
Yi Mingfan naturally put his hand on her long black silk legs and stroked them slowly. The teacher in black stockings bit his earlobe and chuckled, and her bright red lipstick left an ambiguous mark on the man's neck.
Jiangxing almost got goosebumps watching the flirting between the two.
The remaining 7 beauties consciously arranged themselves in a fan shape, and Jiangxing's gaze finally fell on the third one from the right. The cheongsam beauty with a bun, who looked about the same age as him, had a cheongsam with dark green lotus pattern, the hem of which just revealed her 3-inch snow-white calves, forming a subtle contrast with the traditional knotted cheongsam.
It's you.
When the cheongsam beauty saw that she was chosen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a shy smile. The corners of her eyes were painted with delicate peach blossom makeup, which contrasted with the new Chinese-style satin cheongsam with a blue lotus and red flower pattern on her body, making her look more mature. The overall look is pure and alluring, and one can't help but be fascinated by it. With light steps, she walked to Jiangxing's side like a willow swaying in the wind, and gently filled a glass of champagne for Jiangxing.
Hello, Mr. Jiang. My last name is Yu. You can just call me Xiao Yu.
Her voice is melodious and pleasant, like the sound of nature. Seeing this, Yi Mingfan smiled and waved his hand, signaling the other 6 people to go out first. After they left, the atmosphere in the karaoke room suddenly became lively. Yi Mingfan and the female teacher in black stockings began to sing a duet, while Jiang Xing smiled and applauded to cheer them up from time to time.
At this moment, Xiao Yu quietly approached Jiang Xing.
Her body was pressed tightly against Jiang Xing, the headlights on her chest faintly squeezing his arms, and her pair of white and slender hands were placed on Jiang Xing's thighs as if by magic. Her eyes moved, as if smiling but not smiling, and her movements seemed to be able to captivate people's souls, and the faint fragrance emanating from her body was even more intoxicating. Because the two were very close, Jiang Xing only needed to turn his head slightly to have close contact with Xiao Yu's delicate lips. This ambiguous atmosphere made Jiang Xing feel a little uneasy, and he couldn't help but feel an urge in his heart to take action immediately. But unfortunately, Yi Mingfan was still at the scene. If he saw the scene, it would be a huge loss of points.
The song is over.
Yi Mingfan and Jiang Xing each returned to their hotel rooms with their female companions. The room is approximately 300 square meters in size. Although it is smaller than the presidential suite where he usually lives, the overall decoration and layout are in no way inferior. The furniture in the room is carefully selected and of high quality. Jiang Xing walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. The scenery of lakes and mountains in the distance under the moonlight was breathtakingly beautiful. He couldn't help but sigh, the scenery is really nice. At this time, Xiao Yu came over and asked with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, do you need anything to drink?" Jiang Xing glanced at Xiao Yu and thought that this girl was quite clever, so he casually replied, "Pour me a glass of water." Xiao Yu immediately took action, skillfully poured a glass of water for Jiang Xing, and then carefully handed it to him. Jiang Xing took the cup of water, but did not rush to drink it. Instead, he suddenly asked, "How long have you been doing this?" Xiao Yu obviously didn't expect Jiang Xing to ask this. She was slightly startled, and then answered unnaturally, "Not long, only 6 months." "You look about the same age as me. What made you choose to do this? Were your parents sick? Or did your siblings lack money for school?" Xiao Yu laughed and just looked at Jiang Xing quietly, then his tone changed. "You men are so weird. You always like to ask us women this kind of questions." "My parents are not sick, and I have a younger brother who is only 10 years old and in primary school. I do this for no other reason than I am short of money. Without money, how can I buy high-end cosmetics? Without money, how can I buy myself a car? Without money, how can I buy myself a house? Can I just rely on the salary from work?" Hearing the girl speak so frankly, Jiang Xing did not continue to discuss the topic in depth. The fact that this girl doesn't exploit her parents or force her boyfriend to spend money already makes her better than many girls today. Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and asked softly, "How much can you get tonight?" Xiao Yu answered without any hesitation, 50,000. This number surprised Jiang Xing a little, as he had thought it would be more. After a brief thought, Jiang Xing said leisurely, "I can give you 300,000, but you must let me feel the service that I deserve for this 300,000. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't believe his ears and stammered, "Are you sure you want to give me 300,000? I can definitely do it." Jiang Xing nodded and said affirmatively, "Give me your bank card number and I will transfer the money to you now." Xiao Yu quickly gave out his bank card number and then stared at the mobile phone screen nervously. With a crisp ding-dong sound, 300,000 yuan was instantly credited to the account. Xiao Yu widened his eyes and looked at the numbers on his phone, his heart filled with disbelief. "In just one night, I could earn enough money for a down payment on a new property in my hometown county." Xiao Yu came back to his senses, looked at Jiang Xing with a dazed look, then slowly walked forward and hugged him. Her movements were gentle and proactive, as if she was completely immersed in the joy brought by this transaction. "Mr. Jiang," she murmured softly in her throat, her fingertips lingering on the buttons of Jiang Xing's shirt. The next step was to gently unbutton his shirt, and Xiao Yu's breathing gradually became rapid. She whispered, "Tonight, I'm yours." Chapter 94. Take care of your health. The next morning, the sunlight filtered through the thin gauze curtains and sprinkled onto the carpet, forming tiny spots of light. Jiang Xing woke up slowly and checked the time on his phone. It was already 8 o'clock. Stretching, feeling the warmth of the sun, Jiang Xing also smelled a faint scent of citrus perfume. The fragrance seemed to still linger on the pillow, intertwined with the lazy atmosphere after last night's joy, making me feel particularly happy. Jiang Xing couldn't help but think of the time he spent with Xiao Yu last night. That gentle and lovely girl showed endless tenderness and enthusiasm around him. However, when Jiang Xing turned around, he found that Xiao Yu beside the pillow had disappeared. "Are you up so early?" He was a little disappointed, but he also understood that this was the norm for part-time girls. After all, they are just there to earn some extra money and are not true partners. Jiang Xing scratched his head, looked at the messy scene in front of him, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a knowing smile.
He was still savoring the madness of last night.
Xiao Yu's endless attempts to please him, as well as her extremely devoted posture and state, made Jiang Xing feel unprecedented satisfaction. Of course, the passion of this night was only fleeting. Jiang Xing knew that Xiao Yu was just a part-time worker from a good family and they didn't have much in common. Even if we meet again in the future, he will smile and pretend not to know me, and there will be no more entanglement. After enjoying a hearty breakfast in the buffet area on the second floor of the hotel, Jiang Xing followed the signs at the hotel entrance and successfully found today's destination, the Earl's Mansion Auction Hall. The auction hall is magnificent and grand in scale, covering an area approximately equivalent to 1.5 standard football fields. Its total floor height is about 30 meters, giving people a spacious and bright feeling. The large area of exposed glass curtain wall reflects dazzling light under the sunlight, which is dazzling. The main road is made of banquet-level Italian marble, with a total length of about 27 meters. It is as smooth as a mirror and spotless, showing its luxury and nobility to people. Jiang Xing stepped into the auction hall and found that there were already quite a few people sitting inside. Most of them are wealthy people from all over the country, and some are famous politicians from foreign regions. It can be said that those who gather here are either rich or noble. Just as Jiang Xing was looking around, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Then, a familiar and hearty laugh reached his ears.
"Brother Jiang Xing, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time."
When he turned around after hearing the voice, he saw Yi Mingfan looking him up and down with a playful smile on his face.
TSK, Brother Jiang, you don't look very well. Was it because that little girl was too strong last night? When we have lunch later, I'll take you to eat some fresh food to nourish your body."
Jiang Xing laughed and retorted, "You are the one who is weak, your whole family is weak." After spending the whole day together yesterday, Jiang Xing and Yi Mingfan had become familiar with each other and were now less restrained when talking to each other.
"Why should I be weak? Even if another girl comes tonight, I can make her scream. Look at my physical fitness, I'm not kidding you."
As he said this, Yi Mingfan deliberately punched himself twice on the chest.
"Just because you are in your 30s and still have such a strong desire to learn, I believe it." Jiang Xing continued with a smile. "Ha, fuck you."
Just as Yi Mingfan and Jiang Xing were making fun of each other, a man about 60 years old walked out from the side. He is about 1.75 meters tall. He was wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit, the fabric gleaming with a delicate luster under the light. The ends of his hair were dyed grayish-white with the passage of time, and he had groomed his hair meticulously and combed it back into a neat slicked-back style. The twinkling eyes reveal a sense of competence and sophistication, and the straight nose and tight jawline add a sense of calmness that comes from being experienced in the world. When Yi Mingfan saw the person coming, he changed his relaxed and nonchalant look and became serious.
"Master Du, you are dressed so handsomely today.
Your spirit and energy make us younger generations feel inferior. Du Jilian, Xiao Yi is still so sweet.
I am a 60-year-old man, and I am exaggerating."
Then, he looked at Jiang Xing. His deep eyes, which had seen a lot of things in life, seemed to have the magical power to read people's minds.
"This must be Xiao Jiang, hello. My name is Du Jinlian. Others politely call me Master Du, but you can just call me Old Du."
As he said this, he stretched out his right hand.
It turns out that this is the big boss that Yi Mingfan was talking about.
After shaking hands, Du Jinlian brought Jiang Xing and Yi Mingfan to his auction seat. The view here is wide and the space is large, just opposite the auction table. The auction seats in the auction hall are divided according to the economic strength and social influence of the visitors. Generally speaking, the richer and more powerful people sit in the front. Jiang Xing looked back and saw many wealthy people, celebrities, and princes and daughters sitting together.
Du Jinlian asked, "Xiao Jiang, do you have any items you want to auction now?" Jiang Xing shook his head.
"No, I'll just take a picture of whichever one I like later."
Yi Mingfan smiled and said, "Brother Jiang is just rich and powerful." Du Jinlian also smiled and said nothing.
Wait a minute, he wanted to see whether this young man had unfathomable financial resources as the rumors said.
"Good morning, guests of the Earl's Mansion." A beautiful female host in a black dress and a tight skirt walked quickly onto the podium. She is today's host and auctioneer Zhang Ling, known in the industry as Sister Ling.
After she finished her enthusiastic welcome speech, for staff members on the site carefully brought the first exhibit for today's auction, a hollow dragon pattern double-eared vase, to the stand. At the same time, a large screen with 4 sides, 7 meters long and high, at the back is also broadcasting live and introducing the exhibits. When the first exhibit appeared, the entire auction hall was filled with chattering noises. Dear collectors, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, we are honored to present the pride of our Chinese history and civilization, the imperial enameled hollow dragon pattern 2-eared vase used by the imperial court in the 33rd year of Emperor Qianlong's reign. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent.
Chapter 95. Is it that running a bar doesn't make money? Or is it that finding girls is not attractive?
Auctioneer Sister Ling held the gilded auction hammer in her hand, and the sound was as clear as pearls falling on a jade plate. Dear guests, this enameled double-eared vase made by Emperor Qianlong is a perfect combination of 3 unique features. Its body is made from carefully selected kaolin clay from the imperial kiln in Jingdezhen, and it undergoes 72 processes to obtain the body. The painting was based on a draft drawn by Lang Shining himself, and was carefully painted by the top painters of the Imperial Household Department using enamel materials. Its craftsmanship is a combination of porcelain enamel painting, opening decoration, and hollowing skills. Last year, a similar collection was sold for 169 million Hong Kong dollars at Sotheby's Hong Kong Autumn Auction. Today, the starting price is 70 million, and each bid increment is no less than 1 million. Before he finished speaking, the bald businessman in the back row couldn't wait to raise his sign, 72 million. While the auctioneer Sister Ling was still introducing the item, his eyes lit up and he looked as if he was determined to get it.
I'll offer 73 million. I'll give you 75 million. I'll give you 80 million.
In a flash, bidding came in waves, number cards rose and fell, and the bid price soon exceeded 90 million. The bald middle-aged man swallowed hard when he saw that his beloved treasure was about to be snatched away by someone else.
95 million.
His voice echoed throughout the venue with a sense of determination. The conference hall was suddenly silent, with only the faint hum of the central air conditioning vents being heard.
Sister Ling held the auction hammer, looked around, and said slowly, 95 million for the first time. Is there anyone else?
Her voice was particularly clear in this quiet atmosphere. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the first row. I'll pay 96 million.
Everyone's attention was drawn to the young man who was wearing Gucci sunglasses and a custom-made navy blue suit.
He looked quite young, with a cynical temperament, and was sitting with his legs crossed leisurely. At this time, Du Jinlian, who was sitting not far away, frowned slightly and sneered. This kid has a lot of money, and he hasn't spent it all on his bastard father yet. Zhang Xing guessed that there must be a story between these two people.
He gently nudged Yi Mingfan next to him with his elbow. Such a beautiful bottle, brother Yi, aren't you tempted?
Yi Mingfan straightened up and muttered, look, it's reported to be over 90 million now. I have so much money, why don't I open a few more bars and find a few more beautiful girls?
Is it because the bar is not profitable? Or is it because girls are not attractive?
You have to spend all this money to buy a broken bottle. I feel cold even when I sleep with it in my arms.
Du Jinlian smiled and said jokingly, Xiao Ye has realized this now, that's good.
At this time, the bald middle-aged man shouted loudly, I'll pay 140 million. After shouting, his face turned red, cold sweat covered his forehead, and he was breathing heavily. Obviously, this price has put him under tremendous pressure and is almost beyond the limit of his original budget.
140 million at a time.
Sister Ling raised the auction hammer again, and the sound was crisp and loud, echoing throughout the auction hall.
Anyone else?
He looked at the young man in the front row, waiting for his answer. The young man stretched himself.
I'm sorry, Boss Wang. You're going to lose your love today.
Under the gaze of everyone, he said slowly,
I'll give you 150 million.
When the bald middle-aged man heard this, his eyes dimmed and his head drooped.
Mr. Liu, who is sitting in seat 3, is offering 150 million. Is there anyone else who wants to make an offer?
Sister Ling looked around the room, but no one answered.
150 million, twice. 150 million, 3 times. Make a deal. Congratulations to our Mr. Liu for winning this enameled amphora.
The moment the auction hammer fell, the crystal chandeliers in the entire hall seemed to tremble. The young man took off his Gucci sunglasses, revealing his narrow and long almond-shaped eyes, and made a pistol-shooting gesture to the bald middle-aged man in the back row. The wealthy and famous people were talking about it, and some of them even came over to shake his hand. A sneer of contempt appeared on Yi Mingfan's lips, and a disdainful snort came out of his nose.
Humph. This kind of person is just stupid and rich. He spends the money earned by his father against his conscience and thinks he is a Shanghai dandy? Listening to Yi Mingfan's words, Zhang Xing couldn't help but feel curious. Brother Yi, do you know him? Yi Mingfan answered with disdain.
More than just knowing each other, Lu Tianyu and I played together for several years when we were in elementary school. At that time, his father Lu Hongfeng happened to be doing real estate business in Yanjing.
Zhang Xing's curiosity was aroused. Oh? Then what exactly do you mean by the bad money? Yi Mingfan's face turned somewhat gloomy. People who work in the real estate and construction industries will inevitably have to deal with some local tyrants.
In the early 2000s, a major accident occurred on a construction site run by his father. 3 workers died, 5 were seriously injured, and more than a dozen were slightly injured. Logically speaking, under the emperor's feet, his father, that bastard, should have restrained himself a little, but who knew that he bullied the workers' families who were all from other places and had no background? He found a few local thugs to beat them all away, and even went to their homes to threaten them and not allow them to petition. It's a pity that those workers lost their lives in vain and they can't even get the compensation they deserve. Speaking of this, Yi Mingfan, who was always laughing, showed a trace of sadness on his face that was hard to conceal. Later, when Lu Hongfeng had accumulated enough capital, he began lending money at high interest rates, and those gangsters naturally became his thugs.
These people are cruel and merciless.
Once someone refuses to pay back the money, they will resort to various means, often resulting in the destruction of the family and the separation of wives and children. Later, Lu Hongfeng started P2P in online lending. Due to some loopholes in the law at the time, he successfully escaped sanctions and continued to get away with the dirty money he made. In 2019, when domestic housing prices reached their peak, Lu Hongfeng sold 2/3 of his properties and cashed out, which allowed him to successfully avoid the collapse of the real estate market and make a fortune.
Chapter 96, Challenge to buy Vacheron Constantin les Cabinotiers.
Yi Mingfan sighed and shook his head. His son, Lu Tianyu, grew up to be exactly like him, relying on all kinds of shady means to make dirty money. Recently, I heard that he had contact with the Henry Group in Mianbei.
I wonder what they are up to. Hearing the words Henry Group, Zhang Xing's face instantly became solemn. Isn't this the notorious criminal group? They specifically lure Chinese people to northern Mianyang and force them to engage in online fraud. Unexpectedly, Lu Tianyu is actually connected with such a criminal group. However, it is still 2021 after all, and the evil deeds committed by the Henry Group in northern Myanmar have not yet been widely spread on the Chinese internet. So, for most people, the name Henry Group may be relatively unfamiliar. Du Jinlian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly snorted again, breaking the silence. The Lu family has committed too many sins and blood debts. Sooner or later, they will be doomed, and anyone who has been involved with them will not be spared. This is why I asked Xiaoye to stay away from Lu Tianyu. Yi Mingfan nodded, indicating that he agreed with Du Jinlian's opinion. That's right. Master Du used to have a very good relationship with Lu Hongfeng, but after knowing that he had done those dirty things, Master Du cut off all contact with him. At this moment, the second auction officially began. The staff carefully delivered a Vacheron Constantin watch to the auction stand. As soon as this watch appeared, it was like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the audience. The appearance, which is mainly white and gold, looks luxurious, elegant and beautiful. There were already connoisseurs of valuables at the scene who couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Could this be Vacheron Constantin les Cabinotiers? They are known as wearable works of art. As soon as these words were spoken, almost the entire audience was in an uproar. I don't think you can afford this Vacheron Constantin without 28 million. Ha, if I wear this watch to discuss business, won't people think I'm the richest man? It seems that buyers like us with a budget below 20 million are not lucky enough to afford it. Yi Mingfan leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the watch on the booth. Zhang Xing noticed Yi Mingfan's actions, turned sideways and asked, Brother Yi, do you really want this watch? Yi Mingfan shook his head and sighed, alas, this is Vacheron Constantin les Cabinotiers. I originally thought that it would not be available in today's auction. Zhang Xing didn't know much about watches, but from Yi Mingfan's tone, he could feel the preciousness and uniqueness of this watch. Yi Mingfan adjusted his mood slightly and then gave a detailed introduction. Last year, Vacheron Constantin les Cabinotiers launched a custom-made Louvre watch. Once unveiled, this watch immediately caused a sensation among collectors and art institutions around the world. At the auction site, representatives from the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York,
the Tokyo National Museum, and many other forces such as the Middle Eastern royal family participated in the fierce competition via satellite links. At this point, Yi Mingfan's voice became slightly lower. In the end, the watch was sold for about 26 million Chinese yuan, which not only broke Vacheron Constantine's charity auction record, but also made it one of the most watched watches at the time.
Jiang Xing couldn't help but be shocked after hearing this.
He didn't expect that a watch could be sold at such a high price. Yi Mingfan said with some regret, "It's a pity that I only have 18 million yuan on me. It seems that I am destined not to have this watch. Ding, the challenge mission has been refreshed, please check it." There was that familiar mechanical sound again, and the light blue interface of the system suddenly popped up in front of Jiang Xing's eyes. After clicking to open, text and voice will play simultaneously. Challenge mission: give someone a rose and the fragrance will linger on your hands. The host needs to help Yi Mingfan buy Vacheron Constantine les cabotiers in this auction.
Task Reward 1, you can get a cashback of 10 times the amount spent on this auction.
Mission Reward 2, Yi Mingfan, increases the hostess favorability by 10 points. After reading the last paragraph, Jiang Xing felt a chill in his chrysanthemums and couldn't help but complain.
Fuck, system, please don't mess with me. Why do I need Yi Mingfan, a man, to increase his favorability by 10 points? I'm not gay.
Ding, the male's favorability towards the host is the friendship value. The higher the favorability, the higher his friendship towards you. If the host does not accept the mission reward, he can cancel the challenge mission.
The price is a fine of 50 million by the system.
Forget it, I accept the mission. Jiang Xing was so angry at the system that he almost wanted to laugh. Auctioneer Sister Ling began her introduction. This Vacheron Constantine les cabotiers dial uses the Grand Fu enamel miniature painting technique and is fired in 15 layers at a high temperature of 1200 C. The movement is equipped with a 2460 SC automatic winding movement with a 45-hour power reserve. The hand-chamfered splints and Geneva waves can be seen through the back, and every polishing meets the Geneva seal standards. Due to its non-mass production nature, there are very few in the secondary market, which makes it extremely valuable for collection.
The starting price for this auction is 20 million.
As soon as he finished speaking, someone else couldn't wait to raise his sign and start quoting.
I'll give you 21 million. I'll give you 22 million. 24 million. The quotations came one after another, and the amounts soared like a rocket.
In the blink of an eye, this number has approached the estimated value in most people's minds 28 million. Lu Tianyu, who was sitting in the first row, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He slowly turned his head, looked around, and then shouted slowly, "I'll give you 30 million. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to set off a huge wave in the entire auction hall. Before he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent, as if time had stopped at that moment. The wealthy and famous people present looked at each other in bewilderment.
30 million.
With so much money, you can buy a luxury car, a villa, invest in funds. There are so many better choices, why do you have to buy this crappy watch? Except for those second-generation rich kids who spend money extravagantly, most people can do the math. It is not worthwhile to spend 30 million to buy a watch."
Chapter 97, Buying Vacheron Constantine. Brother Yi, do you really want this watch?
Jiang Xing suddenly asked. Yi Mingfan was slightly startled, and withdrew his gaze from the glittering Vacheron Constantine watch on the booth and sighed softly. Of course.
With Vacheron Constantine's craftsmanship, who wouldn't be moved?
What a pity, my wallet is not doing well.
I have no money.
He shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he couldn't hide the reluctance in his eyes.
Transfer me 10 million and I will help you get this watch.
Jiang Xing said calmly. He asked Yi Mingfan for 10 million because he understood Yi Mingfan's character and was afraid that giving it directly would burden the other party and he would not accept this kindness, so he came up with this compromise.
Brother Jiang Xing, you are too good at joking. Yi Mingfan's eyes widened.
He thought Jiang Xing was making fun of him.
Jiang Xing's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a free and easy smile. As friends, don't talk about money.
Being happy is the most important thing.
Money is something you can't bring with you when you are born and you can't take with you when you die. If you can make your brothers happy, then it's worth spending it. Du Jilian was also shocked by Jiang Xing's words. But he didn't say much.
He leaned back and prepared to watch quietly to see if Jiang Xing could really do it next. After 2 seconds of silence, Yi Mingfan suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiang Xing's arm. Mr. Jiang, if you can really buy this Vacheron Constantine watch for me, you will be my brother, Yi Ming fan, for life.
I call you brother, Brother Xing. Brother Yi, I've said too much.
Jiang Xing smiled and waved his hand, his eyes already on the auction table. Auctioneer Sister Ling had an elegant posture, holding the auction hammer, her eyes scanning the entire audience, and her voice was crisp, pleasant, and penetrating. Mr. Lu Tianyu bid 32 million per time. She paused for a moment and looked around the venue, trying to catch new bidding signals.
32 million for the second time, are there any collectors who want to bid? There was silence in the venue, and everyone was hesitating. After all, the price was far beyond the value of the watch itself. At this moment, Jiang Xing raised the sign slowly. 35 million. 30 million. This voice was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, and the whole audience was in an uproar again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Xing. There was a murmur in the auction hall. Who is this? He can offer 350 million. I don't know him.
He's so young, and judging by his generosity, he must be a young man who has returned from his country, someone guessed.
Sitting next to him is Du Jinlian. Could he be a member of the Du family?
If it is the Du family who takes action, then it will be a good show to watch.
Another voice spoke in a low voice, its tone full of anticipation and curiosity.
Lu Tianyu was sitting in the front row, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face, which had been determined to win. He turned his head to look at Jiang Xing, with a look of scrutiny and disdain in his eyes.
What kind of country bumpkin is this who is bidding against me?
In his opinion, he was bound to get this Vacheron Constantine watch, but he didn't expect that someone would show up halfway.
Lu Tianyu took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and raised the sign. I'll give you 38 million.
There was a hint of ruthlessness in his voice, as if he was demonstrating to Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing seemed to have expected this to happen. He still had a faint smile on his face and raised the sign again.
40 million. His movements were smooth and fluid. Some wealthy people at the scene couldn't help but exclaim. Hey, do we need to add more? Is it worth it for a watch? Who is this young man and why is he so arrogant? He is so young, handsome, and rich. I can't figure out whose son he is even if I rack my brains. The atmosphere in the conference hall became increasingly tense. Everyone held their breath and stared at Jiang Xing and Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu's face became increasingly gloomy, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew in his heart that if he raised the price of the watch any further, it would really be more than he gained. But at this moment, his face made him unable to back down. Fuck you, are you targeting me? Fuck you. I'm going to compete with you to see who's more powerful. Lu Tianyu raised the sign again, but his voice lacked confidence. I'll give you 45 million.
Jiang Xing made another bid.
50 million. It doesn't matter even if I report 3 more Zhang stars. I have a system that gives 10 times cash back. What do you, Lu Tianyu, have? Lu Tianyu's hand stopped in mid-air, and his face turned pale and red.
He looked around, feeling everyone's gazes, and felt unwilling, but reason eventually overcame impulse. He slowly put down his hand, glared at Jiang Xing hatefully, and stopped bidding.
Auctioneer Sister Ling's voice was trembling with excitement. 50 million for the first time. 50 million the second time. 50 million for the third time. As the auction hammer fell heavily, a bang sound announced the end of this fierce auction. Make a deal. Congratulations.
This gentleman has bought less cabanetiers by Vacheron Constantine. There was sparse applause in the venue, and everyone looked at Jiang Xing with amazement, envy, and jealousy in their eyes. Yi Mingfan's eyes were red with excitement. He held Jiang Xing's hand tightly, his lips trembling, but he couldn't say a word.
Don't say anything.
Jiang Xing smiled and patted his shoulder.
If you really want to thank me, you can call 2 beauties to my room tonight. Chapter 98 Ferrari LaFerrari 2021 China Custom Edition.
Next, collections number 3 to number 7 are all antique calligraphy and paintings with a starting price of less than 50 million yuan.
Although these collections have certain value, they are not very attractive to Jiang Xing.
He just took a casual look at it and didn't pay much attention to it, let alone make an offer. In a blink of an eye, we arrived at collection number 8, which was the eye-catching finale of the morning session. In an instant, the atmosphere in the whole venue seemed to be tightened by an invisible big hand and became extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the stage, fully expecting the stunning appearance of this mysterious finale item.
The next lot.
Auctioneer Sister Ling stood gracefully on the stage, deliberately lengthening the ending tone of her words, and her bright and clear eyes slowly swept across the people below the stage. There are only 3 Ferrari LaFerrari 2021 China Custom Edition in the world, and this is the only quota in China. Sister Ling's voice was clear and loud, echoing in the hall like a silver bell. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge screen behind him suddenly split apart to the left and right, revealing an equally huge lifting platform. The lift slowly rose up, and with a slight mechanical sound, a dark red Ferrari sports car that looked like it came from a dreamland appeared stunningly in front of everyone. Its body lines are extremely smooth, and the dark red paint, under the gentle caress of the spotlight, every ray of light exudes an irresistible charm.
There was an outburst of exclamations from the audience, one after another, like surging waves. Oh my god, Rafa is here today, and it's a custom-made Chinese model? If I could drive a LaFerrari in this life, I would die without regrets even if I died immediately. TSK, the Rafa is a custom-made one. With so many big guys here, I think it can fetch over 100 million today. Auctioneer Sister Ling walked gracefully to the side of the sports car, slowly stretched out her hand and lifted the hood. 6.3-liter V12 engine with HY KERS hybrid system, 789 horsepower plus 161 horsepower electric motor, total output 950 horsepower. 0 to 100 kilometers acceleration in 2.6 seconds. While introducing, Sister Ling gently stroked the engine with her hand. But it's not just a speed machine, listen to the sound. Just as he finished speaking, a heart-shaking roar of engines suddenly came from the speakers hidden in various places in the hall. The sound was like thousands of horses galloping, whistling across the vast grassland. This is the original sound recorded by Ferrari engineers on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. After 38 careful adjustments, the most perfect mechanical symphony is finally presented. When Yi Mingfan heard the sound, he couldn't help but sigh and gently nudged Jiang Xing beside him with his elbow. This Rafa is quite beautiful. Is Mr. Jiang interested in getting it? Jiang Xing showed a faint smile. I'm going to get in this car and drive away today, and Jesus can't stop me. Sister Ling swept her eyes across the room again. The Ferrari LaFerrari is not only a luxury sports car, but also a symbol of status. Last year, at the Monaco auction, the same model was sold for $10 million. Today, this car will belong to someone who truly understands it. As she spoke, she raised the gavel in her hand high in the air. The entire audience instantly fell silent as everyone held their breath, waiting for that exciting moment. The starting price is 30 million, and each bid must be no less than 5 million. Now. Before the gavel had completely fallen, the number plates in the back row began to pop up quickly like mushrooms after rain. 35 million. A voice sounded first, breaking the brief silence. 40 million. 50 million. The bidding sounds came one after another, each one louder than the last. Lu Tianyu sat in his seat with a determined smile on his face, holding up a sign and said lazily, I'll pay 70 million. There was a hint of arrogance and confidence in his tone, as if announcing to everyone that this sports car belonged to him. 80 million. Jiang Xing's voice was like a calm lake, without a single ripple. When Yi Mingfan heard Jiang Xing's offer, he almost choked on the champagne in his hand. He knew clearly that the market value of this car was only 75 million. Jiang Xing's move directly broke the conventional price range. 85 million. There was obviously more anger in Lu Tianyu's voice. He hated it most when others stole his limelight in such occasions, especially when Jiang Xing had already stole his limelight once. 90 million. Jiang Xing didn't even raise his eyelids. 95 million. Lu Tianyu almost slammed the table as he stood up, veins bulging on his forehead. He was obviously irritated by Jiang Xing's continuous price increases. Jiang Xing finally turned around and looked at Yi Mingfan, with a meaningful smile on his face. Brother Yi, how long do you think he can last? Without waiting for Yi Mingfan to answer, Jiang Xing raised the license plate again, his voice still as calm as the surface of a lake. 100 million. Everyone was shocked by the astonishing price, and all eyes turned to Jiang Xing. Sister Ling's hands trembled slightly. She had been in the industry for 10 years and had seen countless fierce auctions, but she had never seen an auction of this level where the bids could soar from 30 million to 100 million in just 3 minutes. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. 100 million first time. Sister Ling's voice trembled a little, and she tried to make her voice sound clearer and firmer. 100 million second time. 150 million. Lu Tianyu's voice was almost a roar. Jiang Xing shook his head slightly, laughing at Lu Tianyu's stubbornness. I have more than 10 billion in cash in my hand, what can you compare with me? He raised the number plate again, his voice still as calm as water. 110 million. This time, even Sister Ling was so shocked by the fierce bidding that she forgot to knock the gavel. Lu Tianyu staggered to sit down, his chest heaving violently. Yi Mingfan saw a man who looked like his butler hurried over and whispered something in his ear, but he angrily waved his hand and pushed him away. 110 million. 110 million. 110 million. Make a deal. Chapter 99, Encountering two Maomei coaches. At noon, Jiang Xing stood in front of the checkout counter of the service center and settled all the fees for the morning auction in one go. Several young female staff members on duty at the service center fixed their eyes on Jiang Xing as if they were attracted by a magnet. In this top auction house that gathers countless top wealthy people and celebrities from all walks of life, those who can spend a lot of money are definitely not ordinary people. Mr. Jiang, everything has been done. One of the staff ladies had a perfect professional smile on her face. Your Vacheron Constantin and Ferrari LaFerrari car keys, along with the auction certificate and ownership certificate, will be delivered to your hotel room before 6 p.m. The LaFerrari is located in the first basement of the auction center. You can come and drive it away at any time. Okay, thanks. Jiang Xing responded politely, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised in an imperceptible arc, and he couldn't help feeling a little proud in his heart. As Jiang Xing walked out of the hall, the system's crisp prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the challenge mission, give someone a rose, and the fragrance will linger on your hand. The 50 million Chinese yuan spent on the purchase of the Vacheron Constantin watch has been returned in cash at 10 times the amount according to the system rules. The next second, the phone in his hand vibrated violently. Jiang Xing calmly opened the screen, and the text message from Hongfeng Bank clearly showed that 500 million yuan had arrived. Nice, this wave is a net profit. Jiang Xing felt ecstatic. System, you are really my god of wealth. Please trigger more of these tasks for me in the future. The second auction will not take place until 2 p.m. tomorrow. After Jiang Xing finished his meal, he felt bored and had nothing to do. Thinking of going for a workout, he leisurely strolled to the fitness center in the Earl's mansion. At the front desk of the fitness center, a group of beautiful women in fitted sportswear are responsible for welcoming every guest who comes. One of the girls was sharp-eyed. When she saw Jiang Xing swaggering in, a sweet smile immediately broke out on her face. Hello, sir. The Earl's Fitness Center has a membership system. Are you a member of the Earl's Mansion? If you are not a member, please show your reservation code. Member? I don't think I'm a member. Jiang Xing's tone was casual and free and easy. I'm staying at the hotel here, so it should work if I show my room card, right? The little beauty nodded. Jiang Xing calmly took out the room card from his pocket and handed it to her. The girl took it respectfully with both hands. With a light swipe on the terminal, the number that instantly popped up on the screen made her stunned for a few seconds. Then, a smile even more enthusiastic than before immediately appeared on her face. Mr. Jiang, since your total spending at the auction this morning exceeded 100 million, you are now a VIP of our Earl's Mansion. Welcome to the VIP fitness area of our fitness center. Let me lead the way for you now. Jiang Xing nodded slightly. Sure enough, the money was not wasted and I became a VIP. Maybe there is something special about this VIP area. As soon as he stepped into the VIP fitness area, Jiang Xing felt an atmosphere that was completely different from the outside world. The space here is extremely spacious, and the brand new and high-end equipment sparkles with metallic luster under the lights, which is in sharp contrast to the hustle and bustle of ordinary fitness areas. This place is exceptionally quiet. It is also equipped with a swimming pool, sauna, massage room, and even a small KTV. With this entire set of configurations, it is no exaggeration to say that this is a high-end fitness club. Mr. Jiang, the personal assistants in our VIP fitness area are free and you can call them at any time. After saying that, the girl bowed slightly and turned away lightly. Jiang Xing was too lazy to ask for an assistant. In his opinion, it was more comfortable to exercise freely by himself. Why would he need someone to watch him all the time? With my physical condition, I can train very well on my own. I would feel uncomfortable having an assistant coach by my side. Jiang Xing quickly found a dumbbell bench and skillfully added 20 kilograms dumbbell iron blocks to each side. Then, he lay down easily, exerted force with his arms, and did 10 consecutive bench presses.
The whole process was as easy as breathing, and he didn't even blush or gasp.
A body that has been strengthened by the system is very powerful.
Jiang Xing pounded his biceps, which seemed as strong as steel, with satisfaction, and a feeling of confidence and joy surged in his heart. Then he added 10 kilograms dumbbells on each side, and the total weight reached 60 kilograms.
Just as he was about to lie down again, Jiang Xing inadvertently caught a glimpse of two beautiful foreign personal trainers chatting and laughing in the corner.
One of them had eyes like blue lake, deep and charming, and her chestnut hair was tied up high. Her facial features are as delicate and three-dimensional as an exquisite sculpture, her plump lips are like delicate rose petals, and there is always a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Her figure is extremely hot, with long and straight legs like the beautiful legs of a goddess in ancient Greek mythology. Her plump breasts fill her fitness clothes just right, and every movement she makes exudes the charm of a mature woman. The other one had a shiny black ponytail and her skin was as white as snow, emitting a soft luster under the light. Her figure was also outstanding, with almost perfect proportions. Her slender waist and round hips formed a sharp contrast, showing a different kind of sexiness.
Jiang Xing's attention was completely attracted by the two beautiful coaches and he walked towards them involuntarily. "Hello, two beautiful coaches." Jiang Xing greeted warmly. "I wonder if you two have time to guide me." The blue-eyed beauty responded to Jiang Xing first.
Although her Chinese was a little stiff, her unique exotic accent added a different kind of charm to her.
"Well, sir, which exercise would you like to practice?" Jiang Xing replied, "Let's do the bench press. I've always wanted to do this movement more standardly." "Oh, by the way, I don't know what the two coaches are called." The blue-eyed beauty introduced herself with a smile. "My name is Yekadova, and I'm from Russia." "Sir, you can call me Yeka."
Her smile was as bright as a flower blooming in spring, and people couldn't help but fall for her.
Then, another beauty spoke. "My name is Velina. Like Yeka, I am also from Lucia. You can call me Xiao Wei." Chapter 100 Betting with Coach Mao Mei. It turns out to be two fur girls.
Jiang Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart. Before this, he had never had the experience of communicating directly with foreigners.
At this moment, the two exotic beauties in front of him were cooperating with him enthusiastically because of his status as VIP guests.
This feeling made Jiang Xing feel fresh. When Yi Ka and Xiao Wei's eyes fell on the weight of the barbell that Jiang Xing was about to lift, they both covered their mouths at the same time and let out a cry of surprise. "Sir, this weight is too heavy for an ordinary person."
"You can't be so stubborn."
Yi Ka looked at Jiang Xing with a worried look on his face, shaking his head gently with concern in his eyes.
Xiao Wei also hurriedly echoed Yeka's words.
"Sir, we can start with a smaller weight and increase it gradually.
This will be safer for your body."
Jiang Xing smiled confidently.
"Don't worry, I think I can still try this weight."
After saying that, he lay down slowly and leisurely, holding the barbell firmly with both hands. Then, he took a deep breath, and the muscles in his arms instantly tensed like steel. The next second, his arms suddenly exerted force and the heavy barbell was slowly lifted up. Although the weight is quite heavy, Jiang Xing's movements are still smooth and powerful. Yi Ka and Xiao Wei watched nervously from the side, fearing that Jiang Xing would get hurt in the next second due to the heavy burden. However, as Jiang Xing successfully completed the bench press again and again, the worry in their eyes was gradually replaced by surprise.
"Wow, I didn't expect that you could handle this weight so easily." Yeka couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "It seems that we really underestimated you just now."
Xiao Wei also said with a smile. Jiang Xing felt more and more proud. "Come on, two beautiful coaches, help me get to 100 kilograms. Yeka thought she had heard it wrong and her eyes widened.
"Sir, could you please tell me again, how much do you want to add?" "I just heard that you want to add 100 kilograms.
"You heard it right, 100.
Xiao Wei also looked shocked. "No, sir. As personal trainers, we have to be responsible for your body.
Your upper body muscles are definitely not able to support a weight of 100 kilograms.
"Oh? Those two beautiful coaches, would you mind making a bet with me?" Jiang Xing gave a wicked smile. The two girls asked in unison, "What?"
"That is, if I can bench press 100 kilograms 10 times, you two have to massage my shoulders and legs."
"If I can't do it, I will do it for you too. How about that?"
Jiang Xing raised his eyebrows and his eyes moved between the two of them.
Xiao Wei was still hesitating, but Yeka was straightforward and agreed immediately. "Okay, let's bet." With the bonus of the bet, Jiang Xing is even more motivated.
He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and held the 100-kilogram barbell firmly with both hands. With a little force pushing upwards, the barbell, which seemed extremely heavy, was instantly pushed up by him. The speed was so fast and the power was so strong that Yeka and Xiaowei on the side had no time to react. Before the two girls had enough time to be surprised, Jiang Xing did 10 consecutive bench presses within 3 seconds. With every bench press, his muscles rose and fell like surging waves, showing amazing strength and rhythm. After finishing, Jiang Xing did not rush Yika and Xiaowei to fulfill their bet, but said to them, "Help me gain another 50 kilograms." He wanted to challenge his limits and see what potential his system's strengthened body had. Although the two girls were shocked, they still did as they were told.
After some preparation, Jiang Xing took a deep breath.
Then, he lifted the barbell steadily again and slowly put it down, his movements still steady and powerful. In this way, he did it for more than 10 times in a row, and finally some beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. This was a signal that the body was on the edge of the limit, but there was no trace of retreat in Jiang Xing's eyes.
Add another 50 kilograms. Yeka and Xiaowei didn't dare to breathe and carefully added weight to the barbell.
The result was the same. Jiang Xing completed the bench press easily again.
As the weight continues to increase, 200 kilograms, 225 kilograms, 250 kilograms. Every successful bench press breaks the boundaries of people's perception of strength.
Finally, at the 275 kilograms level, Jiang Xing felt a pain in his arm, which was a warning from his body indicating its limit, so he slowly stopped.
"You two beauties, stay where you are and don't run around.
I'll come back to you to cash in my bet after I finish my shower." Jiang Xing smiled and patted Xiaowei's shoulder. The shoulder was very elastic and felt surprisingly good. The way the two girls looked at Jiang Xing had completely changed at this moment. Their eyes were full of admiration and adoration.
After all, who wouldn't like a handsome, rich young man with such amazing power?
Jiang Xing hummed a little tune and took a brisk shower in the shower room next door, then sat down on a lounge chair. The two girls white-hooked at Yeka and Xiaowei in the distance, smiled at each other, and walked over with light steps and smiles. Yika began to rub Jiang Xing's shoulders, and the just right strength made the muscles in Jiang Xing's shoulders gradually relax.
Xiaowei concentrated on massaging Jiang Xing's legs.
His technique was delicate and professional, and each massage was precise on the acupoints. The two of them had a clear division of labor and excellent techniques, making Jiang Xing feel as comfortable as if he were in heaven. "You are simply the strongest Chinese man I have ever seen. Your bench press result of 275 kilograms can break the world record in your weight class."
Yika rubbed his shoulders and praised sincerely.
Jiang Xing smiled and didn't say much, but just enjoyed the relaxation. A sudden telephone ring rang.
Jiang Xing's thoughts were suddenly brought back to reality by the ringing sound.
He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was Yi Mingfan.
Chapter 101. Let us go back to the hotel and kiss.
When the phone was connected, it was still that familiar and cheerful voice.
"Hey, Master Jiang, where are you?"
"Master Du is organizing a party tonight, let's have dinner together."
"Okay, I'm at the fitness center at the Earl's mansion." "What time is it?" Jiang Xing responded, with a hint of laziness and comfort still in his voice. 6 o'clock in the evening, Wangsong Hall, Haiho Tower, Earl's Mansion, don't be late." "Okay, absolutely not." Yi Mingfan seemed to hear something strange in Jiang Xing's voice and couldn't help but tease him. "Master Jiang, your voice doesn't sound right. Are you lying to me about working out? Can you tell me if you are looking for a part-time worker or a technician this time?"
"Fuck you, I'm really in the gym, but the two girls in the VIP area of the gym are really good at giving massages. They feel no different from the two technicians last night." Jiang Xing retorted with a smile, and deliberately held the phone farther away so that Yi Mingfan could hear what was happening around him.
"Yika, Xiaowei, say hello to Master Yi."
Jiang Xing turned his head and spoke to the two beautiful girls beside him with a smile on his face. "Good afternoon, Mr. Yi." Yika and Xiaowei's voices were clear and pleasant, and they cooperated very well.
Yi Mingfan was stunned.
"Oh my god, brother, you really know how to enjoy yourself.
Let the trainer at the fitness center give you a massage. Why didn't I think of this before?"
Jiang Xing half-jokingly retorted, "Hey, don't flatter me, you've had more fun than I have." In the evening, Jiang Xing arrived at the agreed restaurant on time. As soon as you step into the Wangsong Hall of the Haihu Tower in the Earl's Mansion, a luxurious and warm atmosphere hits you.
The hall is decorated elegantly and exquisitely.
The sparkling crystal chandeliers cast soft light, reflecting on the dining table filled with delicacies, making it sparkle. The table was filled with a variety of delicious food, from exquisite French desserts to fresh Chinese seafood. Each dish was like a carefully crafted work of art. Uncle Du Jinlian changed into a brown-fitted tang suit. The fabric of the suit was of high-quality texture, with a low-key luster under the light. It was embroidered with delicate dark patterns, adding a touch of simplicity and grandeur. Seeing Jiang Xing coming in, he stood up and greeted him with a smile on his face, as if Jiang Xing was a close relative he hadn't seen for a long time. "Xiao Jiang is here, come on, find a seat and sit down. Now that you're here we can all start eating." There were also wealthy businessmen and celebrities present. At the auction that morning, they witnessed for the first time Jiang Xing's terrifying personal financial strength. His generous bidding momentum is still fresh in their memory. At this moment, they were very courteous to Jiang Xing, either asking him about his well-being or toasting him enthusiastically, which made Jiang Xing feel embarrassed. After a while, Jiang Xing suddenly realized that Ji Mingfan was not at the scene, and couldn't help asking, "By the way, Mr. Du, where is my brother Yi? He called me in the afternoon to tell me not to be late." Du Jinlian explained with a smile, "Oh, Xiaodia told me that he had to go out for something and would be back soon." As he was speaking, the door at the entrance was suddenly slammed open and Yi Mingfan arrived. There were beads of sweat on his forehead and his hair was a little messy, obviously he had been rushing all the way here. A wealthy businessman held up a glass of wine and joked, "Speak of young Master Yi is here. Young Master Yi, be more self-disciplined. If you are late, you will have to drink 3 glasses of wine as a punishment." Needless to say, Yi Mingfan smiled apologetically, poured himself a glass of mutai, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy liquor flowed down his throat, but he didn't even frown. Then he poured 2 more glasses and drank them all in one gulp, his movements clean and neat. "I'm so sorry, uncles and seniors, Xiaodia is late. You should drink 3 cups as punishment. I'll drink 3 more cups for you." After that, he poured 3 more glasses of wine and drank them one by one. After a round of toasts, Yi Mingfan's cheeks were slightly flushed and his eyes were a little blurry, obviously he was a little drunk. He staggered to Jiang Xing, sat down on the chair, and muttered to himself, "Fuck, this mutai is so strong, I forgot to eat something to fill my stomach. Don't even think about eating. I'll give you something." Jiang Xing took out a gift box from behind him and put it into Yi Mingfan's hand. "I have already got the Vacheron Constantine I bought this morning, and I am now officially handing it over to you." Yi Mingfan slowly opened the gift box and saw that it was a Vacheron Constantine watch from the morning auction. He was so moved that he almost cried. "Jiang Xing, you are really my good brother. I don't know how to repay you. If I were a woman, I would be willing to let you do it 10 or 20 times. After saying that, Yi Mingfan, under the influence of alcohol, hugged Jiang Xing and kissed her. His exaggerated action caused people around them to burst into laughter. Du Jinlian pretended to be angry. "Hey, Yi Mingfan, what are you doing? If you want a kiss, go back to the hotel. Kissing is not allowed during a meal." Jiang Xing grabbed his face and turned it aside, saying with disdain, "Go away, I'm not gay. If you really want to repay me, just introduce me to any pretty girls in the future. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you tonight and have asked the hotel housekeeper to put it in your room." Yi Mingfan said mysteriously. "What gift?" Jiang Xing asked curiously. "It's pointless to tell you now. You'll know when you go back home tonight." Yi Mingfan deliberately kept the secret. Just when everyone was eating and drinking, there was suddenly a noisy sound coming from the door. "I'm sorry, sir, this room is full, you can't come in." A waiter outside the door said anxiously, with a hint of fear in his voice. "If you don't want to be beaten, get out of here." An arrogant and domineering voice sounded, and that voice was full of hostility. Hearing the sound, Du Jinlian put down his wineglass with a serious expression. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a serious look. Suddenly the door was pushed open and Lu Tianyu walked in with no good intentions. He was wearing a fancy designer suit, his hair was combed sleekly, and he had a cigar in his mouth, looking very arrogant. "Mr. Du, you're treating us to dinner today, why didn't you invite my nephew to come along so that I can have a couple of drinks with you? Did you forget about me?" Lu Tianyu said sarcastically, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Du Jinlian frowned and said in a cold tone, "Today is a small banquet, just inviting some of my old friends to have a meal." "Old friend? Humph. Then please tell me, Master Du, is this guy also one?" Lu Tianyu suddenly pointed at Jiang Xing, his eyes full of hostility. Chapter 102 An Unexpected Surprise.
Du Jilian's eyes fell on Lu Tianyu calmly. Although Xiao Jiang and I only met this morning, we felt very compatible as soon as we met, so shouldn't I invite him to dinner? Lu Tianyu's face turned very ugly in an instant, and he couldn't utter a word to refute for a long time. Yi Mingfan stood up suddenly and ordered the visitor to leave without any hesitation. Since you weren't invited, you should just go out now. Don't be so sentimental and annoying. Lu Tianyu glanced at Yi Mingfan and sneered. Master Yi, you should worry about yourself first. I heard that your bar lost 5 million last month? It is ridiculous for someone who can't even read a book to dream of being successful in business. Yi Mingfan clenched his fist and reached out to grab the wine glass on the table and throw it towards Lu Tianyu. Zhang Xing was quick to act and grabbed Yi Mingfan's arm firmly. Don't be impulsive. It's not worth getting angry at such a person. Lu Tianyu noticed Yi Mingfan's actions, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even more unscrupulous. He stretched his head forward provocatively, pointed at his forehead, and shouted at the top of his voice, Yo, you still want to fight? Come on, I'm standing right here. If you have the courage, come to my head. Lu Tianyu. Du Jilian was so angry that he slammed the table so hard that the wineglasses on the table clanged. The originally kind eyes now revealed immense majesty. You are so presumptuous. Do you still have me in your eyes? Do you think I'm dead? Did your father teach you to barge into other people's banquets and speak nonsense to the guests? Look at what you look like now. Du Jilian's voice echoed in the hall like a huge bell, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Lu Tianyu was completely intimidated by Du Jilian's aura and could only say this. Old man, just wait and see. He turned his head and glared at Zhang Xing. The finale of tomorrow's afternoon auction is Ninghu Manor. If you dare to bid a random price to me, I will definitely make you pay for it. After saying that, he kicked away the chair next to him and left angrily. Du Jilian watched Lu Tianyu leave and said, This bastard is becoming more and more uneducated. He is now as bad as his father was back then. Like father, like son. Then, he turned around and said to everyone present, Everyone, continue eating. Just treat it as a fart. Don't take it to heart. Let's continue eating and drinking. After the dinner, Zhang Xing, slightly drunk, staggered back to his hotel room. As soon as he opened the door, he was slightly stunned to see Yeka and Xiaowei standing in the room. Both of them had changed their clothes. Yeka was wearing a tight white dress that perfectly outlined her hot curves, and every rise and fall exuded fatal temptation. Her long chestnut-colored hair casually draped over her shoulders adds a touch of charm and style, making her look like a supermodel walking out of the cover of a fashion magazine. Xiaowei wore a light blue slim-fitting cheongsam, which showed off the exquisite embroidery craftsmanship to the fullest, perfectly highlighting her elegant and noble temperament. Her black hair was piled high, revealing her slender white neck, exuding a unique charm that blends classic and modern styles. Zhang Xing's brain short-circuited for a moment and he stood there at a loss as to what to do. Yi Mingfan's voice came from behind, Brother, how about it, surprise? This is the gift I prepared for you. Yi Ka spoke first, Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Xiaowei also agreed with a smile, Yes, Mr. Yi invited us here, saying that we have a connection with you and wanted us to communicate with you again. Communicate? What to communicate? What is the method of communication? Yi Mingfan pulled Zhang Xing out of the room with a meaningful smirk on his face. I'm sorry, brother. I acted without your permission. I spent a lot of money to arrange these 2 big horses for you. If you can't take it anymore, tell me and I'll enjoy it for you tonight. Only then did Zhang Xing realize the meaning of Yi Mingfan's words. Wow, is this the initiative to arrange a threesome for yourself? No, you're overthinking it. I can easily handle these 2 girls in one night. Okay, I believe you. Then I'll leave first and not disturb you from doing your serious work. Yi Mingfan raised his eyebrows, gave a I understand smile, turned around, hummed a little tune, and left the room with a swagger. When the 2 Maomei saw Zhang Xing coming back, they quickly stood up with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Zhang Xing gestured for them to sit down and relax, and asked casually, 2 beauties, who of you dances better? Folk dance, hot dances on TikTok, Korean dance, etc., all are fine. When Xiaowei heard this, he raised his hand confidently. I can do some popular dances that the female anchors do. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. Okay, dance for me. If you dance well, I will give you 200,000 yuan. When Xiaowei heard that he could get an extra $200,000, he was overjoyed.
Mr. Jiang, don't worry, I will definitely dance to your satisfaction.
Seeing this, Yeka was a little unhappy. She pouted and said coquettishly, Mr. Jiang, I can dance too. I'm not worse than Xiao Wei.
Jiang Xing smiled and said, Yika, you gave me a very good massage this afternoon, so you can massage me exclusively and get 200,000 yuan as well. The two girls were very satisfied with this division of labor. Yika smiled happily and started to massage Jiang Xing. Xiao Wei walked to the center of the room, turned on the music on her mobile phone, twisted her waist and began to dance to her heart's content to the dynamic rhythm. Jiang Xing lay comfortably in Yika's arms and began to enjoy the imperial treatment.
Chapter 103, We Can Fight Again.
Xiao Wei danced with great devotion. Each of her movements was full of energy and passion. She twisted her waist and swung her hips. Her graceful dance moves made people feel excited.
Jiang Xing was enjoying Yika's massage while admiring Xiao Wei's dance.
For a moment it felt like being in heaven. It lasted 15 minutes. Jiang Xing waved his hand gently, signaling the two girls to stop. Yeka and Xiao Wei both understood what he meant. They looked at each other and a shy blush appeared on their faces.
It's time to get down to business now.
Jiang Xing took off his clothes. Xiao Wei couldn't help but mutter something in Russian, with a hint of surprise and shyness in his voice.
Yeka covered his mouth and said, My God.
What?
Have you never seen this thing on men?
Jiang Xing asked with a hint of sarcasm.
No.
Xiao Wei stuttered a little and whispered, I've never seen such a big one. Yeka also stared at that place with his eyes wide open, muttering to himself, I saw on the internet that East Asian men can't compare to European men in length.
I think it's all a lie.
Jiang Xing smiled slightly, what else is there to say, come on.
When I woke up the next day, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning.
The sunlight shined through the window and onto Jiang Xing's face, which still looked a little tired. Jiang Xing sat up drowsily from the soft big bed, his head still a little dizzy. He glanced around and saw a mess everywhere. The torn dress and cheongsam were thrown casually on the corner of the bed, silently telling the madness of last night. The two clear handprints on the floor-to-ceiling window of the bedroom were particularly eye-catching, instantly bringing Jiang Xing's memory back to the fierce will battle 8 hours ago. On the ground, there were crumpled tissues, a used raincoat, and a big eye mask. These objects are like fragments of memory, piecing together the erotic scenes of last night. He fought one battle after another tirelessly, never stopping.
At 12 o'clock in the morning, we received an angry complaint from the room next door, complaining that the noise in their room was too loud.
Jiang Xing shook his head, stood up and walked towards the bathroom. After washing up, he heard the laughter of the Mao girls playing in the open kitchen. Following the sound of fighting, I saw Yeka and Xiao Wei, one frying steak and the other carefully making a vegetable salad. Now we have entered the height of summer in August, and the room temperature is automatically controlled at 25 or 26 degrees, which is comfortable and pleasant. So, except for a pair of underwear, they are naked. Her skin, so white and almost transparent, exudes a soft luster under the sunlight. Her figure is just right, plump where necessary and slender where necessary, and her every move is full of charm. Jiang Xing has only seen such grand scenes in classic Western oil paintings since the Renaissance. The scene before him gave him the illusion that he was in the Garden of Eden.
Mr. Jiang, are you awake?
Xiao Wei, who was mixing salad, suddenly had an extremely charming smile on her face. That smile seemed to be able to captivate people's souls.
Yeka also turned his head and looked over, smiling and saying, We are making a healthy meal for you.
It is especially suitable for replenishing energy after strenuous physical labor. It is also low in calories and will not make you gain weight after eating it. You two beauties have worked hard, get up and cook for me. Jiang Xing raised a wicked smile and walked over slowly. He first reached out and felt the soft and elastic touch of Xiao Wei's breasts again. Xiao Wei let out a soft moan and her body trembled slightly. Then he hugged Yeka from behind and took a deep breath of her unique perfume.
Not bad, not bad. The steak is fried very fragrantly and the salad is well mixed, too. 50,000 per person. Remind me to transfer the money before you leave.
Jiang Xing said with a satisfied look on his face.
Yika exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Mr. Jiang, you were so generous.
You are the first Chinese person I have ever seen who was so generous.
Oh? The first one?
Jiang Xing raised his eyebrows slightly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes.
Have you provided this kind of service to other Chinese men?
No, you are the first Chinese man that Yeka and I have served personally. Xiao Wei twisted her body gently, and her breasts swayed, looking extremely seductive. She went on to say, when we were doing private training, some Chinese men took the opportunity to touch us. I said it was okay, but it was nothing.
We were earning money from it.
When she said this, she suddenly became emotional and her voice rose a few degrees unconsciously.
But, you know, Mr. Jiang, they never tipped me in yucca.
I still remember an old man who kept us company for an entire afternoon and touched my legs 7 or 8 times, but he didn't even give us a penny in tips. Yeka, who was frying steak next to him, also pouted and agreed, that's right, too stingy. Zhang Xing smiled and shook his head, maybe the Chinese people don't have the awareness of tipping yet. Then, he changed the subject, by the way, how much money did Yi Mingfan give you to let you two accompany me for a night? When Xiao Wei heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes, not knowing whether he should tell the truth. Yeka lowered her head slightly, frowning slightly.
Mr. Yi gave each of us 500,000 Chinese yuan. 500,000?
Zhang Xing repeated softly. To him, wealth has long been a numbers game, and there is not much difference between 500,000 and 60 cents in essence. But he also knows that for many people, this is not a small amount of money. Yi Ka saw that Zhang Xing looked calm, but he couldn't guess what he was thinking. He was afraid that he felt that the money was not worth it, so he hurried to explain.
500,000 is really cheap.
Many of our fellow countrymen in Russia offer even higher prices than this. With the little money I earn, it's hard for me to buy a 100 square meter fully furnished apartment in the city where I live. Her eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and expectation, hoping that Zhang Xing could understand their situation.
Zhang Xing raised his lips slightly and said slowly, no need to buy a suite, I will give you two a chance to buy a villa. If you stay with me for half a day, each of you will get 700,000. Real?
Yi Ka and Xiao Wei widened their eyes almost at the same time, their eyes filled with incredible surprise. Such a sudden huge reward made them a little overwhelmed.
Zhang Xing looked at them with burning eyes and said in a tone that left no room for doubt, but I want you to provide better service than last night, can you do it?
Of course. The two girls answered in unison without hesitation.
So?
A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Xing's lips, with a hint of cunning in his eyes.
Continue. Chapter 104 Auction Item Number 15.
As expected, when Zhang Xing arrived at the auction in the afternoon, he was already an hour and a half late. As he stepped into the auction hall, his unique temperament and uninhibited steps instantly attracted everyone's attention. Yi Mingfan, who was having a pleasant conversation with Mr. Du, caught a glimpse of Zhang Xing appearing out of the corner of his eye and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
What's the matter, Mr. Jiang? The auction is almost over and you're just here.
He drawled his words deliberately.
Were you drained by those two big foreign horse fitness trainers last night?
Zhang Xing sat down next to Yi Mingfan slowly.
Good food is never too late, and now is just the right time to come. Yi Mingfan's eyes swept over the conspicuous strawberry mark on the back of Zhang Xing's neck.
Oh, the battle last night was really intense.
Look at the mark on you. It hasn't disappeared yet.
As he spoke, he deliberately stretched out his finger and pointed at that place inconspicuously.
Zhang Xingyun uttered this calmly.
Oh, that was left for this afternoon.
Fuck you.
Yi Mingfan managed to utter a word.
TSK tisk, that's great. After all the hard work last night, I can actually fight again today. Du Jinlian frowned slightly, a look of concern appearing on his face. Young man, you still need to learn how to control your desires and never overload your body. What Du Jinlian didn't know was that Zhang Xing was no longer the same person he used to be.
Since he acquired the super physique that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, he was far from reaching the so-called state of physical overload. At this moment, Yeka and Xiao Wei, two hot girls in the hotel room, were already so tired that their backs ached and they couldn't even stand up straight. They lazily collapsed on the bed, their eyes showing fatigue and satisfaction, recalling the tenderness just now.
Zhang Xing waved his hand casually and asked, by the way, what stage is the auction at now? Are there any good collectibles when I was not here?
Yi Mingfan, we have already auctioned off number 28, all of which are antique calligraphy and paintings. As he spoke, his eyes swept in the direction where Lu Tianyu was sitting.
This guy hasn't bid once since the auction started. I guess he's holding back and waiting to bid for Ninghu Manor. Ninghu Manor. Zhang Xing heard the name again. There are gold and diamonds hidden under this manor? Why does Lu Tianyu want them so much? Gold? Not really.
Yi Mingfan shook his head slightly, a look of longing appearing on his face. But it is currently the only high-end private luxury villa in Shanghai that can surpass the Tan Palace. Strictly speaking, it's not quite accurate to call it a villa, because the land area alone is 50 acres, and the internal facilities are so luxurious that it's hard to find another one like Ninghu Manor in the entire China.
This big.
Jiang Xing thought for a moment and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
It just so happens that I'm still in need of a big house, so this is it.
Suddenly, the system's light blue data interface appeared in front of me, followed by that familiar mechanical sound. Ding, the host has successfully triggered the auction limited task, I want them all. Mission content, the host needs to defeat all competitors and successfully bid for Ninghu Manor in the last auction of this round. Mission reward, the amount the host has to pay to bid for Ninghu Manor will be returned to the host's bank account 15 times. 2 billion Chinese yuan have been deposited into the host's account to help the host win the auction. If the mission fails, the host loses all stored cash. Please ask the host whether he accepts the task. Since his rebirth, Jiang Xing has become accustomed to doing various high-risk and high-reward tasks, and this time is no surprise.
System, I accept it. Are you kidding me? Yi Mingfan widened his eyes in disbelief. The minimum amount for bidding on this Ninghu Manor is 2.5 billion. Do you have any money left?
In Yi Mingfan's opinion, although Jiang Xing's family is wealthy, it is not easy for him to make such a large expenditure.
Jiang Xing smiled slightly. More than enough.
At this time, the auction of collection number 28 had ended, and the atmosphere in the entire auction hall suddenly became heated. Everyone knows that the next item is the 15th collection, which is also the top priority of this auction Ninghu Manor. Auctioneer Sister Ling cleared her throat and said in her magnetic and infectious voice, "Dear collectors and distinguished guests, the next item that is coming to you is our last auction item Ninghu Manor." As she finished her words, a bird's-eye view of the manor suddenly appeared on the large screen behind her, and a magnificent picture slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. The Ninghu Manor covers an area of 50 mu of private land. The water system around the island alone is nearly 1,000 meters long, surrounding the entire manor and giving it endless charm.
Look at this 1,500 square meter stone mansion.
The 10-meter dome banquet hall is magnificent, showing the owner's unparalleled taste and style. The presidential master bedroom on the entire floor has a 360-degree panoramic viewing platform, allowing you to take in the beautiful scenery around you while lying in bed. Sister Ling gestured with her hands as she spoke, her eyes revealing her admiration for the manor.
Everyone, raise your placard now.
What you are bidding on is not only land and buildings, but also a ticket to have a dialogue with the world's top leaders. Today's starting price for Ninghu Manor is 1.5 billion, and each bid increment starts at 10 million.
The auction officially begins on the 29th. Chapter 105 successfully acquired Ninghu Manor.
As soon as Sister Ling finished speaking, someone couldn't wait to raise his sign and make an offer.
I'll give you 1.5 billion. The person who spoke was a well-known real estate developer in Zhejiang province. He was present at Mr. Du's banquet last night. People are attracted to Ninghu Manor not only because of its extreme luxury, but also because of the commercial value and investment potential hidden behind it. Naturally, other wealthy people were not willing to be outdone and joined this fierce competition one after another. I'll give you 1.12 billion. 1.34 billion. 1.5 billion. Lu Tianyu listened to everyone's offers and sneered with disdain. A bunch of old hands, you dare to snatch in front of me, you are looking for death. He was full of arrogance and held up his number plate. 2 billion. The entire auction hall suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Tianyu. This sudden high price made many people gasp and made the auction even more tense. An old and deep voice sounded. I'll pay 2.2 billion. The person who spoke was none other than Du Jinlian. Yi Mingfan was surprised and asked, Master Du, do you want this manor too? He really didn't expect that Mr. Du, who has always been low-key, would show up in this auction. Du Jinlian said leisurely, such a large garden is just right for me to live in when I am old. He said it lightly, but those who know him know that once he takes action, it is definitely a well-considered decision. Jiang Xing smiled and said, I'm sorry, Master Du, I must take over this manor today. As he spoke, he held up the sign. I'll give you 2.3 billion. This sound was like a bolt of thunder out of the blue, instantly making the whole audience boil again. It's Lu Tianyu again, and it's Du Yi again. Plus there's a super rich young man who offered a whopping price of 2.3 billion. This was simply a magical game that scared away most of the wealthy people on the spot. Lu Tianyu didn't hesitate too much and made another offer. 2.310 billion. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in his eyes, and he turned around and stared at Jiang Xing,
warning him not to act rashly.
Du Jinlian followed closely. 2,320,000,000. Mr. Du's expression was calm and he did not back down because of Lu Tianyu's threat.
As soon as the sign was put down, Zhang Xing raised it again.
2,380,000,000.
Yi Mingfan sat between Zhang Xing and Du Jinlian, feeling like he was sandwiched between two volcanoes, and was trembling a little.
Damn it, have you guys gone to such lengths?
I'm just a mortal and I don't even dare to say a word when I see you big guys fighting each other.
Yi Mingfan couldn't help but mutter to himself.
It's rare that I see something I like these 2 days. If I don't try to snatch it from you young people, then I've really lived in vain. Du Jinlian smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a spirit of refusing to accept old age.
Zhang Xing smiled and said, Master Du, I agree with you 100%. If you see something you like, you have to grab it. Otherwise, it would be a pity if you miss it.
Sister Ling on the stage looked around at everyone, her eyes full of excitement and anticipation. She picked up the auction hammer and said in a high-pitched voice, 2,380,000,000 at a time.
Anyone else? Lu Tianyu gritted his teeth, hatred surging in his heart, and finally shouted out. I'll give you 2.4 billion.
He almost roared, his eyes bloodshot.
Zhang Xing remained calm and raised the sign again. 2,450,000,000. 2,470,000,000. Lu Tianyu almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth.
Zhang Xing simply raised his bid to a new level.
2.5 billion.
Zhang Xing's voice remained steady, as if he was just saying an insignificant number. Mr. Du shook his head almost in disappointment and let out a sigh.
That's crazy. For a manor, you can bid 2.5 billion.
You two young men, continue.
I'm leaving now, old man. 2,530,000,000.
After Lu Tianyu finished quoting the price, he stood up and stared at Zhang Xing.
Think about the consequences of bidding against me. I will not let you go, and neither will our entire Lu family. Bang!
Sister Ling slammed the auction hammer hard.
Mr. Lu Tianyu, please be careful with your words. This is an auction hall, not a gangster transaction site. Please do not threaten any collector at will.
Sister Ling's expression was serious, with a warning in her eyes.
Zhang Xing smiled indifferently. Do you think I will pay attention to you?
There was a hint of sarcasm in Zhang Xing's smile, and he didn't take Lu Tianyu's threats seriously at all.
At the auction, you have to rely on your strength. If you have the time to argue with me, you might as well think of a way to get more money from your father. That will be more useful than anything else. Zhang Xing's words were like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Lu Tianyu's pain points. You actually.
Lu Tianyu never thought that he would be choked in public, and the person he choked was a stinky country bumpkin who looked like a student. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, his hands clenched into fists, and he wanted to rush up and punch Zhang Xing right away. Other wealthy and famous people also began to whisper.
So cool. He actually talked back to Lu Tianyu.
This Lu Tianyu relies on his father's wealth and power to do whatever he wants.
I have been unhappy with him for a long time.
If this Mr. Jiang can win the bid for Ninghu Manor today, it will really be a relief for us. Sister Ling looked at the commotion in the audience and signaled with her eyes to the security guard nearby to seize the opportunity and maintain order.
Zhang Xing raised the sign again. 3 billion.
This sound resounded throughout the auction hall like a huge bell. Once the 3 billion came out, the competition was killed instantly.
Lu Tianyu was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine what kind of person would spend 3 billion to buy a 50-acre estate.
In addition to shock, he felt more of a sense of powerlessness. Sister Ling shouted excitedly while holding the auction hammer, her voice trembling slightly with excitement.
Mr. Jiang, 3 billion times, is there anyone else? 3 billion, for the second time. 3 billion, for the third time.
Sister Ling raised the auction hammer high, paused for a moment, and then dropped it heavily.
Make a deal. Chapter 106, 45 billion in hand.
The moment the auction hammer fell, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Zhang Xing's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the challenge. Based on the auction amount you spent multiplied by 15, a total of 45 billion Chinese yuan has been successfully transferred to the host's Hongfeng bank account. Please check it carefully.
Zhang Xing was slightly startled, then he looked down at the information on the mobile banking account.
On the screen, a series of numbers were flashing temptingly under the light. 45 billion Chinese yuan, such a huge amount, made Jiang Xing's mouth curl up slightly unconsciously.
This money is so good.
A hint of satisfaction flashed across Jiang Xing's eyes. After paying at the service center, Sister Ling smiled and respectfully handed over the key to the Ninghu Manor gate with both hands.
Mr. Jiang, you can move into the manor at any time. We already have a professional team that has started cleaning there. They will solve some unnecessary problems for you and ensure that you have a comfortable living environment.
Sister Ling's voice was gentle and professional, and her eyes were full of awe for Jiang Xing, the super rich man. Jiang Xing took the key calmly and nodded slightly as a response to Sister Ling's words. At this moment, his mind was not on the luxurious manor he had just bought. Just an hour ago, an alarm came from the system, indicating that the probability that Lin Menjing's favorability towards the host would decline in the near future had risen to 70%.
This news made Jiang Xing instantly alert.
If Lin Menjing's favorability really drops, the system rewards obtained previously will have to be taken back. Therefore, he had to go back and coax his first wife. Jiang Xing handed the Bugatti Veyron he drove to the hotel waiter. "Please help me drive the car back, please be careful." The waiter was flattered and nodded repeatedly, then carefully took the car keys. Jiang Xing himself was driving his newly acquired Ferrari LaFerrari. He stepped on the accelerator and the engine emitted a deafening roar, like a roaring beast, cutting through the night sky and heading towards Wulin overnight. When I got home, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning and the whole city was immersed in silence.
At 8 o'clock the next morning, the sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains and gently fell on Jiang Xing's face.
A rapid cell phone ring woke Jiang Xing from his sleep. Jiang Xing squinted his eyes in a daze and reached out to answer the phone. Before he could ask who it was, a coquettish voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Senior brother, you are so annoying. You never reply to my messages.
I have been back to Wulin for a long time, and you still don't invite me to play." The voice was crisp and soft, yet it also revealed a hint of resentment.
"Humph. If you keep going like this, I won't be friends with you anymore. You'll lose me."
Then, there was another threatening snort, which instantly made Jiang Xing sober up. Hearing that it was Lin Menjing, Jiang Xing's mind immediately appeared with her playful and innocent face. "I'm sorry, I've been very busy lately and overlooked you, but I'm free today. How about you take a taxi to Taihan Plaza and I'll take you shopping there as compensation for not being able to be with you these few days." When Lin Menjing on the other end of the phone heard that Jiang Xing was going to take her shopping, she was secretly delighted. But she still tried to calm down and pretended to sound casual and indifferent.
"Well, Taihang is quite far from my home, and I won't be there until 1 p.m. Senior, you must be on time. I won't allow you to be late,"
Lin Menjing said seriously.
"Okay, I'll be on time, see you later."
"Well, I'll see you later, senior." At the end of the call, Lin Menjing even kissed the phone moi on purpose. The clear sound carried the shyness and sweetness of a young girl.
At exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Xing drove the 2021 China Limited Edition Ferrari LaFerrari and arrived at Taihan Plaza on time.
The square is usually crowded with people, but the appearance of the Ferrari LaFerrari at this moment is like a blockbuster bomb dropped into the calm lake. The pedestrians around were instantly attracted by a magnet, and their eyes were all cast towards Jiang Xing's car.
Some young men had eyes full of envy and admiration, while many young girls had eyes shining with admiration. "Oh my god, this Ferrari LaFerrari is so cool." A young man dressed in trendy clothes couldn't help but exclaim loudly. "I have to post on WeChat moments. Today I saw a Ferrari LaFerrari at Taifu Plaza. Does this mean that I will definitely get rich this year?" A bespectacled office worker couldn't wait to take out his phone. "And the car owner is so handsome too. Whose rich family is he from? I really want to marry him."
A fashionably dressed girl, with slightly flushed cheeks and a crazy look in her eyes. Jiang Xing frowned slightly and waved his finger at several security guards who were patrolling nearby. The security guards were originally attracted by the luxury car, but when they saw Jiang Xing's gesture, they reacted instantly and ran over happily.
"Mr. Jiang, do you have any instructions?"
The leading security guard had a respectful look on his face, and his tone was full of awe. Jiang Xing raised his chin towards his beloved car and said calmly, "Please keep an eye on my car for me. Don't let these people get too close to my car." The leading security guard immediately saluted and responded in a loud voice, "Got it, I will complete the task." After saying that, he directed other security guards to quickly form a small isolation area around the car, keeping those who wanted to get close to take pictures at a safe distance. Only then did Jiang Xing walk towards shopping building B with peace of mind. At this time, Lin Mening, who was standing on the left side of the building entrance, was looking around, her little face full of expectation, and she was eagerly looking for Jiang Xing's figure. Today, Lin Mening is dressed in a pure yet seductive way, as if she is a girl walked out of a comic book. She was wearing a mid-length off-white dress with a V neckline that perfectly showed off her fair skin. The pink lace at the neckline is faintly visible, adding a bit of playfulness and sexiness to her. I don't know if she intentionally chose a size smaller, but Lin Mening's perfect S-class figure was shown to the fullest.
The plump twin hills stand proudly, exuding youthful vitality.
Her slender waist was barely wide enough to be held in one hand, and below the waist was a pair of fair and slender legs that were not wearing stockings, but cotton socks and dark brown college-style women's leather shoes. This unique combination has both the innocence of a girl and a hint of unique temptation. Her long, shiny black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the breeze. Her delicate little face was lightly made up, and her big eyes were like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Under her high nose bridge was a slightly pouting cherry mouth, which was trembling slightly with anticipation.
Chapter 107 You Can Stay at Night.
Seeing Jiang Xing coming, Lin Mening's originally slightly anxious face instantly revealed a happy smile, bright and moving. She couldn't help but want to go forward and hug Jiang Xing, but with people coming and going around them, the girl bit her lip and tried hard to resist the urge.
Let's go upstairs first.
Jiang Xing raised the corner of his mouth, and his right hand naturally stretched out to gently embrace Lin Mening's waist, pulling her closer to him.
The next second, the girl's unique gentle fragrance, like the softest breeze in spring, lingered and penetrated into Jiang Xing's nostrils.
They walked towards the elevator in such an intimate manner and went up to the third floor together.
This floor is filled with stores selling women's clothing and cosmetics.
Lin Mening's gaze seemed to be drawn by magic. After looking around, it finally fell on a large Burberry store.
Welcome to Burberry.
A tall young salesgirl at the door had a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. She instantly recognized Jiang Xing, and immediately put on a standard professional smile and greeted him warmly. The smile was just right, not overly flattering, yet fully showing the welcome to the distinguished guest.
Mr. Jiang, are you bringing a friend here today? Is there anything you want to buy? We can give you a 30% discount on all items in our store. Just take a look. Jiang Xing looked calm and composed.
He tilted his head slightly and said to Lin Mening, "Go and have a look.
Buy whichever one you like."
This was the first time that Lin Mening came to such a place. She was filled with joy and excitement, yet inevitably a little reserved. Soon, my eyes were attracted by a set of luxurious perfume gift boxes. The exquisite packaging sparkled with charming luster under the light. The salesgirl immediately understood what I meant and put on a friendly smile.
You have a good eye.
This is our Bulgari's new Goddess Perfume Holiday Limited Edition Luxury Gift Box. Then, he picked up the gift box and introduced it. It contains 150 milliliters Goddess Perfume, 100 milliliters body lotion and 15 milliliters sample, and the price is 2,000 yuan. Lin Meng picked up the sample and gently pressed the nozzle, and a light and charming fragrance instantly spread. Before she could speak, Jiang Xing said decisively to the shopping guide, "We want this gift box, please pack it up."
Okay. This is what the shopping guide was waiting for.
She started packing quickly. Later, Lin Mening successively took a fancy to 2 uniquely designed windbreakers and 3 handbags of different styles. The total cost of these items was 30,000 yuan. After paying, I took the girl to other stores and we visited almost all the luxury goods areas on this floor. I bought clothes, bags, shoes, jewelry, and the total consumption has reached 500,000.
Lin Mening's favorability towards the host +3.
Looking at the bags in my hands, I felt touched, yet a little embarrassed. She lowered her head slightly, a blush appeared on her fair cheeks, and she said softly, "Senior brother made you spend money again. I was originally planning to buy just a little."
It's okay, your happiness is the most important thing.
Changing the subject, he deliberately moved closer to Lin Mening with a sly smile on his face.
If you really feel bad, you can stay here tonight.
When Lin Mening heard this, she lowered her head in embarrassment. In fact, she had already made up her mind not to go back before she came here. Now, after hearing what Jiang Xing said, a sweet panic surged in her heart. She bit her lip lightly and whispered, "You're so annoying, senior." Then, Jiang Xing called the person in charge of the floor. A middle-aged man in a neat suit and a respectful look walked over quickly, bowed slightly, and said, "Director Jiang, what do you want? Please arrange to have these clothes and bags sent back to Miss Lin Mening's home today."
Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll do it right away.
There will be no mistakes. The person in charge nodded quickly, turned around, and hurried to arrange the matter. On the way out, Lin Mening tilted her head curiously and asked Jiang Xing, Senior, why are they so afraid of you and call you Mr. Jiang?
Because I'm the boss here.
Jiang Xing said calmly, as if this was just a trivial matter.
In other words, in addition to being a star-rated hotel, you are also the owner of Hengtai Plaza?
Lin Mening's eyes widened. She originally thought that Jiang Xing just came from a wealthy family, but she didn't expect that he actually owned such a huge industry.
Also, I have a Zhenjiang pharmaceutical company in my hands. You can go take a look at it later. Lin Mening was completely shocked.
She could never have imagined that Jiang Xing had already integrated 3 industries at such a young age. After leaving the gate, the sun shone on the square. Jiang Xing pointed at a Ferrari LaFerrari surrounded by security guards and said, Look, that's my new car.
I'll take you for a ride.
Although Lin Mening didn't know much about cars, just by looking at the extremely streamlined appearance and the shiny carbon fiber material, she knew that this supercar must be worth a lot of money.
With curiosity and amazement in her eyes, she asked, Senior, what is the name of this car?
It looks so beautiful.
Ferrari LaFerrari, you can search for the 3 famous cars, this is one of them.
As Jiang Xing spoke, he took Lin Mening towards the car. When the security guards saw Jiang Xing, they immediately opened the isolation belt respectfully. Sitting in the car, Jiang Xing started the engine, and the low and rhythmic roar sounded instantly. With a light step on the accelerator, the car suddenly accelerates like an arrow, merges into the city's traffic, and flexibly shuttles between large and small vehicles.
Senior brother, please drive slower. I'm a little scared.
Lin Mening was frightened by the sudden speed and subconsciously grabbed the armrest of the chair, with a slight tremor in her voice.
What's there to be afraid of? Trust my driving skills.
Jiang Xing smiled confidently.
By the way, Senior, where are we going now? There was still a hint of nervousness in Lin Mening's voice. Let's go to the movies. I've already booked the movie tickets in advance.
Hearing this answer, Lin Mening's face immediately broke into a bright smile.
Hee, great.
Lin Mening, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was enjoying the scenery outside the window while picking up her cell phone and secretly taking a photo of Jiang Xing, who was driving. In the photo, Jiang Xing is concentrating on driving his cool Ferrari LaFerrari, looking extremely handsome. Then, Lin Mening took 2 more photos of the interior of the Ferrari LaFerrari, and then sent the 3 photos together to her dormitory group to share with her roommates.
Look, this is my boyfriend's car. Isn't it super cool?
Lin Mening said excitedly in the group. We are going to see a movie now, and he just bought me a lot of clothes, bags, and cosmetics, spending more than $500,000 in total. In order to prove that what she said was true, she also attached a photo of the shopping receipt.
Chapter 108. This movie is so boring, let us go to the hotel.
I want to buy him a gift as a return gift, but he's not short of money. I want to make a handmade sachet for him, but I'm afraid he will think it's too shabby.
Do you have any good ideas? Lin Mening asked her roommates for help in the group.
As soon as this message was sent out, the dormitory group exploded and became lively in an instant.
Fuck, Mening, look at the interior, this is a Ferrari. Your boyfriend's family owns a factory, they are so rich. Woo 500,000 yuan. I can't earn that much money even if I work for 10 years after graduating.
Lin Mening, your top priority right now is to get engaged to your boyfriend and tie down this god of wealth.
The roommates responded one after another, full of envy and a little jealousy. After all, who wouldn't yearn for such a rich and considerate boyfriend?
Before, they had heard Lin Mening talk about how rich her new boyfriend was and how good he was to her. However, everyone was only half believing and half doubting at that time, thinking that Lin Mening might just be bragging. But now that they saw this real evidence, they had to believe that Lin Mening had really found a rich boyfriend. Seeing her roommates expressing envy and praise in the group, Lin Mening couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a little proud. Jiang Xing was driving attentively, and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the silly smile on Lin Mening's face.
He tilted his head slightly and asked, What are you looking at? You're smiling so happily.
Lin Mening was like a thief who was caught suddenly. She turned her phone screen downwards in panic and stammered, No, I just saw a funny video on the internet. Her eyes were a little evasive and her cheeks flushed slightly, for fear that Jiang Xing would notice something. Suddenly, Lin Mening felt that instead of being so secretive, it would be better to ask Jiang Xing directly what gift he wanted.
By the way, senior brother, you have helped our family so much, what gift do you want? I want to repay you. It doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive. I can save money. Jiang Xing was amused by Lin Menjing's sincere and straightforward remarks.
He now has nearly 50 billion in cash in his account, and as long as he wants, he can buy almost anything in the world. He shook his head gently. You don't need to buy me a gift, I don't need anything. When Lin Menjing heard this, her expression instantly became anxious and disappointed.
Ah? How can this be possible?
My mother taught me to be grateful and repay kindness since I was a child.
Senior brother, how can you not accept my gift?
Jiang Xing looked at Lin Menjing's persistence and felt something in his heart.
If you really want to repay me, that's fine.
I just want you to practice more yoga, do more squats, and run more when you have time.
Why do you do this?
Lin Menjing was a little stunned. She tilted her head with a confused look on her face.
Jiang Xing said with a wicked smile, actually, you don't have to practice too hard.
As long as I can see that your abs are more obvious and your buttocks are more lifted next time, it means you have succeeded. And if you practice yoga, you should practice more flexibility, such as splits or splits.
You should know.
Lin Menjing understood Jiang Xing's meaning instantly, and her little face turned red again.
She lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, okay. I understand.
I will definitely listen to my senior brother's advice and work hard on these aspects, so that I can satisfy him when we meet next time. Seeing Lin Menjing so sure, Jiang Xing's heart was instantly filled with emotion. The girl has already enhanced her skills in that area, and if her figure and flexibility were to be improved, coupled with her pretty face, I can't even imagine how sexy it would be to practice mixed wrestling between men and women on the bed. Okay, next time if you really make significant progress, I will give you 5 million to spend, and you can buy any car or house you want.
Jiang Xing said generously. No, this is what I should do. Senior brother, you are so generous.
Lin Menjing quickly waved her hands, feeling touched but also a little overwhelmed.
Before they knew it, they arrived at the cinema.
Jiang Xing walked to the self-service ticket machine with ease, operated the machine skillfully, and took out the movie ticket. Then he went to the sales area and bought a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of Coke.
The two walked into the cinema.
Jiang Xing took Lin Menjing's hand and found a seat at the back in the dim aisle. The movie played this time was a low-budget love movie. There were no big-name stars and no grand special effects scenes, but the delicate emotional portrayal attracted many couples to watch it. After watching for a while, Jiang Xing felt that the plot was dull and uninteresting. Those plots seemed to be all the same, with nothing new to say. It's nothing more than the hero and heroine meeting by chance in life, then experiencing some minor twists and turns, and slowly developing feelings for each other. His attention gradually shifted from the big screen to Lin Menjing beside him. Lin Menjing was seen staring at the screen intently, with a gleam in her eyes. Her expression changed as the emotions of the male and female protagonists fluctuated. Jiang Xing looked at Lin Menjing's devoted look and couldn't help feeling a little tender in his heart. He gently held Lin Menjing's hand. Her hand was soft and warm, as if an electric current instantly spread throughout Jiang Xing's body. He gently stroked the back of her hand, and the delicate touch caused ripples in his heart. Lin Menjing was slightly startled, and turned her head to look at Jiang Xing with a hint of shyness in her eyes. But perhaps because she was immersed in the romantic atmosphere created by the movie, she did not pull her hand back. Instead, she moved her fingers slightly and gently intertwined her fingers with Jiang Xing's. Jiang Xing also became a little bolder. His hand slowly moved upwards and gently rested on Lin Menjing's shoulder, with his fingers exerting slight force, as if to convey a different kind of warmth to her. Then, he slid his hand down her shoulder and gently squeezed her arm. Lin Menjing's body trembled slightly, and her cheeks turned red instantly, as tempting as a ripe apple. Seeing this, Jiang Xing leaned close to Lin Menjing's ear, sprayed his warm breath on her ear, and whispered softly, "This movie is so boring." At the same time, his hands made a new movement, his fingers gently stroked Lin Menjing's hair. The silky smooth touch made him a little intoxicated, making Lin Menjing feel itchy. Lin Menjing bit her lips slightly and her breathing became a little rapid. There was a hint of panic in her eyes, but more of it was an indescribable shyness and anticipation. Jiang Xing looked at Lin Menjing's shy appearance, his heart moved, and desire surged like a tide. He leaned close to Lin Menjing's ear again and whispered seductively, "Why don't we stop watching the movie and go to the hotel?" With Jiang Xing's further little actions, Lin Menjing gradually became unable to control herself and her eyes became blurred. She bit her lips slightly and her breathing became a little rapid.
Okay. Chapter 109. Lin Mening is very depressed.
Jiang Xing was waiting for Lin Mening to say this. He held the girl's hand tightly and hurriedly left the screening room. After leaving the cinema, Lin Mening's little face was still rosy, like a ripe peach, so beautiful and tempting. She lowered her head, not daring to meet the gazes of the people around her, her heart filled with a complex mixture of excitement and shyness. After getting in the car, we started the car and drove towards the China Century Hotel. There was an ambiguous and tense atmosphere in the car, and Lin Mening's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She bit her lips slightly and glanced at Jiang Xing from time to time, while Jiang Xing was driving attentively with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. While I was waiting for the traffic light at the next intersection, a phone call suddenly came in. The caller ID showed Zhou Rui, assistant to the chairman of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. Why are you calling at this time? Jiang Xing frowned slightly. Although he felt a little unhappy, he still answered the call. President Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you. The company's financial report for July has come out. Do you have time to come and listen to General Manager Qian's report? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Rui's voice was respectful and cautious. Oh. It's a company matter. Jiang Xing originally thought of forgetting it, as it was more important to go to the hotel and do business with Lin Mening at this time. But when he thought about it more carefully, he realized that since becoming the chairman of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical, he has not been deeply involved in the company's business. It would be bad if I continued like this. I would be seen as a hands-off boss, and not only would I lose my prestige within the company, it would also be extremely detrimental to the long-term development of the company. I'll be there now, in about 10 minutes. Jiang Xing said after thinking for a moment, his tone filled with unquestionable determination. Xiao Zhou, call the general manager and the managers of each department over here. I want to hear your business reports for this quarter. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll do it right away. Zhou Rui responded respectfully on the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mening asked somewhat depressedly, Senior brother is not going to the hotel? Jiang Xing had just made me shake all over in the cinema, and that indescribable feeling was still lingering in my heart. I was looking forward to the intimate time that was to follow, but suddenly I was dragged to the company to listen to a business report. This feeling was really both frustrating and annoying, and her eyes revealed a hint of grievance and dissatisfaction. I'll tell you later. Jiang Xing smiled helplessly, gently touched Lin Mening's head, then turned the car around and drove towards Xinjiang Pharmaceutical. I just thought I could take this opportunity to show you around our company so you don't have to worry about finding a job after you graduate. Jiang Xing tried to comfort Lin Mening with a hint of doting in his eyes. Except for our D positions which require professional expertise, you can choose any other position. The starting salary is 15,000 yuan a month, and 5 insurances and 1 housing fund will be fully paid to you according to the highest standards. When Lin Mening heard this, her originally depressed mood instantly improved a lot, and her eyes lit up again. In her self-perception, it is better to be kept by someone, wait anxiously for the sponsor to send money every month, and live a life that seems glamorous but lacks autonomy. It would be better to find a stable and well-paid job and have your own savings, so that you can feel more secure and live a more fulfilling life. The car slowly drove into the Xinjiang Pharmaceutical headquarters park. The tall buildings around it made the girl so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Although I had heard of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical's name a long time ago and knew that it was a company with considerable influence in the industry, I never expected that its headquarters, excluding the factory area, would be so large. Those modern buildings demonstrate the strong strength of the company. She couldn't help but secretly imagine in her heart that if she could really come here to work after graduation, she would be happy just thinking about it, shuttling between these buildings every day. Some employees on the road saw a LaFerrari driving into the company headquarters and followed it out of curiosity. Oh shit, it's Lafa. I didn't expect it to appear in the company. Who on earth is driving this car? A young employee opened his mouth in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. What are you standing there for? Take a picture quickly, haha, I can actually see Rafa with my own eyes in my lifetime. Another employee excitedly took out his mobile phone and took a lot of pictures of the car. Who in our company can afford a LaFerrari? This car alone is enough to buy a 3-story villa with a basement in the suburbs of Wulin City. An old employee said with emotion, a hint of envy in his eyes. When the employees saw that it was Jiang Xing and Lin Mening who got off the Lafa, they were stunned. For a moment, everyone stood there in a daze, as if they were under a spell. 2 seconds later, a smart employee reacted first and shouted, "Hello, Director Jiang. The others just woke up as if from a dream, and all shouted in unison, "Hello, Director Jiang." For a moment, the uniform voices echoed throughout the park, creating a spectacular scene.
Lin Mening held Jiang Xing's hand tightly.
She had never seen such a posture before. At this moment, she was a little nervous and her body was shaking slightly. Jiang Xing sensed her nervousness, patted her hand gently, and comforted her gently. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Then, he led the girl towards the chairman's office. After the two of them left, the remaining employees standing there were talking and eating melons.
Why does Director Jiang have a new woman by his side?
She seems younger than the last one, with a similar appearance and figure. A female employee muttered softly, with a hint of envy and jealousy in her tone.
You are stupid. Mr. Jiang is so young and rich.
It is normal for him to change women like this. If I were in his position, I might change women even more frequently than him.
A male employee said jokingly.
Woo, Mr. Jiang is always surrounded by such beautiful women.
It seems like I have no chance at all.
Another female employee said, pretending to be sad, causing people around them to laugh.
You bunch of perverts only care about women. Doesn't anyone care about Mr. Jiang's car? This is a Ferrari Lafayette, and it's Mr. Jiang's car.
An employee said with a smile, trying to bring the topic back to the car.
After entering the office, Lin Mening couldn't help but look around.
She was surprised at how big the chairman's office was. The spacious space is decorated in a simple yet luxurious style. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the beautiful scenery of the entire park.
Various exquisite ornaments and documents are placed on the desk. Everything looks so orderly and stylish. Soon, someone knocked on the door. Come in. After getting Jiang Xing's permission, the door slowly opened and the chairman's assistant Zhou Rui walked in.
Chapter 110. Now that official business is done, it's time to take care of our personal affairs. When he first saw Lin Mening behind Jiang Xing, he was stunned. The girl in front of me is pure and beautiful, like a fresh lily, which makes people's eyes bright.
The next second, realizing that his gaze had lingered on Lin Mening for too long, he quickly retracted his gaze, secretly reminding himself not to lose his composure. Director Jiang, General Manager Qian Zixin and other department managers have arrived. Should we go to conference room 1011 or? Zhou Rui asked respectfully. Just in my office. Jiang Xing interrupted Zhou Rui. Xiao Zhou, go and inform them to concise their speeches. I will only give them half an hour. In half an hour, I have other more pressing things to do.
While speaking, Jiang Xing deliberately pinched Lin Mening's little hand, suggesting that she only needed to wait another half an hour.
Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll convey your message right away. Zhou Rui bowed slightly, turned around, and went out to convey Jiang Xing's instructions. Not long after he left, General Manager Qian Zixin and his department managers arrived in an orderly manner.
A group of middle-aged men were also stunned when they saw Lin Mening in the corner.
Only General Manager Qian Zixin remained calm, walked straight in and placed the information in front of Jiang Xing.
Director Jiang, this first one is the group company's financial report for July, and the ones below are the business reports of each department for this quarter.
Qian Zixin said respectfully. Jiang Xing picked up a copy and flipped through it.
Although most of the data and content were difficult to understand, the layout was very standard and comfortable to read.
Okay, Mr. Qian, you go ahead and report first. I'm listening. Jiang Xing nodded slightly, signaling Qian Zixin to start. Qian Zixin forced a smile and began to report on last month's financial report.
Since he was in charge of everything himself, Qian Zixin could talk about all the data content fluently.
His language was quite concise and every sentence got to the point.
Where problems arise, he can also offer his own understanding and suggestions, with clear thinking and thorough analysis. After this talk, Jiang Xing understood most of it and had a preliminary understanding of the company's current operating conditions.
What remains is the business report from the managers of each department.
Lin Mening felt drowsy after listening to the complicated business contents. Since she was standing, she couldn't fall asleep, and it would be embarrassing to play with her cell phone. After all, this was in Jiang Xing's company and she was surrounded by the company's top executives. She could only force herself to listen to the end, yawning secretly from time to time, trying not to show her sleepiness too obviously.
A long half-hour passed until everyone else left.
Lin Mening couldn't bear it any longer and sat down on the large desk of the chairman.
She raised her head slightly, exhaled a long breath, and said with a hint of anger, "Senior brother, it's finally over. My legs are almost numb from standing so much.
They are so sore." As she spoke, she placed her two well-proportioned and slender legs on the table. Her posture showed both a bit of fatigue and a bit of casualness.
Jiang Xing asked seriously, "Isn't there a chair? Why didn't you sit down just now?"
"Chair?" Lin Mening raised her eyebrows slightly. "There are only 2 chairs in the entire office, one is under your butt, and the other is opposite you."
"I'm not crazy. I'm sitting across from you while your manager is reporting." Jiang Xing raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "If you don't want to sit opposite me, can't you sit on my lap?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the next second, Jiang Xing stood up from the chair and gently placed his right hand on Lin Mening's ankle.
"Senior brother, what are you doing?"
Lin Mening looked at Jiang Xing, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. "Now that official business is done, it's time to deal with our private affairs."
Private matter?
Her voice was as quiet as a mosquito's buzz, and she said, "Senior brother, this is your office."
What if an employee comes in?
"Don't worry, no one can come in without my permission, and my office door is equipped with a fingerprint lock."
Once the door is closed, the only way in is through my fingerprint or the emergency key. I have tried it before in hotels and at home. So far, I have never tried it in the office.
I'll take advantage of this rare opportunity to be alone in the office today to experience this different feeling. Lin Mening looked a little flustered.
She bit her lower lip and said, well, how is the soundproofing of this office? If the employees at your door hear it, it would be really embarrassing.
Jiang Xing slowly walked back to Lin Mening and gently pinched her chin with his left hand. His movements were gentle but a little domineering, forcing her to look into his eyes.
Don't worry about that. The soundproofing in the chairman's office is definitely the best in the entire company.
And as you saw when you came here, there aren't many people on my floor.
No one would have heard it.
Now that things have come to this, Lin Mening really can't find any reason to refuse. She lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes trembling slightly like a frightened butterfly, and nodded gently, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Well, okay then." The next second, she slowly closed her eyes. Jiang Xing's lips immediately kissed her, and at the same time, his right hand, which was holding the girl's ankle, began to move slowly upwards along her smooth calf.
Not long after, a faint and charming voice was heard in the huge chairman's office.
The light in the office shone softly, illuminating the intertwined figures of the two, outlining a picture full of passion and desire.
After an hour of passion, the office was a mess.
Lin Mening slumped on the desk, her face flushed like a ripe apple, her eyes blurred with satisfaction and laziness after the passion, a smile on the corner of her mouth. The documents that were originally neatly arranged on the table were now scattered all over the floor, and the papers were spread out on the ground in a mess, as if silently telling the intensity of the battle just now. Jiang Xing stood up, began to tidy up his clothes, and picked up the paper towel garbage on the ground one by one and threw them into the trash can. Then, he walked to the coffee table nearby, picked up a bottle of Nongfu Spring, unscrewed the cap with a bang, tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. The cold, sweet mineral water flowed down his throat, instantly extinguishing the remaining anger in his heart. I don't know why, but after changing to this office battle scene, Jiang Xing felt that he was particularly engaged and the overall experience was pretty good. Sure enough, freshness is something that only becomes interesting if you change it up more often.
Chapter 111, The Barbecue Restaurant. Are you okay, Mening?
Jiang Xing turned around and her eyes fell on the messy dress on the ground. He picked it up and walked towards the girl lying on the table, gently covering her belly with the clothes.
Can you still walk?
Lin Mening turned her head away, her fair face still had a blush on it. That blush was just like the peach blossoms blooming in spring, so beautiful and charming. She whispered, "Disgusting, don't ask me that." There was a hint of shyness in her voice, and a hint of coquettishness. Jiang Xing smiled, a smile full of doting, and said nothing more. About 10 minutes later, Lin Mening came to her senses. She sat up, slowly put on her clothes, and tidied her messy hair. She tidied herself up carefully and then went downstairs with Jiang Xing.
Walking in the company's corridor, the lights are bright and soft, illuminating their figures.
On the road, employees passed by from time to time, and their eyes unconsciously turned to Lin Mening. There was envy and amazement in these eyes, and everyone was secretly sighing that Chairman Jiang Xing actually had such a young and beautiful female companion. The girl felt a little embarrassed by these gazes, and the passionate scene that just happened in the office emerged involuntarily in her mind. Her cheeks grew hotter and hotter, and she quickened her pace in an attempt to escape the gazes.
By the way, senior brother, where are we going now?
At this moment, it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and the outside world was gradually shrouded in dusk. Jiang Xing raised his head slightly, thought for a moment and said, "How about we take a drive first and then go for a barbecue?" In the past month, there has been a constant flow of delicacies from land and sea, such as grouper, bluefin tuna, 5A Wagyu beef. Jiang Xing is getting a little tired of these big fish and meats. He thought to himself that it would be better to change the taste now and revisit the street barbecue that he used to eat in his previous life and regain some memories. Lin Mening naturally listened to Jiang Xing. She raised the corners of her mouth and said sweetly, "Okay." The two came to the parking lot, and the red LaFerrari shone with a charming luster under the lights. After getting in the car, Jiang Xing stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared instantly, and Lafa drove out of the parking lot like a red lightning. After the experience during the day, Lin Mening was very calm this time. She no longer held onto the seatbelt tightly like before, and she opened the passenger window a little. The breeze gently blew through her hair, bringing a slight coolness. Halfway through the journey, when Jiang Xing passed 4 or 5 cars in a row, Lin Mening shouted excitedly. The clear voice drifted in the wind, full of youthful vitality. 10 minutes later, the car slowly stopped at a street corner. Jiang Xing pushed open the car door and got out, pointing to a barbecue restaurant diagonally opposite, and his thoughts instantly drifted towards the past. The barbecue restaurant was not big, the words on the sign were a little faded, and there were a few dim lights hanging at the door. I often eat at this stall after get off work at my part-time job. The taste is pretty good and the price is reasonable. Lin Mening asked with curiosity in her eyes, "Senior brother, you are still working part-time, which big company is it for?" "It's not a big company, just some small positions serving the general public." Jiang Xing did not go into detail about his story of delivering takeout food and working as a security guard. For him, these things only need to be touched upon briefly, and there is no need to mention too much about the hardships of the past.
Antley, the owner of the barbecue restaurant, was grilling skewers in the open air.
The charcoal fire on the grill was burning brightly, reflecting her red face. She squinted her eyes and saw Jiang Xing appear at the door of her store holding the hand of a beautiful girl, and she couldn't help but scream in surprise.
"Hey, isn't this Xiao Jian? I haven't seen you for a long time. Is this your girlfriend?"
Her eyes fell on Lin Mening's little face, and Adley secretly sighed that this girl was so pretty.
"The one with white skin and big eyes." "Yes, that's it." Jiang Xing walked straight into the store.
The decoration of the store was very simple, with some old posters on the walls and tables and chairs neatly arranged. He walked to the refrigerator, took out 2 cans of Coke, and sat in his usual seat. I opened the can with a pop and took a big gulp.
The cool feeling instantly spread throughout my body.
"Madam, 5 skewers of bone and beef, 10 skewers of veal, 5 skewers of chicken wings, 2 skewers of duck thighs, 5 skewers of red willow beef, 5 skewers of grilled chicken gizzards, 2 grilled eggplants, and 20 oysters."
"The taste is the same as before, with more onions and cumin and less chili."
Antley responded with a smile as she flipped the skewers of meat on the grill.
"Okay, there aren't many people here at this time. I'll finish this takeout order and make it for you right away."
Lin Mening observed the environment inside the store. Although the tables and chairs were old, they were not stained with too much oil or pickles.
"Look carefully, the tabletop is wiped clean and there is no garbage on the floor."
It can be seen that the owner cleans the place frequently, so it is not difficult to guess that the barbecue must be good.
"Would you like some Coke?"
Jiang Xing pushed the remaining can of Coke in front of Lin Mening. Lin Mening shook her head gently and said, "No, Coke has too much sugar."
"I want to lose weight and get a 6-pack.
"It's okay, just treat it as an indulgence meal.
It doesn't matter if you drink more or less,"
Jiang Xing advised with a smile. As they were talking, another group of people walked into the store. The leader had a shiny black crew cut and a cigarette dangling from his lips. He had a scar under his right eye, making him look ferocious. The 3 men behind him looked strong and fierce, with bulging muscles in their arms, giving people the feeling that they were not easy to mess with. As soon as we sat down, a younger brother next to the leader shouted at the top of his voice, "Boss lady, first bring 5 bottles of Daliangshan, and then 50 servings of roast beef and roast oysters, and make them for us first." These people came in and tried to cut in line. How overbearing. Adley knew that she couldn't afford to offend these people, so she kept smiling and could only say hello. Helplessly, he had to put down the skewers he was grilling for Jiang Xing, get beer for the 4 people, and then hurriedly prepare the dishes they ordered. The fire on the grill grew hotter and smoke rose. Jiang Xing already disliked people smoking in dining places, and when he saw someone trying to cut in line, he couldn't stand it anymore.
Hey, bro, I got here first, so if you want to do something, do it mine first, don't make the mistake.
The scar-faced leader was stunned at first, as if he didn't expect someone would dare to speak to him like that.
Then he glared at Jiang Xing and shouted, "Boy, do you have the guts to say it again? Do you know who we are?"
His voice was full of threats. 3 of his younger brothers also looked towards Jiang Xing's table with murderous eyes.
Jiang Xing said coldly, "Does it matter to me who you are?"
A short younger brother said viciously, "Boy, you dare to teach our boss a lesson, you are looking for death." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and made a gesture as if he was about to take action. Chapter 112. Let us give it a try and see who suffers today. Aunt, who was grilling oysters outside, heard the noise inside and quickly put down the brush in her hand and came in to calm everyone down.
"Brother Hu, you are a child and I am just kidding you. I am making your order now and will bring it to you after it is baked."
Her face was filled with a flattering smile. Then, she ran to Jiang Xing, pulled his shoulder and said, "Xiao Jiang, please help me give some face and stop arguing with these people. They are very quick with this order." Jiang Xing looked at Aunt Li's anxious eyes and thought that he should not embarrass Aunt Li too much, so as not to affect the store's business in the future.
"Just swallow your anger and wave goodbye."
Aunt Li turned around and said a few nice words to the 4 people, and gave them a bottle of beer as well, and the crisis was barely resolved. Lin Mening looked at the people at the table opposite her and felt that they were so familiar that she even forgot to try to stop the fight. When she remembered, her heart suddenly trembled. Just because these 4 people engaged in violent debt collection. Once, Lin Mening's father owed gambling debts. This group of people hung around in front of her house and followed her to and from school. During that time, she was in a state of fear.
"Whenever I leave the school gate, I have to have someone with me, for fear that someone will hit me with a club from behind and knock me out, and take me away to pay off my debt."
Later, the mother sold her dowry jewelry to pay off most of her gambling debts, and the 4 people disappeared.
Unexpectedly, I met him again today.
Lin Mening immediately lowered her head, trying to hide herself in that posture, for fear that this group of people would recognize her.
Then I wanted to escape from the scene, the farther the better. "Senior brother, why don't we go to another place to eat? I don't want to eat barbecue now."
Lin Mening lowered her voice and said with a tremor in it.
"Ha? Weren't you fine just now? Why don't you want to eat now?" Jiang Xing looked confused and didn't understand what Lin Mening was thinking. I just don't want to eat anymore, please, senior."
Lin Mening pleaded more pitifully.
"Oh well."
Jiang Xing originally wanted to relive past memories, but unexpectedly, bad things happened one after another, so he had to give up on eating barbecue.
"Auntie, I'm not eating in the store. How much did you make? Please pack it up for me to take away."
Jiang Xing stood up and walked towards Aunt Li, who was busy at the door.
Senior, please don't leave."
Lin Mening's voice did not stop Jiang Xing, but instead attracted the attention of someone on the opposite side. One of them stared at Lin Mening's face and also sensed familiarity.
He whispered to another little brother beside him, "Hey, look at that woman across the street, didn't we owe her family a debt a year ago?"
The younger brother didn't care at first and even made fun of him.
"Tell me the truth, are you attracted to this little girl? You keep staring at her. Don't be afraid, go over and ask her for her WeChat ID.
Our eldest brother is here, and we brothers will definitely help you." But then, he looked at Lin Mening and felt familiar with her as well. Lin Mening cried out inwardly, "Oh no," and quickly turned her head away and covered her face with her arms, but it was too late. The younger brother had already recognized her and was whispering to the boss Scarface. After a while, the man with the scar stood up and walked towards Lin Mening. His steps were neither fast nor slow, but they carried a sense of oppression. Lin Mening's breathing became rapid, her heart was beating wildly, her head drooped even lower, and her body began to tremble slightly.
"Hello, beautiful lady, have we met somewhere before?"
The scarred man stood in front of Lin Mening with a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with ill intent. Lin Mening bit her lower lip so hard that her nails almost dug into her palms. The sound of her heart beating violently sounded like thunder in her ears. When Scarface saw that Lin Mening did not respond, instead of leaving, he leaned forward. With that creepy smile still on his face, he asked again, "Beauty, don't be so shy.
I really feel like we've met somewhere before. Maybe it's fate."
His voice was sticky and nauseating. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, pretending to lift Lin Mening's lowered chin. Just as his hand was about to touch Lin Mening, a strong hand suddenly grabbed Scarface's wrist. Jiang Xing's eyes were cold, stabbing directly at Scarface, and he said coldly, "Take your hands away, don't touch her." Scarface immediately became angry and tried hard to break free from Jiang Xing's grip, but found that the other party's hand was as hard as steel and did not move at all. Seeing this, the three younger brothers behind him immediately stood up, surrounded him aggressively, and cursed at him.
"Oh, you're still taking action. Boy, you are fucking tired of living, how dare you touch our tiger brother. If I don't beat you half to death today, you don't know how many eyes the Horse King has." For a moment, the atmosphere in the barbecue restaurant was tense and the air seemed to be frozen. Jiang Xing exerted a little force and shook off the scarred man's hand. Aunt Li turned pale with fear, and waved her hands in front of her body, saying kindly, "Calm down, everyone. Let's talk it over." She hurriedly walked around Jiang Xing and tugged at the corner of his clothes. He whispered anxiously, "Xiao Jiang, these guys are not easy to mess with. Just give in and take your girlfriend away quickly. Don't suffer any loss here."
Lin Mening also raised her head at this time, her eyes full of worry, and she held Jiang Xing's arm tightly.
"Senior brother, let's go and don't get into conflict with them."
She knew very well how ruthless this group of people were. Thinking back to the days when she was followed and threatened by them, she felt a chill in her heart. At this moment, she just wanted to escape from this place of trouble as soon as possible. Scarface rubbed his wrist, which was hurt by Jiang Xing's grab, and a hideous smile appeared on his face.
He spat on the ground and said viciously, "Boy, you are really brave. Since you don't want to drink the toast, don't blame us brothers for being rude."
The three younger brothers beside him understood what he meant, and immediately took a stance ready to attack like vicious dogs, rubbing their hands ready to fight. Seeing this, Jiang Xing just sneered, and his smile was full of disdain. He gently loosened his grip on Lin Menjing's hand and held her firmly behind him. He moved his wrist and the bones made a slight cracking sound. The sound was particularly clear in this silent and somewhat depressing space.
"Then let's try and see who suffers today."
As soon as he finished speaking, a short subordinate of Scarface clenched his fists, kicked the ground hard, and rushed towards Jiang Xing. His right fist was raised high, and with a whistling sound, it hit Jiang Xing in the face. Jiang Xing's eyes flashed, and he calmly and gently turned to the right, his movements as smooth as flowing water. The little brother's fist brushed past his cheek, bringing up a slight breeze. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent's old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, Jiang Xing turned around suddenly, exerted force from his waist, and swung his right fist towards the younger brother's abdomen. There was a dull puff sound, and the short man flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, almost knocking out his bile, and finally he fell heavily to the ground. The short man curled up into a ball, his face turned as pale as paper, and he wailed, holding his stomach tightly with his hands.
"Digging grass hurts so much, Dad, Mom." Chapter 113, Four Wastes. "Damn it, fuck."
When the remaining two brothers saw this, a hint of fear flashed in their eyes, but more of it was anger. They picked up the stools on the ground and threw them at Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing reacted very quickly, protecting Lin Menjing behind him, and dodged nimbly. The two stools flew past the corners of his clothes and hit the wall behind him. With a crash, the stool leg broke and wood chips flew everywhere. While the two men were still not able to react, Jiang Xing moved quickly and rushed towards them like a black lightning.
First, a swift jab hit one of them in the throat.
The man's face suddenly turned red, he had difficulty breathing, and subconsciously reached out to cover his throat. Then, Jiang Xing turned around and kicked the man with such force that the man flew out with a whistling sound. The man fell to the ground and was unable to get up for a long time.
Scarface was stunned.
Originally, he thought that the young man in front of him was just a student and wanted to scare him casually. But he didn't expect that in just less than 30 seconds, his three most capable brothers were knocked to the ground. He felt cold sweat break out on his back. Damn, he turned out to be a martial artist, and his boxing skills are pretty good.
Scarface pretended to be calm and forced an ugly smile.
While speaking, his right hand quietly reached behind him, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Jiang Xing turned his wrist with disdain on his face.
"It's just a little bit of exercise, just to warm up." "Humph. Little brother, I think it's too early for you to brag. After all, you are still young and you don't understand the things in society."
Scarface observed Jiang Xing's reaction, and before he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a spring steel knife from behind.
The knife flashed a cold light under the dim light.
With red eyes, he stabbed towards Jiang Xing's chest like a mad beast.
"Boy, you're in trouble."
The moment she saw the knife, Lin Menjing was frightened out of her wits.
No. This time Jiang Xing did not hide anymore.
Before, he had always treated these as minor incidents and did not take them too seriously. But now, this guy was clearly ready to kill, so there was no need for him to laugh with him anymore. Just a second before the spring steel knife approached his chest, Jiang Xing's right leg flew out like lightning and accurately kicked the scarred man in the lower abdomen. The force of this kick was as high as 70 kilograms. The moment the kick made contact, Scarface flew out instantly. He drew an arc in the air, then fell heavily to the ground, and the spring steel knife in his hand fell to the side with a clang. He was lying on the ground, holding his stomach with his hands, his face full of pain. When the three younger brothers saw this, they got up and tried to escape.
Stand still. You three still dare to run away?
Jiang Xing shouted loudly, and the three men immediately stood still, not daring to move. Then, he signaled with his eyes to Aunt Lee, who was hiding at the door.
I'm sorry, Madam Boss, I can't let you do business today.
There was a hint of apology in his voice.
I have something to ask these people now. After you ask them, you can leave. And don't be afraid that they will harass you in the future.
As he spoke, Jiang Xing turned his head to look at the three younger brothers.
Is that right?
The three men nodded frantically.
Yes, whatever you say is what it means. We will never cause trouble, absolutely not.
Aunt Lee then breathed a sigh of relief and pulled down the shop door from the outside, providing Jiang Xing and the others with an enclosed space. At this time, the streets outside were still bustling with activity, and no one knew that a fierce fight had just taken place in this small restaurant. The scarred man on the ground was very unconvinced. Although his face turned pale with pain, he still forced himself to curse his three men.
You three are useless. Can't you pick one out of three? Keep going. I usually feed you with good food and drink, but when the critical moment comes, you all surrender.
As he spoke, he clenched the knife in his hand and struggled to get up from the ground, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Jiang Xing walked forward step by step with an expressionless face. He walked up to Scarface, raised his foot, stepped hard on the palm of his hand holding the spring steel knife, and then rubbed it back and forth vigorously several times. Scarface immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered.
Ah, it hurts, handsome guy, please spare me, handsome guy, please spare me.
Jiang Xing didn't stop, with a look of sneer on his face.
It's already this late, and you're still acting like a boss. Today I'll make sure you know who is the father and who is the son.
Scarface's tears and snot were all over the floor. I was wrong.
You are the father and I am the son, please stop stepping on me.
At this moment, his voice had become hoarse and full of despair. Jiang Xing pretended not to hear and continued to ask, your voice is too soft.
Think carefully about what you should say. Scarface cried and begged for mercy, Dad. I was wrong, please forgive me, don't step on me anymore, my hand is going to be broken.
His body was shaking constantly, and he had completely lost the arrogance he had just had. Hearing this, Jiang Xing stopped and kicked him in the face.
What a fucking jerk. Why didn't you just say this earlier?
Instead, you're asking for trouble and death.
Scarface's head was buzzing from the kick and he was unconscious for 2 full minutes. Tell me what's going on. Why do you want to bully your girlfriend?
Jiang Xing turned his head and looked at the people huddled together, his eyes filled with majesty. Lin Mening wanted to explain, Senior brother, these things are all because of me, they are actually.
Mening, don't say anything. Jiang Xing interrupted the girl. Listen to them first, and then correct them if they say anything wrong.
As he spoke, he looked at the three men again, his eyes full of warning.
If you lie intentionally, you'll end up like your boss. Chapter 114. Did I tell you to leave? The three younger brothers nodded frantically and kept talking. We definitely tell the truth, absolutely.
Okay, tell the truth. Jiang Xing pulled a stool and sat down, crossed his legs, folded his hands over his chest, and looked at the three men as if he was interrogating a criminal. The little guy who started the fight first was trembling slightly. He said cautiously, the four of us are from a debt collection company.
The one lying on the ground is my boss.
His name is Wang Yonghu. A year ago, Miss Lin's father owed a gambling debt of 500,000 yuan.
The four of us are responsible for collecting Mr. Lin's gambling debt.
He spoke in a low voice, for fear of angering Jiang Xing.
Is it that simple? Jiang Xing turned around and looked at Lin Mening with a questioning look in his eyes.
Lin Mening said angrily, if you want to collect debts, go find my dad. Why did you splash red paint on our door half a year ago? Why do you send spam text messages to my mom every day? Why do you follow me to and from school?
Jiang Xing frowned. Is there such a thing?
The little guy was so scared that he almost fell to his knees. He waved his hands quickly and said in a hasty voice, "This is a debt collection method commonly used by debt collection companies. It is not targeted at Miss Lin's family. Besides, brother Hu said that it is only natural for a son to pay for his father's debts. After Mr. Lin went to another province, he asked us to keep an eye on them." As he spoke, he looked at the two people next to him, hoping they could help him prove it.
The remaining two people nodded immediately and tried desperately to prove their innocence. One person said, "Yes, big brother, we are also laborers. The boss told us to do this. If we don't do it, we will have to starve." Another person echoed, "We treat others the same way. It's all because of the superiors."
Their faces were full of helplessness and pleading.
"So, what happened today?"
Jiang Xing's voice was still cold, and he stared at the little man closely.
The smaller man swallowed. "Then Miss Lin's mother still has 50,000 yuan to pay back."
Wang Yonghu said that he wanted to scare Miss Lin and make the Lin family pay back the 50,000 yuan as soon as possible. Lin Mening said excitedly, "My mother raised the 450,000 yuan by selling her gold and silver jewelry when she got married. The next day, my mother was hospitalized because of overwork from working part-time for several days.
Our family is already having a hard time. Why do you keep pestering my daughter and me instead of looking for the real culprit?"
The little man stammered, We have no other choice. According to the order from above, Mr. Lin can't be found, so let's find his family." After understanding the whole story, Jiang Xing spoke coldly.
"Since you are just following orders, I will not argue with you for now.
But from now on, if you dare to harass Menjiang and her mother again, I guarantee that you will not be able to stay in this city.
Do you understand?" The three of them nodded frantically and said yes.
Jiang Xing walked to the unconscious Wang Yonghu, squatted down, grabbed his collar, half lifted him up, and slapped him several times left and right, finally waking Wang Yonghu up. As soon as Wang Yonghu opened his eyes and saw Jiang Xing's cold face, his whole body trembled violently and he almost fainted again.
"Listen carefully."
Jiang Xing stared at Wang Yonghu with a sharp gaze and spoke word by word. "I paid back the 50,000 yuan on behalf of the Lin family. But if you still dare to have evil thoughts and harass Lin Mening and her family, I will let you know why the flowers are so red." Under Jiang Xing's oppressive gaze, Wang Yonghu's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and he dared not resist at all. He nodded in agreement hurriedly, his face covered with snot and tears running uncontrollably.
He looked extremely embarrassed, and said in panic, "Yes, I promise I won't." Then he hurriedly reported the company's collection account.
Soon, 50,000 yuan was deposited into the designated account. Now that the money was in hand and their group had been beaten up by Jiang Xing, Wang Yonghu and his three men thought that the matter was over. They looked at each other and turned away tacitly.
One of them walked to the rolling door and reached out to pull it up with force. But just as he took a step, Jiang Xing called him, "Hey, did I tell you to leave?" The sound instantly frightened the four people so much that they froze in place, not daring to move. They slowly turned their heads, their facial muscles stiffly forced into a smile that was uglier than crying. One of them smiled and said, "Brother, it's not too late now. Let's go back and see if we need to go to the hospital or apply medicine. Do you have any other instructions? We'll just do it."
Jiang Xing raised his hand slowly and pointed at the table and stools that had been torn to pieces in the fierce fight.
"You guys want to just walk away without even calculating the damage?
You must compensate the boss lady for her losses today." When Wang Yonghu heard this, he could only respond helplessly. He took the hand of Aunt Li next to him, his face full of false enthusiasm.
"Madam Boss, how much are these tables and chairs? We will compensate you at the original price."
Aunt Li looked at the messy scene in front of her, and then glanced at Wang Yonghu who was smiling apologetically. He said a little embarrassedly, "A table costs 120 yuan, and a stool costs 30 yuan. They have been used for more than 10 years. They are not worth much.
How about paying 80% off?"
"Hey, how can this be allowed?"
"You must pay the original price."
Wang Yonghu seemed like a different person at this moment, becoming extremely reasonable. As he spoke, he shook his head in a pretentious manner. "It was us four brothers who made the mistake.
You are not giving us a chance to correct it by saying this."
After saying that, he opened WeChat on his phone, scanned the QR code on the barbecue grill, and transferred the money. After paying the money, Wang Yonghu looked at Jiang Xing pitifully again, his eyes full of pleading. "Brother, look, I have already paid the money, so it's time for us to leave." Jiang Xing looked calm and said leisurely, after paying for the tables and chairs, how should we calculate the boss's lost wages? His eyes swept over the messy shop. After all the commotion just now, she still has to clean up. She definitely won't be able to do business tonight. Do you have to compensate her for this? Chapter 115, Obtaining the C-Level Comprehensive Improvement Package. Compensate, we will definitely compensate. Wang Yonghu nodded hurriedly, scanned the QR code on the barbecue grill again, and transferred 3,000 yuan on the spot. After transferring the money, he said to Antli hypocritically, "Boss, this 3,000 yuan is your missed work pay for tonight. The extra money is a gift from me." Jiang Xing, however, remained unhurried. "And what about the mental damages Menjing suffered from the shock? You scared the little girl so badly, you have to pay for it. And a year ago you threw paint at someone's door, sent spam text messages, and threatened the mother and daughter. You have to make up for that." When Wang Yonghu heard this, his already depressed face instantly fell. He said with a sad face, "Brother, I also work to earn money. I have already lost half a month's salary." Jiang Xing frowned, and his eyes instantly became icy cold. "Why, you don't want to? Then just ignore what I said just now, and let's settle the previous accounts again." When Wang Yonghu heard this, he felt his legs go weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. He gritted his teeth and said in a crying voice, "Brother, I will pay for it. Isn't it okay for me to pay for it?" As he spoke, he opened WeChat again with trembling fingers. "Ms. Lin, can I transfer 8,000 yuan to you? I'm really sorry for what happened before." Wang Yonghu's face was filled with ingratiating smiles and his voice was a little cautious. He looked completely different from the arrogant gangster he had been before. When Jiang Xing heard this, his face instantly darkened. 8,000? You are kidding me. Wang Yonghu was so frightened that his whole body trembled and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He already felt a little guilty, and now he was at a loss. This. Then I'll transfer 15,000? Brother, do you think that's okay? Jiang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, with a sharp look in his eyes. "I'll give you one more chance to think about it. Do you think 15,000 is enough?" There was no room for negotiation in his tone. "What about the 20,000? As Wang Yonghu spoke, he looked at Lin Mening with a pleading look, like a drowning person eager to grab the last straw. Seeing this, Lin Mening couldn't help but feel a little pity in her heart. She gently pulled Jiang Xing's sleeve and whispered, "Why not just settle for 20,000 yuan? It's all in the past, and don't make it too difficult for these people." Since the person involved said so, although Jiang Xing was still a little unhappy, he no longer had the patience to continue wasting time with Wang Yonghu. He glanced at Wang Yonghu coldly and said, "Hurry up and transfer the money." Wang Yonghu felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly completed the transfer operation. As soon as he finished the tour, he ran out of the barbecue restaurant with his followers, fearing that Jiang Xing would change his mind again. At this moment, the system's crisp prompt sound suddenly rang in Jiang Xing's mind. Lin Mening, favorability towards the host +2. Ding, the system has detected that the goddess Lin Mening has continuously increased her favorability towards the host within 1 day. As a reward, congratulations to the host for receiving a C-Level Comprehensive Improvement Gift Package. Jiang Xing was delighted and immediately ordered the system to open the gift package in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for Constitution +3. Ding, congratulations to the host for Agility +3. Ding, congratulations to the host for Spirit +3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Rich Points +10. At this moment, Jiang Xing suddenly felt refreshed and full of energy, and the slight sense of fatigue on his body disappeared without a trace. After stretching my muscles, I felt full of strength. Looking at Lin Mening again, the girl was looking at him lovingly at this moment. The love in her big watery eyes was even stronger, like a deep lake that could drown a person deeply. Jiang Xing felt that there were more important things waiting for him to do at the moment. "I have plenty of energy and strength, and I will continue to squander it tonight. Madam, I won't bother you to clean up. We'll leave first." Jiang Xing held Lin Mening's hand and spoke to Antli with a gentle smile on his face. Antli looked at the young couple with eyes full of love. Thinking of her own youth, she couldn't help but smile. "That's fine, Xiao Jiang. Come visit me more often when you have time. I'll make you your favorite grilled oysters." After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Jiang Xing and Lin Mening got back into the car.
Lin Mening asked tenderly, "Senior brother, where are we going next?"
Jiang Xing turned his head and smiled at her, with a hint of mystery in that smile.
"To the hotel."
Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom and the engine of Lafayette made a huge roar like a roaring beast. The car was like a flash of red lightning, driving towards the China Century Hotel under the cover of night.
"Isn't it too early? It's only 8 o'clock.
Lin Mening hummed softly, her cheeks slightly flushed, and there was a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes.
"Don't worry, once you really start enjoying yourself, you won't even worry about not having enough time."
When he arrived at the hotel, Jiang Xing booked a presidential suite without hesitation. Entering the room, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the bustling night scene of Wulin City, with flashing neon lights and busy traffic. A month ago, Lin Mening had her first time here. However, at this moment she is no longer as shy as before, but exudes a mature and charming charm. In the moonlight outside the window, her eyes and posture seemed even more amorous. Lin Mening bit her lips slightly, then took off her dress slowly and gracefully.
She folded the dress carefully and put it aside.
Then, like a nimble little deer, it pounced lightly towards Jiang Xing's strong chest. Jiang Xing was caught off guard and overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. Lin Mening's lips were as hot as flames, and she kissed him fiercely.
Her crazy look almost pressed Jiang Xing's body down. "What the hell?"
Jiang Xing had never expected that Lin Mening would be so passionate and unrestrained at night, as if she had become a completely different person.
However, he did not hesitate at all.
He reacted quickly and held Lin Mening's soft body firmly with both hands, feeling the delicate skin. Jiang Xing carried Lin Mening into the bedroom and gently placed her on the soft big bed. Lin Mening's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurred, and her hands were tightly hooked around Jiang Xing's neck, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Jiang Xing stared at the beautiful face in front of him, leaned over and kissed her lips again.
The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. The sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains and fell on Jiang Xing's face.
He felt something soft pressing on him, and at the same time, a faint warm fragrance entered his nose. I subconsciously reached out and touched the unidentified object and found that it felt very good. When Jiang Xing fully opened his eyes, he saw Lin Mening lying in his arms with a sweet look on her face, her eyes closed, sleeping quietly. Her long hair fell on Jiang Xing's chest like a waterfall, slightly covering her delicate face. Jiang Xing looked at Lin Mening's sleeping face, and a tender feeling surged in his heart. Her breathing was soft and even, and Jiang Xing didn't have the heart to wake her up, for fear of breaking the tranquility and beauty of the moment.
Chapter 116. Did you watch the short video to learn? Don't be fooled by the fact that Lin Mening is sleeping so soundly at the moment, with her even breathing being soft and gentle. But who could have thought that she was completely different last night? At that time, she was like a wild little wolf, and she was engaged in a thrilling and fierce battle with Jiang Xing. From the soft sofa in the living room, to the slightly cramped but passionate bathroom, to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bright night view of the city, and finally to the bedroom filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Their fiery traces were left in every corner, and they almost searched the entire presidential suite from top to bottom. Even though Jiang Xing is a veteran and experienced driver, he has to concentrate and take these fierce battles seriously. Jiang Xing slowly lowered his head and his eyes fell gently on the girl beside him. Her fair and tender skin was like a freshly peeled egg, delicate and breakable with a slight luster. The delicate and tempting red lips are like the most gorgeous roses blooming in spring, exuding charming charm. Her chest rose and fell slowly with every gentle breath, like ripples on a calm lake, full of rhythm. Such a beautiful scene made Jiang Xing lose his mind for a moment, and an irresistible impulse surged in his heart. Unable to hold back, he leaned over and kissed Lin Mening's sweet lips. His tongue gently pried open the girl's tightly closed teeth and explored deeper. At the same time, his hands became dishonest and slowly wandered around Lin Mening's body. This intimate action instantly shattered Lin Mening's beautiful dream. She slowly opened her sleepy eyes, with a hint of haziness and confusion still in them. However, facing Jiang Xing's passionate attack, she not only did not resist, but instead took the initiative to respond like an ignited flame. She let out a slight whimpering sound, which was a little coquettish and charming, and whispered softly, "Senior brother. You still want to continue so early in the morning?" Jiang Xing hugged the girl tightly in his arms with a mysterious smile on his face. He did not respond to her directly, but changed the subject. "Your musical instruments and singing improved a lot last night. Tell me, did you learn it by watching a short video?" Jiang Xing teased, his eyes full of smiles. When Lin Mening heard this, her originally rosy face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple.
She pouted and said coquettishly, "Senior, you are so annoying."
"Why do you say that?" Jiang Xing looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheek. "Isn't this just praising you for your progress? Why, don't you like it?"
Lin Mening lowered her head slightly, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the bed sheets.
After hesitating for a moment, he blushed and admitted in a low voice, then no. "Well, I did watch some videos and studied it. Senior brother, please don't think I'm too slutty."
When Jiang Xing heard this, a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes.
He gently pinched Lin Menjing's little nose. "How could that be? You are willing to learn about this, which means you love me. I am so happy. How could I say you are promiscuous?"
Hearing Jiang Xing say this, Lin Mening immediately smiled and a sweet smile appeared on her face.
"By the way, Menjing, have you passed the driving test?"
Jiang Xing seemed to suddenly remember something and asked.
Lin Menjing tilted her head, recalled and said, "Yes, I took the exam in my freshman year. But after I finished the test, I threw it aside and haven't driven it on the road yet."
Jiang Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "After lunch, I'll take you to buy a car.
Just consider it as a reward for you." "Reward? Car?
That's great, senior brother, I love you so much."
When Lin Menjing heard the news, she leaned over Jiang Xing and gave him a big kiss. "So what brand of car do you want to buy for me? Have you decided yet?"
The girl's eyes were full of anticipation, and she pulled Jiang Xing's arm and acted coquettishly. Jiang Xing thought about it, and a beautiful figure appeared in his mind.
"I happen to know a Rolls-Royce salesman.
Ask Rolls-Royce if they have any good cars in stock."
"Wow, Rolls-Royce." Lin Menjing's eyes lit up.
But it soon dimmed again. "Rolls-Royce is very expensive, this is not good, senior brother."
Jiang Xing looked into her eyes and said solemnly, "Why not? Buy something ordinary, it's only a few million, it's just a small amount of money."
On the other side, in the Rolls-Royce store in the center of Wulin City, Suihan sat at her workstation board. The store was deserted, without a single customer. She was bored and watched short videos to kill time. Recently, the luxury car sales market has continued to be sluggish, as if it was trapped in a dead swamp and unable to extricate itself.
Suihan hasn't placed any orders for more than a week, which is undoubtedly a huge pressure for a salesperson who relies on performance to make a living.
My colleagues were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and they all went out to look for old customers, trying to get a life-saving deal.
However, Suihan seemed exceptionally calm and did not feel any pressure at all. The reason was simple.
Jiang Xing had previously purchased a Rolls-Royce Cullinan from her, and the sales from that order was enough to cover her income for half a year. This gave her enough confidence to slack off in the office openly. Just as she was immersed in the joyful world of short videos, her cell phone suddenly rang with a WeChat call tone. It was so early in the morning that Suihan subconsciously thought it was her parents calling and glanced over casually. However, when she saw the name displayed on the screen, she was stunned for a moment.
It was Jiang Xing?
Her eyes widened instantly, filled with surprise and delight.
I hurriedly answered the WeChat call, afraid of missing it. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, why did you suddenly think of calling me?"
Suihan tried to make her voice sound steady and friendly, and asked happily with a smile in her eyes. In her heart, Jiang Xing finally took the initiative to contact her after such a long time. She was fully expecting that Jiang Xing wanted to invite her to dinner or to go out and play.
"Ms. Su, what cars do you have in stock at your sales center?"
It turned out that he was asking me about the car.
Suihan showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly adjusted herself and answered professionally.
We currently have several very good cars in stock in our store, such as the Rolls-Royce Ghost, which has a classic British style and luxurious interior, and the Rolls-Royce Shining. Jiang Xing listened to Suihan's detailed introduction to the luxury cars available in the store on the phone, nodded slightly, and wondered in his heart which car would be more suitable for Lin Mening. Lin Mening stood aside, staring at the phone in Jiang Xing's hand with curiosity on her face.